Chapter 1 The Mischievous Monkey Safame Mountain. Sichuan. Ame Mountain. 8:00 in the morning. A domestic SUV wound its way along the mountain road, inside which sat a pair of siblings. The brother, Jiang Qiqiang, possessed striking feature, a sharp brows and bright eyes, dressed casually and comfortably tire. Despite his handsome appearance, his easygoing demeanor made him approachable. The sister, Jiang Qilan, was a medical student at university, with fair skin and cascading black hair. Shori delicate white wrist had exuded racy and gentility even in slumber. With drool escaping the cornero fair mouth, her charm remained intact. Moments later, the sign for Jiangjia village appeared. With a smile, Jiang Qiqiang nudged his sleeping sister in the passenger seat. Brother, don't wait, he haven't slept to Nagi, Jiang Qilan yawned, blinking Harry's open. Shegas out at Tathabluski, white clouds, and lush mountains, looking gutturally buildered. Jiang Qiqiang couldn't help beauties, you sleep them amentiosten thikarin then rushed o thibathrum as soon as westop. When a sked where you're completely clueless. Wake up, they just passed the village entrance, so we'll be home zoon. Instantly Jiang Qilan siesletup, and shebroki into grin. Shuadened Harry's, taking in the scenery around her, and hummed a cheerful tune. Jiang Qiqiang, watching her, cold and felt but reflect truly she's a fresh graduate. Harry Nosenkas held into foolishness, a quality thought few could emulate. After graduating from university, he had spent 2 years striving in the finance industry. Now having achieved financial freedom with Ain't-worth Nirinje figures, the cutthroat nature of Tibasinus world had left them emotionally drained. With Jiang Qilan graduating from Shaha University, Jiang Qiqiang resolved to take this opportunity to return to their hometown with her and enjoy a periodo frest. Though their parents had passed away many years ago, thorned hand comfort of their childhood home remained irreplaceable. Jiangjia village lay at the foot of a mountain, boasting stunning scenery and a strong sense of community among its residents. Athishar, the roads are relatively empty. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar faces, Jiang Qiqiang drove up to their family home. Nestled at the back of the village, their two-story self-built house featured front and back courtyards. In his years away, he hadn't had thinner guy to maintain her property. Though somewhat dilapidated, the house was equipped with all the necessary amenities with a little to the up, it would be livable. However, after more than a year of abandonment, the front yard had become overgrown with weeds. Once at his siblings' sexed the vehicle, they began unpacking their belongings. Jiang Qiqiang retrieved the palms as a drone from his suitcase. After connecting Jito his phone, he began the setup process. Moments later, the drone took Toktoski, autonomously capturing footage. Live streaming system initializing. Host identity verification successful. Default streaming platform Douyin successfully connected. Levestriam title set my leisurely life in Ame Mountain. 2 months prior, Jiang Qiqiang had acquired this streaming system. It was a lottery-based system where a streaming earned reputation points, which called boosted for draws. 10,000 reputation points allowed for a basic draw, while 100,000 points enabled a medium draw, 1,000,000 points for a high draw, and 10 million points for an ultimate draw. Thina Chirio Fedro acquiring over 100 million points Shadiatoba revealed, and Jiang Qiqiang couldn't even begin to imaginate. Since he obtaining the system, he had streamed daily after work. Now his Douyin account that amassed over 1,000 followers. This time, returning to Hishama town, Jiang Qiqiang amidnatan la tourist with his sister Butalsa to indulge the experience of being a streamer. The drone, gifted by the system, was highly intelligent with impressive battery life and user-friendly operation. Once the live stream commenced, it would automatically connect to streaming room without concern for network interruptions. It would find the best angles for filming and adjust its position as needed. If anything interesting occurred nearby, the drone would flee over to capture a moment, enhancing the entertainment value of the stream. Jiang Qilan, glancing up the drone, asked curiously, brother, what sparked your sudden interest in streaming? Because it's quite fun, I can share my daily life, it's much more interesting than working. Enough about that, let's tidy up the house first. We still need to visit Uncle Don later, Jiang Qiqiang replied, unloading a variety of items from the trunk. Noton led to bring among gifts like mutan longjingtia, beautiful nourishing products like donkey hijlatin, honey, and bird's nest. While he was busy with items, Jiang Qilan had already opened the door and stepped inside. Noticing that a live stream had attracted 20 to 30 viewers, Jiang Kang looked at the camera and cheerfully greeted them, saying, "Good morning, everyone. Today marks our return to our hometown, and the upcoming streams will feature your daily life here. Where the foot off a mountain while the transport may not be as convenient as in the city and the infrastructure lacking, the scenery is undeniably beautiful." The drone ascended, capturing the surrounding landscape. Ame Mountain is a nationally designated 5 scenic area, renowned for its breathtaking views. The drone's footage was of exceptional quality, rivaling that of professional documentaries. The combination of stunning scenery and high-definition visuals left a live audience in awe. This scenery is breathtaking. Ik nu the streamer was shining something ishamtanas in a scenic area. Wataskam, I've been to Ame Mountain, and did do a lunithis on camera. This picturesque place is its dementa both nature and talent now under the streamer and his sister are so attractive. I haven't been to Ame Mountain and curious to see how beautiful it is. Jiang Qiqiang, glancing at the comments from his viewers, chuckled, "Fort Hosofio haven't visited Ame Mountain, you'll make sure to take you on a tour when you have a chance." Aravsizonic at prices 110 yuan, while in peak season, it's 160. Local only pay 10 yuan. Initially, the viewers expressed sympathy for Jiang Qiqiang, considering the cost of tickets, earning money was no easy feat. However, just as many worry about a decline at Heifer, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, local space a little? 10 yuan, I can't accept that. There are many monkeys in Ame Mountain in Bakerfuel Wanayagup. I had a traumatic experience last time I visited Ame Mountain. It was surrounded and robbed by the venerate monkeys, and I go fit between them. Just think about it, what kind of psychological trauma it caused any 18-year-old to be attacked by 2 monkeys, boo-hoo. Monkeys, where sire sense off to see, look at the golden monkeys next door. Jiang Kang couldn't help but laugh at the comments. Indeed, whenever the mischievous monkeys off Ame Mountain were mentioned, the golden monkeys were sure to follow. After the comparison, viewers would inevitably criticize the local monkeys. It was sure to Dunny thought these monkeys had a notorious reputation that was impossible to redeem. Visitors, they said, with these nationally protected animals couldn't lie accept their misfortune when robbed. Any attempt to fight back could lead to trouble during a monkey could solidar name or incident into criminal offense. Chapter 2: The Snake-Catching Girl. The mischievous monkeys of Ame Mountain had severely tarnished the mountain's reputation. Jiang Kang felt by Tembarasid Dressadis viewers, please don't be upset to local scenic areas implementing new policies. We're gradually enforcing a human monkey aspiration policy. Once this policy is fully in effect, everyone you will be able to enjoy observing monkeys in a civilized manner. Ash spoke, ha hadel ready moved their luggage into the house. The front and back courtyards of Jian Chamore paved with polished stone, leaving ample space for vegetablegarden. Now, the garden was similarly overrun with weeds, some growing over eye. Jiang Kilin was busy wielding a sickle to cut the grass, not bothering to look up as he said, "Brother, you today up inside il handle the weeds. In a few days, I want to plant some flowers, so you'll be turn to take my space." Her movements were swift in the time I took to speak, she had already cleared up pile of weeds. Event the thickest weeds fell before your sickle, astonishing the viewers in the live stream. Wow, streamer, yours is Jerry's incredibly skilled. She to walk down such thick weeds with a single stroke? For a moment, it hot I was watching Lizayaka facepalm. Sharili does resemble hum efficy and tan dun pretentious. Jiang Qiqiang reading the comments, explained, both my sister and I grew up in the mountains with the dunny our fair share of from workers kids. Cutting weeds like this is second nature to its a piece of cake. Sister, Ilya Vethiard toy will go today up inside. With that, hit tonight the luggage back in the house, starting to cleanse the rooms. The front and back courtyard surrounded an and a half story building. The kitchen was on the left off the front yard and storage room was on the right. The house was quite spacious. Although the room shan't be no cupid for years, they had been covered with white cloth when they left, making the cleanup relatively straightforward. As simple dusting and sweeping would suffice to make it livable again. After nearly an hour of effort, Jiang Kang finally finished tidying up the rooms. What a large house and so envious. With internet, electricity, on water, and located in a scenic area, it's practically a budget version of a suburban villa. Living here, one called plant flowers, sip tea, and bask in the soon sound sidilic. Streamer, kudayu consider gigasthous, id leveto stayer. This leisure lila festile, this simple lift workers like can only dream of it. I wish I could live like Ethasu want to return to me hometown, boo-hoo. After finishing Theklian up, John Kakangwasha disfashioned wasser price to see over 400 viewers in line. Previously, when streaming food explorations had never exceeded 100 viewers, even with over 1,000 followers. To his astonishment, streaming is daily life had attracted so many viewers. In today's fast-paced world, where life is pressurous worry overwhelming, it made sense that people were drawn to this lower lifestyle. After watching the comments for a while, advised dear viewers, if I want to return to your hometown, make Cerrito save some money. Otherwise, coming back is not as comfortable as working in the city without money, nothing easy. This statement resonated with authenticity. Suddenly, the comments in the live stream surged. This leisure lilifison live for the wealthy. Streamer, if I say that, how much have you saved? I can't even afford to go home for the holidays and me parents find me annoying, so true. Indeed, money isn't everything, you being broke is a real problem. Long-time follower Harry heard the streamer works in finance and is making good money beauty still single. What, him also single, streamer, consider me glad to visit Thailand or Korea. Whoa, dude, you're bold. John Kakang wed himself occupaftia, savoring jit willa reading the live comments from the viewers. The inland audience was indeed full of talent, their words were genuine delightful. As the drone continued to stream, it suddenly full wouter, heading straight for the backyard to capture John Chilan. John Kakang observed his sister crouching on the ground, seemingly engaged in some activity, but paid little attention. She had likely spot some small creature after all, this was a mountain, where recently dwelling in Imulsaraleskaman. The drone buzzing over to capture moment was just perfect. Justasha finished it in Gupti house, Hanada said that his reputation point should reach 10,000, allowing him to conduct a draw. Having streamed for over 12 months, Hefelt satisfied Tobable to participate in a basic draw. System, initiate a basic draw. Basic draw and progress draw completed. Congratulations, host, you've received a copy of Beast Mastery. Beast Mastery after us, itenablest understanding of animals' thoughts, allowing for seamless communication. After learning Beast Mastery, John Kakang felt a surge of knowledge about communicating with an Emily's flood his mind, filling him with satisfaction. Jongjia village located at the foot of a mountain, Washamato plethora of animals. Being able to communicate with them would undoubtedly enhance the quality of his streams. On Sethadra was complete, Hepikadupus finita kek the livestream, on Lito left dumbfounded. John Killen had not caught some esmal animal, Butyrothera whitesnake, as thick as a rolling pin and over a meter long. The livestream exploded with excitement. The 400 viewers now regarded John Killen with newfound respect. Wow, a snake, how are you kachinjit bara-handed? This girl's fire is truly impressive. If you encountered a snake, it'd be running twam also way. Imun lay afraid of what types of animals those without legs and those with two mana legs. What can dot snake it, iced venomous, facepalm? Where's the streamer, your sister risk catching a snake shouldn't he intervene? Haha, I feel like the streamer is also afraid of snakes and getting nervous just watching. He was thinking of faving the stream resume brother-in-law, but no in reconsidering. John Kakang was momentarily stunned upon seeing Thesnake had never heard of a snake being found in a mountain. Thought Hesnake appeared docilely on Thedron's camera, showing no signs of aggression, it was better to be cautious. He hurried to the backyard, finding John Killen still playing with Whitesnake and his mouth twitched slightly. Whitesnake flicked its stungui, tilting its shed to observe John Chichang. As John Killen handled the snake, they commenced into live stream skyrocketed. Duyan's platform detected the surge in activity and automatically gave a small boost, raising the online viewer count to over 700. Wow, that's a big white snake. Certain thesis bisahan reincarnated must be. Monk from Jinshan Temple a fa high wahavanti aura villa dortrofirm? It looks like a cauliflower snake, but something seems off, I wonder if it's venomous. Jiangu, can you manage your sister? Streamer, what do we shear sister Dardo catch a snake with hairberry hands? Jiang Qiqiang, without immediate quickly reassured its sister, "Don't be afraid, Hesnake ist frightened and won't bite unless provoked. Listen Tomlet at Gunt he ground and allow it to slither away." Jiang Qilan immediately shook her head in response. White snake hilsa shook at shed in unison. This sena left both Yonka Kangan the viewers and he live extremadurly wildered. Chapter 3, Orcs Never Become Slaves. Jiang Qiqiang gazed at the white snake, extending his hand in preparation to grasp it. He admonished, "Sister, cease your antics at once and hand me the snake, I shall dispose of it. Be cautious, lest it bite you. This serpent could very well be venomous." Although the head of the snake was round, judging its toxicity based solely on the shape of its head, be it round or pointed, is notoriously unreliable. Vipers and pit vipers possess triangular heads and are highly venomous, which has given rise to such misconceptions. However, members of the cobra family and certain colubrids, which are also quite deadly, have round heads. For instance, the fifth most venomous snake globally, the silver-ringed snake, is known domestically for its rounded head. Jiang Qilan held the white snake delicately, gently caressing its head as she explained, "Brother, have you forgotten, 3 or 4 years ago, when we returned to our hometown, we encountered a leucistic garden snake and even cared for it for a while. Eventually, when you went to work and I attended university, we released it, not expecting it to return to our home. Its name is Xiaobai." The white snake, undeterred by familiarity, slithered from Jiang Qilan's hands to Jiang Qiqiang's. It nuzzled against him, closing its eyes, its tail flicking with excitement. Jiang Qiqiang, filled with doubt, remarked, "Is this truly Xiaobai?" Back then, it was no larger than a chopstick. Xiaobai seemed to comprehend, opening its eyes and flicking its tongue, nodding several times. The interaction left the audience in the livestream utterly astonished. Goodness, what kind of unresolved bond is this between man and snake? It actually understands him. I seriously suspect the snake has attained sentience. How intriguing, it appears to possess remarkable intelligence. Host, confess, did you rescue a white snake in your past life? And now it has come to repay you? If a snake can be this obedient, why is my husky so rebellious? It stings. I have a bold plan. First, rescue a white snake. Then study medicine in my next life, ha ha ha. So beautiful, I want one too. Jiang Qiqiang observed the white snake, tentatively stroking its head. Perhaps it was due to his mastery of the beast taming technique. But he felt he could decipher Xiaobai's thoughts. What bliss.ah.so delightful. I must continue. Do not cease. My head is soaring. Xiaobai squinted, arching its neck, appearing to revel in the moment. The audience, witnessing Xiaobai's reaction, was left dumbfounded. Wow, this is astonishing. Where did you catch this handsome? I want to catch one too. Host, I wish to visit your home and pet Xiaobai. Die-hard fan of the Emperor, send 10 heart emojis. Commenting, is this snake perhaps immortal? In no time, several viewers showered gifts simultaneously, the livestream brimming with celebratory effects, prompting the audience to declare the host bewildered. Jiang Qiqiang, taken aback by the influx of donations, realized the value of Douyin gifts but had never anticipated such generosity. The stream had only been live for a short while, yet the donations had already surpassed 1,000. Thank you all for your generous gifts. However, I must remind you that it is unwise to indiscriminately catch snakes in the wild. This particular snake is a garden snake, harmless and of gentle temperament. We are safe handling it, but encountering a venomous snake in the wild is quite likely. Should you be bitten, the consequences could be dire. Jiang Qiqiang cautioned. The viewers displayed a mix of bemusement and amusement at his words. Xiaoman blushed, having just found the white snake adorable and desired to keep one. Never contemplating the risks involved, the host truly overestimates my bravery. Regardless of whether the snake is venomous or not, I am terrified. Catching snakes is out of the question. I could never do it. I fear snakes more than anything. Same here. If it must be caught, one must test the waters, right? Don't fear catching snakes in the wild. If bitten, just remember to bite down on your ID card and find a cool place to lie down. Xiaoman interjected, Host, please stop. I merely spoke in passing. I wouldn't truly dare to keep one. Covers face. Jiang Qilan took Xiaobai back into her hands, playfully teasing it with her fingers. A brother, can we keep Xiaobai? It is so intelligent. Having it stay as our guardian snake would be wonderful, and it could keep me company. Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brow as he regarded the white snake, although it was a harmless garden snake. The notion of housing a snake within their home felt inherently unsettling. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze to find Xiaobai also looking back at him. Their eyes met, one human and one snake, locked in a moment of connection. Xiaobai froze for 3 seconds, then tilted its head back, a slight smile gracing its lips, as if in jest or seeking to endear itself. This gesture appeared remarkably human-like, instantly winning over a considerable portion of the audience. Host, could you consider keeping it? So adorable, I will cover its food expenses. Host, just name your price. It looks so cute, I want to keep it. If you don't want it, you can send it to me. How can I possibly find myself fond of a snake? I've already adopted 4 digital pets on Douyin, 2 dogs, a cat, and an alpaca. It seems I must add a white snake to my collection. Please, I beg you, host, just keep Xiaobai. Xiaobai's expression appeared helpless and pitiable. The viewers in the livestream, many of whom now felt an affinity for it, were swayed given the fans' sentiments. Keeping Xiaobai seemed a prudent choice. In rural areas, wild animals abound. Having a guardian snake would ensure that mice and venomous snakes would rarely intrude within 100 meters of their home, just as Zhang Qicheng contemplated agreeing. Xiaobai opened its mouth, flicking its tongue and emitting a hissing sound. Hiss. What do you mean by seeking adoption? Zhang Qicheng frowned. Xiaobai nodded, its eyes suddenly sparkling. It flicked its tongue again as if transmitting a Morse code. Hissing for an extended period, the human and snake engaged in a conversation, leaving the livestream viewers utterly bewildered. Is the host truly conversing with Xiaobai? They seemed to be engrossed in their discussion. Could it be some sort of secret exchange? Is there anyone proficient in snake language here to translate for me? Something feels off. Why the mention of seeking adoption? Who said that after the establishment of the nation, one could not attain sentience? This is clear evidence. After concluding his conversation with Xiaobai, Zhang Qicheng turned to his inquisitive sister, remarking, "Sister, this little creature is remarkably clever. It wishes to stay, seeking merely sustenance and shelter, not demanding any benefits or insurance. What on earth is 5 insurances in one fund?" Zhang Qilan asked, astonished and curious. Zhang Qicheng chuckled, "I have become accustomed to playing the role of an interviewer at work. I merely fabricated that phrase. I possess many skills. Not only can I converse with snakes, but I can also exchange words with other small creatures. This Xiaobai is quite perceptive. I sense we can keep it." Xiaobai tilted its head in confusion, as if it felt it had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. The viewers in the livestream were filled with envy, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. So understanding. It can't be true, can it? Truly, orcs never become slaves unless provided with food and shelter. Oh, come home with me. I will offer you 5 insurances in one fund along with food and shelter. Host, how can you be so merciless? Is it too much to ask for Xiaobai's intelligence to warrant such benefits? This must be an act of gratitude. It is undoubtedly repaying a debt. The host is clearly speaking insincerely. His smile is practically crooked. Right now, he's being insincere. I suspect he will be serving a new concubine tonight. Chapter 4, Visiting Uncle Don before Xiaobai's arrival. It had resided in an old mouse hole in the backyard. Once it officially became a family member, it adhered closely to Zhang Qicheng. Zhang Qilan, observing this, sighed in resignation, like repels like, while opposites attract. Even the bond between humans and snakes is no exception. Xiaobai feigned ignorance, appearing not to have heard. Zhang Qicheng chuckled as he examined the color of the soil in the vegetable garden before turning toward the tool shed. Xiaobai trailed closely behind, quickly disappearing from view. Though the weeds in the front and back vegetable gardens had been cleared, preparing the soil for planting vegetables and flowers required tilling. This task demanded considerable effort, and one who had never done it would find it challenging. Zhang Qicheng retrieved a shovel from the tool shed, removed his jacket, and hung it on the clothesline. It was now late spring. Early summer. Although it was only 10 in the morning, the weather had already turned warm. The Zhang family's vegetable garden had not been cultivated for years, yet they had consistently buried well-decomposed fertilizer annually. Ensuring the soil's fertility was intact, Zhang Qicheng worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, he had turned over most of the front garden soil. Cultivating the land is an innate talent for the Chinese people, a skill deeply ingrained. Even city dwellers often grow vegetables or flowers on their balconies. Viewers with gardening experience watched Zhang Qicheng's efforts with puzzlement. The soil was of high quality, dark in color. With a single shovel, it easily yielded to his touch, becoming particularly loose after removing the roots of the weeds. Once he finished tilling, Zhang Qicheng surveyed the garden with satisfaction. While at home, he would use kitchen scraps and leaves to enrich the soil. Despite being away for several years, the garden's fertility remained undiminished. In a few days, whether planting flowers or vegetables, they would undoubtedly thrive splendidly. Wow, the soil at the host's place is truly impressive. I'm baffled. Why is the soil in my balcony pot so compacted? What excellent soil, a gardener can't help but wish to dig some up. Why does the soil become as hard as diamonds when I till it? Jiang Qiqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, lifted the tea he had brewed, took a sip, and glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream. He couldn't help but exclaim to himself, indeed. The act of farming seems to be ingrained in the DNA of our people. The majority of viewers tuning into his broadcast were students and office workers. He was pleasantly surprised to discover their interest in agriculture. Gazing at the drone camera, he explained, "The land in my family is cultivated with care. There is no need for envy. Farming is, in fact, a science. The reason for soil clumping is simple. It is due to nutrient depletion. And the soil is in a slightly alkaline state. I have a solution for everyone. Mix beer with water in a ratio of 1 to 10 and water the soil once a day for 3 consecutive days to resolve this issue." Additionally, tilling the soil is an art. If done too early, the soil remains muddy, and if done too late, it becomes severely compacted, which is also undesirable. We recently had rain, so the surface of the soil is now about 70 to 80% white, making it ideal for tilling. After sharing this, he grabbed a shovel and proceeded to the backyard. The viewers in the livestream, upon hearing Jiang Qiqiang's words, were left with a flurry of question marks above their heads. Many slapped their thighs in regret, lamenting that they hadn't taken notes on those valuable insights. Incredible, I had no idea farming involved so much knowledge. I must revitalize my flowers this year. Giving them a cozy home. Not bad, not bad, I've learned so much. Class representative summary: soil clumping, beer mixed with water, 1:10 water for 3 days. Who says you can't learn anything from live streams? I've just picked up 2 valuable insights. Last year, I attempted to grow a cactus but failed. I suddenly want to give it another shot. Learning committee summary: the best time to till the soil is when it's 70 to 80% white. The 2 plots of vegetable garden in the backyard consumed more than half an hour of his time. By this point, it was already past 11 in the morning, and the weather was gradually warming up. The number of online viewers in the live stream rose from over 600 to nearly 1,000, and the comments became increasingly peculiar. Although Jiang Qiqiang had shed his outer jacket, his shirt was still damp with perspiration, revealing the outlines of his pectoral and abdominal muscles through the fabric. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at the drone camera. The female fans in the livestream felt their hearts race inexplicably. The host's physique and muscles are simply astounding. Wow, I suddenly understand Tian Shaoyi a bit more. I have an urgent matter. I suddenly want to visit Mount Amei. This is the face and physique of the male protagonist in a farming novel. Okay, I admit it, I'm shameless, I'm attracted to the host's body. Douyin, you truly understand me, you know I love watching this. With clothes this soaked, how can he till the soil? Where are his morals? Where is his integrity? Where is his WeChat? Where is his home address? If I had a partner like that, I'd slap myself during a fight. Handsome, I have another 20 acres to till. Can we be friends? Coveting, Jiang Qiqiang initially intended to casually clear the grass at the entrance. He glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream, looked down at his own attire, paused for a moment, and then quickly went inside to change his clothes. No skirting around the edges. No skirting around the edges. Many female viewers who had entered the livestream due to the host's physique found themselves even more enamored. A handsome man with a great figure, high looks, sound morals, capable of hard work, and possessing wealth is indeed a rare find these days. After Jiang Qiqiang cleared the weeds at the entrance, Jiang Qilan had already tidied up the yard. The Jiang family home appeared revitalized. And after a quick wash, the two set off with gifts in their car. Most villagers in Jiangjia village were related by blood, so there were no significant conflicts among them, and their relationships were amicable. Having lost their parents at a young age, they were often invited by the village's uncles and aunts for meals. The two brought gifts and visited house after house until they finally arrived at the home of the village head, Jiang Yaodong, around 1 in the afternoon. Known as Uncle Jiang, he was Jiang Qiqiang's paternal uncle. When Jiang Qiqiang was accepted into university, Uncle Jiang voluntarily covered his tuition and would often send local specialties. When Jiang Qiqiang was accepted into university, Uncle Jiang also intended to pay for his tuition, but Jiang Qiqiang graciously declined, citing that he was already working and earning money. Uncle Jiang had always held a fatherly role in their hearts. Uncle, we're back, Jiang Qichang said cheerfully, carrying a large assortment of nutritional products. Uncle Jiang, dressed in a black tang suit, was playing with his grandson Jiang Pingping. Upon seeing them, he immediately broke into a smile. However, his gaze shifted downward to the large bags they carried, and his expression quickly turned serious as he said with mild displeasure, "It's enough that you came, what else with all these things? I am truly glad to see you both, but I don't appreciate you bringing these items. If you do this again next time, don't bother coming, we are family, no need for such formalities." Old lady, come see who is here. Chapter 5, Killing a Chicken. The chicken is playing basketball in Uncle Jiang's household. The family line was traditionally passed down through a single heir. His son and daughter-in-law worked in the southern regions, so Jiang Pingping had always been cared for by the elderly couple. At just over 5 years old, Jiang Pingping had been walking since he was less than a year old and began dismantling the house at 18 months. Showcasing remarkable dexterity that was quite troublesome for his guardians. Fortunately, he had grown up a bit now, becoming more sensible and rarely causing mischief. The last time Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan returned, he was merely 2 years old, so he did not recognize them and kept hiding behind his grandfather. Uncle Jiang chuckled heartily, pulling the child from behind him and saying, "Your aunt just went to the town for a haircut and has just returned. She is probably changing clothes now. Pingping, what are you afraid of? This is your little uncle and little aunt, they've even changed your diapers before he." Jiang Pingping looked embarrassed, immediately covering his face with his hands. He then peeked through his fingers, curiously observing Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan, and politely said, "Hello, little uncle, hello, little aunt." After speaking, he dashed away. When he returned, he carried a plate of fruit, set it down, and then scampered back behind Uncle Jiang. Jiang Qichang watched Jiang Pingping with a smile. He was quite impressed by how much the little nephew had matured in just a few years. After Aunt Jiang finished changing her clothes and saw the gifts the two had brought, she began to express her grievances. "You two have come back after such a long time. You absolutely cannot leave today, you must stay and eat with us," she insisted. "Your uncle caught quite a few shrimp at the village reservoir yesterday. We'll enjoy those together." "Old man, don't just sit there. Our hen hasn't laid an egg all day, and it's of no use keeping it. Let us slaughter it to give these two a treat." Aunt Jiang said cheerfully. Jiang Qichang quickly replied that it was enough to eat a little, but he was ignored by Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang. The viewers in the livestream were amused by the scene. "Wow, that hen has a tough life. Hen, accused without reason, what can I say? If you're going to kill me, just do it. What is the difference between this and getting fired as soon as I step into the office? When I go home, my parents also kill chickens and geese. The hostess uncle is quite accommodating. This is how you treat esteemed guests. Heat the oil, saute some ginger and scallions, and add plenty of spice. Old hen, calculating by my fingers, I sense a disaster today. 2 Yama Kings have come to my door." Aunt Jiang chuckled as she headed to the kitchen, while Uncle Jiang fetched a sharp knife and, with Jiang Pingping in tow, made his way to the backyard. Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan did not feel like outsiders. They sat on the sofa, turned on the television, and enjoyed some nectarines. Uncle Jiang's voice soon echoed from the backyard. "Hey, where did my chicken go?" Jiang Pingping piped up with his youthful voice. "Grandpa, the chicken is playing basketball behind the wall." "Dear grandson, we must not speak carelessly." "Grandpa, are you looking for that egg-laying hen?" Yes, it's behind the wall playing basketball. Come see. What good is it to raise you if you don't lay eggs? Why kick a basketball?" Jiang Qichang listened in on their conversation, nearly choking on the nectarines he was chewing from laughter. The viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned. If it weren't for the broadcast, they would have thought this was a deliberate attempt to create comedic content. Confirmed, this is definitely little Pingping being mischievous. Ha ha ha, this is making my stomach hurt from laughing. I seriously suspect the chicken can rap and dance. Is it for real? Surely it's not actually playing basketball. What a legendary scene in this livestream. It's absolutely explosive. Uncle Jiang returned from the backyard carrying a hen, while Jiang Pingping held a basketball. Both were laughing as they came back. Uncle Jiang began to pluck the feathers from the old hen, and Jiang Qichang pulled Jiang Pingping closer, asking, "Pingping, did that chicken really play basketball just now?" "Yes," Jiang Pingping innocently replied. "Little uncle, that old hen is really annoying. It crows so loudly in the morning. It often jumps up, flapping its wings, trying to escape. My grandparents have wanted to stew it for a long time." Jiang Qichang quickly steered the conversation away, realizing they couldn't discuss this any further, otherwise he would truly be branded a troublemaker. He engaged Jiang Pingping in conversation about recent events in the village. During the meal, Jiang Pingping ate a few bites before obediently sitting down to help everyone peel shrimp. Jiang Qichang felt a tinge of curiosity. He wanted to offer some advice, but Uncle Jiang was busy inquiring about work. Leaving him no opportunity to speak, after the meal, Aunt Jiang returned to the house, fetched a box of French fries, and gave it to Jiang Pingping. His face lit up with joy as he opened the box of fries and squeezed out some ketchup. Eagerly digging in, after taking a few bites, he hesitated for a moment, picked up the box of French fries, and fed 4 people, giving each of them 2 fries. Uncle, this is really delicious. I've been wanting to eat this for a long time. Do you like it? Have you ever tried it? Jiang Pingping inquired. Jiang Qichang looked at Jiang Pingping and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He was just about to speak, intending to offer to drive Jiang Pingping to KFC in town tomorrow. Uncle Jiang immediately interjected, speaking with a tone of gentle seriousness. Pingping, we must be sensible. Things from outside are quite expensive. Your uncle hasn't married yet, and your aunt just graduated. They don't have any money. Hurry and finish eating, wash your hands after, and then go back to your room to sleep. You haven't had your afternoon nap today. Jiang Pingping nodded. After finishing the fries, he licked the ketchup clean before rushing to the bathroom to wash his face and hands. The viewers in the livestream felt a similar discomfort upon witnessing this scene. This child really is quite sensible. Suddenly reminded me of my own rebellious child. It makes me a bit angry. Host, give me an address. I'll order some takeout for the child. Something feels off. This doesn't seem right. Damn, it looks so delicious. I want to eat French fries too, but I just finished my meal. Why do all kids like junk food and not home-cooked meals? I don't understand either. My son doesn't like the food at home. After Aunt Jiang finished washing up with Jiang Pingping, she went to take her afternoon nap. Uncle Jiang, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at the 2 siblings and asked, "Do you both have partners? When do you plan to get married?" Jiang Qichang was taken aback for 3 seconds before shaking his head. He had been preoccupied with work for years, which had delayed his search for a partner. Both of them turned to look at Jiang Qilan, who also appeared quite embarrassed. The pressure of medical studies had never allowed her to contemplate finding a partner. Uncle Jiang often sighed, saying, "You both lost your parents early. It falls upon me, your uncle, to handle the marriage matters. I understand that parents pressuring their children to marry can lead to strained relationships. And this matter cannot be rushed. However, you both should take it seriously. While I am still in good health, when the time comes for you 2 to marry, I can still be of assistance." Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan exchanged a glance, both relieved, and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 6. A child should not suffer, nor should oneself. Many viewers, observing Uncle Jiang, looked at their own parents, sighing inwardly. The disparity between elders is truly significant. Numerous viewers began to flood the comments with their grievances. Exactly, why must we be forced into marriage? Is there any rush? Every time I go home, my parents pressure me to marry. It's infuriating. I want to send that live stream recording to my parents, but thinking about it, I'd rather avoid unnecessary trouble. Why are all the good elders from other families? Regardless of circumstances, being pressured to marry is inevitable. While the 3 were discussing work, Aunt Jiang stealthily emerged from the room. Uncle Jiang softly inquired, "Old lady, is the grandson asleep?" "Yes, he is." "All right then, quickly go get the food. We can eat together." "Speak softly. Don't wake the grandson." Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan exchanged puzzled glances. Aunt Jiang smiled as she brought out 2 family buckets from KFC. Uncle Jiang took out 2 drumsticks and handed them to the 2, saying, Come, let us finish this together. Don't let Pingping see. He is still young, and eating such junk food isn't good for him." Jiang Qichang, holding the drumstick, asked with some confusion, "Uncle, then you and Aunt are eating this?" "We're older and still quite enjoy it. It's quite tasty. Whenever we crave it, your aunt goes to the town for a haircut and brings back a pack of fries for Pingping. And a little for us too, to satisfy our cravings," Uncle Jiang explained matter-of-factly. Aunt Jiang nodded in agreement, saying, "It's not that we're unwilling to buy it for him, it's mainly for his health. You young people always say, even if the children suffer, we shouldn't suffer ourselves." Jiang Qichang was taken aback for 3 seconds and then nodded in agreement. For some reason, the KFC family bucket tasted particularly delightful today. The viewers in the livestream watched the 4 with expressions of astonishment. "I thought this was just a joke. I can't believe it's true." Exactly, even if the children suffer, we shouldn't suffer ourselves. How can grandparents be like this? If I were a mother, I would choose the family bucket and fries. I want them both. Grandma, he needs to grow. Junk food isn't suitable for him. As for me, I'm over 50, and eating this doesn't affect me. This is genuinely hilarious. Fei-Yang Wan sent a tip of 1 Douyin leaving a message, "Host, could you add me as a friend?" Confirmed these are definitely biological grandparents. Fei-Yang Wan sent a tip of 1 Douyin leaving a message, "Host, could you please add me as a friend, I beg you," although Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan were quite full. They still pushed themselves to finish the family bucket. Just as he was enjoying the fried chicken, he didn't notice the gifts. After the meal, Uncle Jiang skillfully cleaned up the trash, stuffing it into the stove and setting it ablaze. Aunt Jiang then urged Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan to help tidy up. The trunk of the car was packed to the brim with fresh vegetables and fruits, several large pieces of cured meat, and a wild rabbit that Uncle Jiang had caught from the mountains. "Aunt, that's enough. The car truly cannot hold anymore," Jiang Qichang quickly protested. Aunt Jiang glanced at the trunk and replied matter-of-factly, "What nonsense are you talking? Just move those peaches to the back. I'll add some peanuts for you. They're already shelled, just fry them directly." After Jiang Qichang complied, he insisted, "Aunt, it really won't fit anymore." "Nonsense, there's definitely more room. Your uncle even brewed some vinegar himself. I'll pack you 2 bottles." The viewers in the livestream observed the two and couldn't help but be amazed. This truly is a biological uncle and aunt. If the relationship were even slightly more distant, it wouldn't reach this level. This is truly universal. When I go home, my parents are just like this. Same here, laughs. Wow, they're practically trying to empty the house. Stuff as much as you can, it'll definitely fit. My goodness, the car leaves full and comes back full. I'm moved, this is all love, just like my family. Suddenly, I miss my parents. Once they got in the car, Uncle Jiang turned to Jiang Qilan and suddenly asked, "Xiaolan, how long do you plan to stay this time?" "Uncle, why do you ask?" Jiang Qilan shook her head, replying, "I don't know. It depends on how long my brother stays at home. No worries, just be careful when you both head back, and send a message once you arrive." Uncle Jiang waved his hand. Jiang Qichang, unable to help but chuckle, said, "Uncle, it's just a village. I won't even be a mile away when I return. Still, don't be careless, drive safely. People say, there are thousands of roads, but safety is the priority. Driving carelessly leads to tears for loved ones," Uncle Jiang emphasized. After the two drove back, it was already nearing afternoon once Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan had organized their belongings. He looked at the drone camera and said, "Dear viewers, we'll end the live stream here for today. We haven't had a rest since returning home and are a bit tired. See you tomorrow. Goodbye." The over 1,000 viewers in the live stream hadn't yet reacted when the screen went black. Wow, this ending speed. Did he learn it from Luo Feiyu? Host, goodbye, see you tomorrow. So heartless. Saying goodbye and just ending the stream. What time will the stream start tomorrow? Does anyone know? It used to be evening streams. I have no idea what time it will be tomorrow. If you like it, please follow. Fei-Yang Wan sent a tip of 1 Douyin leaving a message, "Host, look at me. Wow, this person is really wealthy, even tipping after the stream ends. Big brother, why not try sending a private message?" I feel like the host didn't see the gift. In a certain apartment in Shanghai, Lu Ruofei sighed, turning off Douyin. However, not ready to give up, she opened Douyin again and sent a message to Jiang Qichang through the back-end private messaging system. She was an uploader, regularly editing videos about wilderness survival and making donkey hooves, posting them on her Douyin account. Currently, she had amassed over 100,000 followers and had been contemplating a change in the direction of her account's content. Yet struggled with the choice. Today, while scrolling through Douyin, she happened upon Jiang Qichang's livestream and unknowingly watched the entire day. The livestream was filled with memorable moments, making it thoroughly entertaining, and Lu Ruofei instinctively recognized that this was an opportunity for her. She could edit Jiang Qichang's livestream videos, but editing others' livestreams required authorization, or else it would be considered copyright infringement. She had sent several messages to various Douyin accounts today but had received no response. After Jiang Qichang returned, washed up briefly, and changed into a fresh set of clothes, the two settled into lounge chairs in the courtyard, enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the stars. At that moment, Jiang Qichang's Douyin backend had a staggering 99 messages, overwhelming him as he worked to process them. Half an hour later, he finally spotted Lu Ruofei's private message. The two engaged in conversation for nearly an hour before settling on a collaborative arrangement. Moving forward, Lu Ruofei would have exclusive rights to edit and publish Jiang Qichang's livestream content, with the revenue generated from the video split 80-20. Why do I only get 20? Jiang Qichang furrowed his brows, feeling as if he was being reduced to begging. Typically, in popular livestreams, it is common for the host to hire someone specifically for editing, simply paying a salary without any revenue sharing.
Even the worst outcome would yield a 50-50 split. What on earth is this 2080 division? Upon hearing the latter, Lu Ruofei instinctively nodded, considering that a division of this sort was entirely reasonable for merely editing a video. However, she soon realized that the other party had misunderstood. She hastily clarified, and eventually both sides reached a consensus: exclusive editing rights with a 2080 split, to trial the operation of the account for a month. Assess the revenue, and then make a decision. After receiving authorization, Lu Ruofei excitedly revisited Jiang Qiqiang's livestream replay from today. She quickly decided on her first editing content, The Girl Who Catches Snakes, Chapter 7. Trending on Douyin. Every viral video on Douyin has its unique reason for success. But there exists one shortcut: playing with contrasts. The greater the contrast, the better the effect. Lu Ruofei chose the theme of snake catching precisely for this reason. Jiang Qilan, with her gentle and refined appearance and fair skin, resembled a modern-day Lin Daiyu. Catching snakes with her bare hands, followed by post-production editing and voiceovers, the desired contrast effect could be achieved. In roughly 10 minutes, Lu Ruofei completed the video and promptly published it across her various accounts. Douyin's review process was the swiftest, and within less than a minute, it was successfully posted. Boasting over 100,000 followers, her video quickly garnered attention due to its compelling title, Delicate Girl Catches Snake with Bare Hands. The truth behind is hard to accept. The video received over 10,000 likes in a remarkably short time. With high shares and engagement, fortune favored her. At last, she was on the verge of producing a viral hit. Lu Ruofei gazed at her back-end data in disbelief. She decisively abandoned her instant noodles, opting instead for a serving of garlic-flavored crayfish and a bottle of beer while waiting for her takeout. She revitalized her spirit and resumed video editing, now focusing on two other memorable moments from Jiang Qiqiang's livestream: the chicken playing basketball and one cannot let their children suffer while suffering themselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiqiang was still enjoying the evening breeze with his sister. After a brief glance at his livestream data, he found it somewhat unbelievable that in just one day, his followers surged by over 700. And the total donations reached an astounding 13,000. Even with the platform's 50-50 revenue share, his net income for the day exceeded 6,000, equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary person. Ridiculous. Being a streamer was exceedingly lucrative. If a small streamer like him could earn this much, what about the big ones? Wouldn't they be raking in millions or even billions annually? After calculating the figures, Jiang Qiqiang couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. A surge of envy toward the wealthy bubbling within him. Li Hamiao, a graduate student on the brink of graduation, felt immense pressure. Each night, he would scroll through Douyin to alleviate his stress, watching videos about carpet cleaning, wilderness survival, donkey hoof repair, knife forging competitions, and stealth tracking. Thanks to big data recommendations, he had followed Lu Ruofei quite early on and never missed an update. Diligently watching and liking her videos, upon returning to his dorm today, he hurried to the bathroom. As he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, he discovered Lu Ruofei had updated her content. Just as he squatted down, he was pleasantly surprised. Delicate Girl Catches Snake with Bare Hands. The truth behind is hard to accept, noticing that the updated video wasn't about donkey hoof repair. He initially swiped away but found the title intriguing enough to return. The visuals were drawn from the livestream but had been edited and dubbed, transforming them entirely. The content primarily featured the interactions between Jiang Qiqiang and Xiaobai. At the outset, Jiang Qiqiang held Xiaobai, asking, "Are you good at playing?" Xiaobai nodded adorably. Jiang Qiqiang, playing with Xiaobai, skillfully remarked, "What good is being good at playing? In this world, one needs power and connections." "Which snake are you from?" Xiaobai recoiled slightly, and Lu Ruofei had added a voiceover, complete with subtitles. "I'm called Ajie. If you don't like that, just call me Prince. I can handle it." Jiang Qiqiang then grabbed Xiaobai by the neck, lifting it up as saying, "So you're just a little penniless fellow." Xiaobai shrank back in fear, providing ample comedic effect. Li Hamiao couldn't help but laugh. After watching the video, he instinctively opened the comments section. "Catching snakes barehanded, is this real? Cauliflower snakes are non-venomous and gentle. They usually don't bite. Stop it, Izu. Outside, it's all about Jackie Chan. Why isn't the snake biting? Is it because she is beautiful? Why would such a lovely girl catch snakes? I'm not in love anymore. Though it's non-venomous, it indeed takes courage to catch it this way. Scary. I'm terrified just watching." Li Hamiao closed the comments section with a chuckle. This girl was quite intriguing, a bit outrageous, and incredibly bold. He was a quintessential northern man, but catching snakes barehanded was simply out of the question. He wouldn't dare even if his life depended on it. Just as he was about to grab some tissue, Lu Ruofei updated her video once more. This time, it was about a chicken playing basketball. And it had not been overly edited, yet the video quality was excellent. The comments section was filled with legal warnings and trolling remarks. Asli Haumia prepared to grab some tissue again. Lu Ruofei updated yet again. After hesitating for a moment, he clicked on the video, reading one cannot let their children suffer while suffering themselves. He wholeheartedly agreed and found himself intrigued by Zhang Qiqiang. Who was this extraordinary streamer who managed to showcase 3 memorable moments? While browsing the comments section, he noticed Lu Ruofei had pinned Zhang Qiqiang's Douyin ID, so he casually followed it. After following, as he was about to rise, he suddenly felt something was amiss. My leg has gone numb. The 3 videos amassed a considerable number of likes and impressive data metrics, among them. The girl who catches snakes even climbed to the trending list on Douyin. Although it wasn't the highest ranking, it was still a very promising start. Unbeknownst to the 2 siblings, they were on the verge of becoming famous. After enjoying the breeze outside, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Zhang Qiqiang lay in bed opening the system interface. Reputation points, 34,219. He gazed at the over 30,000 reputation points. Instantly sitting upright, the most viewers in his livestream had barely surpassed 1,000. How had he amassed over 30,000 reputation points? Zhang Qiqiang was perplexed, but adhering to his principle of not wasting opportunities. He proceeded with 3 rounds of basic draws. Basic draw in progress. Draw completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a basic pure water gemstone. Basic pure water gemstone. A gemstone formed in high concentration water elements. Sealed within is a pure water spirit. Placing it in a water source can transform the water into spiritual water, enhancing probiotics, thereby improving physical health through regular consumption. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a comprehensive encyclopedia of animals and plants. Animal and Plant Encyclopedia contains information on all existing flora and fauna on Earth. The host can instantly acquire this knowledge upon use. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Pet Enlightenment Pill. Pet Enlightenment Pill can awaken a pet's intelligence, significantly raising its intelligence threshold. Zhang Qiqiang stared at the golden pill, roughly the size of a soybean, in his hand. He glanced at Xiaobai, who was sleeping beneath his bed, seemingly catching a whiff of the pill's aroma. Xiaobai lifted its head, fixating on the pill while drooling. Do you want to eat it? Zhang Qiqiang inquired, holding up the enlightenment pill. Xiaobai excitedly nodded, then crouched and leapt onto Zhang Qiqiang's bed, opening its mouth wide, drool flowing even more. Chapter 8, Apple Juice. After consuming the enlightenment pill, Xiaobai yawned and promptly fell asleep. Zhang Qiqiang observed the little creature, unwilling to toss it off the bed, so he placed it at his bedside, gently patting Xiaobai's head. He recalled numerous pieces of knowledge regarding flora and fauna. The leucistic king rat snake, also known as the cauliflower snake, belongs to the family Colubridae genus Elapiida. It is cold-resistant, highly adaptable, agile, and fast-moving, capable of climbing trees, and is widely distributed across the country. This snake is a leucistic variant, exceedingly rare, gentle in temperament, and possesses significant intelligence, making it suitable for domestication. Nodding and understanding, Zhang Qiqiang took out his phone and casually searched for several pieces of knowledge about wild flora and fauna. Comparing it with the information in his mind, the two matched almost perfectly. Any discrepancies were merely due to academic debates. He was exceedingly satisfied with this skill and then retrieved the basic pure water gemstone. It resembled a sapphire, with a brilliantly transparent blue hue and a blue light. Moving within, Zhang Qiqiang grasped the gemstone, shook it, hesitated momentarily, and then tossed it into the family well. The water quality from this well was exceptional. It served as the source for all cooking and washing in the household. The next day, at 8 in the morning, after Zhang Qiqiang and Xiaobai woke up, Zhang Qiqiang had already prepared breakfast. The white rice porridge paired with some pickled vegetables was incredibly nourishing for the stomach. After the trio, 2 humans and 1 snake, finished their meal, they felt utterly revitalized and brimming with energy. Zhang Qiqiang settled in the courtyard, logged into his account, and began his livestream. As he glanced at his Douyin account, something seemed amiss. Just yesterday, his follower count had been under 2,000, now it had skyrocketed beyond 50,000. The online viewer count during the livestream was also quite abnormal. It had only just begun, yet over 500 people were already present, and the number was rapidly increasing. In a matter of moments, the online count surpassed 2,000. The barrage of comments was equally peculiar and somewhat incomprehensible. Where's the snake-catching girl? Where's that little white snake? I want to see it. Streamer, don't hog the camera. Where is your sister? Let me have a look. Hello, dear brother-in-law. I like your sister. Dog emoji for safety. Catching snakes girl. I want to see the snake-catching girl. Streamer, your sister's snake-catching video has been edited and is trending. Jiang Qiqiang, upon reading the comments from his longtime followers, suddenly realized, with a casual search on Douyin, he stumbled upon a compilation video featuring Lu Ruofei. Upon glancing at the comments section, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Good heavens, his younger sister, who had always been gentle and virtuous since childhood, was praised for her understanding nature by everyone in Jiangjia village. How on earth had her online persona fallen apart? At that moment, Xiaobai, hiccuping and swaying, crawled past Jiang Qiqiang and he picked up Xiaobai and, addressing the drone's camera, implored, "Dear viewers, allow me to clarify, my sister caught a snake with her bare hands, this is purely a misunderstanding. You must listen, Xiaobai is our family's house snake, kept to catch mice. It is merely a pet, Xiaobai, don't just sit there, say something." Xiaobai stretched its neck and upon realizing it could not escape, deliberately turned to the drone's camera and nodded. The audience in the livestream was taken aback by this scene. However, the veteran fans who had watched the previous day's stream were somewhat displeased. So adorable, it even knows how to look at the camera. Don't explain, host, as the saying goes, an explanation is merely a cover-up and a cover-up is a fact. Ha, I was there during yesterday's livestream, she really did catch a snake barehanded.
And then it was the house snake.
Clarifying isn't the same as fabricating, everyone don't believe the host's rumors.
New fans asking, what happened during yesterday's livestream?
Regardless, your sister is quite formidable.
Possessing the beauty akin to Lin Daiyu pulling willows.
Jiang Qiqiang sighed helplessly as he read the barrage of comments in the livestream. Indeed, the internet has a memory. Which scoundrel spread the rumor that the internet's memory lasts only 3 seconds? It had been an entire night, and everyone remembered it vividly. After Jiang Qilan finished tidying up the dishes, she washed some fruit and brought it over. Brother, would you like an apple? Why do you look so glum? Yes, by the way, sister, I need to tell you something. Jiang Qiqiang scratched his head, unsure of how to begin. Just say it. I can't finish this one apple by myself, let us share it. I have a fruit knife here. I can cut it. Just as Jiang Qiqiang picked up the fruit knife, he noticed his sister waving her hand. Brother, no need to cut it, that is too troublesome, I can just break it apart. The drone's camera focused on Jiang Qilan, who seized a red apple with a gentle yet firm grip. Crack, the apple was instantly crushed, its juice splattering everywhere. Jiang Qilan, holding the remnants of the apple, looked somewhat astonished. After finishing her porridge earlier, she felt a warm sensation in her belly, and her physical condition had improved considerably. Normally, she would cut the apple, but she wanted to test if she could break it apart. Never expecting to crush it entirely, this moment was captured perfectly by the drone. The thousands of fans in the livestream collectively gasped, while many could break an apple with a bit of strength and technique. To crush it entirely was simply outrageous. Wow, that is incredibly impressive. I bow to the snake-catching girl, no one else on Douyin compares. Apple, how unfortunate, I wish I had rotted in the ground instead. I'm sorry, I thought the snake-catching girl was a joke. I realize my mistake now, please don't hit me. What is this, Popeye? I apologize, I aim too high, I'm not worthy of love. Brother-in-law, cough, host, let us forget about the marriage between me and your sister, Dojimoji for safety, but... Upon witnessing the apple being crushed, Jiang Qiqiang immediately realized the implications. This predicament was squarely on him. Jiang Qilan was indeed strong for a girl, but crushing an apple like that was impossible unless something unusual occurred, such as using the spirit water obtained from a basic pure water gem conversion. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, unsure how to salvage his sister's image. Jiang Qilan frowned at the remnants of the apple in her hand. She reached for another one and remarked, Brother, these apples uncle brought are exceptionally crisp this year. With all the rain back home, they must be delicious. Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brow as he watched his sister prepare to break it apart. Sensing trouble brewing, before he could intervene, a crisp sound echoed in his ears. Crack. The apple was crushed once more, sending the audience's hearts racing. Xiaoman sent a donation of Douyin number 1 with the message, impressive. Host, is your sister interested in becoming a streamer too? Feiyan Wan donated a cloud tower, leaving the comment, another iconic moment, truly remarkable, this is absurd, really absurd. This is not Lin Daiyu pulling willows. This is Lin Daiyu battling 3 heroes at Hulagwan with El Bu. Host, your sister is fierce, it's a 3-7 split at most, she hits me 3 times, I'll concede 7. Jiang Qilan stared at the crushed apple. Momentarily at a loss, Jiang Qiqiang observed his sister and then glanced at the livestream comments, suddenly recalling the recent live-selling events, and an idea sprang to mind. Chapter 9, Lin Daiyu breaks sugarcane barehanded. As a land of abundance since ancient times, Sichuan is renowned for its rich resources and stunning landscapes. The small golden apples crushed by Jiang Qilan are a specialty of Shaojin County. Famous for their crisp texture, juiciness, and balanced sweetness, since a misunderstanding had arisen, it would be a perfect opportunity to promote their hometown specialty. Jiang Qichang emptied the water from his cup and placed it neatly on the table before casually selecting an apple. He cautiously squeezed it, feeling it yield slightly to his grip. In the past, he would never have been able to achieve this. It must be due to the basic pure water gem he obtained last night, which transformed the well water in their home into spirit water, significantly enhancing his physical abilities. Dear viewers, please do not misunderstand. My sister can crush apples not because she possesses extraordinary strength but because our hometown's apples are of exceptional quality. These are Shaojin County apples grown at high altitudes with significant temperature variations between day and night, allowing them to accumulate nutrients. Coupled with the soil and climatic factors, these apples have won numerous awards both domestically and internationally. Allow me to demonstrate juicing an apple. After finishing his introduction, he applied force with both hands. Crack, drip, drip, drip. 2 fist-sized apples yielded enough juice to fill more than half a cup. The drone focused on the cup of juice before shifting to Jiang Qichang's muscular arms. Over 2,000 viewers observed his well-defined biceps, finding it quite reasonable. Those muscles, the host must work out regularly, right?
Looks slim in clothes, but muscular without. I like it, he. Are there any locals here? Which is better, the apples or the host's absurd strength? Host, your apple juice seems insufficient. I've seen others squeeze an orange, and just a slight press could soak 2 acres. Who encouraged you to sell like this? I represent my hometown, and Shaojin apples are indeed excellent, but juicing by hand is a bit far-fetched. Stop talking nonsense, put up the link. I want to buy. Will buying apples get me a gift from the host? Jiang Qichang felt a slight relief as he read the barrage of comments in the livestream. Finally, the focus had shifted away from his sister's bare-handed fruit juicing. He picked up the freshly squeezed apple juice and said, "Dear viewers, we are not selling products, we merely wish to introduce you to our hometown specialty. If you're interested, I can go to the production area, meet the farmers, and conduct a live stream to support them. This apple juice is very sweet and pure, unlike the one sold in supermarkets." The viewers gazed at the small golden apples laid out on the table, feeling a twinge of desire. "I have my money ready." You say you're not selling? I really want to try. It must be crisp and delicious. I can't afford it. It must cost $7 or $8 a pound. Damn. So after all this, you're just teasing me. Jiang Qichang smiled slightly as he observed the comments in the livestream and then stood up to wash his hands in the restroom. After crushing the apple, his hands were sticky with juice. Throughout the interaction, Jiang Qilan sat beside him, thoughtfully nodding at her brother's engagement with the viewers. She glanced down at her hands and then fixed her gaze on a piece of sugarcane on the plate. It was a piece of white jade sugarcane roughly the thickness of a girl's wrist and about 30 centimeters long. On Douyin, several fitness streamers had popularized a sugarcane challenge where participants attempted to break sugarcane by hand. The sugarcane they used was similar in thickness to this one. Jiang Qilan picked up the sugarcane and attempted to snap it. The sugarcane was quite resilient and hard, making it indeed difficult to break. After several unsuccessful attempts, the audience in the livestream began to urge her on. Juicing apples by hand is one thing, but why attempt to break sugarcane? With a sugarcane this thick, even fitness enthusiasts would struggle to break it. Sister, let us give it up. Normal people really can't break this. Juicing fruit is already impressive. There is no need to set the bar so high for yourself. Go for it. Go for it. If you manage to break it, I'll reward you with a carnival gift. Let us show the boys how it's done. If you break it, I'll send a lightboard. Jiang Qilan was unaware of the audience's comments in the live stream, but she was known for her stubbornness. Having been competitive since childhood, this trait had persisted for over 20 years. The more the sugarcane resisted, the more she felt compelled to try challenging herself further. The viewers watched as Jiang Qilan gripped both ends of the sugarcane, gritting her teeth, and simultaneously exerted force downward with her arms. Her delicate and attractive face flushed slightly with effort, and faint veins began to emerge on her forehead. Thousands of viewers simultaneously thought of one phrase: Lin Dayu pulling willows. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the temperature of the white jade sugarcane gradually approached a critical point. At this moment, Jiang Qichang had just finished washing his hands and emerged from the room. Upon witnessing the scene before him, darkness enveloped his vision once more. Snap! The sugarcane was forcibly snapped in two.
causing a tremor in the hearts of the thousands of viewers in the live stream. While the northern audience remained oblivious to the significance of this act, those from the south were not so easily appeased, especially those who cultivated sugarcane at home. Mature sugarcane, even slightly thicker ones, whether purple-skinned or white-skinned, are notoriously difficult to break. Numerous fitness enthusiasts online had attempted this challenge, concluding that human intelligence must be employed to overcome difficulties. They had resorted to using their knees to break the sugarcane. Yet here was a seemingly delicate girl breaking it with her bare hands. This scene would be astonishing even if it transcended the Earth and found itself in the solar system. Wow, the host's sister need not worry about domestic violence in the future.
Domestic violence, who would dare?
This truly exemplifies the phrase, a delicate beauty remains untried, yet one punch can fell a young lad. Mobile user 143-3223 bestowed a carnival donation accompanied by a message. The girl has great strength. Continuing from the last episode, Yang Guifei slays in Lushan.
Cloud imagines clothing, flowers envision beauty, two punches can fell Stallone. Lin Dayu, I have buried flowers, naturally, I can bury a few. Still holding the pipa half hidden, a punch pierces a cruiser.
Showers of admiration abound. Bestowed 10 light signs. Zhang Qichong looked at the barrage of comments in the livestream. Nearly gasping for breath, thought he had merely stepped away to wash his hands. How could it lead to such chaos? The drone focused its camera on Zhang Qichong, and the viewers erupted in laughter as they saw him leaning against the wall.
Host, are you afraid? Brothers, what should one be mindful of when marrying the host's sister?
There shouldn't be a bride price, she just needs to withstand 3 punches.
Host, your sister is not merely fierce. She is truly formidable. Ha ha, host, would you dare let your sister punch your chest?
Zhang Qichong's sister, Zhang Qichong, held the sugarcane and cheerfully inquired, Brother, this sugarcane is deliciously sweet, would you like to try some? Zhang Qichong sighed and shook his head. He dared not let Zhang Qichong see the barrage. What girl does not care about her image, if his sister were to be likened to Lin Dayu? Entangled in a scandal, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished for life. Chapter 10 What kind of landlord is this? Zhang Qichong, still munching on the sugarcane, insisted, Brother, try it, it's really sweet. Only then did Zhang Qichong take the sugarcane. Savoring a bite and nodding repeatedly, Brother, our aunt said this is locally grown sugarcane. It must be delicious. Zhang Qichong, eyeing the sugarcane in his hand, felt a renewed desire to promote his hometown. He downed the remaining apple juice in his cup and gently twisted the sugarcane. The roughly 10-centimeter-long sugarcane was effortlessly shredded into pulp, leaving the viewers in the livestream bewildered by the full cup of sugarcane juice, their heads filled with question marks. Dear audience, allow me to share an interesting tidbit. It turns out that we, too, in Sichuan, produce sugarcane. Although the yield is low, the quality is exceptional. Not only is it sweet, but the skin is also crisp. My sister and I have been physically weak since childhood. Yet we can still snap sugarcane. Therefore, the quality of this sugarcane speaks for itself. Zhang Qichong stated, somewhat disingenuously. This sugarcane was indeed of good quality, with thin skin and abundant juice. However, for the average person, snapping it by hand and then extracting juice would be utterly impossible. Although the viewers were aware of Zhang Qichong's embellishments, they still found themselves intrigued by the sugarcane. I want to eat it.
I am craving it. Host, with all due respect, you were physically weak as a child? Ha ha ha, we indeed produce sugarcane in Sichuan.
I'm in Chengdu, I just bought sugarcane and couldn't break it.
Truly the land of abundance, it feels like you have everything. Stop promoting, if you're capable, why not get on a little yellow bike?
After finishing the sugarcane, Zhang Qichong suddenly said, Brother, let us buy some coconuts someday. I want to drink coconut water. Zhang Qichong's expression darkened completely. Of the viewers in the live stream found Zhang Qichong's request increasingly absurd. Are you planning to open the coconut by hand? One can be outrageous, but please show some restraint and don't be this outrageous. I'm kneeling, I've never bowed to anyone in my life, but your sister is an exception. Followed, earnestly requesting a fitness tutorial. Apple juice extraction, breaking sugarcane by hand. How do you plan to tackle coconuts? Zhang Qichong's lips twitched as he advised his sister, it's fine to buy coconuts. But could you refrain from trying to open them with your bare hands? Brother, what are you talking about? I just want to drink coconut water. Why would I need to open the coconut by hand? If you thought of opening it by hand, then that is good. For reasons unknown, Zhang Qichong felt a slight sense of relief that he could explain the apple and sugarcane. But coconuts were truly beyond his capacity to articulate. After the siblings tidied up the fruit scraps in the yard, Jiang Qiqiang retrieved the backpack and small hoe he had taken into the mountains a few days prior. Having just had rain, he intended to venture into the mountains to forage for mushrooms. Jiang Qiqiang stayed home to tidy up the vegetable patches in both the front and back yards. Although the earth had been turned over, numerous roots remained. For planting vegetables and flowers, it was best to clear the roots thoroughly. Xiaobai, seeing Jiang Qiqiang preparing to head out, peeked its head out, hesitated for 3 seconds, and then followed suit. Jiang's family village was expansive and sparsely populated, with each household having its contracted mountain land. Jiang Qiqiang's family resided at the far end of the village, right next to their contracted hillside. The mountain land was not large, but when calculated, it amounted to about 60 to 70 acres. It was noon, and the sunlight in the forest was splendid, punctuated by the occasional chirping of birds, while a couple of rabbits occasionally darted by. A small path paved with stones meandered through the woods, and the drone's camera occasionally captured mushrooms and various berries on either side. This environment was in stark contrast to that of the city, drawing the attention of many. Those 2 rabbits look so plump. Host, don't just walk. I've spotted several rice soup mushrooms. Why aren't you picking them?
Unscientific. Why are there so many mushrooms that no one is harvesting?
The rewards of working 996. I wish I could take half a month off and just live in this forest.
Can that red fruit be eaten? It won't kill me? Right? Mushrooms, so many mushrooms. As a person from Yunnan, I can't help but resist.
Jiang Qiqiang, observing the barrage of comments in the livestream, explained, "This entire hillside, 60 to 70 acres, is contracted to our family.
Please don't rush. I can see all those mushrooms and berries. I can't possibly pick them all today. I came to the mountains not only to forage for mushrooms but also to check on the medicinal herbs I planted 3 or 4 years ago to see how they've grown." Upon hearing this, many viewers felt a sudden shock. What kind of landlord is this? The entire hillside belongs to your family?
Absurd, absolutely outrageous. Our family only has a little over 3 acres. I strongly demand to seize the land from the rich and distribute it. Divide the fields.
No wonder the host isn't in a hurry to pick mushrooms. Who could possibly pick them all?
Jiang Qiqiang, witnessing the comments in the livestream, clarified, "We are situated in the mountains, with vast areas and few people, so each household can only contract dozens of acres, but can only grow some economic crops and must also take responsibility for protecting the trees.
It is not as everyone imagines, simply occupying a hillside and becoming a mountain king. In the past, everyone could only gather mountain goods to earn a living, which was quite tough. It was only in recent years that growing medicinal herbs became popular, allowing families to improve their livelihoods a bit. Our family grows Paris polyphylla, mimicking the wild environment for cultivation without fertilization or artificial intervention, hence the seedling rate is not great. However, this wild simulating herb fetches high prices. Paris polyphylla takes 7 to 10 years to harvest. The market has been favorable these past 2 years, and a kilogram should fetch over 1,000 yuan. After he spoke, he spotted a Paris polyphylla seedling. Its growth was quite promising, and the seedling rate in the forest was higher than anticipated. As the viewers listened, they began to feel something was amiss. Damn it, host, are you explaining or showing off your wealth? A kilogram for over 1,000 yuan. I also want to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. What am I even doing working? Just contract 2 pieces of forest land. Casually scatter some herb seeds, and I could lie down and relax." With such a rich family background, after seeing the nationwide responses, I suddenly realize my family is poor. Exactly, viewers from Mongolia have pastures. Those from Tibet have herds, and here I am with nothing. Covering face, Jiang Qiqiang sighed upon reading the viewers' comments. He explained, "Each province has its challenges, and the medicinal herb market isn't so stable. Who knows whether the price of our Paris polyphylla will plummet once it matures." The host indeed makes a valid point. A fortune is not a fortune if it has flaws. You mustn't judge solely by the number of cattle and sheep my family has. Forget it, I feel like working is still more stable. Heaven, is there a job that allows one to relax without stress? Working people truly don't want to work anymore. After spending over half an hour wandering in the forest, Jiang Qiqiang noticed the Paris polyphylla was thriving, and he felt a sense of relief. Although he didn't particularly need the money, who would ever reject having more? Xiaobai also wandered for over half an hour and was now too exhausted to move. Jiang Qiqiang looked at it,
picked it up and placed it on his shoulder, feeling quite content as he prepared to begin foraging for mushrooms. Chapter 11 Red stalks and white umbrellas. Sichuan is home to a plethora of wild mushroom varieties. After every rain, wild mushrooms enter their peak growth period, attracting many to venture into the mountains for foraging. In addition to the commonly known edible mushrooms such as chicken of the woods, morels, straw mushrooms, blue mushrooms, porcini, and hazel mushrooms, there exists a plethora of local specialty mushrooms. For instance, the long-skirted bamboo fungus from the bamboo sea, the golden hall princess mushroom, the lao jun mushroom, and various species from Panzihua including dongquai mushroom. These mushrooms, when used in soups, impart an extraordinarily delightful flavor. Conversely, the number of inedible mushrooms is even greater, including the deadly Amanita phalloides, the oily yellow-cap mushroom, the ringed sulfur mushroom, the long-stemmed net-veined porcini, and the pure white ghost mushroom. On his way back, Zhang Qiqiang took the opportunity to educate the viewers in the livestream about poisonous mushrooms. As the audience listened to the seemingly endless list of toxic varieties, they were left somewhat bewildered. Goodness, are there really that many types of poisonous mushrooms? I was originally considering trying some wild mushrooms, but now I think better of it. How can one distinguish between edible and inedible mushrooms? You seem to know so much, does that mean you have indulged in them yourself? As an outsider, I am truly curious about what makes these fungi so enchanting that they drive people to obsession. I really want to try them. Is there anyone who can accompany me? Zhang Qiqiang took out his phone, opened the messaging app, and pointed the screen towards the camera. He spoke earnestly. Everyone, do not casually consume wild mushrooms. Just yesterday, upon returning home, I received a public health alert from the local health commission. The rare red-capped mushroom, a type of red carbon fungus, and the deadly Amanita, commonly known as the white toadstool or yellow toadstool, are both highly toxic mushrooms that one must avoid at all costs. If one cannot differentiate them, they should neither collect nor consume them. Northern viewers recognized the gravity of the situation upon receiving the alert. However, viewers from Yunnan instinctively swallowed hard. Yunnan residents remarked, "The mushrooms in your area are edible. I would love to go mushroom foraging in Sichuan. Is anyone interested?" Let me reiterate, all the mushrooms I collected are non-toxic, they just need to be properly cooked. Did I misunderstand? Wasn't it said that we shouldn't eat them? No worries, just eat the familiar ones as long as they are cooked. I was referring to the route to the hospital being familiar. I am craving mushroom hot pot. Crying, official notice, do not eat toxic mushrooms, friends. It's time to be cautious while enjoying mushrooms. Dog emoji for safety. Zhang Qiqiang shook his head at the barrage of comments in the livestream, realizing that the journey to educate about toxic mushrooms is still fraught with challenges, and that everyone must strive further. He spoke, "Dear viewers, I have been navigating the mountains for over 20 years. I want to remind you that one cannot simply judge whether a mushroom is toxic based on its color or shape. For instance, many species in the porcini red mushroom and chicken fat mushroom families exhibit vibrant colors yet are edible. Conversely, certain mushrooms that appear grayish-white are indeed highly toxic, like the gray-veined Amanita. Yes, that mushroom is the deadly Amanita." As you can see, Zhang Qiqiang quickly approached a few birch trees. Beneath the trees lay heaps of fallen leaves, and from beneath those leaves emerged a dozen or so pristine white mushrooms. He picked one up, stating, "Do you see this? This is the deadly Amanita, commonly known as the white toadstool, which can cause acute liver damage upon consumption. It holds the title of the most toxic mushroom, with over 100 individuals having mistakenly consumed it, resulting in more than 60 fatalities. Host, you aren't deceiving me, are you?" Medical students confirm, the deadly Amanita is indeed outrageous, as it closely resembles the white chicken of the woods. "Oh no, I have picked this mushroom before but didn't eat it at the time. Now it's dried out, and I can't bring myself to discard it. What should I do? I'm waiting anxiously." "It's fine, just eat it, and the whole village will feast afterward." Incredible, I can't bear to part with the legendary white toadstool. In truth, all mushrooms are edible, it's just that some can only be consumed once. It's truly unnecessary to risk one's life for a morsel of food. I feel the host possesses profound knowledge. I admire that. Zhang Qiqiang, observing the comments, pointed at the deadly Amanita in his hand, explaining, "The most distinguishing feature of this mushroom is its cap, referred to as the pileus. The skirt around its waist is called the annulus, and the part at the base is known as the stipe." Here, we commonly refer to it as the booted cap. Should someone accidentally consume it, they must immediately ingest copious amounts of warm water or saline solution to induce vomiting, followed by a visit to the hospital for treatment. Whether one survives thereafter depends on faith. Upon finishing his words, he tossed the deadly amanita to the ground, crushing it underfoot along with other mushrooms. Xiaobai observed Jiang Qiqiang's action and nodded thoughtfully. I dare not eat, I feel my life is more important.
The best mushroom I've ever eaten is the shiitake, facepalm. I don't dare to consume any mushroom that wears a skirt. I'm fearful of poisoning. Yunnan residents assert, any mushroom one does not recognize must not be taken home. Jiang Qiqiang, hands behind his back, gazed at the comments in the livestream and began to sing, Red umbrella, white stalk. After eating, we all lie down, lying down, buried in the mountains. Family and friends gather for a meal. Die in the meal, there are red umbrellas. After eating, the whole village is buried in the mountains. And the following year, they sprout with red umbrellas. This is a widely recognized parody song adapted in 2021, which still evokes many memories even 2 years later. Goodness, why am I singing along with the host? After eating, the whole family lies down, and the entire village feasts together. Haha. The memories of the deceased begin to overwhelm me. This is so catchy. Sneaking a peek at the livestream while at work, I feel I might burst from holding in laughter. I initially didn't want to laugh, but I simply cannot help it. Jiang Qiqiang had not walked far before he spotted several red umbrellas and white stalks. Just as he was about to share more knowledge, Xiaobai leapt straight to the ground. It touched the mushroom cap with its tongue, then lay down flat. Moments later, it stood up. Xiaobai shook its head at Jiang Qiqiang, then turned and flicked its tail. With a swift motion, several mushrooms were instantly smashed. Xiaobai then raised its head proudly, as if seeking recognition. The viewers in the livestream were left with a series of question marks above their heads. This can't be another poisonous mushroom, right? I swear to heaven, this snake has definitely become sentient. Its expression of seeking praise reminds me of a particular host, doesn't it, Dahua? This snake outshines me. I can't even recognize the mushrooms. Host, please translate for me, what kind of mushroom is that? If eaten, one would surely lie down. Xiaobai's performance was truly convincing. Jiang Qiqiang looked at Xiaobai, feeling an increased fondness for it. This little creature was already clever, but after consuming the enlightenment pill last night, it had become considerably more astute. It could even perform the act of lying down and destroy poisonous mushrooms. The so-called mystical pet was indeed just as remarkable. Chapter 12, Red Mushroom and Porcini. Jiang Qiqiang gently patted Xiaobai's head before placing it back on his shoulder. He looked at the crushed mushrooms and smiled, saying, do you see this? This is what I just referred to as the red umbrella and white stalk. This mushroom is scientifically known as Amanita muscaria, commonly referred to as the toadstool. Its cap is red, and its flesh is white. Consuming it can lead to hallucinations, and excessive intake may prove fatal. The lethal dose varies depending on an individual's weight and the amount consumed. I advise against attempting it, as I have not experienced it myself. A drone zoomed in for a close-up shot of the crushed mushroom. The viewers shook their heads as they beheld it. With such a vibrant red color, who would dare to eat it? This is the red umbrella. It looks rather intimidating, not exactly inviting. When I was a child, I ate a poisonous mushroom and spent 3 days in a hallucination, playing with little people. Brothers, how can one determine whether a mushroom is edible? I wish to try. The simplest method is to purchase them online. That is the safest approach. Yunnan residents affirm, I wouldn't touch any mushroom I do not recognize, especially those from outside the region. Jiang Qiqiang, carrying Xiaobai, soon encountered another cluster of red mushrooms. These red mushrooms were likewise the red umbrella and white stalk. They were indistinguishable from the previously mentioned toadstool. After approaching, Jiang Qiqiang picked up a red mushroom and casually tossed it into his backpack. The viewers who had just been educated were immediately alarmed. Host, are you out of your mind? Why are you picking up poisonous mushrooms? I should be able to make it to Amei Mountain in time for a feast. You can't eat it. You can't eat it. Have you lost your mind? Did you not just say that red umbrellas are not to be recognized? After gathering the mushrooms, Jiang Qiqiang gazed at the comments on his phone and then at the motionless Xiaobai on his shoulder, shaking his head. Compared to the viewers, Xiaobai seemed to be the wiser one. Not all milk is the same, and not every red umbrella and white stalk is poisonous. Jiang Qiqiang set down the bamboo basket and pulled out the red mushroom, explaining, Dear friends, as I just mentioned,
You cannot determine whether a mushroom is toxic by its color. Some mushrooms bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. The mushroom I just collected is called the red mushroom, hailed as the king of mushrooms. And it is indeed edible, boasting a delightful flavor. This particular mushroom has high environmental growth requirements and has yet to be successfully cultivated artificially, making it quite expensive and relatively rare in the market. Upon our meeting, one cannot resist the temptation. Fortune has indeed favored us today. In the live stream, thousands of spectators are watching the red mushrooms, striving to recollect the recently mentioned toadstool mushrooms. A multitude of question marks hover above most heads. What, pray tell, is the distinction between these two types of mushrooms? Allow me to enlighten you. Red mushrooms from different regions should not be consumed indiscriminately. The red mushrooms in my area are toxic. The host will indeed partake. Red mushrooms are a perfect match with free-range chicken.
Desiring to taste yet hesitant to indulge, the essence of temptation lingers. It would have been better without the introduction. Once introduced, my mind became befuddled. Now, the sight of mushrooms is somewhat overwhelming. Truly, I am at a loss to distinguish between them. Jiang Qiqiang ambled through the woods, pausing intermittently as he collected a considerable number of mushrooms. His method of foraging is quite unique. He disregards those that are too small, too large, or overly mature, as well as those in scant quantity, preferring instead to indulge in capriciousness. The abundance of mushrooms in the mountains is staggering. One cannot possibly gather them all. The observers from Yunnan gaze enviously at this method of mushroom gathering, their eyes wide with astonishment. What a waste! This is truly excessive. In Yunnan, we ascend the mountains before dawn to forage for mushrooms. Yet even then, we cannot gather much. How dare you be so wasteful?
With so many mushrooms, the joy of foraging is entirely lost. I do not envy you, spits blood.
Is foraging for mushrooms truly enjoyable?
Without a doubt, it is akin to fishing with an element of randomness. Which mountain is this? I wish to impart a lesson to the host. With Xiao Bai in tow, Jiang Qiqiang passed through a grove of pine trees and suddenly recalled something, prompting him to halt and retreat. He entered a familiar patch of pine forest and, indeed, discovered a bountiful array of mushrooms. Upon sighting the mushrooms, Xiao Bai eagerly leaped to the ground. Just as before, this little creature licked the cap of a mushroom with its tongue and then began to twist and turn on the ground. Once it regained its composure, it turned to Jiang Qiqiang and shook its head, its tail rising triumphantly. Observing this, Jiang Qiqiang's expression darkened. You little rascal, what are you doing? He seized Xiao Bai and casually tossed the little creature behind him before resuming his mushroom gathering. Xiao Bai stubbornly crawled back, positioning itself between Jiang Qiqiang and the mushrooms. It opened its mouth and let out a couple of growls before lying flat on the ground. The viewers in the livestream, witnessing Xiao Bai's antics, were reminded of the antics of Tom and Jerry. Although the movements in the cartoon are exaggerated, Xiao Bai's performance was not far off. Can someone tell me what kind of mushroom this is? Toxic mushrooms, undoubtedly toxic mushrooms. I trust Xiao Bai. Host, you truly are like a dog biting Il Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart.
Xiao Bai is forever a deity, it could never be mistaken.
Yunnan residents assert that this mushroom is indeed toxic. Jiang Qiqiang gazed at the obstinate Xiao Bai, reminiscent of a Shiba Inu, and sighed helplessly without clarifying the situation to this little creature. The mushrooms could not be harvested. He picked up one mushroom and addressed Xiao Bai. This is the red-netted beefsteak mushroom, commonly known as giantshoking. This mushroom is edible and tastes delightful when stir-fried. Shall I prepare it for you to taste? Xiao Bai looked at the mushroom in Jiang Qiqiang's hand and shook its head vigorously. It opened its mouth, a serious expression on its face, and began to hiss. Hiss 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 hiss. What does that mean? You once couldn't find anything to eat as a child and ate this mushroom only to fall into a coma for 3 days and nights? Adjust your attitude. What do you mean by not heeding the words of the wise and suffering the consequences? You're only 3 years old. Why do you speak with such an air of wisdom? Am I not more knowledgeable about whether this mushroom is toxic than you? Jiang Qiqiang playfully tapped Xiao Bai on the head. Stunned, Xiao Bai lay flat on the ground for a considerable time before regaining its senses. The audience in the live stream erupted in outrage. Xiao Bai's popularity was almost on par with Jiang Qiqiang's. Thousands of comments flooded the screen condemning the host. This is utterly outrageous. Why did you strike my Xiao Bai? One should not stoop to the level of a snake. It is but a child.
A mere 3-year-old snake. What does it understand to warrant such harsh treatment?
Tomorrow's trending topic on Douyin, renowned host suspected of being a scoundrel.
Actually, Have some decency, do not lay hands on Xiaobai. Oh dear, does it hurt? Auntie will give you a hug.
Zhang Qiqiang paid no mind to the comments, he had no time to indulge in them.
He picked up Xiaobai and placed it before the red-netted beefsteak mushroom. Xiaobai obediently gazed at the mushroom, appearing entirely unperturbed. Zhang Qiqiang retrieved a small knife from his backpack. He harvested a beefsteak mushroom and sliced it in half. The cut surface instantly transforming from white to blue-green. The comments in the livestream surged dramatically as many viewers began to defend Xiaobai. Chapter 13, Xiaobai is not incapable. The livestream's comments erupted in excitement. Numerous viewers, upon witnessing the color change of the beefsteak mushroom, instinctively shook their heads. What in the world? What kind of mushroom is this that it changes color? I am not joking, host, you must quickly apologize to my Xiaobai. Xiaobai, who has more experience, you or I, is this not toxic? Oh, not toxic, host, why don't you try eating it? Haha, last time I ate it with a friend, we ended up chasing a drama against the white walls of the hospital all night. Xiaobai is truly adorable, it saved the host's life. Even I, who have never eaten wild mushrooms, can tell this one is toxic just by looking at it. Xiaobai tilted its head. Looking up at Zhang Qiqiang, whether it was a psychological effect or not, the viewers in the livestream seemed to detect a hint of arrogance in its gaze. Zhang Qiqiang playfully patted Xiaobai's head and explained. What kind of look is that? Do you understand mushrooms better than I do? This netted beefsteak mushroom is toxic when eaten raw. If you wish to consume it, it must be blanched and cooked. Never mind, you haven't eaten many cooked dishes. It's understandable if you become poisoned after consuming it by mistake. Xiaobai tilted its head, seemingly comprehending yet still confused. However, it ceased to obstruct Zhang Qiqiang from foraging mushrooms. The beefsteak mushroom is one of the 4 mushroom kings, celebrated for its substantial size, thick flesh, and robust stem, making it a delicacy sought after internationally. Zhang Qiqiang held up the beefsteak mushroom, pointing to the colored area, and explained, do not be alarmed everyone, the beefsteak mushroom is mildly toxic. However, once cooked, its toxicity dissipates. The color change upon cutting is not indicative of toxicity but rather a result of the mushroom's high content of acetylpropionic compounds, which oxidize to produce a blue hue. Here's a tip for purchasing beefsteak mushrooms. As time passes after harvesting, they gradually turn blue-green. Therefore, when selecting, avoid those that are not fresh, as mushrooms taste best when consumed fresh. The spectators in the livestream, impressed by Zhang Qiqiang's knowledgeable exposition, were inclined to believe him. Nonetheless, some still exited the livestream to conduct online research on beefsteak mushrooms. Moments later, they returned. The host certainly knows how to engage. The points he made are quite accurate. Yunnan residents assert that this fellow has indeed enlightened the host. Last time I ate beefsteak mushrooms, I insisted they weren't toxic, they simply weren't cooked. Dojmeme for safety, but here's a cooking tip for beefsteak mushrooms. Use a hot pan with cold oil, stir fry on high heat for 3 seconds, and savor the tenderness and freshness. Upon reviewing the comments, I realized that Yunnan viewers genuinely differ from us. They believe mushrooms are toxic due to their lack of proper cooking. The first person to eat beefsteak mushrooms must have been quite daring. These mushrooms nearly branded me with toxicity, yet someone still dared to consume them. Why do I feel like the host is familiar with everything? He seems to have something to say about everything he encounters. Xiaobai gazed at Zhang Qiqiang, tilting its head, its expression a portrait of confusion. It opened its mouth and inquired, hiss. You say the mushrooms have not changed color, is this not a change? After Zhang Qiqiang spoke, he realized something was amiss. Snakes are colorblind, so it was entirely normal for Xiaobai not to perceive the color change of the beefsteak mushroom. In fact, strictly speaking, all nocturnal animals are colorblind, including owls, mice, foxes, wolves, and snakes. Never mind, you colorblind creature, discussing this with you is futile, just remember not to eat it. Xiaobai continued to tilt its head, utterly perplexed. Subsequently, it opened its mouth wide, sticking out its tongue in protest. Although it could not grasp the concept of colorblindness, it could certainly comprehend Zhang Qiqiang's attitude. This person has an issue with his demeanor. Hiss. Zhang Qiqiang at a loss gently patted Xiaobai's head and said, I apologize, little one, please do not be upset. Xiaobai lifted its head and nudged Zhang Qiqiang's head with its OW and it, then turned and began to crawl homeward. Zhang Qiqiang quickened his pace to catch up and lifted Xiaobai onto his shoulder. The audience in the livestream observed the duo, feeling an inexplicable sense of connection. The chemistry between them was undeniably strong.
I suddenly find myself understanding Su Xian. Some matters truly cannot be blamed on him. I merely tuned in to watch a live stream about mushroom foraging. Why am I being inundated with dog food? How infuriating. Xiao Bai remains attentive to the host's explanation even when upset. Why does my partner not listen to my explanations? I advise all male viewers, sometimes it is better to avoid trouble. My partner sent me to this live stream. What could be their intention? My husband urged me to come. I wonder what he wishes for me to see. Goodness, after glancing at the comments, it appears that indeed, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Qiqiang with Xiaobai reiterated, dear viewers, especially those from Yunnan, I would like to reiterate that when consuming porcini mushrooms, it is imperative to ensure they are thoroughly cooked. In my previous employment, I had a colleague from Yunnan who, in a single day, suffered from mushroom poisoning 3 times after eating the same plate of stir-fried porcini. Despite this, he boasted about the delectable mushrooms he prepared and invited us to his home for a meal. Reflecting on the past, he shook his head in resignation. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, as did the viewers from Yunnan. This incident truly resembled something one would expect from family. 3 instances of poisoning, yet he still consumed them. They must have been truly delicious. Suddenly, I recall the daily routine of a particular Yunnan netizen. Waking up in the morning, he foraged for numerous mushrooms. The flavor of the mushrooms was indeed delightful. He ended up in the hospital due to mushroom poisoning, crying, it must have been due to them being undercooked, perhaps he should try cooking them again. Later that evening, I found myself back in the hospital, crying, I swear on my own ID, he wasn't lying. The last time I was hospitalized for mushroom poisoning, the guy next to me was eating porcini. His only regret was cutting the mushrooms too thickly, otherwise, he would have been fine. Hearing this makes me genuinely curious to taste what porcini mushrooms are like. The host reassured us. I've been consuming mushrooms for decades, I can tell at a glance whether they are toxic or not. In today's internet landscape, whether shopping or watching videos, everything is driven by big data. Live streaming on platforms like Douyin is no exception, and as the stream showcased mushroom foraging, the number of viewers from Yunnan increased significantly. Many began sharing their own experiences of mushroom poisoning in the comments. True love never casts blame, just as I would never fault the mushrooms I foraged for being toxic. I must ask, are you not curious about what it feels like to hallucinate? When others speak, subtitles appear, a multitude of blue sprites, and various beauties. Surely no one is truly uninterested? Local Yunnanese assert, going to the hospital is a serious matter. When I was poisoned, I merely vomited dozens of times and felt faint for 2 hours, totally manageable, smiling, goodness. Even the king of hell would commend such resilience. I simply wish to know, do you truly encounter beautiful women? Yes, but whether or not you can see them depends on the severity of your desires. A friendly reminder, those boasting to you now are all survivors, the unfortunate ones never had this chance. Chapter 14. I admit my voice was somewhat raised earlier. Yunnan netizens harbor a certain obsession with mushrooms. As they watched Jiang Qiqiang casually pass by edible fungi without foraging, a pang of disappointment struck their hearts. Finally, when they spotted a patch of red mushrooms that he had overlooked, they could no longer contain themselves. Host, how effective are your eyes? With so many mushrooms, why can't you see any of them? What a waste, truly a waste. I wouldn't dare dream of encountering so many mushrooms at night. Why can't you see them? Luo Feiyu rewarded him with a Porsche, leaving a message, mushrooms, so many mushrooms, hurry back to forage. Goodness, it's truly Luo Feiyu himself. Host, could you please pay attention to the comments? Will you not interact with the viewers? Jiang Qiqiang finally halted his steps, placing down his bamboo basket so that the drone could capture the red mushrooms and porcini within. Thank you. Luo Feiyu, for the Porsche, the next time you visit Ma Mountain, I will take you mushroom foraging. To all the viewers, please remain calm. I have indeed seen those mushrooms, but I felt it unnecessary to collect them. I believe their texture pales in comparison to that of the red mushrooms and porcini. In our village, those noodle mushrooms are green-headed mushrooms, and rice soup mushrooms are rarely consumed. Jiang Qiqiang's words, while lacking in impact, carried a strong sense of insult. The majority of Yunnan netizens immediately clutched their chests in disbelief, pounding their tables. Luo Feiyu, is this even a human sentiment? Setting aside other matters, Lao Mo, I suddenly crave fish. Bring out my 50-meter long knife and I'll let the host run 49 meters first. I forage for mushrooms at 4 or 5 in the morning, yet can barely collect much.
What nonsense are you spouting? Are you playing some sort of Versailles game? Is anyone forming a group to forage mushrooms at the host's home to teach him the harshness of human nature?
Damn it, his words are truly infuriating. I cannot hold back any longer.
Who is organizing a team? I'm signing up.
2, 3, Jiang Qiqiang glanced at the comments from the viewers and instinctively touched his nose. Feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, however, is it truly necessary to wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning to forage for mushrooms? The population of Jiangjia village is sparse, surrounded by mountains. Each household has its own hill. While they may lack other resources, the mushrooms in the mountains are plentiful. Perhaps it is best not to flaunt wealth. Although this family lacks mines, they possess mountains. Not every netizen on Douyin has mountains at their disposal. He hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back and continued on his way, stopping after spotting a grove of birch trees. He then moved toward the birch trees with Little Bai in tow. This grove of birch trees is a treasure trove. There are always delightful surprises to be found each time he visits. Upon seeing Jiang Qiqiang exploring this area, the netizens in the livestream were somewhat bewildered.
What is he doing? Are there mushrooms here too? What mushrooms could possibly compare to the taste of red mushrooms and porcini? I've realized the hostess' home is indeed a treasure. It seems he can uncover something valuable anywhere. What treasure? What grand treasure? How large? Let us maintain decorum in the live stream, no inappropriate remarks. Northeastern viewers remarked that birch sap is delicious. But it is typically collected in early spring, so there likely isn't any now. I see a great treasure over there, there is a large lingji. This host truly has poor eyesight. How could he have missed that lingji? Jiang Qiqiang paid no mind to the comments in the livestream. He meandered through the birch grove and eventually discovered a line of termites on one of the trees. While termites are not particularly beneficial, their presence indicates both harm and advantage. Jiang Qiqiang pointed at the termites, and the drone immediately zoomed in. Everyone, look here, there are termites, he explained. Wherever there are termites, there will surely be an ant nest nearby. Today, I will take you to explore the treasures around the ant nest, which will surely broaden your horizons. The viewers in the livestream frowned upon seeing the termites. Termites are notorious invasive species, known for hollowing out beams and undermining foundations. They even gnaw through rebar and concrete. Recently on Douyin, someone renovated their home only to discover a termite infestation, which attracted considerable attention. Most people secretly harbor a dislike for termites. What treasures lie around the termite nest? I want to see a queen ant. I've never seen what one looks like. Is this for real? The host is not only knowledgeable but also possesses this skill? Jiang Qiqiang began to wander around the birch tree where he found the termites. Eventually, he stopped by a small puddle. Dear viewers, termites typically build their nests in sunny areas near water sources. If my guess is correct, there must be an ant nest nearby. Do you believe me? If not, shall we make a wager? Before he could finish, the drone elevated its angle, capturing a view from above. The live stream audience easily spotted a mound of earth not far away, devoid of any weeds. As the drone zoomed in, countless termites were seen entering and exiting. This host is indeed quite skilled. It truly is a termite nest. Thank goodness I was slow to react. Had I wagered with the host, I would have undoubtedly lost. How should we destroy the termite nest? Is there any special pesticide? Jiang Qiqiang observed the comments in the livestream and shook his head, stating, Dear viewers, while termites are invasive species, this is the Great Mountains. They do not pose a threat to buildings and have already become part of the local ecosystem. There is no need for extermination. Here is a fun fact for you. Chicken of the woods mushrooms typically grow near termite nests. What are chicken of the woods? I feel that eliminating the termites is far more important. I am vehemently opposed to termites. They must be eradicated completely. Jiang Qiqiang circled around the termite nest, and as the drone camera pulled back, the Yunnan netizens in the livestream fell silent. A vast expanse of chicken of the woods mushrooms appeared, densely clustered, and impossible to count at a glance. There must be at least 1,000 of them. I acknowledge that my voice may have been a bit too loud earlier. No way, so many chicken of the woods? What sort of science fiction film is this? I refuse to believe it. It must be staged, haha. It seems that knowledge truly can change one's fate. Learning a bit more is never a mistake.
Suddenly, I feel that termites are not so intolerable after all. I forgive them on account of the chicken of the woods. These termites are no pests. They are clearly treasures. The flavor of chicken of the woods is hardly inferior to that of red mushrooms, and porcini it is hailed as the crown jewel of mushrooms, equally delectable whether simmered in soup or stir-fried. Jiang Qichang, not being greedy, selected a few large chicken of the woods, filling his bamboo basket to the brim before departing. He cheerfully remarked, "Chicken of the woods and termites share a symbiotic relationship. Ant nests provide an ideal environment for the growth of chicken of the woods. As long as it has rained, vast patches of chicken of the woods will surely appear in a few days. There will be more than enough to eat." Chapter 15. The rabbit girl. After returning home with little Bai, Jiang Qichang found no sign of Jiang Qilan. He entered the storage room and unearthed 3 large bamboo sieves. After scrubbing them clean, he laid out the freshly picked mushrooms to dry. Since these mushrooms could not be consumed all at once, they were to be sun-dried for preservation, just as the mushrooms were perfectly dried. Jiang Qichang glanced at the lazily sprawled little white dog not far away and spoke, "Xiaobai, I entrust you with an important task. Guard the mushrooms to prevent any birds from snatching them away. And if any other small animals approach, chase them off instantly." Xiaobai lifted its head, bravely crawling over. It curled up in front of the 3 bamboo sieves, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The viewers in the livestream chuckled at Xiaobai's reaction. "Host, it's only 3 years old. Are you illegally employing child labor? What a good dog, looks quite responsible. If our community's security had Xiaobai's attitude, I would be eternally grateful. Damn. Seeing my family's troublemaker dog, who eats, drinks, and wreaks havoc, just infuriates me. Comparing people is deadly, pets are even more outrageous." Exactly. With Xiaobai's performance, I feel it could enter kindergarten next year, while my husky is still babbling. Seeing Xiaobai really makes me wanna cry. "Brother, you two are back." Jiang Qilan entered through the front door, holding some seasonings. She tossed her hair, which, illuminated by the midday light, cascaded down like a silken waterfall, making her look exceptionally gentle, so beautiful. You can't deny it, she really resembles my goddess Li Xiaoqi. I have wandered for half my life without encountering a worthy master. Today, I bow before you. Esteemed brother-in-law. Brothers, calm down, she is catching snakes with her bare hands. If Xiaobai is that adorable, I would dare to catch one too. Don't let her beauty blind your eyes. She crushes apples with her bare hands and snaps sugarcane. Have you all forgotten? That is just my wife's hometown, rich in talent and resources, with excellent fruit quality, unrelated to her, seeing her gentle yet assertive demeanor. Coupled with her beauty, even I, as a girl, admire her. Upon noticing Jiang Qilan, Xiaobai hurried over to greet her. It raised its head, pointing towards the mushrooms in the sieve, displaying a face of pride for its contributions. Jiang Qilan, playing along, patted its head and praised, "Impressive. Did you two gather all this?" Xiaobai nodded vigorously, its face beaming with pride. Jiang Qichang sighed as he observed the scene, truly shameless, following him around, and aside from using its tail to swipe a few mushrooms. What else did it accomplish? How could it be so brazen? This was akin to a player getting an assist by merely tapping an opponent in a game and then demanding credit from teammates. Jiang Qilan petted Xiaobai's head and suggested, "Brother, let us make rabbit stew in an iron pot today. Uncle brought back 2 wild rabbits last time, and I've been craving them. It is a perfect opportunity to treat this little one and reward it. I'll prepare the rabbits. You just need to handle the cooking." Jiang Qichang nodded and proceeded to the kitchen to begin the preparations. The rabbit Uncle brought was freshly caught and had yet to be processed. He could handle the task, but his skills did not match his sister's, who was a medical student specializing in surgery. Her knife skills were impeccable, reportedly reaching the level of a master butcher. The drone did not follow Jiang Qichang into the kitchen but remained in the yard. The viewers in the livestream were initially puzzled but soon became astonished. Jiang Qilan emerged from the room effortlessly carrying a plump wild rabbit in one hand and a sharp knife in the other. The rabbit hung upside down on the clothesline as she took a whetstone, sprinkled some water, and began to sharpen her knife leisurely. Wait, shouldn't the host be doing this? My gentle goddess wouldn't want to personally slaughter a rabbit, would she? No way, no way. There can't really be a girl bold enough to do this. Holy cow, this is beyond ordinary. Just from her knife sharpening technique, it's clear she means business. She is so professional. What is this hostess background? After sharpening the knife, Jiang Qilan practiced a few movements, feeling quite comfortable, and nodded. Slaughtering a rabbit was not as gruesome as the viewers had imagined. Once the rabbit was secured, she made a circular incision around its legs and followed with 2 swift cuts. With a gentle pull downwards, the entire skin of the rabbit was cleanly removed. The technique was swift and precise, taking less than 2 minutes. The viewers in the livestream, having never witnessed such a scene, were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, most began to curse in disbelief. "What the hell?" and 666 flooded the chat. "A tough one indeed. This person is definitely formidable.
2 minutes for a rabbit, and no blood on her clothes, unbelievable. Is her technique that proficient?
I suddenly understand why the host doesn't do it herself. She lets her sister take over.
So fierce, I suddenly feel like I can't provoke her."
Jiang Qilan set down the rabbit and skillfully gutted it, cutting it into smaller pieces with practiced ease. The entire process flowed seamlessly without any hint of violence. Her masterful knife skills left the viewers in the live stream awestruck. "Oh my, this person can't be a professional butcher, can they? In a past life, she must have been the proprietress of the Dragon Gate Inn, there's no doubt about it."
666, that's truly impressive. For some reason, I feel a chill down my spine. Who would dare marry her?
I know Sichuan girls are fierce, but I didn't expect them to be this fierce.
All I can say is old Zishudo Mountain, I really don't know how to slaughter a rabbit.
If Lu Huaxiang were here today, he would have to give my sister Qilan some respect, I swear.
After preparing the ingredients for the meal, Jiang Qishan checked the live chat on his phone.
Feeling quite pleased yet somewhat troubled, in the future no unsavory characters would dare to approach his sister, but finding her a partner would now be at least 3 times more difficult. He emerged from the kitchen, looked into the drone's camera, and explained, "Dear viewers, please don't misunderstand. My sister is a medical student at Xiehe Hospital. She is inherently kind, gentle, and easy to get along with, but you know how it is with medical studies. It is inevitable that they need to dissect some animals like rabbits, frogs, and white mice. It's part of their curriculum. So, my sister's knife skills are quite good. Don't be scared, she won't harm anyone under normal circumstances." Jiang Qilan nodded in agreement. She added, "In our dissection classes, we've used rabbits the most, at least over 100. While rabbits are adorable, if they don't die on the dissection table, I could fail the course. However, practicing knife skills on rabbits is much better than on humans, wouldn't you agree?" Xiaobai suddenly raised its head, as if realizing something, then shrank back and shivered. It glanced at Jiang Qilan and quietly crawled behind Jiang Qichang. Shaking its head, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but laugh at Xiaobai's reaction. It was all too real.
Chapter 16, Rabbit Stew in an Iron Pot. Jiang Qilan held the sharp knife.
Smiling at Xiaobai upon seeing her, Xiaobai trembled even more violently. It hid its head and most of its body behind Jiang Qichang, forgetting its tail was shaking like a leaf. The legendary cover the head but not the tail.
How adorable.
Deafening oneself to the ringing of the bell, ha ha ha.
Xiaobai is too timid.
Host, if you poke its tail with your finger, it will surely jump. Xiaobai, as long as I can't see her.
She can't see me. Is it part ostrich?
Jiang Qilan, noticing this, quietly approached and playfully poked Xiaobai's tail. Xiaobai jumped in fright, attempting to flee, only to be caught by someone's hand. "What are you afraid of? Tell me, what are you afraid of? So pathetic, I'm just showing off a little skill, and you're like this," Jiang Qilan teased with a smile. Jiang Qichang, unable to watch any longer, urged, "Sister, let us talk this out. Put the knife down first. We're still live. Holding a knife like that doesn't look good. You're a girl, so you should maintain some decorum." Xiaobai about to faint from fright. Jiang Qilan stuck out her tongue, setting the knife down as she replied, "Brother, I'm just playing with it. The little creatures that have died at my hands during dissection class number no less than 800. It won't be harmed." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai wriggled frantically, trying to escape. The viewers in the live stream gasped in shock, suddenly reminded of my boyfriend cheating. Medical students can stab 32 times and still get classified as minor injuries.
This woman is genuinely terrifying. My wife is a forensic expert, proficient in various methods of death, with hundreds of unprovable alibis. My girlfriend studies pharmacy. After every argument, I end up with a stomachache. And it's the kind that comes in fits, covering face. Host, I swear, your future brother-in-law will definitely have no rebellious phase. So ruthless, don't say Xiaobai is scared. I'd be terrified as well.
I always said her knife skills were impressive, it turns out it's just practice.
Zhang Qichang showed his phone to Zhang Qilan, displaying the viewers' comments.
He sighed, feeling helpless. Alright, fine, I can't argue with you, you can play with Xiaobai. I'll head to the kitchen to cook. The viewers, seeing Xiaobai's despairing expression, couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. The drone followed Zhang Qichang into the kitchen, capturing the ambience of the cooking space. The kitchen renovation is quite impressive, however, being in a remote mountain village, natural gas is not available due to the distance. Nonetheless, it is well equipped with an induction cooker, gas stove, range hood, dishwasher, oven, refrigerator, and various other appliances. The kitchen is impeccably tidy, with items arranged in an orderly fashion, exuding a sense of comfort. I absolutely adore this kitchen. If this were a short video, I would suspect it was scripted. Who in the village could possibly have such exquisite decor?
The kitchen renovation is delightful, with warm tones that I fancy. Come on, host, confess honestly, do you do all the cooking at home?
This is outrageous. I haven't even splurged on a dishwasher, yet the host has one. Zhang Qichang chuckled as he read the comments in the live stream. Of course.
I do the cooking at home, although my sister can as well. However, after she once blew up the kitchen with a gas canister while cooking, I haven't allowed her back in there since. She was quite fortunate to escape unharmed, but the kitchen suffered greatly and had to be renovated again. After his amusing rant, he gazed at Zhang Qilan in the courtyard, letting out a long sigh. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Honestly, my wife has done the same thing. Times have changed, now it's trendy for men to cook. It's not just the times.
My partner cooks better than I do, so I stick to washing dishes. Facepalm. Men who can cook usually have discerning palates. My husband is one such example. Facepalm.
What else can one do with a partner like that? Just pamper them.
The distinctive gamey flavor of rabbit meat necessitates soaking it to remove the blood, followed by multiple washes. Then, it should be boiled in cold water with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine to eliminate the odor. Once it reaches a vigorous boil, skim off the froth with a spoon and rinse it once more with cold water. Zhang Qichang was busy preparing, stating, "Dear viewers, rabbit meat has a strong flavor. If you wish to follow along, these steps are essential. Do you remember? But rabbits are so adorable, how can you possibly eat them?"
Nonsense, pigs and cows are equally cute, why do you eat them? White-feathered chicken, is there truly no one to speak for me? Host, do you still want that rabbit head?
It's truly cruel to eat rabbits, please use more chili and less salt.
I can't handle overly salty food. My girlfriend is a rabbit, hence she absolutely wants to eat rabbit meat. Goodness, I'm a tiger, who dares to eat?
Zhang Qichang, engrossed in cooking, had no time to read the barrage of comments. Thus, the comments flew by, fervently debating the ethics of consuming rabbit meat. He opened the cupboard and retrieved the lard gifted by Uncle Jiang, scooping out a generous portion with a spoon. "Dear viewers," he announced, "let me share the secret to making delicious rabbit stew in this cast iron pot. When sought ing, it is essential to use lard. Other oils do not yield the same results, although chicken fat can also suffice." When the lard reached a temperature of about 70-80, he added spices, chopped scallions, ginger, dry yellow sauce, and Pixian bean paste, stirring until fragrant. The pre-boiled rabbit meat was then briefly stir-fried to absorb color before adding water and seasoning with salt and sugar. Though the viewers couldn't smell or taste it through the livestream, the slowly simmering rabbit meat looked incredibly appetizing. The pace of the livestream gradually slowed. This cast iron pot rabbit stew looks truly delightful. Seeing how adorable rabbits are, I suppose this is the only way to prepare them from now on. My partner was just crying uncontrollably, and now is salivating. Facepalm. Tears of frustration streamed down my face. Rabbit meat is indeed delectable. I haven't had it in years, and I truly miss it. Men who can cook are undeniably charming. I find myself increasingly attracted to the host. This is utterly despicable. Rabbits are so cute, can you at least invite me to dinner? After placing the rabbit meat in the pot to simmer, Zhang Qichang finally had time to glance at the comments in the livestream. He chuckled at the barrage and said, "Oh, do you all enjoy rabbit meat? My culinary skills are quite commendable. I can teach you a few tricks in the future. This cast iron pot rabbit stew should simmer on low heat for 50 minutes. Then add the potatoes and let it stew for another 10 minutes before serving. I'll jot down all the details. I need to find a partner to cook for me in the future. Ha ha ha, I enjoy eating but despise cooking. A mix of gluttony and laziness describes me perfectly. How can there be a man with such culinary prowess while my partner merely lounges on the bed playing on their phone, crying?
I'm salivating, I genuinely want to eat.
After tidying up the kitchen, Jiang Qichang planned to sit outside for a while. As he pushed open the door, he saw Jiang Qilan and Little White simultaneously turning to look at him. Their reactions surprisingly synchronized. Brother, is dinner ready? Hiss. Chapter 17, The Law of Irresistibility. Jiang Qichang observed their reactions, a smile creeping onto his face. True foodies, they are simply pure food enthusiasts, the moment the word food is uttered. They rush into the kitchen upon learning that dinner wasn't ready yet. Both Jiang Qilan and Little White sighed in unison. One reclined back into the lounge chair, while the other sprawled on the ground. The weather in Sichuan had been hot lately, particularly during midday and afternoon hours, leaving one reluctant to move a sister. I plan to buy some grapes from the village tomorrow to brew some wine. Would you like some? Jiang Qichang inquired while lounging in the chair. Jiang Qilan nodded, replying, Yes, brother, I'd love some. Could you also buy some watermelon? I want to eat watermelon. Not if we chill it in well water for a day. It will surely be super sweet. Little White, eavesdropping on their conversation, quietly crawled beneath Jiang Qichang's lounge chair. It raised its head, resting on the chair and shaking it vigorously. Jiang Qichang looked at the little creature and asked, Little White, your excessive flattery is suspect. What are you really after? Hiss. You want to eat watermelon too? Jiang Qichang watched as Little White nodded vigorously, smacking his lips, saying, We'll see how you perform. Snakes are cold-blooded animals with slow metabolisms and robust digestive systems. Their diet is quite varied. Besides small mammals, birds, and insects, they can also consume fruits. For snakes, watermelons, apples, and bananas make excellent snacks, though they are not recommended as staple foods. Little White struggled to shake the lounge chair, but its lightweight body made the task quite laborious. Thousands of viewers watched the two siblings leisurely chatting, sipping tea, and fanning themselves, while Little White toiled away, leading to an outcry from the audience. How outrageous, making my cloud pet work. This is exploitation. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Little White, rise up.
Can snakes truly eat watermelon?
I report that the host is employing child labor at home, abusing the poor snake. What a humble Little White, selling itself for a bite to eat. This snake definitely has a pleasing personality, perhaps with a hint of submissiveness.
Little White, is it easy for me to find food?
50 minutes later, Jiang Qichang returned to the kitchen, added the pre-cut potatoes to the pot, and allowed it to simmer for another 10 minutes. He sprinkled some scallions on top, heated some oil, added Sichuan peppercorns and star anise, and once the oil was hot, he ladled it over the dish. Dear viewers, for this cast iron pot rabbit stew to taste exquisite, the final step is crucial. The moment of serving. Pour in the hot oil, and the aroma will instantly waft through the air. After finishing his explanation, he casually sprinkled some cilantro on top. That moment, the cast iron pot rabbit stew was perfectly cooked. The potatoes had softened to the point where they split easily with chopsticks, and the rabbit meat was tender and flavorful, thoroughly infused with the rich sauce, paired with a bowl of rice. One could indulge heartily, relishing every bite without a care. Coupled with a chilled beer from the refrigerator, even a divine being wouldn't refuse. The audience in the livestream watched the meal on the table, their mouths watering profusely. Poor rabbit, reduced to a dish. Alas, I need a bowl of rice first. Host, may I come over for a meal? Don't worry, I'll bring my own bowl. How despicable. Why add cilantro? I am sworn enemies with cilantro.
With such culinary skills, it's a shame you aren't a professional chef. Count me in as a freeloader. Rabbits are so adorable. Surely there are many ways to prepare them. Is this barrage still from the same group of people as earlier?
Of course, it's the law of irresistibility, one can never escape it. Jiang Qilan had already filled her bowl with rice and sat down at the dining table. Jiang Qichang looked around, but didn't he see Little White? Just as he was pondering, he heard a strange noise from the courtyard. Turning around to see Little White struggling with a rather heavy white porcelain bowl instead of the lightweight stainless steel bowl, it was presently nudging the bowl with its head, exerting all its strength to make its way to the kitchen. Fearing it might miss out on dinner, Jiang Qichang chuckled and walked over, lifting the bowl for Little White, carefully adding several pieces of braised rabbit meat, rinsing them in cold water multiple times before placing them in the bowl. Little White gazed at the meat in its bowl, then looked up at Jiang Qichang with eyes full of sincerity. Hiss. After speaking, it began to devour the rabbit meat in its bowl. Jiang Qilan curiously asked, Brother, what is Little White saying to you?
It says I'm quite nice, not only giving it a bowl but also serving it neat. Brother, in the past, when girls pursued you, you would give them the nice guy card, and now how the wheel of fate turns, today Xiao Bai has returned the favor to you. I've come to conduct an interview. How does it feel? Jiang Qilan, holding chopsticks as a microphone, inquired. Jiang Qichang's lips twitched slightly, and he gently tapped his sister's head with the chopsticks, admonishing, "Hurry and eat, your mouth won't be silenced by mere food." The viewers in the live stream watched the siblings eat, tears of helplessness streaming from the corners of their eyes. The iron pot stewed rabbit meat paired with chilled beer truly is the pinnacle of summer indulgence. I gazed at the instant noodles in my hands, lost in contemplation. I'm salivating. No, I must record this livestream and post it tonight, a late-night temptation. Fortunately, it's not evening. Otherwise, it would be too cruel. As Lu Ruofei was compiling material for the livestream, she suddenly had an epiphany upon seeing the barrage of comments. Sometimes, editing food videos could also be a delightful endeavor. Fat lamb roll, generously tipped with Douyin number 1, accompanied by a message. Indeed, I will edit this and post it tonight. The audience in the livestream, upon seeing the tip and the pinned comment, was perplexed, with a myriad of question marks hovering above their heads. No way, sister, are you really going to edit it? My food videos on Douyin are truly elusive during the day and unavoidable at night. Is it really illegal to post food videos during the day? Everyone, what do you think? After the meal, Jiang Qilan washed the dishes while Jiang Qichang brewed a cup of tea. Once the siblings finished their tasks, they reclined on the lounge chairs. After a hearty meal, drowsiness easily sets in, especially post-lunch. Listening to the chirping of cicadas and birds outside, with no stress, their spirits were exceptionally relaxed. Jiang Qichang's lips curled upwards. This state of life was indeed too comfortable. Just as he was about to end the stream for a nap, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Chang Xiaolan, are you both home? Uncle Jiang's voice carried a hint of anxiety. The two exchanged glances, realizing something must have happened in the village. Upon opening the door, Uncle Jiang, breathless, exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're home. Quickly, come with me. Something has happened at Erzong's house, mushroom poisoning. I warned him countless times to cook them longer, but he wouldn't listen." Chapter 18. Is this really a blessing? Jiang Erzong is the kind-hearted soul of Jiangjia village. Having taken charge of a local reservoir during their childhood, Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan often received fresh fish and crabs from him to supplement their nutrition, although he was 5 generations their senior. By lineage, Jiang Erzong was still their nephew. There was no avoiding the generational hierarchy. Sometimes, he would humorously address them as uncle and aunt, leaving the two in a state of embarrassment. Nonetheless, lineage was one matter, and reality was another. When they saw Jiang Erzong, they would still greet him warmly as Uncle Erzong. Uncle Jiang hurriedly ushered them into his wooling van, continuing to ramble, "It's fortunate you two are back. Otherwise, we would have had to take him to the town. The town is far away, and who knows what could happen on the road. He's lucky, the village clinic had a doctor previously, but he passed away last year due to illness, leaving no one to take his place. Villagers usually self-medicate for minor ailments, only venturing to the town several miles away for serious issues." Jiang village chief had impressive driving skills, especially when making turns. He would not reduce speed but instead utilize inertia to drift around corners. The viewers in the livestream were left in awe. Wow, this driving skill is astounding. No wonder it's said to be the legendary vehicle. I believe it now. Drifting around corners, if I were in the car with him, I wouldn't even see his taillights. Purely a personal inquiry, is it the car that's impressive, or the driver? So it turns out, when it comes to tests, he has never lost in practical situations, performance unknown, but strong against the strong. With driving skills like this, I challenge anyone present to disagree. Sitting in the car, Jiang Qichang felt his heart race. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he cautioned, "Uncle, please drive slowly, don't be anxious. Just yesterday, you told me there are 1,000 roads, but safety is the foremost priority. Driving carelessly can lead to tears from loved ones. Now is the time to save a life. Shouldn't we stop by the clinic to get some medicine first?" Uncle Jiang replied with conviction. Jiang Qichang looked at Jiang Qilan. His sister had been studying medicine for years, and today her skills would finally come in handy. Most importantly, she had passed her medical licensing exam just before graduation. After arriving at the clinic and obtaining the medicine, the trio rushed to Jiang Erzong's home, completing the journey in under 5 minutes. Only Jiang Erzong and his elderly wife were at home.
both having consumed mushrooms and experiencing hallucinations. As soon as the three entered, they heard someone exclaim, "You finally made it. Come in, I'm right here." Upon entering the room, they found Uncle Erzong and Aunt Erzong lying on the bed, hands reaching upwards, chuckling incessantly. The previous words were indeed those of Jiang Erzong. The viewers in the livestream were left with an array of question marks. Is this mushroom poisoning? It doesn't look severe. They still know how to greet us. What are they grabbing at with their hands? I can't comprehend. Jiang Qilan approached the two and examined the mushrooms they had eaten. It is the same issue as before. They didn't cook the mushrooms well enough, and they were red net bolete mushrooms. Fortunately, they didn't eat much, so it's not a big problem. No need to rush them to the hospital. Will induce vomiting and then administer 4 fluids. The three scrambled to support the couple, using chopsticks to stimulate their throats, after a tumultuous process. Both were receiving 4 fluids, yet they continued to reach upwards with their hands. Once Jiang Qicheng finished his tasks, he addressed the viewers in the livestream saying, "Dear friends, don't overthink it. Uncle Erzong wasn't greeting us. He is likely seeing little fairies or blue creatures. Their hands reaching up probably means they want to catch those little fairies or blue creatures." The viewers, witnessing the couple's reactions, were curious as many had never seen anyone suffer from mushroom poisoning before. They had only heard Jiang Qicheng speak of it and were now intrigued. Could it be that those who are poisoned see the real world and the poisonous mushrooms are the sole key to the authentic realm? Then you can take a few more bites, perhaps you'll even see Mengpa serving soup. I recall that shamans in the northeast would take a few bites of poisonous mushrooms before their rituals. What little fairies and blue creatures? Could they be aliens? I seriously suspect that Van Gogh's paintings were inspired by mushrooms. If I weren't a coward afraid of death, I'd dare to try a bite myself. Jiang Qilan frowned at the barrage of comments. Many individuals enjoyed sharing their experiences of hallucinations after mushroom poisoning, leading to a surge of curiosity about consuming mushrooms. This resulted in some people genuinely attempting to try them, only to end up poisoned. She looked sternly into the camera and said, "Brother, from a medical perspective, I'd like to educate the viewers in the livestream. Mushroom poisoning is a serious issue. It's not merely about experiencing hallucinations and then recovering after some rest. This can indeed be life-threatening, and if severe, the treatment costs can be exorbitantly high. If one ends up in the ICU, expenses could easily exceed $1 million. Even with insurance, after reimbursement, you might still have to pay $200,000 to $300,000. I've encountered such cases, and you can find them online. I hope everyone takes this matter seriously and refrains from making jokes about it." The viewers in the livestream, upon witnessing Jiang Qilan's serious demeanor, began to shift their comments. Medical students remarked, "Absolutely right. You can't rely on survivor bias. It's absurd to still boast in the comments when most suffer serious poisoning. Is it really that expensive? I've seen others just having diarrhea and vomiting a few times." Facepalm. But of course, the serious cases have already reported to the King of Hell. How could they possibly boast? People die every year in Yunnan, yet every year, someone goes mushroom picking. If you don't recognize a mushroom, definitely don't eat it. I looked at the enoki mushrooms in my bowl and hesitated to eat them. What are you afraid of? Eat them today and see them tomorrow. Be bold. Jiang Qilan felt relieved upon seeing the comments. It seemed today's viewers were indeed receptive to advice. She smiled and said, "If you truly want to experience a hallucination, I have a safe method that can also aid in weight loss." What? There is such a good thing? Sister, quickly tell me, I'll send you gifts. I'm not interested in hallucinations, but if it helps with weight loss, I'm all for it. Hurry up and say it. I want to know. Jiang Qilan paused at building suspense for the comments, then said, "Everyone can try skipping a few meals. You'll induce a state of hunger that leads to hallucinations." After she finished speaking, Jiang Qicheng's lips twitched. His sister had transformed into a comedian since attending university. Ha, truly humorous. No, just skipping one meal would drive a pig's cravings wild. I must eat something. I have a suggestion. Staying up for 3 days and nights can also induce hallucinations. This method is good. It aids in weight loss, but I doubt the hallucinations will show you little fairies. You'll probably just see roast chicken, crayfish, and pork knuckles. Uncle Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to the two and saying, "You four have worked hard, go sit by the side and take a break." Chapter 19, on the importance of reporting when going out. The viewers in the live broadcast room stared at Uncle Jiang, utterly perplexed. The room is haunted. How could there possibly be 4 people? Oh no, they must have been poisoned as well. They drove over at high speed.
surely it's not mushroom poisoning? Did the village chief count the 2 poisoned individuals as well?
Something's amiss, it's definitely not right, there is something wrong with this situation.
Jiang Qichang looked at Uncle Jiang.
His concern evident as he asked Uncle, "How many of us are there?" For Uncle Jiang replied, "Uncle, please don't jest. How many of us are there really?" Uncle Jiang, growing impatient, said, "Don't joke with your uncle, but if it's not 4,
then it must be 5. I drove you all here myself. How could I not know how many people there are?" With a sigh, Jiang Qichang relinquished the last shred of hope in his heart. The siblings exchanged glances, and Jiang Qilan shook her head, exasperatedly covering her forehead with her hand. The audience in the livestream finally began to react collectively. "Goodness, I thought we were watching a horror movie. How come those poisoned by mushrooms look perfectly fine? After I ate mushrooms, I was poisoned for 3 days, and no one noticed until I saw a dragon in the sky." Facepalm. "Oh wow. Big brother upstairs, you must be from Yunnan, right? Haha, indeed. Suddenly I feel the host is quite lucky. The village chief drove while poisoned by mushrooms, and they dared to ride with him. After the 2 of them induced vomiting in Uncle Jiang, they helped him rinse his mouth and then supported him onto the sofa in the living room to receive an 4 drip. Why did you both make me vomit? I didn't eat any poisonous mushrooms." Alright, don't be angry. I'll vomit if that is what you want. I said I didn't eat any poisonous mushrooms. Why won't anyone believe me? Throughout the entire ordeal, Uncle Jiang kept talking. Jiang Qichang looked at him and asked, "Uncle, did you really not eat the plate of mushrooms from my second uncle Song?" "I didn't eat them. Your second uncle Song invited me over for dinner today, claiming he had some porcini mushrooms that I hadn't even had a chance to eat before I noticed something was off with the 2 of them, so I came to find you both. You both know medicine. Fortunately, you were here, otherwise it would have been a serious problem." Uncle Jiang recounted the day's events. His speech was clear, showing no signs of mushroom poisoning whatsoever. Jiang Qichang touched his nose and asked, "Uncle, how did you know that my second uncle Song was poisoned? We had just taken a couple of sips of wine when that old fellow told me he had awakened some special powers. While we were chatting, he could see the subtitles that he really must have watched too many foreign blockbusters. How could he think he has special powers?" Uncle Jiang spoke with a hint of pride. Jiang Qichang extended his right hand and asked, "Uncle, how many fingers do you see on my hand?" 10. After Uncle Jiang responded, he immediately realized something that he shook his head and said, "Ah Chang, you also have special powers. Your hand has mutated. Did you eat some poisonous mushrooms as well? Hurry and let Alan treat you." Jiang Qichang stood up and poured himself a cup of water from the dispenser, saying, "Uncle, I didn't eat any poisonous mushrooms today. Could it be that I did?" He placed the water in front of Uncle Jiang and nodded. Uncle Jiang covered his face with his hands and closed his eyes, saying, "That's bad. It must have been when I was drinking with you that I slurped some noodles. I was wondering why it felt strange when you 4 squeezed into 2 seats in the car. After so many years of eating mushrooms, I didn't expect to still get caught." Jiang Qichang glanced at the untouched plate of poisonous mushrooms on the table and had a general idea. It was likely that second Uncle Song and second Aunt Song had also been poisoned from tasting the dish and eating too much. Dear friends, please take heed. You see, while wild mushrooms may be delectable, they can also be perilous. Never consume them when they are undercooked, especially when tasting for saltiness, whether or not they are edible. Do not swallow. Jiang Qichang educated the audience. The viewers in the livestream laughed as they looked at the 3 individuals hooked up to 4 drips. I didn't expect that slurping noodles could lead to mushroom poisoning. In Yunnan, when eating mushroom hot pot, the restaurant owner doesn't even provide chopsticks for the broth unless it's fully cooked, fearing someone might sneak a taste. I genuinely do not recommend friends from other places to eat mushrooms, as doctors may lack experience in treating mushroom poisoning. If you dry the mushrooms and grind them into powder, how about taking a little bit each time? Doge, goodness, that is quite extreme. Host, I want slurp noodles, nor will I taste for saltiness. Can I just scoop some soup to drink in advance? Oh boy, that is quite ambitious of you. As the situation of the 3 individuals gradually stabilized, Jiang Qichang and Jiang Qilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 suddenly realized that something seemed to be missing. After searching for a while, they discovered that Xiaobai was nowhere to be found. When Uncle Jiang had just driven over, the little creature had insisted on getting in the car, but now that they had arrived, it had vanished. They turned the house and courtyard upside down, but not a trace of Xiaobai was found, not even a snake skin. The snake is gone, my electronic pet. Could it be that Xiaobai went out for a stroll and was caught by the villagers? Quick, let the drone fly out to search for it.
My cat went missing for 2 months, but when it returned it was living life to the fullest with 3 wives and 4 concubines.
Xiao Bai should be fine, right? No one eats cats, but some do eat snakes and brew wine. If it doesn't come back, the chances are slim. Zhang Qichang was sweating profusely from anxiety. Just as he was about to go outside to search at the entrance, he happened to see Xiao Bai leisurely making its way back. The little creature had a mouthful of wild grass. Lifting its head and quickening its pace, slap. Without a word, Zhang Qichang gave Xiao Bai a light tap on the head and scolded, "From now on you mustn't run off. What will you do if you get lost? Didn't your mother teach you to report to your parents when going out?" Dazed from the tap, Xiao Bai instinctively opened its mouth, causing the wild grass to fall out. It looked up at Zhang Qichang with immense grievance, saying, "SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS
this little creature had seemingly never seen its mother since birth and had been cared for by him and his sister for a period of time. "Oh gosh, Xiaobai is so pitiful. Quick, give it a hug, Auntie will cook you some chicken breast." Apologize to Xiaobai, it's still a child. My dog acts the same way every time it tears the house apart and I scold it. Though it's pitiful, it should indeed report to its parents when going out. Exactly, I remember a wind who survived thanks to reporting to his parents. Ha ha, this journey may carry risks. But if you insist on going, I shall quietly follow. After Jiang Qixiang finished explaining to Xiaobai, the little creature nodded vigorously. It patted its chest with its tail, ensuring that next time it goes out, it will surely report its whereabouts. It then picked up the wild grass it had brought back. Jiang Qixiang frowned as he looked at the wild grass Xiaobai had returned with. This grass, Chapter 20, Harvesting Herbs with the Snake. The wild grass Xiaobai brought back was a traditional Chinese medicinal herb known as lychee grass. It placed the herb in Jiang Qixiang's hand. Its two eyes squinting as if waiting for praise. "Did you go off for so long just to gather this?" Jiang Qixiang inquired. Xiaobai nodded vigorously. The audience in the livestream was utterly bewildered. Most people nowadays cannot distinguish between grains, let alone medicinal herbs. Xiaobai's actions are too anthropomorphic, aren't they? Is that grass valuable? Does anyone recognize that herb? Can someone enlighten us? Oh my, this snake has truly become sentient. It couldn't have gone out just to gather medicinal herbs, could it? The user Lingnan Herb Gatherer sent a gift of a carnival. Leaving a message, "Host, are you selling this snake, a carnival?" The owner is confused. Jiang Qixiang picked up Xiaobai and placed the little creature on his shoulder as he returned to the house. Saying, "Sister, this little guy has truly become extraordinary." It saw that Uncle Jiang and the others were poisoned by mushrooms and specifically went out to gather herbs. Look at that, you can't deny it. This little creature indeed has some skills, it got it right. Xiaobai raised its head at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose as if questioning its identity, which drew admiration from the viewers in the livestream. Gathering herbs, is that for real? What herb is that? I've never seen it. Can it really cure ailments? The user Lingnan Herb Gatherer sent a gift of a TikTok #1, leaving a message, "I really like this little guy. The price is negotiable. Are you selling, host?" Oh wow, a wealthy person has taken a liking to Xiaobai. For a snake, they've sent out $4,000 worth of gifts. This world is too crazy. To be honest, if the host wants to sell, I could accept $4,000. Only then did Jiang Qixiang notice the gifts. He shook his head and said, "Friend Lingnan Herb Gatherer, Xiaobai is our family's protective snake. It is a part of our family, and no matter the price, we will not sell it. You can request a refund for the gift you just sent." Thank you. In a traditional Chinese medicine shop in a certain county in Lingnan, a store owner put down his phone, shaking his head in resignation. He often collected medicinal herbs from the mountains of Lingnan and had a certain understanding of herbal medicine. So he immediately recognized the medicinal herb Xiaobai had gathered. That particular herb has diuretic properties and can indeed be taken after mushroom poisoning, aiding in detoxification. The little creature was quite intelligent. He had initially intended to offer a hefty sum for it but did not expect the host to reject it outright without a second thought. Lingnan Baichaoren, never mind, I have taken a liking to this little creature. Feeling a certain affinity towards it seems that was merely a figment of my imagination. The money shall serve as a token of gratitude for this little one. Dear streamer, please take good care of it. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Jiang Qicheng gently stroked Xiaobai's head and reassured, "Rest assured, as long as I have food to eat, this little fellow shall not go hungry." He added, "If you regret it, brother, you can apply for a gift refund at any time." He then explained to the audience in the live stream, "Dear friends, I believe you are curious about what medicine Xiaobai has gathered. This herb is known as lychee grass, also referred to as toad grass or snowview grass. It is a commonly used traditional Chinese medicine known for its properties of clearing heat and detoxifying, dispelling stagnation, and promoting diuresis and reducing swelling." He continued, "Uncle Jiang and the others suffered from mushroom poisoning, and this lychee grass has certain therapeutic effects, making it a suitable remedy." Xiaobai nodded in understanding. Lifting its head ever higher, the viewers in the livestream regarded Jiang Qicheng with growing skepticism, wondering if this was merely a ploy for entertainment. "Streamer, don't deceive me, my education is limited. Can this wild grass truly counteract mushroom poisoning? This snake must have been a doctor in its past life. It surely didn't drink Mengpo's soup upon reincarnation. It suddenly reminds me of how my dog enjoys nibbling on various weeds when it falls ill. Xiaobai must have sampled countless herbs while roaming outside alone, right? Goodness, isn't this akin to the legendary longevity herb from Bubulu?" Jiang Qicheng continued to stroke Xiaobai's head, stating, "This is an innate ability found within animals, a skill that runs through their bloodline. Much like the cats and dogs in our village, they instinctively seek out medicinal herbs when they fall ill." After his remark, many viewers turned their gaze towards their own cats and dogs, suddenly resonating with his words. "Indeed, my tabby cat always ventures out to find a specific herb whenever it falls sick. Last year, when I caught a cold alongside my dog, it went out to consume herbal remedies and recovered, while I was still coughing despite spending hundreds on cold medication." Chinese rural dogs and cats can indeed find their own herbal cures. Noted. From now on, I shall pass my colds to my dog, and whatever it consumes, I shall consume as well. Do not, my dog has a particular fondness for cat feces. Dog, watch closely. I shall only demonstrate once. Streamer, how do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Jiang Qicheng gently caressed Xiaobai's head, saying, "Our village is nestled deep within a mountain, where a plethora of high-quality traditional Chinese herbs abound. During my childhood, an elderly Taoist would come to our village to gather herbs. His medical skills were commendable, and during my holidays, I enjoyed visiting him. He took a liking to me and remarked upon my excellent constitution, claiming I possessed the potential to achieve enlightenment. He intended to accept me as his disciple, but I declined. Nevertheless, he imparted some traditional Chinese medical knowledge to me over the course of 3 years before he departed." He continued, "His knowledge of medicine is why Uncle Jiang called upon him. However, Jiang Qicheng does not possess a medical license, hence he generally refrains from practicing casually. After all, we live in a legal society. Even helping someone could lead to being wrongfully accused, let alone attempting to save someone without a medical license. Although saving a life is immensely virtuous, if one fails, it is a heavy burden to bear. Even if one possesses wealth." Streamer, is this true? I feel as though you are merely spinning tales. What elderly Taoist? He must be a celestial being. Can such encounters with immortals truly happen so easily? Is this for real? What was the Taoist's name? I remain skeptical. Jiang Qicheng chuckled at the barrage of comments in the livestream, saying, "Dear friends, let us have faith in science. We are in the 21st century. How can anyone still believe in immortals? He was merely an unremarkable old Taoist. I only know his surname is Shang. He bore an ethereal appearance and was exceedingly kind-hearted, with remarkable medical skills." Jiang Qicheng's sister, Jiang Qiqi, covered her mouth, saying, "Brother, I told you that if you shared that experience, no one will believe you." However, that old Taoist was indeed formidable. I feel he surpassed even our traditional Chinese medicine teacher at school. It's just that I cannot recall his name. Those with exceptional abilities tend to be elusive. Jiang Qicheng, seated upon the sofa, took a sip of water, feeling intrigued. "Dear friends, since we have this rare opportunity today and not much else to do, let us engage in conversation. If anyone has minor ailments, feel free to send your inquiries in the comments." The audience in the livestream, inspired by his demeanor, began to engage. Some posed earnest questions, while others sought to jest, yet many were merely eager to converse with the streamer. In an instant, the barrage of comments surged, filled with an array of peculiar inquiries. Chapter 21, Brother's Kidney Issues. Jiang Qicheng gazed at the comments from netizens in the livestream and suddenly realized how gravely mistaken he was. Moreover, he had underestimated the audacity of contemporary netizens. They truly held no boundaries online, as long as one dared to ask, they would indeed respond, "Streamer, I have a friend whose waist is not in good shape.
What should he do for his kidney deficiency? Can infertility be treated? I am willing to pay extra, dog emoji, How about hemorrhoids?
I wish to see what the yellow in the philtrum looks like. It would be even better if the streamer could taste it and tell me what it tastes like, as I am too scared to try.
I often have cold hands and feet. How can I improve my health?
I am willing to pay handsomely for a piece of love wood. Every night, I suffer from a terminal illness that compels me to feast. Otherwise, my life is in peril. What is this ailment? The barrage of comments in the livestream was overwhelming. Some inquiries were genuine, but many were simply disruptive. Dear friends, there are too many comments, I can hardly keep up. How about this? I will count to 10, then take a screenshot of the comments, and we shall address the first question. Please, do not rush, follow my count, Zhang Qicheng said with a smile. I in the realm of Douyin live streaming. The algorithm promotes streams based on the volume of comments. The higher the comment rate, the more the platform perceives the stream as engaging, subsequently showcasing it to a broader audience. At this moment, the barrage of comments soared, and the number of viewers gradually increased. The count of viewers escalated from just over 3,000 at the start of the stream to over 4,000. An increase of 1,000.4321. After capturing a screenshot, Zhang Qicheng glanced at the first question, feeling a sudden darkness envelop him. Hello, streamer. I have a brother who recently started dating. He consumes goji berries daily. Yet his complexion remains haggard, and his dark circles worsen. He has taken too many little blue pills and wishes to use traditional Chinese medicine to replenish himself. I implore you, if it proves useful,
I will offer generous compensation. Upon reading this question, the netizens in the live stream erupted in laughter. Goodness, is that brother you?
Classic. I have a brother, he bears the burden.
Kidney deficiency? I believe he might be overzealous.
I know how to answer this. We must avoid providing them with ammunition. If need be, one can hide in the restroom at night.
What is this little blue pill? What are you all talking about?
Slow down, I need to get to kindergarten. I think I got on the wrong bus.
What ailment is this? Is it serious? What are you all discussing? I am inquiring on behalf of my best friend's boyfriend.
As one reaches middle age, one must resort to soaking goji berries in a thermos. Goji berries cannot withstand the passage of time.
Add a bit of angelica to the mix. Angelica cannot remedy physical depletion. A root of cordyceps is still inexpensive, though cordyceps is excellent. Deer antler and kidney treasure are a perfect match. How to replenish? I am waiting eagerly.
Zhang Qicheng surveyed the comments in the livestream, sighing deeply. The differences among individuals are indeed vast. While some were already speeding down the highway, others remained in a state of confusion. Zhang Qicheng's sister, Zhang Qiqi, blushed and promptly turned away. After she left, Zhang Qicheng addressed the inquiring netizen, stating, I believe you are still in the livestream. Let me analyze your ailment from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective.
Do you often experience lower back pain, weakness, and fatigue in the waist? This is known as kidney yang deficiency. Do you experience lower limb edema, and do your hands and feet often feel cold? This may indicate kidney yin deficiency. Do you suffer from night sweats or frequent spontaneous sweating? This is also a sign of kidney yin deficiency. Do you feel fatigued, have a declining memory, and struggle to concentrate? Are you frequently unable to control your emotions, leading to irritability, anxiety, and volatility? Is your skin dry and rough, with dark circles appearing? And do you feel indifferent towards work and life? Xiao Buting and Demacho, rewarded a Douyin no. One commented, the inquiry is mine. Streamer, you truly possess keen insight. May I ask, is there still hope for my kidney? The audience in the live stream gasped at the accompanying comment. Many reflected on Zhang Qicheng's words. Feeling a chill in their hearts, I relate to all of this. It seems I am doomed. I always sweat excessively, my hands and feet sweat profusely. I am truly kidney deficient. What should I do? Brother, it's time to quit. As the saying goes, when one's heart is free of women, the sword naturally shines. That if you wish for healthy kidneys, separation is inevitable. Tagging my partner. Let us see how many points they score. Streamer, please stop. I beg you, just tell me how to treat it. Zhang Qicheng chuckled, stating, as the saying goes, love develops over time. Good things often require perseverance. But extremes must be avoided. If one perseveres too long, it can turn detrimental, hence moderation is key for young individuals. Once a day is sufficient. I recommend a remedy.
for great infusions, which can be purchased to brew for consumption. It is more effective than goji berries. Brew Sha Yuan Zi in your thermos. It has the benefits of nourishing the kidneys, supporting yang, consolidating essence, and promoting liver health and vision. In a thermos, soaking astragalus offers benefits such as tonifying qi, strengthening the spleen, securing the exterior to stop sweating, and promoting diuresis to reduce swelling. Soaking cuscuta in a thermos provides nourishment for the liver and kidneys, solidifies essence, reduces urination, and sustains pregnancy. Infusing lily in a thermos nourishes yin, moistens the lungs, and calms the heart and spirit. After Jiang Qiqiang finished speaking, he cast a glance at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Host, can girls also soak and drink this?
No wonder my partner has been brewing Sha Yuan Zi. What a revelation. I'm not shy, I simply wish to taste the flavor. Should we brew them together or separately? Lingnan Herbalist, the host indeed possesses some knowledge. These ingredients for soaking water are indeed superior to goji berries. The 4 renowned herbs can be soaked together, but I still recommend soaking them separately for variety. It will surely be beneficial. Hee, great recipe, I'll give it a try next time. Jiang Qiqiang noticed that the number of viewers in the live room had surpassed 5,000 and stabilized. He felt a sense of glee and said, "Dear friends, let us skip the previous question. Now let us draw the next question. I must clarify, if the question is unanswerable, I reserve the right to refuse." As the 10-second countdown concluded, a screenshot of the barrage appeared. This time, the question was considerably more reasonable, at least related to traditional Chinese medicine. Host, I have 5 oral ulcers in my mouth that have persisted for over half a month. They hurt, and I cannot eat. Is there any effective remedy in traditional Chinese medicine?
Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brow. Typically, oral ulcers heal within 1 to 2 weeks. The fact that this has lasted over half a month is indeed serious.
He spoke up. Is the friend who asked this question present? I've added you as a friend. Could you send me a photo of your oral ulcers privately so I can take a look?
If you're uncomfortable with that, I can suggest a traditional herbal remedy instead. Moments later, Jiang Qiqiang received a photo sent by this fan. He gazed at the oral ulcers depicted and couldn't help but shake his head.
Then nodded. What does this mean, host? Is there no hope? Goodness, these oral ulcers are indeed severe.
I have a method. Squeeze toothpaste on them and brush. If it bleeds, it won't hurt anymore.
No, my friend, are you the Minister of Justice? Woo, I also have oral ulcers, it hurts. Chapter 22, Good medicine is not a good commodity. This viewer had developed 5 ulcers in their mouth, each the size of a watermelon seed. In this day and age, who hasn't suffered from oral ulcers? Not only Jiang Qiqiang felt their pain, but the viewers in the live room also empathized. This guy is indeed unfortunate, brother. Your oral ulcers are perfectly standard. They are even textbook worthy. Jiang Qiqiang lamented. He then explained, in medical terms, diseases deemed incurable are collectively referred to as terminal illnesses. Oral ulcers are also classified as one of these terminal conditions. And there is no miracle remedy. Listeners in the live room found it difficult to accept Jiang Qiqiang's explanation. Is traditional Chinese medicine truly helpless against oral ulcers? I have a terminal illness. Family, who understands? Oral ulcers hurt. I drink copious amounts of water and take vitamin C tablets, but nothing works. I can only wait for them to heal. That poor fellow. 5 oral ulcers, how will they manage? Jiang Qiqiang examined the photo and remarked, from this analysis, this friend has a thin yellow coating on their tongue and a red tip, which is indicative of internal heart fire, commonly known as excess heat. They must have been unable to eat for several days. Feeling irritable, with dark yellow urine, descendant of the Mo family. Host, your observations are quite accurate. Do I still have hope for my oral ulcers? Traditional Chinese medicine is fine for wellness, but for serious ailments, it's best to avoid it. I'm not disparaging traditional medicine, but I feel there is no hope. Terminal illness, the diagnosis is in. Brother, take care. Jiang Qiqiang smiled slightly at the barrage of comments. The prejudice against traditional Chinese medicine among the Chinese is indeed greater than that of foreigners. A mere oral ulcer, how could a time-honored medical practice lack a remedy? He cleared his throat and stated, for treating oral ulcers, traditional Chinese medicine has a powder that is quite effective. It is called Ing Shitzi, also known as rosy levigate semen, typically roasted and ground into powder for use. This powder has strong astringent properties. Ing Shitzi serves to clear heat and detoxify, dispel wind and invigorate blood, and promote diuresis to reduce swelling. After acquiring it, apply it to the oral ulcers and wait for 10 to 15 minutes.
It is guaranteed to be effective and can be found online or at pharmacies. If any of you are skeptical, feel free to give it a try. The audience in the live room listened to Zhang Qiqiang's words with expressions of doubt. Just moments ago it was declared a terminal illness, and now there is a remedy. At this moment, Zhang Qiqiang's sister came forward and said, "I can vouch for my brother, I swear by Yingxi powder. It truly works well, I use it every time, and by the next day, it's nearly healed. Anyone who doubts can check online. Lingnan Herbalist, trust the host once. Yingxi powder is indeed effective. Painless, and only costs about 10 yuan. Everyone should give it a try." Many viewers exited the live broadcast room or began searching on Baidu, Taobao, or Pinduoduo.as. They read the buyer reviews, they were taken aback, seriously doubting the authenticity of the high praise. However, numerous photos served as proof, indicating it was not a fabricated review. In an instant, the tone of the live room comments shifted dramatically. "Thanks to the host for the information. You've saved my life. It truly is a miraculous medicine. How come I've never heard of it in over 20 years? Because it's not profitable. A product costing just a few yuan has too low a profit margin. Amazing, it was nearly healed by the next day. I feel like my previous suffering from oral ulcers was in vain." The high praise rate on Taobao is indeed a bit excessive. The few negative reviews mainly complain about slow delivery. "I placed an order, I'll keep it on hand. If it works, I'll definitely leave a good review." Lingnan Herbalist, it's called Yingxi powder. Don T search incorrectly, it's specifically for oral ulcers. Just wait 15 minutes and then spit it out. Thanks, class representative. Lingnan Herbalist, you're quite kind. Zhang Qiqiang looked at the barrage in the live room, nodded, and smiled. He then took another screenshot, but this time it was not a question, but a prescription. The prescription was densely written, with characters that were extremely difficult to decipher. Host, I have a heart condition, and my mother found an old Chinese doctor who prescribed me a regimen for 3 months. Could you take a look? Zhang Qiqiang's brow furrowed as he read this viewer's message. The audience in the live room began to critique wildly. Goodness, one Wung tea need this many ingredients to make braised dishes. Is this a method for clearing inventory? Those with a fear of dense patterns truly cannot accept this. Is this a half-written compendium of materia medica? This isn't a prescription. It is clearly a recipe for an elixir that cures all ailments. As the saying goes, good medical practice allows for precise strikes, while poor practice resorts to blanket coverage. I understand now. Host, please take a look. I seriously suspect this young lady is being scammed. Zhang Qiqiang's expression darkened and he said, "Do not take this medicine, halt that prescription. It's best to find someone else for another opinion. This is truly outrageous. The quality of traditional Chinese medicine varies greatly, and many people are mixing in falsehoods and deceiving others. As the saying goes, no more than 13 herbs in a prescription. Beyond that, even the gods and spirits will not intervene. Generally, traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions do not exceed 13 ingredients, and they are tailored to each individual, adjusted as needed, with a maximum duration of 1 week. 3 months for a single regimen. Is their family running a herbal medicine shop?" The girl who submitted the prescription was momentarily stunned, then reflected on it. The person who prescribed her the medicine indeed collected it from their family's herbal shop. A wave of fear washed over her, and she immediately tore the prescription to shreds. Lingnan Herbalist, I've been collecting traditional Chinese herbs for years, so I have some knowledge of that prescription is indeed outrageous. It was somewhat okay, but after taking it, one might suffer from herbal poisoning. That makes sense. You've made a valid point. I've heard of the human C tactic. Perhaps the doctor employed a C of medicine tactic. Which expert is this? I'd like to seek their guidance someday. In traditional Chinese medicine, if the prescription exceeds 16 ingredients, it won't be reimbursed by health insurance. Young lady, do you understand? Zhang Qiqiang gazed at the barrage in the live room and stated, "Dear friends, trust me, there are too many misconceptions about traditional Chinese medicine online. They say traditional medicine treats chronic illnesses while Western medicine treats acute ones. This is purely a misunderstanding. As long as the illness is diagnosed correctly and the right prescription is given, recovery can be swift. I do not possess a medical license. I have merely studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few years, and I can share some knowledge points that will surely be useful. However, treating illnesses is best left to qualified practitioners. Practicing medicine without a license is illegal, and if something goes awry, one could end up in court." The viewers in the live room observed Zhang Qiqiang's sincere and candid demeanor and couldn't help but laugh.
Host, don't be nervous, we all understand.
I recall someone saying, good medicine is not a good commodity. I seriously suspect the host has been scammed while treating patients, otherwise, he wouldn't repeatedly emphasize the issue of medical qualifications. I also wish to trust traditional medicine, but truly skilled practitioners are hard to come by. Promoting traditional Chinese medicine must start with the next generation. Currently, foreigners believe in us while we do not believe in ourselves.
Which is absurd.
Indeed, in this day and age, there are too many people looking to take advantage of others.
Chapter 23, the herbal version of Xianjian Qi Szechuan. The rationale behind Zhang Qiqiang's statements was quite straightforward.
The venerable Zhang Daoist, who imparted his medical knowledge, had once suffered a similar misfortune. One must prioritize self-preservation in all matters, akin to the ethical dilemma of whether or not to assist an elderly person in need. Engaging enthusiastically with the viewers in the livestream, Zhang Qiqiang lifted the lychee grass that Xiaobai had brought back, exclaiming, "Surely everyone has seen Xianjian Qi Szechuan, correct? This herb, known as shuajian grass, is also referred to as zupagao, and within traditional Chinese medicine, there exists another herb called jingtian." The Benchao Jing Shu states, Jingtian treats all forms of red rashes and is a divine remedy for various fiery ailments. Thus its nature is cold, and its flavor is exceedingly bitter. Both Jingtian grass and shuajian grass possess the ability to clear heat and detoxify, which is to say, one cannot share a bed with two distinct individuals. Hence they make a perfect pair. The editor who penned this drama must have had considerable knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. A flurry of question marks appeared above the heads of the live stream audience. They were astonished to discover that a television series they had watched countless times since childhood contained such an intriguing piece of knowledge. Suddenly, Xianjian Qi Szechuan feels somewhat unfamiliar.
No wonder Jingtian keeps calling shuajian zupagao. It actually is called zupagao.
I never realized that both Jingtian and shuajian are names of Chinese medicinal herbs. They sound rather pleasant.
Shockingly, could feipeng also be a medicinal herb? Lingnan Baichaoren, you are indeed quite perceptive.
Feipeng is also a name in traditional Chinese medicine, generally referring to the herb known as xiaopenko, which is effective in clearing heat, promoting diuresis, and dispelling bruises and swelling. Feipeng and Jingtian share certain medicinal properties, yet also possess distinct differences, paralleling the character dynamics in the drama. I've truly gained knowledge. I have genuinely learned something new. I acknowledge my youth and my gullibility. Please do not deceive me.
Host, what about my beloved Longkui?
Who would have thought that one could analyze the character dynamics of Xianjian Qi Szechuan from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine? Zhang Qiqiang glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream and promptly stood up to leave. Indeed, Longkui is also a common medicinal herb characterized by its ovate or heart-shaped leaves, which bloom with small white flowers in the summer, and its fruits turn a deep blackish purple upon ripening. Just as he stepped out to find Xiaobai, he noticed a plant at the entrance. Longkui is widely distributed and can be found throughout the nation. Look, this is Longkui, Zhang Qiqiang remarked. I used to eat it when I was young, when ripe. Its fruits resemble a string of black pearls, and they taste sweet and tangy. Yet he pointed at the Longkui and plucked 2 berries, tossing them into his mouth, reminiscing about his childhood. The viewers in the livestream were taken aback upon seeing this. The reason was simple, they had all encountered this in their youth but had never known its name. Wait, is this really Longkui? It tastes sweet and tangy. Indeed, it's rather pleasant. You're not wrong. I actually did eat this when I was younger. Host, does Longkui and Xianjian Qi Szechuan correspond to the properties of traditional Chinese medicine? When I was in school, I saw it too often to dare eat it. I thought it was toxic. In my hometown, we refer to Longkui as yuyu. Here, we call it tian. It's not edible, this thing is poisonous. Zhang Qiqiang, observing the comments in the livestream, chuckled and responded, Longkui has a bitter yet slightly sweet flavor. Both its berries and leaves are edible, although they contain a significant amount of alkaloids and require proper processing. However, once the fruit ripens and turns a dark purple, the alkaloids diminish considerably, making it safe to consume. Reflecting on the content of Xianjian Qi Szechuan, isnt Longkui's resilient character akin to that of the Longkui herb, which exhibits remarkable adaptability? Moreover, this longkue also comes in two varieties, which can likewise be correlated to the drama. After hearing this explanation, thousands of viewers collectively exhaled in relief. They simultaneously grew ever more appreciative of the drama's editor. Fortunately, in my youth, I only consumed the black variety, which is harmless.
Bro, the green one looks unappetizing at first glance.
I genuinely have a renewed understanding of Xianjian Shisha Zhuan. It feels as though I've watched the series in vain all these years.
It truly connects. I am impressed, genuinely impressed.
In the future, when naming my children, I shall explore the names of medicinal herbs. They sound quite elegant.
Indeed, names like Renzhenwang Renzenbai and Jinji sound rather grand just from their names alone.
I am genuinely grateful that I grew up unscathed. I nearly consumed unripe longkue in my childhood. Jiang Qichang gathered a handful of ripe longkue berries to bring back to Jiang Qilan. Wishing for her to taste them as well, these fruits were among the cherished snacks of the siblings during their youth. Not only Jingtian Shuajian and longkue bear names from traditional Chinese medicine, the beloved characters Su Changqing, Zi Xian, and Chong Lu also derive their names from herbal medicine, and their interpersonal dynamics correspond remarkably to the properties of the herbs. Jiang Qichang tugged at Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Playing with Xiaobai, he explained, Su Changqing and Chong Lu can both counteract snake venom, while Zi Xian, also known as Wang Yoko, signifies forgetting sorrows and cares. Its flowers are vibrantly colored and exceedingly beautiful, making it highly ornamental. As the viewers listened to Jiang Qichang's words, their admiration shifted from respect to reverence. They could not help but acknowledge the impeccable alignment of the narrative. Could it be that the characters in Xianjian Shisha Zhuan are merely anthropomorphized herbs?
Suddenly, I recall a character Xiao. Surely this is not the name of a medicinal herb? Lingnan Baichaoren, Xiao is a Western medicine, hence they do not belong to the same category. Is this explanation acceptable?
Impressive, host, you're remarkable, and Baichaoren, you're equally commendable. Let us not forget Huaying. My affection for the little potato is paramount.
I feel that Xianjian Shisha Zhuan could just as well be titled Benchao Gangmu.
Bro, don't even mention Benchao Gangmu, it's a reflex that's hard to keep up with. My legs are aching.
Absolutely, Xianjian Shisha Zhuan is indeed an everlasting classic.
Jiang Qichang elucidated, analyzing the plot through the lens of three medicinal herbs.
Both Su Changqing and Chong Lu can counteract snake venom. It is said that Su Changqing's efficacy surpasses that of Chong Lu, hence Su Changqing forsakes Zi Xian for the sake of the Tao. While Chong Lu is willing to give his heart to Zi Xian. As the saying goes, 9-leaf Chong Lu is 2 taels, and winter solstice silkworm pupae are 1 penny, when boiled with snow from the following year. It can cure the afflictions of longing. Yet, how can there be silkworm pupae during the winter solstice, and how can snow be preserved for a year? Thus the longing remains unresolved. Jiang Qilan pouted, playfully swatting Jiang Qichang with her hand, expressing her slight grievance. Brother, it has been so many years, I have forgotten the plot. Why are you bringing this up again? I sense something amiss, but it turns out to be a tale of love and hatred among a group of medicinal herbs. No wonder the ending is so bittersweet. Jiang Qichang smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and confidently proclaimed, there is no such thing as longing without resolution. 9-leaf Chong Lu can indeed be grafted, and winter solstice silkworm pupae can be cultivated. One can store the snowmelt from the following year in the refrigerator. Thus, with sufficient wealth, one can alleviate the afflictions of longing. Jiang Qilan gazed at her brother, countering, but if wealth alone could resolve longing, why has it not succeeded yet? Jiang Qichang sighed, observing his younger sister, realizing she had yet to mature in her thoughts as a university student. He paused before asserting even more confidently, if wealth has not resolved longing, it must surely be due to insufficient funds. To alleviate suffering, one must increase their wealth. Chapter 24, Advertisement Promotion. The audience in the livestream, overhearing the banter between the siblings, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The ad money scholar expresses his exasperation. Truly, the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. What a profound truth. There is nothing incorrect in that statement. It is entirely valid. Brothers, surely money can buy love. While its authenticity may vary, true love undeniably requires funds. Host, you've gone too far. You've cut me down twice today. I was already in tears, and now I'm weeping even more. Jiang Qilan curiously asked, brother, why have you remained single all this time? The viewers in the livestream finally found an opportunity to vent their frustrations. It must be due to insufficient funds.
The host is likely a theoretical type who hasn't practiced much. No way, you haven't dated even once, have you? Jiang Qiqiang, observing the comments in the livestream, stated, I am single simply because I choose not to date. It's not that I can't. If money can buy love, then such matters do not necessarily require expenditure. The thousands of viewers in the livestream exchanged skeptical glances.
Not spending money, is that even conceivable? Exactly, without spending money, how can one acquire anything? The situation is dire, I understand instantly.
On this rough road, you all can drive, I genuinely am in awe. Another idiom I can no longer view the same way, mother, I am truly tainted. Jiang Qiqiang chuckled as a drone focused its camera on his face, even though the shot only captured his profile without beauty filters or makeup. His striking features and captivating demeanor remained undeniably appealing. With such looks and charisma, it seemed few women would decline his advances. In light of this, it was indeed unnecessary to spend money on such matters. Thousands of male viewers fixated on the screen, momentarily entranced, their hearts sinking a little. Many began to voice their grievances in the comments. Damn, I've truly been fooled by the host.
Is it permissible to do as one wishes simply because of good looks? Host, whether or not you date, I would gladly pursue you, no charge, and I could even offer you a stipend. Would 500 suffice? 500 for a date? Nonsense, with the hostess looks. The market price is at least 1500. Damn it, being handsome truly allows one to get away with anything. The internet is not a lawless realm. I urge all female netizens to be mindful of their words. Could it be that there are indeed individuals who enter relationships while spending their own money? To speak frankly, if one were to engage in romance without any financial investment, would that not be akin to daylight robbery? Oh, streamer, there are myriad ways to insult a person, we need not resort to this particular method. Jiang Qilan nodded in agreement, recalling fond memories of her childhood. During their visits to the marketplace, her brother and she would never bring a single penny. Yet they always managed to indulge in hearty meals and return home with an abundance of goods, all generously bestowed upon them by aunts and elder sisters, whose offerings they could not refuse. Moreover, they are now quite affluent. When her brother was financially challenged, he could hardly comprehend his own joy. Now, with wealth at their disposal, such happiness is beyond imagination. By the afternoon, the trio began to regain their composure, and the illusions before them dissipated. Uncle Jiang, exhibiting the mildest symptoms, was the first to awaken. He lamented, this village truly lacks a doctor. It is quite dire, uncle. During my time at home, if anyone suffers even a minor ailment, I could offer my assistance. Jiang Qilan volunteered. Uncle Jiang promptly shook his head. The remuneration for village doctors is indeed meager, barely 3,000 to 4,000 a month. His niece is a graduate of Peking Union Medical College, with a bright future ahead. To serve as a village doctor would be a disservice to her talents. If the compensation is insufficient, retention is impossible, a stark reality, even for his own niece, a fellow villager. Xiaolan, your good intentions are truly appreciated, but as a university student, remaining in our village would be beneath your capabilities. Jiang Qilan smiled and responded, Uncle, I have received much care from the uncles and aunts in the village throughout my life. Having achieved academic success, it is time for me to lend a helping hand. Very well, I shall take the initiative. Since you have time on your hands, go assist at the village health clinic. Should either of you wish to leave, the village will not stand in your way. Feel free to voice any requests, Uncle Jiang declared, solidifying his decision. The audience in the livestream was taken aback by the unexpectedly agreeable village chief. This village chief is quite reasonable. He wouldn't morally constrain his own niece, after all he is her uncle. He wouldn't dare to take advantage of his own niece, others remarked. Both sides exhibit compassion, which is far more pleasant. One can only hope for a lack of shamelessness. If this were my boss, he would have started inundating us with toxic platitudes. Once Erzong and his wife regained their composure, Uncle Jiang prepared to drive the siblings back. However, Jiang Qiqiang resolutely declined this offer. The distance was indeed short, nearly 180 meters, yet although Uncle Jiang had recovered significantly, he was still in a state of mushroom poisoning. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. It is wise to exercise caution in all matters. With a sigh, Uncle Jiang similarly returned home. The siblings, accompanied by Xiaobai, arrived home and addressed the camera. Dear viewers, the hour is late. We shall conclude the livestream here. See you all tomorrow. After speaking, they swiftly ended the broadcast. The viewers in the livestream stared at the darkened screen, momentarily taken aback. Is that how quickly one ends a stream? Streamer, did you learn this abrupt ending from Luo Feiyu? Luo Feiyu, everyone, stop the wild speculations. I end my streams after making enough profit, not abruptly. Oh wow, What a heartless act, time flies, it's almost dark. See you all tomorrow. Could we not continue the stream a bit longer? I haven't had enough. Lou Ruofe chuckled at the darkened live stream. There were indeed countless moments worthy of editing today, whether it was extracting juice from apples or sugarcane by hand, foraging mushrooms in the mountains, or even the iron pot stew. Each culinary video held the potential to go viral. She eagerly began editing the footage, preparing for a night of hard work. However, a system notification from Douyin appeared. A prominent sponsor wished to include promotional advertisements in her edited videos, and she recognized the name from the livestream. It was Lingnan Baichaoren, whose advertisement featured their mushrooms and herbal materials to be inserted into the mushroom foraging and herbal education videos, each fetching a fee of 50,000 yuan. Lu Ruofe stared at the notification, feeling a mix of excitement and confusion. This was her first experience with advertisement collaboration after editing videos for so long, and to receive two at once was unprecedented. Although 5,000 yuan per advertisement seemed modest compared to the hundreds of thousands earned by top influencers, it was still thrilling. However, she only possessed the editing rights. The specific terms of collaboration would need to be discussed with Zhang Qichang. Chapter 25, S-Class contract. After completing his grooming, Zhang Qichang, as usual, lounged in a chair in the courtyard, scrolling through his phone. He was surprised to receive a WeChat message from Lou Ruofe. To his astonishment, she had secured advertisements, two at once, totaling 100,000 yuan. This revelation significantly altered his perception of the live streaming industry. While finance was lucrative, the live streaming sector proved to be equally, if not more, rewarding. Zhang Qichang was thoroughly impressed with the quality of Lou Ruofe's edited videos, as her account boasted a substantial follower base, and each video's viewership statistics were commendable. Her videos effectively directed traffic to his livestream, contributing to the day's successful broadcast. The two quickly reached a consensus regarding the revenue-sharing model, agreeing on an 80-20 split for the advertisement earnings. After putting down her phone, Lou Ruofe, clutching her racing heart, took a moment to gather herself. I've made it. I truly have, she thought. The earnings from editing videos in half a year likely pale in comparison to what I've made this month. Her resolve to align herself with Zhang Qichang solidified. After all, the value of a rope is determined by the price of what it is tied to. One's company matters greatly. That night, Lou Ruofe began tirelessly editing videos, including ones on extracting juice from apples and sugarcane and foraging mushrooms. Each video was rapidly produced, garnering explosive data and even sparking two challenges: extracting juice from apples and sugarcane by hand. Followers on Lou Ruofe's Douyin account were astonished by the continuous stream of new videos. The comments section resembled a festive celebration, even attracting critiques from peers. What is going on with the streamer today? These videos are being churned out like a prolific sow. Even the donkeys in the production team aren't this industrious. To think the livestream was happening live, and now the edits are up so quickly. It's too competitive. I can't continue in the video editing industry. Sister, your career has just begun. Don't think about taking it easy now. Sister, if you keep this up, please just delete your account. 8 videos in a single day? That's more demanding than working in a factory. Goodness, moderate editing attracts viewers, but excessive editing attracts competition. This is the first time I've seen so many video editors in the comments. Zhang Qichang's outstanding livestream data over the past 2 days naturally attracted the attention of various platforms and live streaming guilds. He remained an unsigned newcomer, having neither a platform contract nor a guild agreement. At the headquarters of the Zhuqi Guild, Tom Cat was at his computer, analyzing Zhang Qichang's livestream data. As a contracted editor for the guild, his job was to scout promising new streamers across different platforms for potential contracts. His approach was to cast a wide net and then focus on those with potential. Signing people without guaranteed contracts meant minimal risk. If they didn't make money, neither would he lose anything, and there was a chance to earn from breach of contract fees. Tom Cat had noticed Zhang Qichang's unusual livestream statistics the day before. Initially, he thought it was due to some guild promoting a newcomer. However, after seeing Lou Ruofe's edited videos that evening, with their absurdly high likes, saves, and shares, he realized he had stumbled upon a gem. After spending the day lurking in the livestream, Tom Cat was left astonished after the stream ended. This was undoubtedly not a case of someone or some guild paying for data manipulation to hype a newcomer. The retention rate in the livestream reached an astonishing 63, with over half of the audience engaged, and the barrage rate skyrocketed to 621, with viewers sending an average of more than 6 messages each. This data shattered the conventional wisdom of the live streaming world. It was clear that an outdoor live streaming superstar was on the verge of rising, and whether or not he could secure a contract with this individual would determine Tom Cat's career advancement.
Good looks, vast knowledge, and a compelling livestream style. If this person doesn't catch fire, is there any justice in the world? Tomcat mused, realizing the significance of this potential star. He immediately contacted his superior. Do Jiang, the head of the operations department at the Juqi Guild. Despite it being after hours, he felt compelled to make the call and take a chance. Hey, boss, I have some great news to share.
Did you win the lottery and plan to quit your job? No. Did you find a partner and want to take a day off for a date? Not that either. Did you pass the civil service exam?
Definitely not. You're not planning to buy a house or a car and want me to chip in, are you? Not that either. With none of the 4 major life events, passing a civil service exam, a wedding, sudden wealth, or purchasing property being the good news. Do Jiang raised an eyebrow, clearly relieved, and asked with a hint of teasing, what could it possibly be? Despite their hierarchical relationship, the two had a brotherly bond. As they were the only two in the department, however, the age-old adage still held true: one fears a brother's hardships but also envies his success. Tomcat touched his nose and, feeling rather speechless, remarked, Boss, can we please refrain from joking? What you mentioned has nothing to do with me. I'm just concerned that you might become overnight wealthy and leave me behind to enjoy life. Do Jiang chuckled. Boss, let's set aside the jokes and discuss serious matters. I'll be brief. I've discovered a promising streamer who has just emerged. Do you recall the video of a bare-handed snake catching that I shared with you today? Tomcat inquired. Yes, it trended on social media. What about it? I found out he hasn't signed with Douyin or any other guild. He is a newcomer. His streaming data today is excellent, and he is bound to become popular. Should we take the initiative to recruit him? Outdoor streaming is indeed challenging. However, I trust your judgment. You can initiate a conversation with him. My highest authority here is an S-level contract, Do Jiang said, slightly hesitating. The S-level contracts of the Rising Guild are typically reserved for near top-tier streamers. They offer a guaranteed monthly salary of 40,000, and if gift rewards exceed that, the surplus is split on a 70-30 basis. Only truly explosive streamers qualify to negotiate custom contracts with the platform and guild, which resemble strategic partnerships and are personally negotiated by the boss. After obtaining S-level authority, Tomcat felt a sense of relief. This was the highest contract he could secure. Whether it succeeded or not, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. He quickly added Jiang Qichang as a friend through Douyin's backend. Subsequently, he introduced himself candidly. Hello, Brother Jiang, I am Tomcat, an editor from the Rising Guild on Douya platform. Our platform holds you in high regard and hopes to sign a contract with you. Brother Jiang, we can discuss the terms of the contract. Our guild truly appreciates you. Can we have a chat? Brother Jiang, are you available to add me as a friend? Please reply when you see this message. Douya live streaming Rising platform contract. Jiang Qichang glanced at the messages with a slight frown. Chapter 26. I am not interested in money. Jiang Qichang, who previously worked in the financial sector, had some knowledge of business matters. The current streaming industry is a battlefield with many competitors. Besides the established platforms like Tigerfish and Douya, platforms such as Kuaishou, Douyin, Bilibili, Xigua, and Kugu are also burning money to rise. The pitfalls in live streaming are no less than those in the financial world. So he has always been cautious about signing contracts. Since yesterday, several guilds and smaller streaming platforms editors have added him as a friend for contracts. However, those smaller guilds and platforms might not even have a higher net worth than Jiang Qichang himself. Hence he paid them no mind. The Rising Guild on Douya has decent strength, so he was interested in making contact. After leaving his contact information, the two quickly added each other on WeChat and began a video call. Despite having worked in the industry for many years, Tomcat was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Qichang on the WeChat video. Hello, I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, I lost my train of thought. I'm used to seeing the stark differences in appearance between female streamers online and offline. But this is the first time I've encountered someone like you. Brother Jiang, have you heard of our Rising Guild? Jiang Qichang nodded and replied, I've heard of it, but not much since you took the initiative to add me for a contract. Could you clarify the terms? Tomcat nodded and candidly explained. After years of development in the streaming industry, the contract templates provided by various platforms and guilds aren't significantly different anymore. Signing with a guild offers a flow benefit. After all, we can negotiate terms with the streaming platform. Currently, streaming contracts are generally divided into 4 levels, and newcomers are given B-level contracts, a pure 70-30 split, with the streamer receiving 70% and the guild providing some traffic. Veteran streamers with live streaming achievements receive A-level contracts, an uncertain guaranteed salary and an 80-20 split of gifts that exceeds the guaranteed amount, with the streamer getting 20%. Near top-tier streamers receive S-level contracts, a guaranteed salary and a 70-30 split of gifts that exceed the guaranteed amount. With the streamer receiving 30%, there are also Super S-level custom contracts for major streamers, whose details are confidential, and we are unaware of them. Listening to Tom Cat's introduction, Zhang Qichang nodded, having navigated the financial world for many years. He immediately discerned the underlying principles: newcomers have no rights anywhere. Small streamers generally seek stability, opting for fixed salaries, while only large streamers can earn while standing. For instance, the previous Zhang Bingxin, who switched jobs, secured a Super S-level custom contract. Tom Cat sincerely introduced Brother Zhang. If you sign with our guild, we will offer you an S-level contract. The guaranteed salary is 40,000 a month, and the guild will pay for your 5 insurances and 1 fund. With a 70-30 split of gift earnings, we will facilitate traffic for you every month, ensuring that your streaming experience will be more secure than it is on your current platform. Zhang Qichang nodded but then shook his head. He returned to streaming for the sake of its leisurely and carefree nature. Admittedly, the S-level contract was quite appealing. However, with every gain comes a loss, and there would undoubtedly be various rules to abide by, such as streaming duration and participation in activities. Signing the contract would be akin to returning to a job, so why not just continue working? While this contract was indeed attractive, he felt that signing it would compromise his freedom. Zhang Qichang politely declined. Tom Cat, upon hearing this, earnestly advised Brother Zhang, you haven't been a streamer before, have you? Nowadays, to make money as a streamer, relying solely on oneself won't suffice. One must seek help from a guild and participate in activities and rankings. The guild invests money to generate hype, and fans will follow suit. After the event concludes, the guild's investments are returned in full, while the fans' contributions are split 70-30. With an S-level contract, you have a stable income and a share of gift earnings. This condition is already quite favorable. Zhang Qichang smiled slightly. Before he resigned and returned home, he was already earning a 6-figure annual salary. To an ordinary person, this contract might seem advantageous, but to him, it was no different from begging on the streets. Although he had resigned and returned home, his former employer would welcome him back anytime, with the possibility of a salary increase. Do you want to know why I chose to become a streamer? No idea. I simply don't want to work. I want to live freely. Tom Cat suddenly realized, saying, Brother Zhang, so you want to earn money while standing? I just resigned and started streaming. If you want me to join the guild and beg for gifts, wouldn't that be like begging on my knees? Zhang Qichang asked. Tom Cat explained, Brother Zhang, if you put it that way, seeking gifts as a streamer is indeed akin to begging. However, even so, how many people wish they could beg but lack the opportunity? Brother, just heed my advice. Signing with our guild won't be a loss. With our assistance and rankings, both sides can profit. Without the guild's help, even if you manage to succeed in streaming, you won't earn much. Zhang Qichang looked at Tom Cat and asked, but I want to stand while earning money too, Brother Zhang. Then that won't work. If I don't sign a contract and stream freely, can I stand? Yes, but you won't earn anything. Zhang Qichang chuckled, rising to return to his room. That he retrieved an Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, ICBC, Peony Platinum credit card and placed it on the table. What about this? Can it earn money? It can. Tom Cat's pupils constricted in surprise. The black and white card. This level of platinum card requires a deposit of several million or even tens of millions to obtain, making it one of the top-tier credit cards in the country. He had only seen pictures online and never expected to encounter one during a live stream. Someone with this card would hardly be interested in an S-level contract with his guild. Any small investment would yield more than a month's guaranteed salary. It's astonishing how many wealthy people exist now. Why can't I be one of them? Zhang Qichang smiled and asked, Brother, can I stand and still earn money? Tom Cat nodded vigorously. If a person with a net worth of several million or tens of millions couldn't earn money while standing, it would truly be unreasonable. This was not just a rising streaming star. It was clearly a hidden big shot enjoying life. He clasped his hands in respect, asking, May I inquire, Brother Zhang, who are you? Zhang Qichang from Amei Mountain. Understood, Brother Zhang. I will tear up the contract I printed earlier. But could we keep each other as friends? Tom Cat asked timidly. Zhang Qichang nodded and then ended the video call. He then checked his streaming data for the day, without signing with a guild. There would be no additional traffic recommendations negotiated with the platform. During the stream, it was merely the platform's big data recommendations. The benefit of this was that the gifts received during the live stream would be split 50-50 with the platform. Daily live streaming earnings, 32,154. Minor refunds requested, 1,426. The earnings from one day of streaming exceeded 30,000, and after splitting with the platform, he still had over 10,000, which was double that of yesterday. This earning capability made signing a contract with a guild seem unnecessary. Imposing a monthly streaming duration limit would only diminish his freedom. The minor refunds were not overly concerning, and he only needed to bear 50 of the cost during the refunds. Jiang Qiqiang withdrew all of his earnings from the past 2 days, and upon seeing the bank text notification of over 20,000, he smiled. He's still at 80,000 in advertising revenue and 80% of video playback revenue from Lu Ruofei. Brother, I didn't expect you to earn so much from streaming. It feels like you're not earning less than when you were working, Jiang Qilan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Qiqiang waved his hand, saying, "What money? You still don't understand your brother. I'm not interested in money." Jiang Qilan, Chapter 27, The Art of Tai Chi. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Qiqiang returned to his room to sleep. Lying in bed, he found himself unable to drift off, so he decided to check his reputation points. After the lottery concluded yesterday, he discovered that his remaining reputation points were under 5,000. To his astonishment, after a day of streaming, his reputation points had surged to over 30,000. The effect of Lu Ruofei's video in attracting viewers was truly remarkable, Jiang Qiqiang remarked with a hint of surprise. Regardless of the circumstances, both the gifts and reputation points were currently on the rise. He could only wonder how things would unfold in the future. Nevertheless, prioritizing the lottery seemed wise, as it was undeniably a positive development. There was no need to fret about what lay ahead. He could worry about the future when it arrived. Subsequently, he proceeded to conduct 3 rounds of a beginner's lottery. The beginner's lottery was in progress, and the draw was complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Yijin Shisui Dan. Yijin Shisui Dan, a precious elixir that, when consumed, can transform one's muscles and bones, enhancing one's constitution. Not only does it improve physical condition, but it also grants a small amount of internal energy. Jiang Qiqiang gazed at the blue and white porcelain bottle containing the elixir, his heart racing with excitement. Last time, he had drawn a Qixi Dan for Xiao Bai, and the little creature had become considerably smarter, and now it was finally his turn to indulge in a consumable elixir. Even in martial arts novels, the Yijin Shisui Dan was a legendary item, and he was curious about the effects it would yield. The beginner's lottery continued, and the draw was complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of the Advanced Luban Book. The Advanced Luban Book, upon usage, it imparts a wealth of knowledge related to woodworking, elevating one's skills to a master level. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiqiang immediately utilized the Advanced Luban Book. Living in the countryside inevitably involved some carpentry, so acquiring woodworking skills would surely prove beneficial, not to mention he needed a fence for the flower beds and vegetable garden at home. Previously, he had intended to purchase some fencing, but now he decided to construct it himself. The items available in the market might not suit the style of his home. The beginner's lottery was in progress, and the draw was complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Advanced Tai Chi Manual. Advanced Tai Chi, upon usage, it conveys the insights of Tai Chi Master Zheng Sanfeng regarding Tai Chi. During his university days, Jiang Qiqiang had learned the 24 forms of Tai Chi in physical education classes, but it had merely been a means to earn credits. Since graduating, he had forgotten most of what he learned, retaining only a vague recollection of the white crane spreads its wings move. Since he had returned home to relish a leisurely life, early to bed and early to rise, along with physical exercise, was certainly in order. Feeling the profound essence of Tai Chi surge within his mind, he promptly resolved to rise early the next morning for a Tai Chi session to enhance his physical well-being. He opened the blue and white porcelain bottle containing the elixir, poured out a white pill the size of a peanut, and swallowed it whole. After waiting for a while without noticing any unusual effects, he turned off his phone and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, at 7:50 a.m., the siblings and Xiaobai had finished their breakfast. Jiang Qiqiang had set his daily streaming schedule for 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening. Although he had not yet begun streaming, many fans had already arrived at the live stream room in advance. "What time is it? Why isn't the stream starting yet?" "Ha ha, host, your sister has gone viral. Her video of manually juicing sugarcane is trending again. I just started following yesterday. You won't be late, will you? Host, hurry up and start the stream. I know you're peeking. Start it. Everyone, please don't rush. The host is preparing and will begin shortly. Whoever's urine is yellow, wake them up. I have diabetes. Everyone, please make way for me. No, we can't let him taste the sweetness. Those with kidney stones and uremia should go first. This early morning is killing me with laughter." Jiang Qiqiang watched the barrage of comments in the livestream room and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the opinions of the masses can be formidable. The viewers were quite the characters. He realized he needed to start streaming early, otherwise the female fans in the livestream room might start spreading rumors about him having a second or third child. After activating the drone, he officially began the livestream. Good morning, dear viewers, just in time for 8 in the morning, you're so punctual, host.
Good morning, where is Xiaobai?
Host, did you know several of your videos have gone viral again? Lingnan Herbman sent 10 gifts along with a message. The promotional video performed well. Host, let us collaborate happily. Wow, someone is already showering gifts this early in the morning?
I saw him in the Chinese medicine video.
He seems to be quite the big shot. Let us cling to him. Zhang Qicheng smiled at the gifts and said, thank you, Lingnan Herbman, for your generous support. Let us collaborate joyfully. After saying this, he stood up and made his way to the backyard. The backyard was more spacious than the front yard, allowing ample room for practicing Tai Chi.as. The viewers watched Zhang Qicheng perform warm-up exercises. Their expressions were filled with curiosity. Host, what are you doing? I know this, it must be a square dance. Square dance, I enjoy watching it too, especially when pretty ladies dance, it's quite captivating. Pfft, is that really what you enjoy? You're clearly just lecherous. I haven't followed Coach Lu's routines for a long time. I feel like I've gained a few pounds. After warming up, Zhang Qicheng picked up his phone and glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream room, explaining, what are you all talking about, this ISNTS square dance? I am just warming up. I in the mornings will be streaming Tai Chi practice to enhance our physical fitness. Tai Chi harmonizes both the internal and external, blending softness and strength, incorporating the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. As well as traditional Chinese medicine's meridian theory, practicing daily can cultivate one's character and strengthen the body. His perception of Tai Chi had changed entirely compared to before, while its practicality in combat was debatable. In terms of self-cultivation and health, it was undoubtedly one of the finest martial arts. The viewers in the livestream room frowned and began to voice their criticisms. Tai Chi, let us skip it. It's rather dull.
Is Tai Chi really more interesting than square dancing? If it's not, we might as well dance to the compendium of Materia Medica.
I know a bit of Tai Chi. It's just splitting a watermelon in half, you take one half, and I'll take the other.
Honey, you teach, they don't like it, but I do.
Tai Chi is quite good, it's not exhausting and can cultivate one's character.
Why are there so many female fans in this livestream room?
I originally planned to leave, but after seeing this comment, I returned. Tai Chi is indeed quite good. Zhang Qicheng observed the comments, set his phone down, and smiled as he said, I have a few insights into Tai Chi. Everyone can follow along and learn a bit. After all, it's free. Let us practice a little. What the host says makes sense.
Practicing a bit doesn't hurt.
Honey, your initial stance is really handsome. I can do it too. Does anyone want to learn? I can teach you step by step.
This Tai Chi looks so soft and weak. It clearly can't be used in real combat, it's rather uninteresting.
With that, Zhang Qicheng's expression shifted. He focused intently and began to perform Tai Chi, his figure transforming into a blur within the drone's camera. His movements varied in speed, and with each strike, the sounds of tigers and leopards resonated, echoing continuously, akin to a master of unparalleled skill. Chapter 28. The excited bandit's fist. As Zhang Qicheng completed the set of movements, his strikes flowed seamlessly, with transitions so subtle they were nearly imperceptible, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. The viewers in the livestream room were astonished, and the majority of the female fans were particularly captivated. This was entirely different from the Tai Chi practiced by elderly gentlemen in the park. If this is what Tai Chi looks like, what on earth was I practicing for my final exam?
I'm genuinely curious. Can this actually be used in combat?
This hostess Tai Chi could potentially kill someone, while my Tai Chi could only make someone laugh to death.
The outcome is still the same, laughing and crying, but flexibility and strength, truly remarkable.
This host's Tai Chi possesses some serious skills, it feels even stronger than Master Ma's.
Nonsense, the lightning 5 whips is an unparalleled skill. No one in the country can surpass it.
It's all just a series of moves. In a real fight, they're useless. It's all just a bunch of nonsense.
After completing a set of movements,
Zhang Qicheng felt invigorated and warm all over. He glanced at the barrage of comments and furrowed his brow. This was excessive. he had witnessed insults before, but he had never seen such blatant disrespect. When did Tai Chi fall behind the lightning 5 whips? Dear viewers, the essence of Tai Chi lies in the principles of utilizing strength and yielding, along with softness. However, one's physical fitness must also be adequate. This is a form of health cultivation. Practicing daily can enhance one's well-being. If anyone wishes to learn a quick and effective self-defense technique, I suggest studying Master Chen's unrestricted combat techniques. Zhang Qiqiang stated earnestly. In recent years, there had been frequent denigrations of traditional martial arts, leading to debates about which was stronger. However, no one dared to challenge or question Master Chen Hegao's unrestricted combat techniques. On the internet, if anyone defended Tai Chi or other traditional martial arts, there were bound to be contrarians, but when it came to the Mad Dogs or unrestricted combat techniques, they were all undeniably effective.
What is this unrestricted combat technique? Is it impressive? I think American Aikido and American Wing Chun are the strongest self-defense techniques. If you practice American Aikido, Master Chen will drive a tank over to take you out. If you call American Aikido good, I'll say it's decent, but if you mention unrestricted combat techniques, I can only say it's an exceptional skill. Unrestricted combat techniques, many people haven't even heard of it. It is the only school that has had a legal kill record since the establishment of the country, with the martial law being law and its catchphrase being "I am extremely terrified." We can argue about other things, but this one is off limits. There are so many fake fighters online. Have you ever seen anyone challenge Master Chen? I am not well versed in the art of unrestricted combat, but I am familiar with the Mad Dog boxing style. Their senior master is burdened with a heavy heart, plagued by inner demons, and has become a disgrace to the sect. Zhang Qiqiang chuckled and said, "Dear friends, let us now advocate for peace. Violence should be avoided. Practicing Tai Chi is quite sufficient. It not only strengthens the body but also equips one for self-defense when necessary. If I do not practice, even if the sky were to fall, I would not engage in Tai Chi." Streamer, how can you speak so casually? Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Self-defense, how does one defend oneself? Let us have a duel. If you can defeat me, I will practice till I have trained in Sanzhou. Zhang Qiqiang observed the barrage of comments in the livestream, a faint smile gracing his lips. He approached a dirt wall in the backyard, gathered his energy, stepped forward, and with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful kick. The wall, standing at a height of 1 meter and 40 centimeters, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The viewers in the livestream, witnessing the wall's thickness, immediately knelt in a "My sister possesses remarkable strength, but my brother is no pushover either. May I inquire what one should be cautious of when challenging the streamer? Streamer, with just these 2 moves, if I withstand 3 of your kicks, you will be on your knees begging me to relent. Help will be here in a jiffy. This must be staged. No one could possibly possess such strength. Just a moment ago, I felt it was 50-50 in a duel against the streamer. Now it feels more like 30-70. With him delivering 3 kicks while I barely managed to dodge. Streamer, have you been possessed by a monk? Certainly not human, absolutely inhuman. That kick was undeniably impressive. This dirt wall in the backyard was originally a makeshift structure for raising chickens. With the chickens long gone and the coop dismantled, only this wall remained. It seemed out of place in the backyard, and Zhang Qiqiang had contemplated tearing it down for quite some time. Finally, he found the opportunity. He lifted his leg and delivered another kick, toppling the remaining half of the wall with ease. The viewers in the livestream fell silent as they beheld the completely collapsed wall. Zhang Qiqiang smiled gently and said, "Dear friends, that was the left kick of Tai Chi. Now, what are your thoughts on Tai Chi? Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Is this truly Tai Chi? I seriously suspect that the Tai Chi I learned in college was a counterfeit. It bears little resemblance to what the streamer teaches. I am signing up, as long as my husband is the instructor. I am all in. I feel that girls who practice Tai Chi inevitably transform into practitioners of some aggressive criminal excitement style. What criminal excitement? I want my partner to learn." Zhang Qiqiang then proceeded to demonstrate the breakdown of Tai Chi in the livestream. After teaching it twice, the viewers appeared somewhat bewildered. This Tai Chi is no different from what my PE teacher taught. I want to learn the kind of Tai Chi that can kick down walls. Not this feeble display. Fraud, this is a scam. Is it possible that my martial arts talent is inadequate? After practicing it twice, all I feel is warmth throughout my body. Nothing more. 10 years of Tai Chi without stepping outside. Half a year of Xingyi can kill. Brothers, practice slowly out of curiosity. How long must I train to reach the streamer's level? From beginner to the grave, it feels like a lifetime. Zhang Qilan, with a flushed face and a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead.
Entered the backyard, she excitedly proclaimed, "Brother, I've been watching your livestream and practiced it twice. I feel like I am nearly at your level. I believe I have 3 parts of your strength. Watch me perform." Zhang Qichang looked on in astonishment, a nagging sense of unease blooming within him. The viewers in the livestream were captivated by Zhang Qilan's Tai Chi. Her style was entirely different from Zhang Qichang's. More graceful and aesthetically pleasing. As beautiful as a flower, exuding elegance. This is indeed the criminal excitement style. I feel exhilarated. Everyone remain calm. This woman dares to catch snakes with her bare hands. To be honest, I have a bit of a masochistic tendency. When Zhang Qilan reached the left kick, she emulated her brother and kicked the wall in the backyard twice. Thud, thud. The brick and cement enclosure did not collapse but cracked, creating a small hole. The hole was modest, about 10 centimeters wide and 2 centimeters deep, revealing some of the red bricks within, which were also slightly damaged. The drone's camera zoomed in for a close-up of the hole. Zhang Qilan stood momentarily in shock, then froze in place, looking at Zhang Qichang with an innocent expression. Zhang Qichang sighed in resignation and covered his forehead with his hand. Chapter 29, Renovating the Garden. The viewers in the livestream gasped in disbelief. Many who had just expressed admiration now felt cold sweat trickling down their spines, a prickling sensation taking hold. What remarkable kicking skills, brave maiden. I am in awe. That SA cement wall. Streamer, do you have anything to explain? I can't love anymore. It feels like I can't afford it. A mere argument could lead to disaster. Wall. I truly despise women who lack a sense of boundaries. What did I do wrong? I sense that tomorrow Douyin will launch a nationwide challenge to kick down cement walls. I just adore strong little girls like this. Mother-in-law, after you hit my son, you can't hit me. Zhang Qichang gazed at the cement wall, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he felt utterly drained. While he could make excuses for the sugarcane, how could he justify this wall? He glanced at the comments and admitted, "Dear viewers, no need to say more. I concede, my sister indeed possesses remarkable strength." Zhang Qilan's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. She approached the wall, scrutinizing the hole she had created, her expression gradually clearing. "Brother, please don't exaggerate. This wall in our backyard has stood for quite some time. The cement has weathered, and it crumbles upon contact. This has nothing to do with my strength. Truly, I am not that strong," Zhang Qilan insisted. After she finished speaking, as if to defend herself, she attempted to kick the wall again. The hole deepened by another centimeter, and rubble accumulated at the base of the wall. Xiaobai, curious, approached and tentatively tapped the wall with its tail, then bumped its head against it, promptly losing consciousness. The wall remained unscathed, even the moss clinging to it intact. This spectacle was a tremendous hit in the livestream. The barrage of comments surged, with thousands of netizens expressing their astonishment. "Goodness, Xiaobai is testing the waters. Live, my heart aches for Xiaobai. It has been bamboozled." "Beauty, stop your clever arguments. You are indeed strong. Gentleness can be feigned, but the hole in the wall and your muscular physique cannot be faked. New fans, do not fear. Just watch the live stream for a few days, and you will get used to it." Zhang Qichang, checking on the unconscious Xiaobai, quickly confirmed its breathing was normal, apart from a bump on its head. It was otherwise unharmed. In ancient times, there were tales of waiting for rabbits. Today, it was a snake colliding with a wall. How foolish, Zhang Qichang mused, holding Xiaobai. Zhang Qilan's face flushed, and she quietly asked, "Brother, why don't you defend me? I cannot assist. If I continue, I would be speaking against my conscience, and I wouldn't sleep well at night. The wall has weathered. It has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe me, try it." Zhang Qichang shook his head at the wall. Fortunately, during his days of working his way through school, he had some experience as a laborer. Patching up a wall would be a manageable task. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick, causing the entire cement wall to tremble. A hole approximately 20 to 30 centimeters wide appeared, shattering the viewer's perceptions along with the wall. This wall had stood for over a decade and indeed showed signs of wear. With a serious expression, Zhang Qichang stated, "Dear friends, my sister's strength is indeed somewhat exceptional. However, this wall is also not particularly sturdy. It is time for a reconstruction." Amidst the barrage of comments, some bizarre remarks began to surface. Tiannan Police, truly formidable. Remember to report to the local authorities. Shangguang Police, under close observation. Jiangnan SWAT, what a talent. It would be a shame not to be a special police officer. Northern Cyber Police, let me take a look at what happened. Wow, so many police officers. Haijiao Police, Doghead. The viewers in the livestream were left bewildered, as was Zhang Qichang, while Lu Ruofei burst into laughter. Her laughter was particularly exuberant. This had already become a memorable scene, and now it was elevated to an iconic moment. A clip of this livestream would undoubtedly garner over 1 million likes. With views easily surpassing 10 million. Jiang Qichang declared during the livestream that he would take time to report the incident to the local police, thus bringing the matter to a close. He surveyed the chaotic backyard and shook his head in resignation. With such a mess, it was best to tidy things up. Perfect timing to create a beautiful garden, which would be pleasing to the eye. He subsequently changed the title of his livestream to Renovating the Garden. Xiaobai was returned to its nest, Jiang Qilan headed off to her job at the clinic, and Jiang Qichang took out paper and pen. Envisioning his ideal backyard. NOA streamer, are you serious? Streamer, are you really planning to renovate the backyard all by yourself? I prefer a traditional Chinese garden style, perhaps with some artificial hills and flowing water. You should find a few people to help, it won't cost much, and doing it alone is far too exhausting. When my house was last renovated, just the plastering took nearly half a month. This is not a leisurely life, it's clearly an experience of labor, those in the renovation industry would say. Streamer, this is sheer folly. Jiang Qichang gazed at the barrage of comments in the live streaming room. Chuckling as he remarked, life thrives on challenges. I merely plan to renovate my backyard, which is hardly a monumental task. Let us first devise a design plan and see how it unfolds. As he surveyed his own backyard, memories of the construction design principles from the ancient text Lu Banshu flitted through his mind. Although the book primarily focused on carpentry, its wisdom transcended disciplines, especially since he had previously worked part-time on construction sites. He sketched and revised, and soon a draft of an exquisite traditional Chinese garden sprang to life on paper. The viewers in the live stream, despite their limited understanding of design, found the garden's blueprint utterly enchanting. It featured rockeries and flowing water, a shaded pavilion, a bamboo swing, and more, all seamlessly integrated. Even the various flowers depicted in the garden were rendered with remarkable fidelity. This design scheme truly aligns with my tastes. This is not merely a renovation, it is clearly a reconstruction. What a stunning design blueprint. I too wish to remodel my garden according to it. If the renovation follows this blueprint, it would undoubtedly cost at least several $100,000. While the design is beautiful, regrettably, I feel unworthy of it. Isn't the goal set a tad too high? Can this truly be accomplished? What an ambitious undertaking. You've even produced 3 view drawings. Did you study fine arts? Jiang Qichang set aside his paper and pen, smiling as he said, painting is but one of my many hobbies. I have a fondness for these classical Chinese courtyards. If this project comes to fruition, it will likely take at least a month. If anyone is interested in learning, you can join me. Streamer, please don't boast. Do you really think you can complete such a large project in a month? Let us not even mention the rest, just dismantling that wall would take a month. Streamer, let us stick to live streaming and not push your limits. If this garden can be completed in a month, I'll sell my car and donate $100,000. A classical Chinese garden is the most costly and troublesome. I fear a month may be too ambitious. I trust the streamer, after all, it's just a small garden, how hard can it be? Chapter 30, Streamer, please don't be pretentious. The first step in renovating the backyard, creating the design blueprint, was completed. Jiang Qichang then set out to borrow tools from Uncle Jiang. In his youth, Uncle Jiang had organized construction teams and worked as a contractor, although he had not engaged in such work for many years. He still possessed a comprehensive collection of tools. Xiaoqiang, I have all the tools you need, but first you must tell me what they're for. Oh, Uncle, I plan to renovate the backyard. That's splendid, you need not concern yourself. Leave it to me. Uncle Jiang patted his chest and declared, I'll rally the old comrades from the village. We'll surely finish it in half a month, though we might struggle with building houses due to age. Constructing a backyard was entirely within his capabilities. Don't be modest, you 2 siblings are like our own children. Besides, Xiaolan is still the village doctor. We're all just idle at home, so a little work will serve as good exercise. He added, beaming with joy. Jiang Qichang shook his head and gently replied, Uncle, truly, there is no need. I've been at home with nothing to do. I wish to do it myself. I only need to borrow some tools and will return them afterward. Very well, the tools are in the backyard. I'll take you to get them. Remembering the past, Uncle Jiang reminisced, in those days, I was renowned across 10 li as a striking young man, leading a construction team and living quite the life. I had suitors knocking down my doorstep. Now I'm old. As Uncle Jiang opened the backyard door, he was lost in memories of behind him. Jiang Pingping, listening attentively, decisively turned back to find Grandma. Jiang Qichang gathered a plethora of tools he could use and placed them in the trunk of his car. Just as he finished organizing, he spotted Jiang Pingping approaching with Aunt Jiang. You old fool, what have you been chatting about with Xiaoqiang? Aunt Jiang's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. saying, "Hee dear wife, what brings you here? I was just telling Xiaocheng how I had an eye for talent in my youth and chose you amidst the crowd. Look at the love we've shared over the years. Life has been splendid. I was urging him to find a partner soon." And Zhang Qichang. Aunt Zhang nodded approvingly, saying, "That is quite the sentiment. What do you wish to eat today? Whatever you make, I shall eat."
"I am not picky." The elderly couple headed back inside, while Zhang Pingping, awkward yet polite, glanced at Zhang Qichang, grinning. "Is it you who has been reporting to the adults? Little uncle, you know me. I am always tight-lipped."
Zhang Qichang ruffled Zhang Pingping's hair and smiled, encouraging him to return home. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Streamer, your little nephew might easily become a traitor when he grows up. I've heard that men in Sichuan are all henpecked. Today, I see it's true. The village chief is indeed skillful at wooing his wife. Living in Sichuan, my mother always told me that without cooking skills, you won't find a wife. Who says we are henpecked? I am the authority at home. I do what I please with washing dishes and mopping floors. Goodness, such a tough exterior.
You could burn offerings in a crematorium."
Men who are henpecked tend to have higher family happiness. In contrast, many families are not happy, so I take pride in it. I'm looking for a Sichuan man to date.
I want to marry into Sichuan.
Zhang Qichang drove home, unloading the tools from his car. He glanced at the barrage of comments, he smiled and said, "Dear viewers, please do not misunderstand. In Sichuan, being henpecked means respecting and loving one's wife. If you find it hard to comprehend, I recommend watching the drama Happy Henpecked. This is not because our women are fierce or unruly. Mutual respect is essential for a harmonious life." At this moment, the live audience had swelled to nearly 10,000. The proportion of viewers from Sichuan was naturally significant. The streamer speaks wisely. Please continue to promote this message. Seriously, we Sichuan men are all forced into this role.
Have you all forgotten the arduous path of the Shu Road?
If you're ever kidnapped, please blink. I'll come to rescue you.
My boyfriend is henpecked, but he respects me and is not weak.
The girls from Sichuan and Chongqing are gentle, represented by Xin Yuchu. I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. In terms of gentleness, Sichuan and Chongqing ladies are 10 portions, while Xin Yuchu is 12 portions, leaving the rest lacking.
Oh dear, we are indeed gentle. If you don't believe it, I'll crack your skull.
I speak for my partner. Sichuan girls are incredibly gentle. Whoever claims Sichuan girls are not gentle, please step forward. Zhang Qichang observed the livestream comments, feeling a sense of warmth without offering any explanations. Everything was understood without words. Regardless of others, his sister was indeed quite gentle daughter, so he hoped. He drove towards the town several li away. While tools could be borrowed for the backyard renovation, materials like cement, gravel, and river sand still needed to be purchased. Upon entering the building materials store, a middle-aged man greeted him. "Brother, what is your name? Care for a smoke?" "Zhang Qichang. You can call me Xiao Jiang." The man immediately extended his hand, exuding warmth as he asked, "Are you the top scorer in last year's college entrance examination? Is your sister Jiang Qilan?" "Uncle, you know my sister? Your sister is a classmate of my daughter. You two siblings are legends in our town. One is a top scorer and the other in the top 10. What a pleasure." The viewers in the livestream were suddenly inundated with question marks. Is our streamer a top scorer? Is this for real? I'll check online and be right back. Two high achievers born to the same parents, brother and sister, both excel.
Indeed a top scorer. It's quite astonishing, no wonder they look extraordinary.
After struggling for years, I can barely get into an undergraduate program. Don't lose heart, the gap between people is indeed vast. I'm just in a vocational college. I graduated in the same year as the streamer and saw his news report. That's why he looks so familiar.
Zhang Qichang smiled modestly and asked, "Uncle, may I know your name?" "I'm Wang. You can call me Old Wang." "Uncle Wang, I'm here to buy some building materials for my backyard renovation. Do you have any?" "Of course, I'll give you a 30% discount, and can we take a photo together later?" Uncle Wang, stroking his slightly balding head, was all smiles. He excitedly added, "A photo with a top scorer. My daughter will be so envious when she sees it." "Xiao Jiang, let us do a peace sign." Chapter 31. Is this a brush with fame? Zhang Qichang readily posed for a photo, after which the owner led him to the back to inspect the materials. He glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream and chuckled. Initially, he had hoped to maintain a low profile and stream as an ordinary person, but it seemed his identity had been revealed.
He didn't intend to flood it, but alas, the atmosphere of the live broadcast had escalated to this point. Boss Wang pointed to the construction materials in his backyard and asked Xiao Jiang, "How large is your backyard?" "It's not very big, just around 100 square meters," came the reply. "What do you plan to purchase? Have you found a construction team?" "Uncle, I have been idle at home lately, so I intend to renovate the backyard myself. Look, this is the design blueprint I sketched." Jiang Qicheng then produced a thick stack of design drawings. Boss Wang was rendered speechless, utterly impressed. The design was indeed both precise and beautiful. Even the wealthiest man in town, who commissioned specialized designs, could not boast such refinement. "Xiao Jiang, your drawings are exquisite. You didn't study architectural design at university, did you?" "Uncle, I majored in finance." "I knew it. The top scorer in the college entrance examination is no ordinary person. Even switching fields, he can produce such a design." "Impressive. As someone who has worked in this field for years, I can tell you that the construction difficulty of this plan is quite high." "Are you sure you can manage it?" Boss Wang inquired with concern. Jiang Qicheng smiled and said, "I have some confidence. Let's give it a try." "Alright, youth is promising. Let me see how much material you will need." "You will need about 40,000 red bricks. I will give you 45,000.20 bags of cement. At least 24 bags should be prepared. 16 cubic meters of river sand should suffice, and 20 cubic meters of gravel should also be adequate." "Are you planning to build a fish pond?" Boss Wang analyzed the design. Jiang Qicheng nodded, explaining that there was a spring on their mountain with good water quality and he planned to channel the spring water down to create a flowing fish pond at home. "You will definitely need waterproof materials and some putty. Unfortunately, no one in our town sells these. However, I can help you procure them. Let me calculate. As I mentioned earlier, I will give you a 40% discount. River sand costs 200 per cubic meter, gravel 400 per cubic meter, cement 30 per bag. Just pay a deposit of 20,000 for now, and settle the rest once the materials arrive tomorrow." Boss Wang typed on the calculator for a while. Jiang Qicheng initially thought the 40% discount was just a joke, but to his surprise, the total price indeed reflected the discount. He felt a bit embarrassed about the deposit being only half of the total amount. "Uncle, you still have a business to run. Just give me an 80% discount. 40% is too much. It must be a 40% discount. I am a man of my word once I make a promise." "It is set in stone." "However, Xiao Jiang, would you allow me to hang a photo of us today in my store for publicity? It would be quite impressive to say that even the top scorer came to my little shop." Boss Wang's face flushed as he rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat bashful. Jiang Qicheng nodded in agreement, not declining. After paying the deposit, he drove back home. A 40% discount was indeed an incredible bargain, almost akin to a giveaway. Upon returning home, he found an old outfit, picked up a hammer, and prepared to demolish the wall. Although the backyard wall was somewhat weathered, it remained sturdy. It had merely been kicked down, so he decided to rebuild it. Jiang Qicheng warmed up and approached the spot where the wall had been broken earlier that morning. 3, 2, 1 heave, bang! As the hammer struck, the entire wall shook, and a large chunk crumbled away. Viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, feeling the intense impact of the demolition. They had initially thought it was just playful banter, but the streamer was indeed serious. With the sound of banging, a significant portion of the Jiang family's backyard wall was soon reduced to rubble. Jiang Qicheng swung the hammer like a barbarian, his eyes focused as if guided by a tracker, striking swiftly and accurately. He exuded an aura of power, as if wielding a hammer meant to conquer all. Of the small white cat, which had been napping inside, was awakened by the commotion and stumbled into the backyard, eyes wide at the sight of the demolished wall. As Jiang Qicheng smashed down more of the wall, the small white cat trembled in response. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with comments. So fierce. This is too fierce. The big hammer costs 80, the small hammer 40. How many swings has the streamer taken? This streamer is unstoppable, hammering from start to finish. Impressive. What is this hammer called? Why does it feel so soft compared to regular hammers? It's called a soft hammer, used for demolition. If you use a hard hammer, your palms will hurt after just 2 strikes. With a physique like that, what woman wouldn't be interested? I'm drooling. Am I having an aesthetic crisis? Suddenly, I feel like the so-called pretty boys are nothing special. This type of man is truly handsome. Pretty boys are just liked by young girls. I prefer men like this. Oh no, I'm starting to bleed from my nose. The official operations department of Douyin quickly noticed the unusual data from Jiang Qicheng's livestream. Words like body, handsome, and nosebleed appeared too frequently in the chat. Choo Choo Baby, a new editor in the operations department, had only been on the job for 2 months. She frowned at the computer alerts. Is he crossing any lines? What lines could a male streamer be crossing? Is it like the Yeshing livestream? She immediately clicked into Jiang Qicheng's stream to take a look before issuing a warning, but once she entered, she was stunned. What a fierce man! Her colleague, hearing her exclamation, turned to look equally astonished. That waist is incredible.
I must tell you, when looking for a partner, this is the standard to aim for. Zhao. What are you talking about? Chu, you'll understand when you get married. A good waist is truly remarkable. Then Zhao. Does this count as crossing any lines? Crossing lines? What lines? This is clearly a positive and uplifting young man. Exactly, he is so handsome, with such a great physique, and he even took off his shirt. Look at those 8-pack abs. The female editors in the Douyin livestream operations department were just as captivated as the female viewers. After demolishing the wall, Jiang Qicheng felt quite hot and decided to take off his shirt to wipe the sweat off his body. His physique had always been decent, but after taking the Yi-Jin Shi Sui Dan, his muscles had developed to a whole new level. The female viewers in the livestream were drooling. What kind of male bodhisattva is this? Help, is this body something I can enjoy without spending any money? This clean, defined abdomen has a deadly allure for me. I'm truly envious of this physique. If no one claims him, I'll start spreading rumors that he's my ex-boyfriend. I finally understand what it's like for the wealthy widow in the drama to gaze at her own laborer. Ladies, we really shouldn't look at handsome men in this sweltering heat. It's too stimulating. I'm already bleeding from my nose. For a single 26-year-old woman, his allure was overwhelming. She feared she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 32. Brother, do you want a wife? After watching the live stream for a while, Chu Baby opened Jiang Qicheng's streaming data from the past few days, observing the exaggerated numbers from 3 days. She immediately realized that he had the potential to go viral. In the world of live streaming, whether one can achieve fame without signing with a guild truly depends on luck. There are simply too many people trying their hand at live streaming now. Being lucky enough to get official attention can lead to a recommendation, while bad luck means even prolonged streaming won't garner much popularity. Chu, you're in luck. You discovered this promising newcomer just as you started your job. I think we should give him a hot recommendation, Zhao Jie said with a hint of envy. His sister, are you really going to do that? Don't play coy with me. If you don't want to give it, I will, and then I will sign him. Zhao Jie, you know I just started and need to boost my performance, Chu Baby said playfully. The streaming industry has a low barrier to entry, and many novices flood it. The vast majority of streamers on Douyin sign fixed contracts, while only major streamers formally sign contracts that grant them various traffic advantages and benefits. Jiang Qicheng's current popularity was nearly at the threshold for a formal contract with Douyin. As his live stream received a hot recommendation, various statistics began to soar rapidly. The number of online viewers surged from a few thousand to over 10,000 in an instant, and the increase showed no signs of slowing. In less than 10 minutes, the number of online followers surpassed 20,000 and continued to rise. Liu Ruofei was also working overtime, editing the segment where Jiang Qicheng had taken off his shirt to wipe away sweat. After the video was released, boosted by the hot recommendation, its statistics skyrocketed. Moreover, it was also trending wildly on other platforms. A devoted woman focused on goodness. Stumbling upon this video is the reward I deserve. Big data, please remember my preferences, thank you. What is this rough man literature? Blushing, I suddenly understand Tian Shaoyi. Who wouldn't love this? In this scorching summer, scrolling through Douyin made me feel hot. I can't believe it. Is this really hot on Douyin? As the video continued to be shared, it quickly climbed the trending search list in a remarkably short time. Many people were puzzled by the trending term rough man literature. What is this rough man literature, and why is it so popular? Many girls, upon receiving the video shared by their close friends, were initially confused but then ecstatic. Good sister, you really understand me. The rough male lead I adore has suddenly come to life. Let him smash things, I definitely won't run away. Drooling, right? I just realized I actually quite like rough men. I admit, I was a bit too loud about Tian Shaoyi earlier. Exactly, some things really can't be blamed on Tian Shaoyi. What are you two discussing? Where do you draw the line when watching such videos? What about self-respect? Where's the dignity? Where can I find the contact information? Where is the live streaming room? After this video spread through countless WeChat groups of sisters, many people flocked to the live streaming room. Upon entering, they were astonished by Jiang Qicheng's physique. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 50,000 and was still rising. Wow, why are there suddenly so many people in the live stream? Tears of frustration streamed down my cheeks. Which sister is dating such a man? Even as a guy, I am completely captivated by this physique. Goodness, I didn't expect my rivals to include not just women, but men as well. This man is too much, I can't bear to look. Suddenly, I feel like dating. Can the host share an address?
I knew the bullet comments would be this chaotic, like a bunch of lovesick fools.
My heavens, is this really the male lead from a farming novel? I once worked as a bath attendant.
One day, a customer suddenly passed away while I was bathing him, and I was terrified. I finally understood that some people, once you wash them, they are gone.
Sister, you're showing off so much. Are you not afraid for your life?
As a man with a normal sexual orientation, I also admire this kind of physique, as I truly cannot achieve it myself. After demolishing the backyard wall, Jiang Qichong noticed it was nearly afternoon. He drew some well water, washed up briefly, and then settled into a lounge chair. After sipping some tea and glancing at the live stream data, he was taken aback. The number of online viewers had soared to 70,000, placing him among the top 100 live streams on Douyin. He hadn't done anything but smash the walls, looking at the bullet comments. He felt perplexed. Could it be that everyone enjoys watching this now? Upon checking Douyin's backend and noticing the popular recommendation for Choo Choo Baby, he finally understood. No wonder the popularity surged. It turned out he was featured on the official recommendation. Purified water truly is a wonderful thing. Tea made with hot water always helps him recover his strength swiftly. After only resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Qichong's physical condition was restored, and all fatigue and soreness vanished. After greeting the audience in the livestream, he began tidying up the backyard. Boss Wang's building materials wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, so Jiang Qichong planned to clean the backyard today. He borrowed Uncle Zhang's tricycle to start loading the broken bricks. The viewers, having never witnessed such a vigorous worker, were amazed he was not taking any breaks. He had just finished smashing the wall. Host, aren't you tired?
Come on, let us be good and take a break first.
This is intense. With such work speed and endurance, even the donkeys in the production team would cry. Even if we were renovating our own house, there is no need to rush this much. Just from the 2 hits the host made on the wall, I feel like I need a week to finish. Still have energy? That's impossible. Even Superman can't work like this. Jiang Qichong smiled as he looked at the comments. Thank you all for your concern. This little bit of work is nothing. I've just taken a break, and today we're going to clean up the backyard. The construction progress is well within my expectations. Tomorrow and the day after we'll rebuild the wall, and then we can renovate the backyard. In fact, renovating the backyard is merely a matter of this little effort.
The rest is not exhausting. Everyone, is this what people are saying? Is it really just this little, that's a tiny bit?
I showed the live stream to my dad, and he said he is very satisfied with this son-in-law. Covering face, oh my.
How does it feel like he can do anything? Is there such a big difference between people?
I love it, I'm following. I want to see how it turns out. I want to work alongside the host. I'll smash the wall in my backyard later.
Sisters, be cautious. If you can't pull the willow tree straight, don't follow along. After cleaning up the backyard, it was already dark. He addressed the drone. Everyone, will stop here for today. See you all tomorrow. After shutting down the livestream and storing away the drone, the siblings had dinner. Jiang Qichong smiled and asked, "Do you want a wife now? If you just say the word, I can bring one to you tomorrow." Chapter 33. Little Bai, this family cannot be without me. Jiang Qichong looked at his sister and resolutely shook his head.
He understood Jiang Qichong all too well. If he dared to say he wanted one, she would definitely bring someone home the next day and start planning for a wedding on the 3rd day. Most likely, that person would be one of her close friends. As she often said, the good water should not flow to outsiders, and this was something she had followed since childhood. The key point was, Jiang Qichong dared to speak, and her friends would indeed agree. After dinner, the siblings usually went to the yard to cool off and chat, while Little Bai stayed in the backyard, ever since the wall had been taken down. This little creature felt insecure and insisted on guarding it. Jiang Qichong teased brother, isn't Little by being overly cautious. With just one kick, you could break a hole in the wall. Who would dare come to our house?
You're not so bad yourself. The internet-famous snake-catching girl, hand-juicing fruit, tsk. Jiang Qichong retorted sharply. Jiang Qichong's face flushed. Ever since she became famous for catching snakes bare-handed, her friends had given her a nickname. Brash one. She had been teased a lot these days, especially after the livestream where she kicked the wall, and her friends even expressed gratitude for her not having harmed them over the years. Just as she was about to retort and regain some face, Jiang Qichong's phone rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number, which rang 3 times in succession. Choo Choo Baby. Seeing the contact number, Jiang Qichong left when he activated the live stream feature on Douyin.
Was momentarily filled with doubt. She was not willing to give up and tried again, finally getting through. Hello, are you Zhang Qichang? I am a staff member from the Douyin Livestream Operations Department. You can call me Choo Choo Baby. I saw your live stream content today and helped you get featured in the popular recommendations. Do you remember? Choo Choo Baby spoke quickly, fearing that the call would be disconnected. Zhang Qichang nodded and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you?" He went to his room and began chatting with Choo Choo Baby. Today's popular recommendation worked exceptionally well and had already met the criteria for signing a contract with Douyin. After a brief discussion, he decisively agreed to sign with the platform. The gift revenue would still be split 50-50, and he would also receive traffic support and various benefits from the platform, which was completely different from the minimum guarantee contract model of unions. After discussing the contract, Choo Choo Baby cautiously asked, "Brother Jiang, are you really planning to renovate your backyard all by yourself in a month?" "Yes, is there a problem?" No problem. I plan to submit an application to the operations department for a systematic promotion of your livestream. Actually, the concept of a person building a house by themselves is very popular both domestically and internationally. And this gimmick is quite good. If you can ensure that you complete it, we can create a mini documentary for comprehensive promotion. After pondering for a moment, Choo Choo Baby said she was highly confident in her proposal. Typically, when someone gets featured in a popular recommendation, their live stream room would gain at most 2,000 to 3,000 followers. If the live stream content is exceptional, it might increase by 2 to 3 tens of thousands. Zhang Qichang, however, had a single popular recommendation that caused his live stream followers to soar to over 70,000, breaking records and repeatedly trending on the platform. Based on this achievement, obtaining a full platform promotion from the operations department would be no problem at all. They might even be able to create a hit outdoor host. Zhang Qichang nodded and said, "A month is more than enough. Alright then, I will apply to the operations department tomorrow. Let us sign the contract happily." After signing the contract online, they exchanged contact information. Choo Choo Baby stayed up late to start drafting the comprehensive promotion plan for the platform, preparing to submit it the next day. That night, another person staying up late was Lu Ruofei. Lu Ruofei had previously attempted to manage her overseas account but struggled due to content and language barriers. Upon seeing Zhang Qichang practicing Tai Chi today, she was inspired. After all, traditional Chinese culture has a considerable market abroad. She then sent all of Zhang Qichang's videos to her overseas account. Due to the time difference, although it was dark in China, it was still daytime there. Many people were online, and Zhang Qichang's Tai Chi videos quickly surpassed 50,000 views. Countless foreigners, watching the fluid movements and the sound of punches, were left wide-eyed. Chinese Kung Fu? I've seen Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, they're incredible. Oh my god, the Chinese are truly formidable. I've seen Shaolin Kung Fu, it's just like this, they can even pierce glass with needles. Oh my dear god, if they are so capable, why are they so low-key? Quick! Look at another video, he kicked a hole in the wall. I really love Kung Fu. I want to find a master, but I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Physics is being challenged here. Astonishing. Zhang Qichang showcasing his physique while smashing the wall also garnered immense views overseas. Foreign girls in the comments section were equally captivated and salivating. The following morning, after Zhang Qichang woke up and finished breakfast, Boss Wang delivered the cement, red bricks, gravel, and river sand early. Choo Choo Baby also called to share good news. Her promotion plan was under review by the operations department, with an 80% success rate. Moreover, she had secured an even better recommendation position for Zhang Qichang on Douyin's homepage. Now, anyone who opened the Douyin livestream page would see his live stream room. Although it had just started broadcasting, the number of online viewers quickly rose to the level it was at when he ended the previous night. "Good morning, my husband. I couldn't sleep, I was wide awake, had insomnia last night. Sisters, could you do me a favor and let this man be mine? The building materials have all arrived." Is it really that quick? I am genuinely looking forward to seeing how the backyard will be transformed. I hope it turns out to be to my liking. Skipping work in the early morning to watch a livestream, how delightful. That little white snake, why does it keep yawning? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. How adorable, simply charming. After watching the livestream for a while, Zhang Qichang turned to the drone camera and said, "Good morning, everyone. Today, we will primarily level the backyard and then construct the surrounding wall. Yesterday, I demolished the walls at home, and Little White was so worried that it stayed in the backyard all night to guard the place without a wink of sleep." He squatted down and patted Little White's head, asking, "Are you tired?" Little White nodded and yawned widely. "I prepared some chicken breast for you. Why don't you have a bite and then go to sleep?" Little White nodded again and then turned to head back inside, yawning as it went, nearly bumping into the wall while turning. I've never seen a snake yawn before. What an eye-opener. Do snakes actually guard the house? Yawning is truly contagious. I've yawned several times myself. Little White seems to understand human speech and even responds, damn it, while others have snakes guarding their homes at night, mine is busy demolishing it. Streamer, you must treat Little White well. I adore it, Little White. This home will inevitably fall apart without me. The streamer's linguistic talent is indeed impressive. Chapter 34. Tens of thousands of viewers overseeing the work. Jiang Qichang commenced the preparatory work for the wall construction according to his pre-arranged plan. The red bricks delivered by Boss Wang were quite dry and could not be used for wall construction directly. They needed to be thoroughly soaked in water first, otherwise, during the wall construction, the red bricks would rapidly absorb moisture from the mortar, thereby diminishing the bonding strength. As the viewers in the livestream listened to Jiang Qichang explain the importance of watering and various wall construction techniques, they were left in awe. Streamer, you can't be a civil engineering graduate, can you? I feel he must have attended Blue Sky for further studies. Nonsense, Blue Sky specializes in excavating. The streamer's culinary skills are impressive. I believe he must have gone to New Oriental. You two are just trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my credit. Now this is what a real man is like. He can do anything and everything. Truly impressive. The title of the column is Renovating the Garden. Why is he watering bricks? You must be new. Watering bricks is to reduce the speed at which the red bricks absorb moisture from the mortar. This is all preparatory work. Truly, this is learning in action, showing off on site. As Jiang Qichang was finishing up watering, he heard some commotion from the front yard. As if many people had arrived, he set down the hose and went outside to find that many uncles from Jiangjia village had come over. Numbering around 20. They were all wearing hard hats and holding tools like trowels and plastering knives. Upon seeing Jiang Qichang, they began to complain. Jiang kid, what do you mean by this? You're building a house and didn't inform us? Exactly, did you go out for a stroll and find our skills unsatisfactory? Your uncle Jiang Wen let us come. I watched you grow up and I can't not lend a hand for such a big project? Qichang, what exactly are you planning to build? Jiang Qichang looked at these uncles, his eyes slightly reddening, and quickly replied, dear uncles, you've misunderstood. I'm live streaming, teaching viewers how to renovate their gardens. This is also work. The uncles from Jiangjia village had very good personalities, were warm-hearted, but were somewhat behind the times. Jiang Qichang then opened his phone to the live stream, pointing at the drone hovering above while explaining. This harmonious relationship left the viewers in the live stream deeply moved. Good morning, uncles. Why are the villagers in the stream so friendly and warm-hearted? Completely unlike our village. Living in the city is tough. I've been buying a house for 7 or 8 years and don't even know what my neighbor is called. We're merely acquaintances. Our village is alright, although there are some minor frictions. We still help each other out when it matters. The city is a labyrinth. I want to return to the countryside. You're overthinking it. Even rural roads can be slippery, and human hearts are more complex. It's just that the streamer's village is quite pleasant. Damn it, my neighbor came over and swiped my wallet, and now we don't speak anymore. The uncles in Jiangjia village nodded. Appearing to understand slightly, Jiang Qichang poured each of them a cup of tea and continued, thank you all for your kindness. The village has been busy these days. Once I finish building the backyard, I'll invite everyone over for a barbecue. After finishing their tea, everyone felt refreshed and full of energy, repeatedly praising the tea. Once most of the crowd had dispersed, Jiang Qichang noticed Uncle Erzong still lingering, waiting for him. Before he could ask, the other party spoke up. Jiang kid, you've always been strong-willed. You certainly won tea. Accept our help. You and your sister saved me in your aunt a couple of days ago. This kindness must be repaid. I have some gravel that has been sitting unused for years. It's now in vogue for paving. I'll bring it over to you, Uncle Erzong stated. Jiang Qichang hesitated for a moment and then smiled, agreeing not if he refused, Uncle Erzong would surely feel uneasy, and besides, that gravel would indeed be useful for renovating the garden. Building the wall was not as complicated as he had imagined. It just required a bit of skill. Digging the foundation, ensuring the doorframe corners were vertical, mixing cement, laying the lower layer with small bricks, alternating the upper layer in a cross pattern, and finally smoothing the wall surface. Aside from preparing lunch, Jiang Qichang spent the rest of the time methodically advancing the wall construction. As the sun began to set in the afternoon, with the sky painted in red hues, the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream finally realized that the vast backyard wall had been completely constructed, and the plaster had been applied. Did this all get done in a single day? Tens of thousands of viewers supervising the work online. The streamer's speed is indeed impressive. This is pure labor. If I were to do this, it would take me at least a week. Indeed, handsome while building walls. Everything he does feels extraordinary, truly deserving of being a college entrance examination champion. Even building a wall is done with flair. I feel like a waste. I suddenly believe the streamer can renovate his garden in a month. Damn, the house I bought is unfinished. If only the construction team had half the streamer's skill, I wouldn't be in such a dire situation. I can relate. My house is also unfinished. Boohoo. At this time, the weather in Sichuan was unbearably hot. The plaster that had just been applied was nearly dry by now. After inspecting it, Jiang Qichang connected the hose again and began to sprinkle water on the wall. What is the streamer doing with the freshly applied plaster? I don't understand. Why is he spraying water? The streamer must have his reasons. I trust him. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can explain this? The plasterer indicates this is for water curing. I see. But what is the principle behind it? I'm just a plasterer. How would I know so much? If I knew everything, would I still be plastering? After Jiang Qichang finished watering, he prepared to end the stream. Glancing at the chat, he explained, after applying the cement mortar, it must undergo water curing. This involves a chemical reaction where the cement reacts with water. This prevents the cement from developing hollow spots and cracking. Generally, it takes 28 days for the cement to reach maximum strength. But for home renovations, about 7 days is sufficient. Is it because my walls weren't cured properly that they cracked? Indeed, mastering physics and chemistry makes one fearless. Is there any use in watering walls that have already cracked? I mentioned that when my house was being built, my parents would water the walls every night. I've gained some knowledge. The streamer is indeed knowledgeable. I admire him, who knew there were so many intricacies in wall construction. If I hadn't checked the tutorial and did it myself, I would have surely messed it up. This is all experience. I've paid for my education several times over to learn this. Had I watched this stream earlier, I wouldn't have had to renovate so many times. After Jiang Qichang ended the stream, Lu Ruofei immediately got to work editing the video. Many fans on foreign networks were already urging for updates on the series about renovating the backyard. Chapter 35. The Grand Fruit. Lu Ruofei was already quite adept at editing. She quickly turned Jiang Qichang's day of live streaming into a meticulously edited hour-long video. This hour-long video was then adjusted to play at 3 times the speed for optimal viewing. Once the video was released, it received widespread acclaim. Incredible. I feel he could build a house all by himself. Without a certain level of knowledge, I wouldn't even know where to start with the materials. This handsome guy is truly impressive. He can do everything. Astonished. Keep the updates coming. I'm curious what he will do tomorrow. The speed of infrastructure development in Huaxia is indeed legendary. I truly respect others. But this person is genuinely impressive. He is indeed skilled. Lu Ruofei's video was also extensively reproduced on foreign networks, quickly gaining traction beyond the confines of the internet. Meanwhile, Chuchu Baby was also seeking someone to edit a documentary about Jiang Qichang. As she recalled the events that transpired during the operations department's meeting earlier in the day, an involuntary smile crept onto her face. The opportunities for hosts to promote on the entirety of Douyin are limited, resulting in fierce competition. The chief editors of various live streaming channels are engaged in a covert rivalry. After all, the elevation of a prominent host would invariably bolster their own standing. Chuchu Baby, merely a junior editor within the outdoor live streaming channel, felt her insignificance keenly. Fortunately, Jiang Qichang's streaming statistics were nothing short of remarkable. Ma from the operations department, holding the live streaming data, remained silent. Observing the chief editors of the major channels under his command, after reviewing the data, they each began to voice their positions. The chief editor of the main channel spoke first, candidly stating, "Mr. Ma, you know me well. Had I intended to seize this opportunity, I would have already begun to shower my team with gifts." The chief editor of the PUBG channel followed suit, asserting, "Mr. Ma, you understand my principles. I have always adhered to your guidance." The chief editor of the Honor of Kings channel chimed in, declaring, "Mr. Ma, you are well aware of my ethos. I believe in self-reliance. Whether my team gains popularity depends on their own merit. The streaming data speaks for itself. So I shall not compete this time." The chief editor of the Xingqiu channel also expressed his stance, saying, "Mr. Ma, you know my inclinations. I am solely interested in the career trajectories of female hosts. I mean their professional endeavors. Why are you all staring at me? I assure you my interest lies purely in their careers. I have no desire for that opportunity." The chief editor of the outdoor channel then smiled and remarked, "Mr. Ma, you are well aware of our outdoor channel's circumstances. As for this promotional slot across all platforms, I trust you to handle it. I believe in fair competition. It is no wonder they are appointed as chief editors." They are truly talented individuals, Chuchu Baby mused as she continued her work that evening. A documentary featuring Jiang Qicheng's renovation of the garden on Douyin was edited and released, thanks to an official recommendation. Its viewership rapidly surpassed 1 million and continued to soar. The following day, Jiang Qicheng utilized the broken stones brought by Uncle Erzon to pave a small pathway in the backyard, with the cemented ground. The entire yard underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing its overall form. On the third day, as the cement had yet to set, he found himself unable to proceed with the work. Consequently, Jiang Qicheng decided to take a day off to explore the mountain. He remembered there was a spring on his family's mountain known for its excellent water quality and not too far from home. If the spring still existed, he could channel it down to create a flowing fish pond in the backyard, where he could also plant some lotus flowers and raise fish. After finishing breakfast, he equipped himself with his mountain gear, a bamboo backpack, a military shovel, and xiaobai, and set off for the livestream.
Host, why aren't you working today? You promised a monthly challenge. Are you already slacking off? How infuriating. Could you at least take responsibility for my online cloud backyard? You've only created a rough outline, and I still want to see the results. What are you up to now? Are you going back into the mountains to forage for mushrooms? Good morning, everyone. Jiang Qicheng explained to the drone camera yesterday. We just laid cement in the backyard, and since it's still drying, I can afford to take a day off. I plan to explore the mountain. There's a spring up there that I can channel into the yard for raising fish and planting some lotus flowers. Host, how does your mountain have everything? The project seems to be getting bigger. Are you really building a fish pond now? The audacity of the young and fearless, raising fish is no small feat. Curious, does Xiaobai eat fish? Why does the mountain seem like Doraemon's pocket, with everything one could desire? I'm truly envious. You can do whatever you want. Your ability to take action is incredible. I also want to set up a fish pond at home, but it's just a thought, it's too challenging. The spring on the mountain was well hidden, and having not ventured there for many years, Jiang Qicheng found it difficult to locate. After wandering around for half a day, he had yet to discover the spring but instead found himself in front of a thicket. The drone camera focused on the underbrush, revealing a cluster of bright red round fruits, approximately 20 in number, lying together. The larger ones resembled plums, while the smaller ones were akin to hawthorns, seemingly sprouting from the earth. These red fruits were speckled with white dots, appearing particularly enticing on camera. Jiang Qicheng picked one up and gently squeezed it. The small red fruit split in two, revealing glistening, plump flesh that resembled caviar, oozing with juice. It looked incredibly sweet, with a high viscosity and a slight stretch. Xiaobai, open your mouth. Jiang Qicheng stuffed the small red fruit into Xiaobai's mouth, chuckling as he watched Xiaobai eat and nod in agreement. What is this fruit? Is it delicious? Oh my goodness. Host, are you testing Xiaobai for poison? Hold on a moment, nodding means there's no poison, it's safe to eat. This move reminds me of something I saw with Uncle Mo, but he tested a beautiful woman while you're testing Xiaobai. This fruit is harmless, it's called wild yam, and it's incredibly sweet. You all haven't seen it, we call it chicken fruit, and it's quite tasty. I can't believe there's such a thing on your mountain. I haven't had it in ages, I'm so craving it. Oh, what? I don't understand anything. Jiang Qicheng and Xiaobai began to eat the fruits, taking turns. After splitting the fruit open, he would gently suck out the flesh until it was completely clean. Once they had finished, he explained, it's perfectly normal for northern viewers not to have heard of this. It's a type of wild fruit from the south. We call it diyu, with the scientific name of Diliugu or Dishilu. Different regions have different names. As the saying goes, in June, the yam ripens. By mid-July, it rots. This fruit is only visible at this time of year. You should wash it before eating and remove both ends, otherwise it could cause hemorrhoids. Dante asked me why. Uncle Jiang told me this since I was a child. He wandered around the area a bit more, soon discovering another large patch. Once again, he and Xiaobai indulged, completely oblivious to the viewers' reactions in the livestream. How outrageous! Is there really something this tempting? I can understand that Xiaobai is a beast, but why hasn't the host logged off yet? For those who have eaten it, is it really that delicious? It must be good. I had it as a child, but now I can't afford it. It's several dozen yuan per pound. Host, stop showing off. You're meant to be looking for the spring. Focus on your tasks, you rascal. After enjoying the fruits, Jiang Qicheng remarked, my family may lack many things, but we certainly have an abundance of this.
He decided to pick some to take home as his sister hadn't had it in a long time, and she used to adore this fruit. Xiaobai opened its mouth wide, pointing at itself with its tail. What, you like it too? I'll bring some back for you. The viewers in the live stream grew envious of the duo. You two are being too greedy, eating and taking so much. Host, can this fruit be sold on the little yellow cart? I want to try it. You scoundrel, you've tempted me for so long and won't share. Slurp. Just a reminder, host, do you remember the task you had when you entered the mountain? Genshin players say, the host is better than me. He remembers his sister while I've forgotten the meaning of travel. Same here. Task, what task? Isn't entering the mountain just about gathering wild fruits and mushrooms? The spring Jiang Qichang sought was located just over 300 meters from where he discovered the Dilia fruit. Upon sighting a patch of bamboo, he recalled its location. The spring emerged from a crevice beneath a cliff, where the soil was thin, allowing only a large patch of bamboo to flourish, albeit in a somewhat remote area. The path once taken had now been overgrown with weeds, making it difficult to find. As he approached the bamboo grove, the melodious sound of flowing water became distinctly audible. Jiang Qichang and Xiaobai ventured through the bamboo. And after walking around 10 meters, they were greeted by a sudden clearing. In the midst of the bamboo, a small pond of about 10 square meters lay before them, its water crystal clear and approximately a meter deep. Within the water, a school of finger-length fish swam joyfully, appearing to float as a result of the pristine water quality. What kind of enchanted place is this? The ambience must have inspired Tao Yuanming's record of a small stone pond. I knew this scenery looked familiar. From the small hill, I walked 120 steps west. Through the bamboo, I heard the sound of water like the ringing of jade pendants, which brought me joy. I cut bamboo to find a path, and upon descending, I saw the small pond. The water was exceptionally clear. Indeed, someone graduated long ago and still remembers the texts from school.
It's a small matter. When I went to Yeyang Tower, I recited record of the Yeyang Tower to avoid the entrance fee. Surrounding the spring-esque crevice were clusters of dark green orchids. Each in bloom, the spring water gushed forth, albeit in a modest stream no thicker than a chopstick, failing to fill even the small pond. Jiang Qichang crouched by the pond, cupping the spring water to wash his face. Refreshing himself, Xiaobai mimicked him, jumping into the water and swimming around. Despite it being midday and quite warm, the area by the bamboo pond was unusually cool, a perfect spot to escape the summer heat. Approaching the spring, he observed the thin stream of water and shook his head. It was barely a tenth of what he remembered from his childhood. Gathering his breath, Jiang Qichang patted the orchids beside the crevice and called out, Grandfather Mountain God, I have returned. Please send forth your water. Host, do you think you are Sun Wukong? What kind of operation is this? I can't comprehend. If only I could summon a spring. I would immediately follow the streamer, then I would kneel and call the streamer daddy, and in a fit of enthusiasm, I would tear my physics book to shreds. Moments later, a gushing spring burst forth. Its flow as substantial as the width of an egg. The water that emerged was remarkably clear and chillingly cold. Jiang Qichang smiled slightly, while a flurry of question marks appeared above the heads of the live stream viewers, many of whom scratched their heads in embarrassment. Brothers, is this scientific? Could it be that there truly is a mountain deity? I'll tear my physics book when I get back. A man must honor his word. Ivy followed. Who is willing to kneel and call me daddy? This is no mountain deity. I sense it is a goddess. Just one call and the water bursts forth. Look at those crevices in the rock, marvelous. Get lost, accept that premise. I can hardly bear to look at that rock crevice. Goddess, spraying water. Do you even have a license? Is this how you drive? Daddy, I've knelt and followed. Can someone explain the scientific principle behind this? If no one explains, I'll start spreading rumors. Jiang Qichang glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone. He didn't keep them in suspense. Instead, he earnestly explained, Dear water friends, my spring has become sentient. As long as the water is small, just call out, and it will swell. I've come to realize that the streameress home is indeed a place of outstanding talent. If this were in a novel, it would undoubtedly be a paradise. PSH, I've seen it before. At tourist spots, just shout and the water increases. It's an artificial fountain. I think I figured it out. No one would genuinely believe the spring is sentient. Right, this streamer, seemingly straightforward, is quite the charlatan. I've watched many episodes of Closer to Science. Such contrary phenomena always turn out to be scientific. Streamer, if you don't clarify, I'll report you for fraud. Jiang Qichang chuckled heartily and ceased the charade. Clearing his throat, he solemnly stated, Dear water friends, I was merely joking. It's the 21st century.
surely no one still believes in sentient springs. You may not have noticed, but I moved that orchid grass. Didn't you? The drone's camera zoomed in on the base of the orchid grass, revealing a hole the size of a ping-pong ball. The opening was small yet deep, and one could faintly see the chill emanating from within. I see it, but what does this have to do with the spring? Let me explain. Do you know the Pythagorean theorem? That certainly has nothing to do with it. If you're going to say that. Then from the perspective of postnatal care for sows, I conclude it has no relation as well. I believe this principle can be applied using the Arcanasman theorem and the Diramasco theorem. And upon substituting into the Salinas geometric equation, one would discover. Never mind, I can't continue. Dojimoji. I think my physics teacher mentioned it, but I still owe her an explanation. Streamer, please explain quickly. Don T. Keep us in suspense. Jiang Qichang looked at the comments in the livestream, letting out a helpless sigh. He had initially thought that with tens of thousands of viewers someone would provide an answer. Yet, after watching for a while, they were all just rambling. It truly resembled what was said online. After studying hard for over a decade and accumulating a wealth of knowledge, most would forget it entirely upon graduating from university. He rummaged through the bamboo basket, finding an empty mineral water bottle, filled it with water from the small pond, and punctured a hole in the bottle with a trowel. Fortunately, he had a habit of bringing a bottle of mineral water when hiking. Just in case, without this bottle, it would have been quite a challenge to find a suitable demonstration tool to explain his point. Chapter 37, Bamboo Water. After modifying the bottle, Jiang Qichang began to explain. Dear water friends, you must believe in science. This principle is not as complex as you think. It only involves air pressure and hydraulic pressure inside the mountain. There exists an aquifer, which is akin to this bottle. The hole we punctured serves as the spring, while the cap represents the hole at the base of the orchid. When the cap is tightly sealed, the flow rate from the hole is slow. When the cap is opened, the flow rate increases significantly. A streamer, don't explain it so complicatedly. I still don't understand. So what is the reason? I'm somewhat confused. I feel like I'm watching Closer to Science. It is absurd that I still can't process this. Jiang Qichang, observing his livestream, suddenly grasped how a teacher feels when students don't understand. He placed his hand on his forehead and emphasized, air pressure. It is all about air pressure. The orchid grass blocks the hole, maintaining a balance of air pressure inside and outside, resulting in a slow flow of spring water. Once the orchid grass is removed, the balance of air pressure is disrupted, and the water flow rate increases. Now, do you all understand? Among the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream, most suddenly felt as if they had cleared the fog and seen the light. Slapping their thighs in realization, I knew it was this principle. I just couldn't recall it. I apologize to my physics teacher. I've forgotten such a simple problem. Indeed, one must believe in science. I genuinely thought a mountain deity existed. Streamer, your approach is off. You should have circled around a couple more times. This explanation belongs in Closer to Science. At least 3 more episodes should precede revealing the reason. I thought it would be much more complicated. The reason is so straightforward. Jiang Qichang glanced at the orchid grass beside the rock crevice. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to pull out all the orchid grass and toss it into the bamboo basket. These grasses had yet to bloom, and he was unaware of their species. However, their growth location was quite unfortunate. Even if he cleared it, they would soon grow back and block the hole again. It was better to relocate them, which conveniently allowed him to renovate the backyard to plant some flowers and plants. Soon, the water level of the small pond began to rise. Jiang Qichang watched as the little white fish splashed about, trying to catch fish, and called it ashore. The little creature flailed for a while, exhausting itself without catching a bite, instead swallowing a bellyful of water. On their way back, he and the snake casually collected a good number of guava fruits. Why didn't you summon the spring water on the way home? I didn't bring anything. How could I summon mountain spring water? I'm curious, how will the streamer bring the spring water down? Does he plan to build a water channel? I've seen various methods online. Different people employ different techniques. Some build a channel, others use water pipes. Jiang Qichang shook his head and explained, Dear viewers, a mountain dweller has their own clever methods. This afternoon, we'll bring the spring water down. Upon returning, he examined the terrain from the spring to his home and estimated the distance and elevation difference. The distance was approximately over 1,200 meters, with an elevation difference of about 23 meters. The construction difficulty of this water diversion project was not high, but doing it alone would add some complexity. In the afternoon, after lunch, Jiang Qichang, in addition to his usual hiking gear, brought an axe and a small hoe. His empty hands naturally led to misunderstandings among his live stream viewers. Streamer, you're bringing nothing. How will you draw the water? I swear, the streamer is about to show off his skills, crafting something with his bare hands. Does he plan to dig a channel to directly divert the water to his home? That won't work. If it's too shallow, the water will escape, and if it's too deep, the workload will be immense. As the live stream audience watched Zhang Qichang turn left and right. Some had already guessed his intentions. Dear water friends, the mountains are a treasure trove, and today I will teach you how to divert water to your home at zero cost. Zhang Qichang arrived at the pond. Glancing at the nearby bamboo grove with satisfaction. Do you see this? This is a natural water channel. He picked up the axe and began selecting sturdy bamboo that had grown for 3 to 4 years. Bamboo is naturally suited for water diversion due to its resilience and rapid growth. Many villagers in Jiangjia village use bamboo to channel water to their homes. The bamboo he chose, after removing the fine tips, would yield usable lengths of around 5 to 6 meters. Soon a dozen bamboo stalks were felled, but this bamboo has nodes. How do we deal with that? Of course, we'll use a stick to push them open. The streamer's strength is certainly not to be wasted. How can the streamer chop bamboo so effortlessly? I don't understand. Point 1 Strong force breaks myriad methods. It's that simple. I genuinely envy this strength. How did you develop it? I want some too. Zhang Qichang didn't break the nodes but instead split the bamboo evenly in half. The entire process was swift, with a single strike of the axe. He would step on one half and pull the other, effortlessly splitting it. This method flowed seamlessly but was only suitable for freshly cut green bamboo that he then used a hammer to knock out the nodes inside. Nearby, he cut some forked branches to secure the bamboo. Soon, the spring water from the small pond was diverted over 100 meters. Watching the water truly being diverted, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but widen their eyes. They hadn't expected this to actually work. Zhang Qichang smiled and said, in the past, when diverting spring water from the mountain, this was the method used. It's simple, quick, and requires little effort. But it does require regular maintenance. With wells being dug in the village and everyone connected to running water, it's less common to see this now. But he then repeated the previous steps. And fortunately, there were plenty of bamboo groves on the mountain, allowing him to use bamboo as needed to divert water wherever he pleased. By the late afternoon, as darkness approached, the spring water had already been diverted to the outer wall of the Zhang family's backyard. Bamboo extends from the wall into the courtyard, flowing directly into the reserved fish pond. Zhang Qichang, upon observing the spring water nearing his home, devised a diversion switch to direct the water into a nearby drainage ditch. After all, the fish pond had yet to be constructed, and the ground in the backyard remained damp. Nevertheless, this scheme proved viable, evoking envy from the audience in the livestream. Will the bamboo deteriorate after some time? Wet for 1,000 years, dry for 1,000 years. If it neither gets wet nor dry, it lasts for merely half a year. With a constant water supply, it can last for several years at least. Indeed, it is quite impressive. I am fond of it. Natural, eco-friendly, and pollution-free. I feel the water could be consumed directly. Host, do you want fish? I can send you some later. What variety do you prefer? Truly remarkable, managing to channel spring water to one's home in just a day, thereby avoiding water bills. They never had to pay for water, they have their own well. Zhang Qichang stood atop the hillside outside his backyard. Admiring the project he completed in a single day, filled with a sense of accomplishment, he wiped the sweat from his brow, then washed his face with the diverted spring water, saying, Dear viewers, how does this make you feel? The water drawn by bamboo has a name. It is referred to as Zhujian water. As the saying goes, a stream only requires a horizontal bamboo to flow, and the water flies as if through the air. Aptly describing it, Chapter 38, blossoms and wishes. The gentle stream cascades down the bamboo channel, appearing from above, as if it were flowing through the air. This is splendid. Any flower enthusiast would be utterly captivated. I encountered a bamboo channel in the woods during my childhood, but it had long been abandoned, devoid of water, and turned black. I thought it was merely a discarded piece of bamboo. The host is quite talented. I could never have composed those 2 lines. I looked it up. Those are verses from the Song Dynasty poet Yang Wanli. Who is Yang Wanli? Is he renowned? One of the 4 greats of the Southern Song. He is indeed famous. Haven't you memorized Xiao Chu Jing Cic Song Lin Zifang? I can't believe there are people who don't recognize Yang Wanli. The lotus leaves stretch endlessly, reflecting the sunlit lotus blooms in a unique red. Surely you haven't forgotten? Wow, it's that Yang Wanli. How could anyone forget? Zhang Qichang glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream. Stunned for a moment, he chuckled and began to explain. The bamboo channel is created by splitting bamboo in half and piercing through the joint in the middle, serving as a means for drinking water. The verse I just recited is from Yang Wanli Sang Cha Kang. This indicates that as early as the Song dynasty, the bamboo channel was a common hydraulic engineering feature. We are promoting traditional culture here. Liu Yu, also one of the four greats of the Southern Song, mentioned bamboo channels in his poetry as well. The ground stove simmers yams on a cold night, while the bamboo channels chilly spring waters the morning vegetables. The host truly speaks with eloquence. No wonder he topped the college entrance examination. He cites classics with such ease. I haven't seen such a talented host in a long time. I must follow him.
How did you acquire so much knowledge? Just how many books have you read?
In my 40s, and suddenly I have an idol, yet he's just a lad in his 20s.
I am 8 years old, the host is my idol as well.
My goodness, our host truly appeals to all ages. Indeed, reading extensively is beneficial. When the time calls for it, a casual reference elevates one's stature. Zhang Qichang smiled as he observed the comments in the livestream. The concept of the bamboo channel was merely something he had read about in the past. He had looked it up today and shared it spontaneously. Little did he expect it would enhance his persona further. He truly had no intention of showing off. While chatting with the viewers, Uncle Jiang arrived on an electric scooter, carrying 2 watermelons and a bag of vegetables. A Chang Yongchang said the melons at home are ripe. So I brought you a couple along. Your craftsmanship is commendable. In just one day, you have conjured this up. In our youth, we used bamboo channels for water. Each morning, we would check for water, and if none was present, we would venture into the mountains to reposition the bamboo channel. Decades have flown by. Uncle Jiang surveyed the bamboo channel, speaking with great admiration. Zhang Qichang smiled and replied, Uncle, I'm merely having fun. I plan to raise fish in the backyard, while also watering the flowers and creating a scenic spot. Uncle Jiang praised, young people possess such vigor. They pursue whatever they desire. Now that I am older, I lack the spirit to do anything. It's truly wonderful. After placing down the watermelons and vegetables, Uncle Jiang rode away. Zhang Qichang fetched a bucket of well water, dropped a watermelon into it to chill. He then ascended the mountain, cut 2 lengths of bamboo, and brought them home. In the front yard, he discovered an unused half-meter-high water tank. After thoroughly cleaning the tank, he transported it to the location where the bamboo channel flowed into the courtyard. Digging a pit with a shovel to half-bury the water tank, the host's manual skills truly shine.
Why are you using a tank when you're not digging a fish pond?
I understand, this is an ancient method of raising fish, visually appealing and convenient. I have wanted to try this for ages. I have been raising fish for several years. Feel free to ask me any questions.
Brother, my fish keep dying. What should I do?
That's simple. Frequently change the fish and water, and you'll be able to keep them for enjoyment.
Wow, that's quite reasonable. You clearly possess the expertise of a seasoned fish keeper.
Zhang Qichang did not intend to raise fish using ancient methods. He merely wished to create a flowing landscape in the courtyard. He connected 2 half-meter-long bamboo pieces with bamboo skewers, and then took a 30-centimeter-long piece of bamboo. He drilled a hole in the middle of the bamboo, cutting one end at an angle, threading it through the upper bamboo skewer to create a bamboo raft. Adjusting the position of the raft to ensure the cut side faced upward, perfectly aligned with the spring water from the bamboo channel, he then buried it underground for stability, decorating it with pebbles. Zhang Qichang then stepped outside and activated the diversion switch of the bamboo channel. The gentle spring water subsequently flowed into his home, cascading into the angled bamboo. Once filled, the bamboo tipped the water into the tank, then returned to its original position, repeating the cycle. Once the tank was full, the water flowed out through the existing drainage channel in the backyard and out through the wall. Wow, this device is quite impressive. I love it. Host, please share the link. I must buy it. You know, the aesthetic of this backyard has significantly elevated in an instant. If I had this in my backyard, I would film videos for Douyin every day. Zhang Qichang planted the orchids he had brought back near the water tank. He then fetched water from the well to irrigate the orchids. Afterward, he returned indoors to prepare tea and brew Longjing tea. Once the tea was ready, he returned to find that the orchids, which had just been buds, were now fully in bloom. The fragrance of the flowers was long-lasting, subtle, and quite pleasant. The pure white buds were divided into 5 petals, with 5 red stamens at the center, some of which were yellow. When Zhang Qichang returned with the brewed tea, he was delighted to see several orchids had just blossomed. The flowers had bloomed.
It's unbelievable. I just planted them and watered them. Why did they bloom so quickly? Absolutely beautiful. What kind of orchid is this? It looks quite lovely. I like it, he he he. These flowers are truly stunning. He he he. You must admit, after the flowers bloomed, the taste of this backyard has indeed changed. Jiang Qiqian gazed at the blooming orchids, feeling a sense of wonder. This must surely be the effect of the well water from the backyard. Observing the flowers, he explained, this flower is called xiulan, and it is rather difficult to bloom. However, when it does, it signifies good fortune and is suitable for making wishes. If anyone has a wish, feel free to share it in the comments. I wish to become wealthy overnight. Wishing for smooth sailing. Ah, flower god, I merely wish for a man who is 1.8 meters tall, has abs, loves only me, and can earn money. May the flowers blossom in prosperity, and may wishes come true. I just want a wealthy and beautiful woman. Alas, I do not deserve it. Is it truly effective? It doesn't cost anything. This is something that works with sincerity. Let us give it a try. Host, you are knowledgeable. You must not deceive us. I hope my wish comes true. Jiang Qiqian savored his tea while observing the viewers' comments. The drone camera soared, capturing a close-up of this corner. While the rest of the courtyard appeared barren, this spot held a unique charm. Host, I admire your courtyard. Would it be possible for you to relocate? You are being quite unreasonable. I merely wish to stay for a couple of days. I also wish to move in. I hope the host does not take offense. Dojimoji for safety. What a beautiful scene. It's a pity I am not there. Jiang Qiqian looked at the barrage of comments, suddenly unable to smile. How had his viewers transformed into bandits? Chapter 39, Summer Melon Picking Guide. Upon returning, Jiang Qilan was equally astonished by the changes in the backyard, even taking photos as keepsakes. Jiang Qiqian retrieved an icy watermelon from the well and prepared to slice it open. As the knife gently pressed against the watermelon rind, it split effortlessly in two with a crisp sound. The rind was thin, the flesh a vibrant red, and there wasn't a single seed in sight. Truly a watermelon of gratitude. The viewers in the livestream, upon witnessing this watermelon, could not help but shed tears of envy. This watermelon is truly delightful. All my watermelons are bitter. This is the watermelon with the smallest share of communal area I've ever seen. We are all from Sichuan. Why is the host's watermelon so much better than mine? Angry. I bet your watermelon isn't tasty. If you don't believe me, let me have a taste. I'm in America, and I can hear the sound of your abacus from here. Why is the watermelon I bought sugar-free with white flesh inside? The siblings each took half of the watermelon. Sitting in the backyard, scooping and enjoying the sweet fruit. As two individuals relished their meal, they engaged in a conversation regarding the plans for their backyard. The watermelon was indeed delightful, exceptionally sweet, providing immense satisfaction with every bite. Jiang Qiqian, savoring the watermelon, chuckled and remarked, after toiling all day under the scorching sun, nothing quite compares to a bite of chilled watermelon. It's truly refreshing. In our childhood summers, it was always like this. I fondly reminisce about those times. Of course, now that we are affluent, the experience feels even better. The audience in the livestream were nearly doubled over with laughter at the absurdity of some comments. Is that even human language? What's the big deal about having money? Does it mean you can do whatever you please? I used to enjoy watermelon like this too when I was young. But now it's too expensive, several yuan per gene. When I was a child, 10 yuan could buy several watermelons. Now one costs 20 or 30. What kind of family is this? Just half a watermelon per person. If Japanese viewers saw this, they'd be drooling. I truly apologize. Having money does indeed allow for indulgence, as long as it's not illegal. I'm broke. But I'm proud. I'm unsubscribing. Boo-hoo. Jiang Qiqian glanced at the barrage of comments and, with a sly grin, quickly changed the subject, saying, Dear friends, summer is upon us, and selecting watermelons is an art. I have quite a few tips to share. Would you all like to learn? Stop rambling, just get to the point. I'm buying watermelon tomorrow, so I'll definitely show the boss a thing or two. I've already bought an unripe one. I'm not interested in learning, my heart is broken. In summer one must eat watermelon. I usually just pick them at random, trusting fate to decide. Jiang Qilan, equally curious, inquired, Brother, you and our uncle are both experts at selecting watermelons. During my school days, I often ended up with unripe ones. How do you both instantly know if a watermelon is ripe?
I merely pretend to inspect a few, give them a tap, and then randomly choose one to take home. Her words resonated deeply with the live audience. Jiang Qiqiang, observing the comments, then revealed his secrets for selecting watermelons. Dear viewers, one cannot simply rely on luck when purchasing watermelons. The rule of thumb is to choose round ones over elongated ones. Watermelons can be categorized by gender. Male watermelons are long and juicy, while female ones are round and sweet. Additionally, examine the bottom of the watermelon, the part in contact with the soil. A white color indicates it's not very ripe, while a yellow color suggests it's ripe. Then, consider the appearance. Shiny exteriors belong to immature watermelons, whereas darker hues indicate ripeness and sweetness. Lastly, give it a tap. The sound produced can be classified into 3 categories: high, medium, and low. Unripe watermelons typically produce a high-pitched sound, while ripe ones emit a medium sound, and overripe watermelons resonate with a low sound. Jiang Qilan pondered this, then returned indoors to fetch the remaining watermelon for an on-the-spot evaluation. It was round, with a yellow bottom, a darker hue, and produced a satisfying medium sound when tapped. Brother, you're right, this is indeed a good watermelon. Jiang Qiqiang rolled his eyes and replied, honestly, you're just stating the obvious. Their banter had the live audience in fits of laughter. What are you two siblings up to? I've learned something, I'll try it out tomorrow. I'll take my partner to buy watermelons tomorrow. Trying to show off. Thank you, host, for imparting your knowledge. Those tips seem rather complex. Is there a simpler method? I've learned, but I doubt I'll remember them while buying. Jiang Qilan blinked, curiously asking, brother, is there any simpler way to choose a good watermelon? Jiang Qiqiang replied earnestly, yes, when you buy a watermelon, you can simply ask the vendor if it's ripe. Jiang Qilan paused for a moment, processing his words, while the viewers burst into laughter. Yeah, when Huaqiang buys watermelons, if they're not ripe, he'll take action. When asking, make sure you're riding an electric bike, otherwise, you won't have enough presence to intimidate the vendor. It is true, I've noticed that those on electric bikes are quite formidable. Host, is this watermelon ripe? Humorous, I've actually asked a vendor before, and with his watermelon knife in hand, he immediately caved, thumping his chest and assuring me it was ripe. The live stream comments were filled with laughter. After finishing the watermelon, Jiang Qiqiang ended the stream and began preparing dinner. The siblings enjoyed their meal and then rested as usual. That day, the video on Zhujiang became quite popular in the country, but it gained even more traction abroad, with viewership exceeding 3 million. Lu Ruofei's account saw its followers surge from 20,000 to over 1 million within 3 days. The following morning at 8 o'clock, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Qiqiang began his livestream. Though he was not at home, he was en route to Uncle Jiang's house. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, host, what are you up to? You could start the stream earlier, there is no need for such punctuality. What's with the break? I'm eager to see the changes in the backyard. Update, why hasn't today's video been posted yet? If today's stream hasn't started, how can we edit the video? Jiang Qiqiang explained, we've paved the backyard with cement, and it will take 28 days for the cement to fully set. We need to wait at least 2 days, so we can't modify the backyard just yet. Instead, we'll be doing some carpentry work. I plan to build a frame suitable for growing either grapes or flowers. Just then, Uncle Jiang, who happened to be nearby, overheard Jiang Qiqiang's words. He furrowed his brow, realizing that carpentry work was no small feat, especially compared to the construction work he was accustomed to. Xiaochang, that's carpenter work. It's not something just anyone can do. Would you like me to help you find someone? There are several skilled carpenters in our village who have the time. Uncle Jiang offered. Jiang Qiqiang shook his head, explaining, Uncle, I'm actually quite adept at carpentry. I came to ask if anyone in the village has tools I could borrow, and if there is any wood available for building the frame. Chapter 40, Building the Grape Frame. Upon learning Jiang Qiqiang's intentions, Uncle Jiang promptly made a phone call. Before long, the village's old carpenter, Wang Chang, arrived with his tools. The carpenter had once thrived in his trade, but with the advent of technology over the years, industrial furniture gradually supplanted handcrafted pieces, leaving his skills underutilized. Wang Chang's tools had been sitting idle for over a decade, yet were well maintained, including tools like chalk lines, peeling knives, carpentry squares, hand planes, saws, chisels, and hammers, all neatly stored in a specially designed toolbox. Xiaochang, don't be shy with your Uncle Wang. His set of tools is the most complete in our village. He occasionally takes them out to repair his own furniture, Uncle Jiang introduced. Wang Chang smiled proudly, boasting, indeed, back in the day, in this 10-mile radius, whenever someone needed furniture for a wedding, they'd first check if I was available before seeking others. Chang, just tell me what you want to build. I'll lend a hand. Uncle Wang, I have some carpentry skills too. I just need to construct a great frame, so it's not a significant project.
There is no need to trouble you unless I truly can't manage it. By the way, which family in our village has suitable wood for the frame? Jiang Qichang replied with a smile. Wang Chang frowned, looking at Uncle Jiang with doubt. Having watched Jiang Qichang grow up, he knew him well. You're capable, and everyone in the village knows it, but when did you learn carpentry? You must be boasting. He'll likely come to ask for help later. Uncle Jiang chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Regardless of the outcome, let him give it a try. I believe he can manage it nowadays, with so many instructional videos online. My grandson keeps telling me that as long as you have hands, you can do it. If he can't get it right, we can always step in later. Jiang Qichang then followed Wang Chang back to his residence. Selecting 7 or 8 pieces of cedar wood, each with a diameter of 6 to 7 centimeters and a length of around 2 meters, each piece cost 30 yuan, and he insisted on paying before having Wang Chang deliver them to his home. Once Jiang Qichang had gathered his tools and materials, he bid farewell to Uncle Wang and glanced at the comments. Are we finally getting to the carpentry work? Seems a bit cumbersome. Why not just order a suitable set online? Why use wood? I think plastic is fine, and stainless steel would work too, without the worry of corrosion. I really don't understand why wealthy people enjoy doing things themselves. Go for it, host, I believe in you. Jiang Qichang explained. Dear viewers, purchasing online may not yield results as satisfactory as crafting something yourself, even on platforms like Pinduoduo. A 3-meter wide, 4-meter long, 2-meter high grape frame averages around 1,000 yuan. The cedar wood we bought is only 30 yuan each. A total of 8 pieces costs just over 200, which is more economical. Furthermore, cedar is water resistant, resistant to decay, and lightweight, making it one of the best materials for constructing great frames. Plastic frames tend to age quickly, while metal frames conduct heat too well in summer, potentially scorching the grapevines or other plants. What is the more suitable choice? After finishing his explanation, he sharpened a pencil and casually tucked it behind his ear before strolling around the backyard. The cement path was nearly complete, now walkable without damaging the surface. Jiang Qichang ultimately chose the location for the construction of the grape trellis, situated at the right front of the backyard. This particular spot is conveniently adjacent to the passageway between the front and backyards, and intriguingly, the right rear area features an open-air fish pond when the time comes to sit beneath the grape trellis. Whether to enjoy the shade while barbecuing or to admire the fish, it promises to be a delightful experience. As is customary, everything begins with a sketch. Jiang Qichang moved a chair, took out a notebook, and retrieved a pencil from behind his ear. After a few swift strokes, the outline of the grape trellis sprang to life on paper. He then annotated some measurements, added intricate details, and sketched the grapevines. And the effect was immediately apparent. If this construction is completed, the grape trellis will indeed be splendid. Anchor, you should consider enrolling in an art program. Such talent should not go to waste. I feel the anchor ought to pursue agriculture, given his extensive knowledge of fungi. You are all mistaken, he should attend New Oriental to learn culinary skills. As a graduate student in fine arts, I must admit, my composition skills do not compare to those of the anchor. Truly, I am in awe. Thankfully, he hasn't taken my place. The garden isn't fully renovated yet. Can this grape trellis truly be constructed? Trust the anchor, he is a prodigy, a jack of all trades. After setting aside the drawings, Jiang Qichang picked up a sawhorse and secured a piece of cedar wood with a nail. The sawhorse is an essential tool for carpenters, typically used in conjunction with nails to stabilize wood for basic processing. Once the cedar was secured, Jiang Qichang took out a peeling knife and began to strip away the rough exterior. His movements were brisk and decisive, swiftly removing the bark from all 8 pieces of cedar. This cedar is indeed quality timber, thoroughly air-dried, thus free from the risk of cracking. After cleaning up the wood shavings and bark, he proceeded to measure dimensions using a carpenter's square, then marked the lines with a chalk snapline. Nowadays, traditional carpenters are becoming increasingly rare. However, this can be seen as a positive development as technology advances and society progresses. We cannot remain stagnant. After taking the necessary measurements, he began to add ink to the chalk line. Wow, I've seen Uncle Ling use a chalk line. It involves adding cinnabar, which can be used to ward off zombies. There is a saying that zombies fear carpenters, though I can't recall the specifics. I always thought this was used for marking lines. I never realized it was for dealing with zombies. You've probably watched too many movies and dramas, bringing them into reality. The anchor's work posture appears quite professional, not like someone who learned this on the fly. If no one is learning carpentry, then I shall. Is there a tuition fee? I beseech the anchor to take me on as an apprentice. I may not learn much else, but surely I can master woodworking skills. I just want to ask. Does the anchor issue invoices when accepting apprentices? Bro, invoices aren't typically issued. This can lead to discord between master and apprentice. Zhang Qichang glanced at the live chat, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had indeed studied the Book of Lu Ban, and these carpentry tasks were truly a walk in the park for him. Grasping a handsaw, he began to saw the cylindrical cedar into a square shape. Watching the anchor perform, the most challenging part of carpentry is this step. Why, it looks like the anchor is doing it quite quickly and easily. It appears simple, but executing it is difficult. Especially prone to sawing errors nowadays, machines do the work. A gentle push is all it takes. After 20 years as a carpenter, I can no longer manage this. Machines have taken over too much. I must admit, the anchor possesses considerable skill. Our live stream truly is filled with talent. We have experts in every field. The first piece of wood is cut. Can the carpenter upstairs assess whether it meets the standards? Chapter 41. Speaking bluntly, Zhang Qichang surveyed the cedar post he had crafted, brimming with confidence, yet under the viewer's insistence, he measured the dimensions once more. The height was 2 meters, with both length and width measuring 6 centimeters. Perfectly identical at both ends. The carpenter watching the live stream nodded in appreciation, feeling somewhat diminished. His intent in watching the stream was merely for entertainment. He initially thought the anchor was a jack of all trades, but not an expert in any. To his surprise, he learned a lesson in his own field. Just this carpentry task alone would challenge even his own master. The anchor truly is impressive. I have great admiration. Goodness, is this even humanly possible? Can he really do that? To confess freely, how long has the anchor been learning carpentry? My husband is truly remarkable, sending a little heart. Zhang Qichang then replicated the process for the remaining 7 pieces of cedar. Once the work was completed, it was already time for lunch. Just as he was about to call Zhang Qilan to come home for a meal, he heard a sound at the door. Zhang Qilan entered, carrying a basin of hot pot mala, exclaiming, "Brother, you need not cook. Uncle said you have something to attend to, so we prepared hot pot mala for us. Uncle's culinary skills are exceptional. Particularly his hot pot mala, which is made using his unique secret recipe, resulting in a delicious base." Zhang Qichang had long been envious of this dish, always wishing to learn it but never quite managing to do so. This remains one of the few regrets in his life. Through the lens of the drone, the steaming basin of hot pot mala emerged, clearly freshly prepared. It was filled with rich red oil and a variety of meats and vegetables, adorned with vibrant cilantro and crispy fried yellow soybeans, which could be considered the soul of the dish. Upon returning home, Xiaobai awakened, immediately circling Zhang Qichang's feet, fearful that the siblings would forget him during their meal. "Xiaobai, this dish is far too spicy for you. Let us skip it," Zhang Qichang advised. Xiaobai shook his head and climbed to the side of his water bowl, nudging it with his head after tasting the iron pot stewed chicken last time. He showed no appetite for the boiled chicken breast, instead following the siblings to eat. He is not picky at all, with a hearty appetite for steamed buns, riced vegetables, or meat. He welcomes all each time Zhang Qichang served him a meal. He would rinse it with boiled water several times. However, Uncle's hot pot mala differs from ordinary home-cooked dishes. It is indeed somewhat spicy. This snake has become sentient. It knows it can't handle spicy food and needs to be rinsed. Xiaobai is truly not picky anymore. He eats whatever we eat, quite discerning. My dog is the same. The highest level of dog ownership is sharing food with your pet. Truly unpicky. Easy to feed. I have a question. Can dogs in Sichuan and Chongqing handle spicy food? Anchor, do you need any more pets at home? I have a small appetite and am easy to care for. As a Guangdong native, I genuinely cannot handle this. Just the sight is painful. Brothers, do not panic. In our great Sichuan, while I cannot speak for other things, our proctology hospitals are undoubtedly top-notch nationwide. After Zhang Qichang mixed some of the rinsed hot pot mala with rice for Xiaobai, even then, the spice proved too much for him. He gasped repeatedly, yet his eagerness to eat did not wane. Zhang Qilan, observing Xiaobai, playfully asked, "Brother, do you think Xiaobai will be alright tomorrow?" "He should be fine. If anything happens, we can always take him to the proctology hospital," Zhang Qichang replied. The viewers in the live chat
Listening to their conversation while gazing at the glistening red oil atop the hot pot mala, couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Bai will surely suffer tomorrow, he is still young.
My mind, I want to eat. My mouth, you keep flaunting. My stomach, aren't you too considering my feelings? Out of curiosity, do snakes also get affected by spicy food? Here's a fun fact, spiciness is a type of pain sensation, not a taste sensation. Isn't this too spicy? Can Sichuan really eat this much spice?
Sichuan people claim they can't handle spice, yet they can eat a little bit for health reasons.
Hunan people say, are there really people who can't eat spicy food? Currently in Guangdong, feeling offended.
After finishing his meal, Zhang Qicheng felt invigorated and remarkably at ease. He rummaged through the carpentry toolbox and found a handplane, which he then used to smooth the cedar wood. As long shavings were pushed out, the cedar became smooth and even. Dear viewers, this handplane is a unique tool of the Huaxia woodworking tradition. Truly a marvel in the carpentry world. It is simple to use. Place your index fingers on either side and your thumb at the back for support, then apply steady pressure as you push forward. This position helps prevent your hands from getting pricked by wood splinters. Remember to apply consistent pressure and avoid shaking. After several back and forth motions, the surface of the wood will be cleanly planed. Zhang Qicheng explained as he worked. The surface of the planed cedar post was smooth and even, and he subsequently applied wood wax oil, coating all of it. Once oiled, the grain of the cedar became distinctly visible, instantly altering its appearance. After applying the oil, why does it feel like I've replaced the post entirely? The color and the grain are simply exquisite. Before oiling, what kind of shabby wood is this? After oiling, it's something I can hardly aspire to. Suddenly, I want to learn alongside the anchor and create one for my backyard. Its aesthetic is truly high. What kind of oil is this? Does it contain formaldehyde? Is it safe for infants? Formaldehyde is generally found in glues. The anchor is using wood wax oil, which is incredibly environmentally friendly. I finally understand why the anchor prefers to do things himself. Creating furniture by hand brings peace of mind. I adore this. I must purchase some immediately. After Zhang Qicheng finished applying wood wax oil to all the cedar pieces, he began to create mortise and tenon joints to facilitate assembly. The wood wax oil dried quickly, and by the time the joints were completed, it was nearly ready for construction. The subsequent task resembled assembling building blocks, and before the afternoon arrived, the grape trellis was already complete. Though the grapes have yet to be planted, the vintage charm remains undeniably captivating. Indeed, the host has truly accomplished this. The aesthetic of the backyard garden has increased by tenfold when the grapes finally sprout. I anticipate an additional 20. I can't help but wonder, with my husband being so remarkable, is there anything he cannot do? Haha, dear female fans in the livestream, rest assured, the only thing the host is incapable of is marrying you. Wow, such a profound statement. I find myself at a loss for words. Who sent that comment? If you have the courage, step forward. I shall show you what it means to have flowers so vividly red. Exactly, be bold and admit it. Step forward, and I promise not to harm you. I scrolled up and found that comment from an ID named Baiming Changqing. That name feels oddly familiar, as if I have encountered it before. Zhang Qicheng gazed at the comments in the livestream, unable to suppress a shake of his head, silently offering a prayer for that viewer. Brother, you are a good person, but speaking such blunt truths is reckless. Chapter 42, Snake Friends and Monkey Companions. After concluding the livestream, Zhang Qicheng tidied up the sawdust around the grape trellis. In the evening, he and Zhang Qilan relaxed beneath the grapevine. They brewed another pot of tea and retrieved some snacks from the house, placing them on a small table as refreshments. After gazing at the starry sky for a while, boredom began to set in. He felt a twinge of shame, realizing his perspective was still lacking, unable to embrace the vastness of the universe. With nothing to do, he picked up his phone and stumbled upon a video edited by Lu Ruofei. On a whim, he decided to live stream again that night. His Douyin followers had now surpassed 700,000. Although it was an impromptu broadcast outside of regular hours, many viewers still tuned in. Good evening, host. Why are you live streaming at night when you didn't do so during the day? Where is my Lindayu, who pulls down the drooping willows? I want to see her. Wow, so many stars. This starry sky looks like a movie, absolutely stunning. It's so beautiful, it feels almost unreal, as if it were photoshopped.
The stars in this mountainous region are truly abundant. I love it.
Through the lens of the drone, the stars shone brilliantly, with the purple nebula forming a breathtaking galaxy. Having grown accustomed to such scenery since childhood, Zhang Qicheng explained, the mountains are free from light pollution.
Which is why the night sky is so beautiful. As children, we loved sitting on stools in the courtyard gazing up at the stars. Initially, I thought it was an ordinary sight. It wasn't until I went to school in the city that I realized how mesmerizing the night sky truly is. My eyes feel so satisfied. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen the Milky Way. I have absolutely no resistance to the starry sky. I'm utterly enamored. My dear friend, embracing the universe, I feel the same.
In my lifetime, I must go camping in the mountains to witness the galaxy firsthand. In my childhood summers, one could simply look up and see a sky full of stars. Now that I'm grown, summer has transformed into beer and crayfish.
A nostalgic nod to my irretrievable childhood, it strikes deep.
The drone's pixels were exceptionally clear, capturing a night sky that appeared even more magnificent than what the naked eye could see. As Zhang Qicheng read the viewers' comments, he too felt the impact of the stunning sky. Just as he intended to take a photo for keepsake, a knock sounded at the door. The door was ajar.
Who could it be? The visitor was surprisingly polite. Having knocked before entering, Zhang Qicheng rose, the drone following closely behind him as he approached the entrance. The lighting was dim, and at first glance, he spotted Littleby shaking its head at the door.
"Oh, when did you slip out? If you're back, why knock?" Zhang Qicheng inquired. Littleby immediately turned to look outside, nodding in response to it, then turned back to Zhang Qicheng, shaking its head once more. Zhang Qicheng curiously peered outside, where a local Amay mountain Tibetan macaque was cautiously approaching, taking 3 steps forward and then 2 steps back. In its hand, it held a bunch of local Jiazhu lychees from Sichuan, glistening with dew. As if freshly plucked from the tree, the Tibetan macaque placed the lychees at Zhang Qicheng's feet and quickly stood behind Littleby, poking at Littleby's tail. Littleby looked up at the monkey, nodded, and then nervously glanced back at Zhang Qicheng. Observing this scene, Zhang Qicheng surmised that this monkey was a friend of Littleby. The livestream audience reached the same conclusion. Is this monkey a friend of Littleby? It seems so. Judging by their interaction, they share a strong bond. This isn't the mischievous Amay monkey I know. How considerate to bring a gift when visiting. Those lychees look incredibly delicious. If the host isn't eating them, you can send them my way. I truly don't understand how a snake and a monkey could become friends. Did the locals reserve the mischievous monkeys for us and keep the polite ones for themselves? Host, please welcome it quickly, or Littleby's pride will be at stake. Zhang Qicheng looked at Littleby, who was energetically shaking its head and making eye contact with him, and asked, "Did you venture out just to bring your friend here?" Littleby nodded vigorously, while the Tibetan macaque scratched its ear awkwardly, glancing back nervously as though ready to flee at any moment. The online viewers were becoming anxious, urging him to properly entertain their unexpected guest. Next time you go out at night, be cautious. You could bring your friend back during the day instead of waiting until nightfall. Hello, come in. Zhang Qicheng extended a finger towards the Tibetan macaque. The monkey politely grasped his finger, and thus one man and one monkey shook hands. Upon returning to the backyard, Zhang Qilan was astonished by the sudden appearance of the Tibetan macaque. She noticed how polite the monkey was, especially for bringing a bunch of lychees as a gift, which only heightened her surprise. Littleby, sensing the monkey's shyness as it crouched in the corner, approached it and looked at Zhang Qicheng with pleading eyes. This reminds me of the first time I brought my boyfriend home. It's so similar. Host, do you understand etiquette? Hurry and bring out the good food to entertain our guest. Littleby, please, I need to maintain my dignity in front of my friend. This world is utterly insane, a snake befriending a monkey. I can't help but think of Bai Sujin and Sun Wukong. You know, if these two were to truly cultivate into spirits, it might not be impossible. Zhang Qicheng surveyed the snacks on the table and then selected a piece of mung bean cake. Presenting it to the Tibetan macaque, the monkey took it in its hands, cautiously nibbling at it, and after tasting a bite, its gaze towards Zhang Qicheng transformed. After devouring 2 pieces, it smacked its lips, eyes fixed on the plate of snacks. Observing this, Zhang Qicheng simply held the plate out, offering it entirely to the monkey. The Tibetan macaque stared at the plate filled with treats, utterly astonished. And Littleby settled in the corner, Sharing the snacks with each other, the viewers in the livestream erupted into laughter at the sight of the two little creatures. Monkey brother, you're quite nice.
When Monkey Brother returns to Ame Mountain,
he could rob dozens of people and still not find snacks as good as these. These snacks are a bit dry, at least pour a cup of tea for my monkey brother. Why is it that the Ame monkeys we encounter are all so fierce? I just don't understand. It even knows to share with little Bai. This monkey is truly commendable.
A worthy companion. Dear friends, who understands why this monkey is so polite? So adorable, I wish to raise one as a pet.
Are you serious? You dare raise a nationally protected species?
Seeing that little Bai and the Tibetan macaque had nearly finished the snacks, Zhang Qichang went inside to fetch a small bowl, pouring tea for the two and offering it to them. The monkey wasted no time eagerly gulping down the tea. After finishing, its eyes lit up and it promptly extended the bowl back towards Zhang Qichang. Chapter 43, Lessons from the Tibetan Macaque. This little fellow certainly has discerning taste. Recognizing the benefits of the herbal tea for its health, it drank several bowls in succession until its belly was round and full before plopping down onto the ground. Once sated, the initial shyness of the Tibetan macaque dissolved, and it began to curiously explore its surroundings. The snake and monkey settled in the corner, engaging in their own conversation. After listening for a while, Zhang Qichang felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Their cross-species chatter revolved around eating, drinking, and mundane life events. He glanced at the bunch of lychees brought by the monkey, washed them in the kitchen, and returned with them. The siblings each took a bite and were instantly delighted. The lychees were incredibly sweet and bursting with flavor, far superior to those they had previously purchased. Animals possess a keener sense of smell than humans, enabling them to discern the ripeness of fruit better. Thus, the fruits they select often surpass the quality of those picked by people. Monkey brother, these lychees are excellent. Thank you, Zhang Qichang remarked, munching on the lychees. The only downside was the small quantity. He hadn't had enough to eat 300 lychees a day, never wishing to leave Lingnan. This phrase isn't merely a saying. The Tibetan macaque smiled, then patted its chest, exclaiming a couple of times with enthusiasm, "All right, monkey brother, we agreed that next time you bring more lychees, and I'll prepare more snacks for you." Zhang Qichang replied with a grin. Observing the monkey's behavior, the livestream audience was left speechless in astonishment. Compared to the monkeys of Huaguoshan, my monkey brother is simply a gem. They don't even compare. I too wish to taste the lychees, but eating too many might cause heat. How much do snacks cost per pound, and how much do lychees cost? Host, you're taking advantage of my monkey brother. In ancient times, animals expressed their gratitude by cultivating their essence and dedicating themselves entirely. Nowadays, gratitude is often repaid merely with a few fruits received the next day. I would like to refer to it as the strongest monkey of Huaguoshan. Adeptly navigating the complexities of human relationships. Indeed, I genuinely feel that monkey brother possesses a deeper understanding of social intricacies than I do. After finishing his lychee, Zhang Qichang did not discard the peels. Instead, he gathered them and emptied the tea from the teapot. He proceeded to boil the lychee peels and poured a cup for both himself and his sister, Zhang Qilan. Observing the comments in the livestream, noticed someone mentioning that excessive consumption of lychee could lead to heatiness, and she explained, "In this world, everything exists in a balance. Eating too many lychees can indeed cause heatiness. Everyone can follow my brother's example and brew tea from the lychee peels to alleviate this issue. Simply boil the peels for 2 minutes, allow it to cool, and then drink. Of course, soaking lychees in salt water or rinsing your mouth after eating them can also prevent heatiness. However, those peels cannot be boiled now. They have been soaked in pesticides. Due to pesticide residues, I dare not drink it, dare not. I feel brushing my teeth and rinsing my mouth is the better option." Covering face, I was just about to say that method works. I wanted to give it a try. When life hacks confront reality, they may not always prove effective. Zhang Qilan blushed as she gazed at the live stream comments. Zhang Qichang looked at his sister and explained, "These are methods passed down from the older generation, and they truly do not hold up today. However, we are in the village, where we pick fresh lychees directly. What we consume is unlikely to have been heavily treated with pesticides. There is simply no alternative." Given the conditions in the village, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback, perceiving Zhang Qichang as rather boastful. Consequently, many began to flood the comments with criticisms. "Host, is that even human talk? Goodness, I want to eat fresh lychees too." With today's technology and harsh practices, if one desires healthy vegetables, one must indeed return to the village and procure them oneself. With your statement, the lychees in my hand suddenly lost their allure.
Jiang Qiqiang chuckled as he read the comments and then picked up a jelly on the table. As he tore it open, a loud pop ensued. The jelly remained sealed, the wrapper falling intact. A bit disheartened, he tossed the jelly back onto the table and picked up another. He tore it once more. Pop, again, the jelly did not open, the wrapper falling off whole. He attempted again, still no luck. Once more, still no success. Jiang Qiqiang began to doubt whether he had purchased a defective product. As the veins on his forehead bulged and his mouth twitched, the viewers were left in stunned silence. Witnessing this moment of live-stream calamity, this is truly a moment of utter frustration. As a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, I can no longer watch. This is a perfect representation of my daily jelly-eating experience. The immersion is so strong, I am genuinely losing my temper. Just moments ago, he was boasting, and now he is being punished by the jelly. What goes around comes around. This is so relatable. I feel as though I have encountered a similar situation. I am genuinely exasperated. Host, perhaps you should abstain from eating that jelly. Jiang Qilan, astonished by Jiang Qiqiang, skeptically picked up the last jelly with a firm tear. Pop. The result was identical. The jelly remained intact while the wrapper tore off completely. After a brief discussion, the siblings unanimously concluded that the batch of jellies they had purchased was of questionable quality. Otherwise, how could they have such misfortune? The Tibetan macaque curiously observed the two. Its eyes filled with confusion. It hesitated momentarily but then approached the table and picked up a jelly. Jiang Qiqiang shook his head and said, "Monkey brother, it's no use, it won't tear open, not if you wish to eat. I will buy some in advance next time and stock them at home." The Tibetan macaque waved its hand and then pointed to itself, promptly taking a bite out of the jelly's bottom. Pop, the jelly's wrapper burst open immediately, and it proceeded to devour the jelly. After finishing, the monkey picked up another jelly from the table and offered it to Jiang Qiqiang. At this moment, Jiang Qiqiang was still in shock. As were the viewers in the livestream. After eating jelly for so many years, this is the first time I've learned this method. Having lived for over 20 years, I am now outdone by a monkey, crying, "But I can't believe it actually works. I am skeptical." Monkey brother, did you learn this, brother? Come and try it yourself. My monkey brother is clever, with practical life hacks. It is truly teaching the host. I have learned my lesson. I will buy 2 jellies tomorrow and give it a try. Don't say you didn't know. I have sold jellies for over 20 years, and this is the first time I have seen my own jelly opened in such a manner. Wait, has the official account joined in? Jiang Qiqiang held the jelly and vehemently shook his head, saying, "Monkey brother, I appreciate the kind gesture, your method is indeed effective," but somewhat. He hesitated as he looked at the syrup splattering when the Tibetan macaque bit into the jelly. Ultimately refraining from uttering any disparaging remarks, after all, it was merely a monkey, what could one expect? It had proven to be quite clever. When the Tibetan macaque saw Jiang Qiqiang's refusal, it assumed he hadn't grasped the concept and proceeded to demonstrate once more. It continued to eat the jelly until it was entirely consumed, but Jiang Qiqiang did not attempt to try it even once. The monkey brother gazed at the moon, letting out a sigh of melancholy. Witnessing his expression, Jiang Qiqiang felt his forehead veins throb. As a distinguished scholar, being pitted for his learning ability by a mere monkey was a perplexing predicament. Where could he seek justification for this? Family Who Understands, Chapter 44, A Young Girl Blossoms Strength That Can Move Mountains. The atmosphere in the backyard that evening was remarkably harmonious and amicable. Jiang Qilan was cheerfully watching Jiang Qiqiang engage in casual conversation with the live stream audience. Enjoying her snacks and tea, when suddenly a figure caught her eye. Buzz buzz buzz. A mosquito landed on the table, and without a moment's hesitation she brought her hand down with force. The bluestone table shattered into 8 pieces upon impact. In an instant, the backyard fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the stone table. The drone adjusted its camera to capture the scene. Jiang Qiqiang, Tibetan macaque, Xiaobai, livestream audience, my goodness, what ferocity! That slap could have shattered my skull. A young girl blossoms, strength that can move mountains. My delicate sister Dayu, who could bend willows, is truly fragile. While others may flutter like delicate dragons, the host's sister is as powerful as a fierce dragon. Just entered the livestream. This beauty is quite appealing. I like her, and now I'm just passing by. Why are you all staring at me? I am a respectable gentleman. She is truly iron-willed. While others merely shatter bricks with a slap, she shatters bluestone. The scene where Lin Dayu angrily strikes Lu Zhishan probably feels like this. The Tibetan macaque suddenly snapped back to reality, observing the table, and instinctively retreated several steps. Xiaobai, noticing her friend's actions, awkwardly scratched her head with her tail. Holding Jiang Qilan in high regard, she chose to keep her distance and dared not speak too much. The table was a large solid piece of bluestone approximately an inch thick, extremely sturdy, supported by a carved wooden base. Jiang Dad had spent 2 months' salary to purchase it from the town years ago, and it had served them for over a decade. Jiang Qilan gazed at the table, her face flushed with embarrassment as she explained, "Brother, I merely swatted at a mosquito. I truly did not apply much force." After saying this, she raised her hand in demonstration. Her fair palm bore a small black dot, but it was no longer discernible as a mosquito. Jiang Qichang looked at his sister and then at the table. Feeling a headache coming on, he turned to the drone's camera, forcing a smile as he explained, "Dear viewers, please do not misunderstand, our table is not of the highest quality. The bluestone has hidden cracks. I have wanted to replace it for quite some time but have been reluctant. As fate would have it, it has cracked today, so we shall replace it tomorrow." The drone focused on the table's surface, and thousands of viewers scrutinized the bluestone, instinctively raising their eyebrows. "This bluestone is undoubtedly of good quality. There are no hidden cracks. These are radial fractures. Indeed, these are radial fractures. If there were hidden cracks, it wouldn't have shattered like this. Can you really tell that just by looking? Is it for real? In my car repair work, many headlights or glass get chipped by stones, and they exhibit these types of fractures. I can assure you, you are truly fearless. Do you not worry about being struck down by a punch?" from the host's sister, seeing through it but not speaking of it. "That is friendship. When will I possess such strength? I am truly envious." Jiang Qichang, reading the comments in the livestream, felt his mouth twitch and chose to ignore them. His sister was indeed quite formidable. It was likely that this video would trend tomorrow. However, the internet's memory is fleeting, and after some time, the audience in the livestream would likely forget about it. Buzz, buzz, buzzy. Jiang Qichang observed a mosquito flying past him and quickly reached out to grab it. Squeezing tightly, opening his palm, the viewers could clearly see a flower mosquito trapped within. The host must possess some skills. To catch a mosquito with a single hand, I am envious. I need to resort to an electric mosquito swatter. I cannot fathom why mosquitoes exist in this world. These flower mosquitoes are particularly bothersome. Family, who understands? I went to the restroom, and I came back with more than 10 bites on my backside. What on earth have I not eaten in 800 years? These mosquitoes are truly annoying. They are prevalent not only at night but also during the day, and their bites are painful. I long for the day when the host becomes my partner, and all I ask is for them to catch mosquitoes. QAQ. I have no desire to expose your intentions. Do you truly wish for the host to catch mosquitoes? Jiang Qichang observed the mosquito in his palm with a hint of disdain, wiping his hands with a damp tissue as he remarked, "Let us examine a popular creature of the internet, the flower mosquito." This mosquito, known as the Aedes albopictus, derives its name from its striking black and white coloration, with white longitudinal stripes on its thorax. It inhabits tropical, subtropical, and temperate regions, and is widely distributed across the country, capable of transmitting various diseases. Here's an interesting fact: male mosquitoes do not feed on blood. They typically consume nectar, while it is the females that do feast on blood. The mosquitoes in our locality are predominantly nocturnal, yet this flower mosquito is active during the day, thus filling that gap. However, it is even more detestable. These flies, mosquitoes, and fleas are indeed quite filthy, and many diseases stem from them, so everyone must take precautions. In the brief time he spoke, he managed to catch several flower mosquitoes barehanded, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished and envious. This invasive species deserves no mercy. Is there a reliable mosquito extermination method? I am waiting online urgently. I seriously suspect this is a biological weapon, specifically engineered. I remember when I was young there weren't many mosquitoes. Now I hesitate to wear shorts outside. Host, can you teach me how to catch mosquitoes barehanded like you? Who will save me? I'm about to cry from mosquito bites. Can someone tell me which blood type attracts mosquitoes? Why do they bite me but not my roommate? Jiang Qilan also attempted to catch mosquitoes barehanded several times, but each time the mosquitoes evaded her grasp. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and decided to fetch mosquito repellent. Sister, never mind, the repellent is overpowering. I'm not accustomed to the smell. Just wait a moment, I have a remedy that is particularly effective against mosquitoes. I'll be right back. Jiang Qichang intervened, saying that he then rose and headed to the kitchen, with the drone following suit. Host, if you have a good remedy, you should have mentioned it sooner. Could it really be effective? I have tried numerous folk remedies over the years. I have a little trick that everyone can learn: just place a small child nearby. I've seen filial piety, but this mother reincarnated as the king of hell is a first. Decades later, when the child pulls the oxygen tank, they will undoubtedly hesitate not. That method is indeed effective. I love sleeping next to my daughter. The mosquitoes only bite her, not me.
Is it truly feasible to mix mosquito repellent in the kitchen?
Jiang Qiqian rummaged through the kitchen for quite some time, and after gathering the necessary items, he placed them on the counter. The viewers in the live stream were met with a row of question marks above their heads. No way, host, are you joking? Can these items really repel mosquitoes? Chapter 45, Homemade Mosquito Repellent Recipe. The items on the table were few: a small bag of Sichuan peppercorns, a bottle of white sugar,
a bag of laundry detergent, and a plate. These items seemed entirely unrelated to mosquito repellent. Are these items effective? Host, I haven't read much, please don't deceive me.
I bet one Douyin account that these items are utterly useless.
I wager a heart. No, I'll wager 10.
Wait, I just happen to have these items at home. I want to try as well. Jiang Qiqian glanced at the live stream comments and shook his head, saying, "Dear viewers, when have I ever deceived you? This remedy is indeed effective. Once we try it, you will see." He took out a dozen peppercorns, half a teaspoon of sugar, and a small spoonful of laundry detergent. Mixing them in the plate until well combined, he prepared 2 plates in total. It's that simple. I've already consumed it. I hope it works. It's quite good. It just doesn't taste pleasant, and I end up spitting bubbles while speaking.
I don't have laundry detergent at home. Can I use laundry liquid instead? I've consumed it. It truly works. The mosquitoes can no longer find me, but now my friends can't see me either. What to do?
Are you all genuinely serious, or is this a joke? This concoction doesn't seem drinkable.
Are you all okay?
After finishing his task, Jiang Qiqian glanced at the comments in the live stream. Momentarily stunned, the viewers were engaged in some peculiar antics. They were quite the characters. He quickly emphasized, once the mosquito repellent is prepared, simply place it in the corner of the wall. There is no need to ingest it. If you don't have laundry detergent, using laundry liquid is also acceptable. It will attract mosquitoes and drown them. Are you all alright? If anyone actually ingested some, please induce vomiting immediately, and if consumed in large quantities,
take a taxi to the hospital for gastric lavage. Oh my host, why didn't you say this sooner? It's not a big deal, just be cautious in your next life. Why are you all looking at me? Go ahead and eat your meal.
In your next life, don't rush, always let others finish speaking.
I'm fine, I'm currently in the restroom. As long as you're okay, that's what matters.
When Jiang Qiqian returned with the 2 plates of homemade mosquito repellent, he explained as he walked, "Scientific experiments have proven that the type of person mosquitoes are attracted to is not related to blood type. Generally, those who sweat more and have a stronger body odor are more likely to attract mosquitoes. For those using babies to attract mosquitoes, please be vigilant. Check if your baby needs to be wiped down or bathed." Upon hearing this, many parents in the live stream were taken aback. Several looked at their babies and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. My baby attracts mosquitoes, could it be too hot for them? I suddenly feel a bit guilty, I won't be able to sleep tonight.
Host, your words strike the heart with brutal honesty. So that's the reason. I always wondered why mosquitoes only bite me and not my roommate.
After returning to the backyard, Jiang Qiqian placed a plate of the homemade mosquito repellent between himself and his sister, as well as beside Xiaobai and the Tibetan macaque. Jiang Qilan gazed at the table she had smashed and felt a twinge of sorrow. This was an old piece left by their parents, and it had cost a considerable sum back then. Money held great value, earning it was significantly harder, and saving it was an even greater challenge. Now in her 20s, despite recently graduating from university, she had yet to save any money. "You brother, how are our parents able to save money to buy this table, while I struggle to save anything?" Jiang Qilan inquired. Jiang Qiqian chuckled softly, reflecting, "You're still young and lack many memories of our parents, hence, you may not understand certain things. I know a bit, though I cannot be certain. When our parents drank water, they opted for brands like Luckin, Mishui, Kayan, Haiti, and Nayuki. When they ate, they simply cooked at home to fill their stomachs, while we enjoy a variety of cuisines such as Chinese, Western, seafood, hot pot, and barbecue. In essence, their philosophy was to save a bit of money for potential future use. While your philosophy seems to be, why save any money when you might die tomorrow?" Jiang Qilan scratched her head, attempting to mask her embarrassment. What her brother said held a semblance of truth. Parents endure hardships for their children, yet the present generation feels entitled to indulge themselves. For instance, when school is about to start, it's quite bothersome. Let us treat ourselves to a nice meal. When exams approach, it's so annoying, let us treat ourselves to a nice meal. After the exams, it's so bothersome, let us treat ourselves to a nice meal. When the holidays arrive, it's such a joy. Let us treat ourselves to a nice meal. The emphasis is on treating oneself to something good. Some viewers in the live stream began to resonate with her sentiments. I toil for $100. Exhausted, and then immediately splurge $300. Indeed, my dad earns 4 figures daily, yet aside from fueling up and 3 meals a day, he hardly spends a dime while My parents always say I'm a money-burning entity. And I never believe them, covering face. What's wrong with enjoying life? Why should we deprive ourselves? This is so relatable. My mom uses just one big jar for skincare, while my skincare products and makeup occupy the entire table. Why can't I save money? It's undoubtedly due to the rising prices. Zhang Qichang, observing the comments in the live stream, reassured everyone, please don't feel disheartened. The older generation worked tirelessly not to have us tread the same path, spend when necessary, save when possible, don't make life harder for yourself. His words resonated like the sound of a great bell, awakening the hearts of thousands of viewers in the livestream who instantly showered him with praise. Zhang Qichang then returned to the house to fetch a blanket. Xiao Bai and the Tibetan macaque had already snuggled together and fallen asleep. The macaque's snores were thunderous, while Xiao Bai lay there with wide-open eyes. After covering them with the blanket, Zhang Qichang looked at the two creatures and shook his head. Truly, they were a perfect pair of friends. One snored while the other remained wide awake, an extraordinary sight. That snoring from my macaque is no quieter than my roommate's. Xiao Bai looks bewildered, with eyes wide open. It's quite amusing. Wow, the host even covers my macaque's belly, he is quite considerate. This is a deep-seated instinct. At night, one must cover their belly while sleeping. Zhang Qichang addressed the viewers, saying, Dear audience, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Xiao Bai is also asleep. Snakes do not possess upper eyelids and cannot close their eyes, so they sleep with their eyes open, and if you see a snake lying still, it is likely asleep. As for the blanket, it's to ensure they don't catch a chill. The temperature variation in these mountains is considerable. Whether it be humans or animals, one is bound to catch a chill in the belly while sleeping at night, inevitably leading to bouts of diarrhea. This statement holds true. Regardless of how hot it gets, I will always keep my belly covered. How absurd! My partner, while sleeping, placed a glass's cloth over my navel. There is indeed a scientific basis for this. The stomach has fat, while the navel does not, so it is susceptible to the cold. I simply cannot sleep at night without covering myself with a blanket. Zhang Qichang glanced at the time, stifling a yawn as he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Everyone, do try to get some rest. He and Zhang Qilan tidied up the backyard briefly before retreating to their respective rooms for the night. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Qichang began to review the fruits of his recent live broadcasts. Although he was mentally prepared, the data from these past few days still left him astounded. Brothers and sisters, is anyone even watching? Chapter 46. The art of fishing. In recent days, the performance of the livestream had been commendable, bolstered by the platform and Lu Ruofei's promotional efforts. The various metrics of the stream continued to rise steadily, with peak online viewers reaching a staggering 100,000. The accumulated gifts and rewards had surpassed 270,000, while the income from Lu Ruofei's short videos had also exceeded 200,000. Zhang Qichang gazed at the rewards, closed his eyes, and smiled. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters, but now it felt as though he was on the brink of achieving great success in life. Given the current trajectory, earning $1 million per month seemed to be an easily attainable goal. He set down his phone and accessed the live streaming system to check his reputation points. Over the past few days, his reputation had accumulated to a remarkable 160,000. Zhang Qichang immediately proceeded with 1 intermediate lottery draw and 6 beginner draws. The intermediate draw was underway and soon completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Superb Fishing Technique. Superb Fishing Technique. Upon use, it grants a wealth of knowledge pertaining to fishing, elevating one's skill to a superb level. The items obtained through the system lottery are categorized into 4 tiers: Advanced, Superb, Top Tier, and Premium. Zhang Qichang had always harbored a keen interest in fishing, albeit with less than stellar results. He had caught a myriad of peculiar items in the reservoir and nearby rivers, yet fish remained elusive. Consequently, he had often been the target of playful jibes. As he activated Superb Fishing Technique, a surge of fishing knowledge flooded his mind, bringing tears to his eyes. How intricate the art of fishing truly was. What had he been attempting to catch all this time? he murmured to himself, I must find time to visit the village reservoir and give it a try. I shall catch some large fish to show the villagers that I am not one to be outdone. The beginner draw commenced and concluded swiftly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of spirit soil, soil rich in trace spiritual energy, exceedingly fertile and ideal for cultivation. The beginner draw proceeded again, yielding the result. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one body strengthening pill. Upon consumption, it enhances physical attributes, though repeated use diminishes effectiveness. The beginner draw continued, resulting in congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced recipe. Advanced recipe. Upon use, it provides a multitude of recipes and culinary expertise, elevating cooking skills to an advanced level. The beginner draw persisted, and once more, he received congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of spirit soil. The beginner draw continued, resulting in congratulations to the host for obtaining another body strengthening pill. The beginner draw proceeded again, concluding with congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced gardening. Upon use, it grants extensive knowledge related to gardening, elevating one's expertise to an advanced level. 2 portions of spirit soil, ample enough to cover the backyard completely. Jiang Qiqiang, who had a profound appreciation for gastronomy, found himself more concerned with the recipe than the fishing technique today. After all, life ultimately revolves around the pleasures of food and drink. Only when well-fed and satisfied can one truly embrace life. One can joyfully engage in work.as for advanced gardening. It would certainly come in handy, given his recent endeavors in tidying the garden. Planting flowers and plants would undoubtedly be part of the plan. He gazed at the 2 bottles of medicinal pills before him, extracting one body strengthening pill without hesitation and consuming it.as. The fiery red pill entered his stomach, a wave of warmth enveloped his entire body. Moments later, he was drenched in sweat, his body coated with a layer of viscous black impurities. Not only had his physical constitution improved, but even his vision and hearing had significantly enhanced. Jiang Qiqiang's ears perked up. Focusing intently, he could indeed hear the snores of the Tibetan macaque in the backyard. He marveled, this body strengthening pill is remarkably effective. As for the second body strengthening pill, Jiang Qiqiang had initially intended to reserve it for Jiang Qilan. However, recalling the tragic fate of the stone table in their backyard, he resolutely dismissed the thought. His sister was already a girl of extraordinary strength. There was no need for her to indulge in such fortification. Should she continue to enhance her strength, she might truly become a force to be reckoned with, akin to Lin Daiyu uprooting willow trees or Yang Guifei slaying in Lushan. After consuming the second body strengthening pill, he noted a further 5% increase in his physical capabilities, though the effect was considerably weaker than the first. Nevertheless, he still expelled a substantial amount of impurities from his body. Jiang Qiqiang leaped from his bed and swiftly made his way to the bathroom to wash up. After freshening up, he proceeded to the backyard. In the corner of the backyard lay 4 stone stools, originally meant to accompany the stone table but rendered immovable due to their hefty weight of over 400 pounds each. During the last renovation of the backyard, these stools had been relegated to the corner and had not been moved since. Jiang Qiqiang approached the stone stools, placed his hands on one, crouched down, and attempted to lift it. The 400-pound stone stool was effortlessly raised. Jiang Qiqiang relocated all 4 stone stools beneath the grape trellis, arranging them around the table. As he placed the stools down, Xiaobai stirred slightly, lifting its head. Upon noticing Jiang Qiqiang carrying the stone stools, it paused for a moment, let out a soft hiss, and then rested its head back down, seeing its master lift such heavy objects. It thought to itself, I think I'll just sleep a little longer. Hearing Xiaobai's murmurs, Jiang Qiqiang smiled. He was well aware of his enhanced physical prowess, yet he was astonished at how formidable it had become. Lifting over 400 pounds felt effortless. Even if the weight were doubled, he imagined he could manage it without issue. The strength was undoubtedly on par with elite weightlifters. Seeing that the 2 little creatures were still fast asleep, he chose not to disturb them. Instead, he carried the 2 portions of spirit soil from his room to the backyard, departing quietly. A night devoid of dreams. The next day. At precisely 7 in the morning, Jiang Qiqiang rose, washed up briefly, and noticed that his sister, Xiaobai, and the Tibetan macaque had yet to awaken. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while simultaneously starting the live stream. Although it was early, the number of viewers in the stream was substantial. Within moments of starting the broadcast, the viewer count surged past 30,000. It is worth noting that even the major streamers during the morning slots typically maintained a viewership of just over 10,000. Good morning, everyone. Have you all had breakfast yet? Jiang Qiqiang cheerfully inquired while slicing pickled vegetables. Good morning, streamer. What a surprise! Why are you streaming so early today?
I've never been one to have breakfast. I simply lack the appetite. Good morning, everyone. Would you care to try my sweetened tofu pudding?
What kind of eating habit is that? Where are you from? Please enlighten us. This brother has a unique palate.
I had coffee with rice noodles this morning and it was quite good as well. What are you all doing?
This is more painful than being hit in the face, that person who adds sugar to tofu pudding. I swear if I catch you, you'll be in for it. Chapter 47, the internet's most powerful mouthpiece. Zhang Qichang glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream, amused by the banter. After all, it could be considered a form of culinary innovation. Who knows, it might even taste good, much like the Italian pineapple pizza, which some consider offensive but actually tastes quite delightful, until he spotted a particular comment that sent him into a frenzy. I enjoy dipping yogurt in my hot pot, the flavor is surprisingly delightful. You all should give it a try. Zhang Qichang's hand trembled as he held the knife, feeling as though his very essence as a Sichuan native had been violated. He set down the knife, cleared his throat, and declared, to the friend who enjoys yogurt with hot pot, would you fancy a trip to Ame? The commenter was inexplicably thrilled as their remark had garnered a response. Did the streamer actually find their eating habit agreeable? They felt a swell of validation until just make sure to bring a crowd. Don't claim I bullied you dipping yogurt in hot pot, I'll serve you a hearty earwax for that. Zhang Qichang shouted in outrage. The audience from Sichuan and Chongqing felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The streamer is truly my internet mouthpiece. I love it. I'm out of town. Please take care of this for me. Streamer, let me know when you confront that yogurt hot pot enthusiast. I'll drive over. Dipping yogurt in hot pot? What on earth is that? 320 million people from Chongqing stand with the streamer. If you need assistance, just ask. Streamer, handle this matter. I'll go hunt down those who put sugar in spicy soup. After expressing his indignation, Zhang Qichang felt a surge of relief. He picked up the knife once more and resumed slicing the pickled vegetables. Once the vegetables were chopped, he rinsed them twice in water to remove excess salt, then added finely chopped scallions and cilantro, followed by a splash of soy sauce, sugar, sesame oil, MSG, and finally drizzled with sizzling chili oil. With a resounding crackle, the pickled vegetable shreds were perfectly mixed, and this dish paired with white porridge was truly a morning delight. This pickled vegetable is excellent, I quite like it. The host's culinary skills are improving. I'm tempted even though I'm skipping breakfast. I'm hungry too, I should get up to have breakfast. What a sin, watching a livestream so early in the morning has awakened my cravings. After Zhang Qichang finished preparing the porridge, he glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream and said, Dear friends, the key to a productive day lies in the morning. Regardless of circumstances, it is essential to have breakfast. We all know the dangers of skipping breakfast, so let me share the benefits of eating it. Scientific experiments have proven that breakfast activates the digestive system and elevates the body's basal metabolic rate for the day. A higher metabolic rate is more conducive to weight loss. After he finished speaking, thousands of viewers still nestled in their blankets began to rise, getting dressed in preparation to go out for breakfast or to make it in the kitchen. Host, you are well read. I trust your words. I thought starving would help with weight loss. No wonder I've been skipping breakfast and still not losing weight. From today onward, I will commit to having breakfast every day. There's certainly truth to that. Those who maintain regular mealtimes generally do not gain weight. Time to eat. The comfort of my blanket no longer holds any allure. At this moment, Zhang Qilan had already gotten up and was washing up in the bathroom. Zhang Qichang made his way to the backyard, observing the Tibetan macaque and Xiaobai still sound asleep, shaking his head. He then reached out to poke the two little creatures awake. He couldn't help but wonder what they had done the previous day to sleep so soundly. The Tibetan macaque had forgotten its surroundings and opened its eyes. Scanning the area with a wary expression, Xiaobai glanced at Zhang Qichang and then flopped back down, shutting its eyes to continue sleeping. The audience in the live stream chuckled at the sight. Reminiscent of parents waking their children in the morning, Zhang Qichang playfully tapped Xiaobai's head, forcibly rousing it, and then cheerfully asked the Tibetan macaque, Brother monkey, shall we have breakfast? The Tibetan macaque looked at Xiaobai, who nodded, and it led the way to the kitchen. The Tibetan macaque hurriedly followed suit. Zhang Qichang intended to join them, but suddenly remembered something. Last night, many viewers in the live stream had mentioned that their homemade mosquito repellent was ineffective. He glanced at the plate of mosquito repellent nearby, which contained at least 30 mosquitoes, densely packed within. This mosquito repellent actually works. Lingnan Baichaoren sent a gift of a Douyin number 1. Accompanied by a message, impressive, this method is great for mothers and infants. Let us be honest, the host truly possesses some skills. This is quite effective, remarkable. I will fulfill last night's promise and send 10 little stars. From now on, I won't fear mosquitoes anymore. I'm grateful to the host. Zhang Qicheng observed the gifts in the livestream and waved his hand, saying, "Dear friends, please donate within your means. I merely wish to prove a point, not to solicit gifts. And now let's return to our meal." The pickled vegetable shreds paired with white rice porridge indeed complemented each other well and were gentle on the stomach. The siblings enjoyed their bowls of porridge with a few strands of pickled vegetables savoring every bite. The Tibetan macaque mimicked them, slurping up the porridge with great enthusiasm after consuming half a bowl. Xiaobai was so full it rolled its eyes, but Brother Monkey didn't mind, promptly pouring the remaining half into its own bowl. My brother Monkey is truly a master of the clean plate initiative. I also enjoy a bit of porridge with my pickled vegetables. Facepalm. It's settled. Brother Monkey will definitely be a frequent guest for meals in the future. Though it mooches. It brings lychees. If a little animal came to my house to mooch food like that, I would gladly welcome it. After breakfast concluded, Zhang Qilan went to the health clinic, and the Tibetan macaque followed her out. Returning to Amei Mountain, Xiaobai, having eaten its fill, returned to its nest to sleep once more. Zhang Qicheng shook his head at Xiaobai, realizing that this little creature, which used to enjoy showing off, had grown increasingly lazy. He initially planned to tidy up the garden, but just as he began, Uncle Jiang arrived carrying a bucket and a fishing rod. Chang, you've been busy for several days, it's time to take a break. Come accompany your uncle to do some fishing today, Uncle Jiang said. Uncle Jiang was a skilled fisherman in the village, particularly adept at catching bighead carp. His best record was reeling in a 2-kilogram 7-tail 4-fin 3-li heavy bighead carp. Astonishing the entire village, whenever he had free time, he would stroll around the village's reservoir and nearby rivers. Zhang Qicheng's fishing skills were introduced by Uncle Jiang, but he had only scratched the surface. Uncle, my fishing skills are not up to par, and I'm still busy. Let's save it for another day, Zhang Qicheng instinctively replied. When he lived in Jiangjia village, it didn't matter if he didn't catch big fish. It was all about participation. However, after going away for school and fishing with classmates, he was ridiculed by a few dorm mates, which made him reluctant to fish in recent years. His statement immediately attracted the keen interest of fishing enthusiasts in the livestream, many of whom were overjoyed. What? The host's fishing skills are lacking? This is fantastic news. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Chapter 48. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. Fishermen, aside from their love for fishing, also enjoy watching others fish. They particularly relish observing novices, as it allows them to offer pointers and satisfy their sense of achievement. If the novice happens to be a favored host, even better. In an instant, many fishing enthusiasts in the live stream began to flood the chat with encouraging comments. The weather is lovely today. Are you sure you don't want to cast a line? Please, host, just fish for a couple of times. What are you afraid of? Just cast. There will always be a fish that bites. I have 7 years of fishing experience and can offer you guidance. Host. Du Diao Wangu sent a gift of a Douyin number 1 with the message, I've donated. I love watching the host fish, so let us get going. Wow, the boss is generous. Host, you can't just not go fishing after this. Can you? Zhang Qicheng felt tempted by the comments in the livestream. The boss had donated, so it would seem inappropriate not to go. Just as he was about to agree, Uncle Jiang spoke first. A Chang, with your uncle here, do you still fear not catching fish? You remember the time I caught the 2-kilogram 7-tail 4-fin 3-li bighead carp, right? Don't worry, we will definitely catch fish today. Let us go. Uncle Jiang confidently shook his fishing rod. Hearing this, Zhang Qicheng grew somewhat silent. He had been somewhat swayed by his uncle's words in the past. Uncle, could we please not bring up the 2-kilogram 7-tail 4-fin 3-li bighead carp again? Who remembers the weight of a 2-kilogram fish so precisely and has been bringing it up for so many years? The fishing enthusiasts in the live stream fell silent as well. How much does that 2-kilogram bighead carp weigh? After so many years of fishing, I've never seen anyone remember the weight of a fish down to the last decimal so clearly. I'm not sure, is a 2-kilogram bighead carp considered a big fish? This is utterly absurd. It's not like we're weighing medicine. How can one remember the decimals so precisely? For some reason, I suddenly feel a surge of confidence. At least my best record is a 9-kilogram bighead carp. Facepalm. I truly didn't realize the host's village chief is quite the character. Fisherman, let me clarify. The common weight for big head carp is generally over 10 kilograms, with anything over 100 kilograms considered a giant. 2 kilograms is merely a fry. The village chief is really impressive. Jiang Qichong nodded and said, "Uncle, with you here, I feel reassured. At the very least, we won't return empty-handed. We should be able to bring something back." Uncle Jiang smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Exactly. Who goes fishing and comes back empty-handed? Rest assured, we will definitely catch plenty today. If we truly don't catch any, we can always grab a couple of eels. If we can't catch eels, we can collect some pond snails." Jiang Qichong couldn't help but laugh at this. After all these years, Uncle Jiang hadn't changed a bit. The audience in the livestream, including the fishing enthusiasts, mostly fell silent. Catching no fish and settling for pond snails was still acceptable, right? Exactly, we fishermen never return empty-handed. As a fisherman, I absolutely refuse to return without something. If I can't catch big fish, I'll catch small ones. If I can't catch small ones, I'll steal a dog. If I can't steal a dog, I'll catch a chicken. If I can't catch a chicken, I'll pluck some cucumbers. And if I can't find anything, I'll just sit by the pond and drink some water before leaving. So true, this is my real-life depiction. Last time I went fishing, I didn't catch anything, so I bought a chicken from the boss. Smile. Empty-handed, who would return empty-handed? If I can't catch fish, won't I just swing by the market? The commenters in this fishing community are all remarkable people. I've learned something. Next time I go fishing, I'll gather some pond snails. It counts as a harvest. The village chief is truly a genius in our fishing community. I really admire him. After deciding to go fishing, Jiang Qichong began to feel troubled again. At home, apart from a homemade fishing rod, he had no professional gear whatsoever. He had initially planned to wait until the specialized fishing equipment he ordered online arrived before heading out, but now he found himself in a predicament without any fishing rods, lines, hooks, bait, or nets. Surely he couldn't fish with his bare hands? Well, as a seasoned fisherman, he knew he had to overcome challenges. These problems were not insurmountable. Jiang Qichong made his way to the kitchen, where he unearthed a bowl of leftover rice from the day before. He added a splash of well water and sprinkled a bit of fermentation powder, preparing it as bait. Observing his previously crafted fishing rod, he removed the fishing line and equipped himself with a hook and a hatchet. Before setting out with a bucket in hand, upon noticing the two leaving, Xiaobai, who had been dozing, instantly perked up and awaited their return at the door. Seeing the dog in such a state, Jiang Qichong casually stuffed it into the fishing bucket. The location chosen by Uncle Jiang for their fishing expedition was the village reservoir, which had been established for 30 to 40 years. Under the stewardship of Jiang Wanchao, the waters here were notably deep, teeming with fish, and it was rumored that a colossal creature weighing over 100 pounds resided within, though no one had ever managed to catch it. Anglers from neighboring towns frequently flocked here, drawn by the modest fee of 200 yuan for a day's fishing. At this moment, the sun had just risen, casting a gentle light, and the heat was yet to become oppressive. As the two arrived by the reservoir, a refreshing breeze wafted across the lake, providing a delightful chill. The reservoir served as the village's summer retreat, where many would gather to chat, play chess, or engage in card games during the sweltering summer days. The drone camera soared high, capturing the scene with remarkable clarity, revealing schools of fish darting beneath the surface, with the occasional sighting of larger fish weighing 30 to 40 pounds surfacing. The fishing enthusiasts in the livestream were stirred with excitement, especially when a 2-meter-long shadow emerged, igniting a frenzy in the chat. Wow, is that a water monster? There are giants in this reservoir, brothers, did you all see that? It must be a bighead carp. No doubt about it. If I'm wrong, just disregard my words. If I catch such a massive fish, I'll surely make it to the Hall of Fame. Does anyone know the exact location of the streamer's village? I need to take a cab there. If Tian Yuan Deng Gang finds out, he will definitely come to explore this reservoir. Nonsense, that old fellow Tian Yuan is incapable. Fishing requires skill, not just fame. Fishing relies on one's own abilities. Both Tian Yuan and the Hall of Fame are not up to par. Jiang Qichong too had spotted the large fish in the reservoir, and he was instantly filled with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, his homemade fishing rod held an advantage against such giants. Today, he was determined to catch a big fish and show it off to his university roommates. To redeem himself, the pair arrived at a small courtyard beside the reservoir to settle today's fishing fee. Upon seeing them, Jiang Wanchao greeted them warmly. Upon learning they were there to pay the fishing fee,
He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Village chief, Chang, we are all familiar faces here, others may need to pay, but you two are exempt. I don't feel right taking your money." Chapter 49. Do not underestimate the young and poor. The viewers in the livestream quickly grasped the implications of Jiang Wanchao's attitude. Ah, the nuances of human relationships. If I had even half of this uncle's emotional intelligence, I would have long since become the team leader. Who would dare collect money from the village chief for fishing? Doesn't he want to maintain his reputation in the village? This feels reminiscent of Uncle Mo's arrival in the village. I hope that's just my imagination. Village Chief Jiang, facing the drone camera, looked at Jiang Wanchao and emphasized, "Old one, this is a matter of principle. Every time you waive my fee, how do you expect the villagers to view me? I am the village chief. And I must set an example, otherwise I would be no different from a bully. Let us do this. We are not skilled anglers, nor do we possess the best equipment, so please offer us a discount." In the past, he had indeed never paid for fishing, but now, with the younger generation broadcasting live and many viewers watching, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of decorum. Jiang Wanchao gazed at Jiang Qiqiang, who was merely holding a bucket, and fell silent. Could these two relatives really have a serious attitude towards fishing? After some contemplation, he replied, "All right, let us do it at half price." Uncle Jiang then pulled out 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them over. After settling the payment, they proceeded to search for a suitable fishing spot by the reservoir. At this moment, there were not many fishermen, just 3 or 4, all stationed at a distance. Jiang Qiqiang, noticing a nearby bamboo grove, ventured in with his hatchet. After some time, he selected a 2-year-old bamboo stalk, cut it down, stripped away its branches, and removed the tender tip at the top. He attached the fishing line and secured the hook, thus crafting a homemade fishing rod. The viewers in the livestream fell silent upon witnessing this contraption. Many seasoned anglers couldn't help but twitch their mouths, on the verge of expressing their disbelief. Are you really going to fish with that? This uncle and nephew duo are quite the characters, using bamboo rods for fishing. I suddenly understand why the village chief doesn't collect fishing fees. There's some merit in that. Why can't bamboo serve as a fishing rod? Wasn't that how things were done in ancient times? Bamboo can work as a fishing rod. It has sufficient flexibility, but fish are likely to slip off the hook easily. Now I see why these two can't catch any big fish. In a damp clearing within the bamboo grove, Jiang Qiqiang used his hatchet to dig for a while, uncovering several fine worms. Ideal bait. After preparing, he followed Uncle Jiang to select a fishing spot. This location had an expansive water surface, decent depth, and nearby aquatic vegetation, making it a prime position. A Chang, sticking with your uncle means you won't suffer losses. Today, we're bound to catch a big fish, just watch me attract them all, Uncle Jiang said with a grin, and he began to scatter the bait, doing so for 2 whole minutes. The fishing enthusiasts in the livestream were left in utter disbelief. To throw half a bucket of bait at once, was this fishing or just feeding the fish? It was simply outrageous. What on earth is this operation? This is next level comprehension. After such a generous feeding, who would still bite the hook? Streamer, I sincerely advise you to keep your distance from your uncle while fishing. With this method of fishing, it's indeed a bit unethical for the village chief to charge a fee. I've never conceded to anyone in fishing, but from today onward, the village chief earns my respect. Jiang Qiqiang, feeling awkward yet polite, offered a wry smile towards Uncle Jiang. He promptly took several steps away and retrieved his own bait from the bucket. By now, the rice mixed with fermentation powder had begun to spoil. After hastily preparing a spot, he hooked a worm and cast it into the water, then turned his attention to the barrage of comments. Dear viewers, please lend me some confidence. Do you really look down on me that much? I believe my equipment is quite decent today. Catching a big head carp weighing around 20 to 30 pounds should be within my grasp, Jiang Qiqiang declared with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, the fishing enthusiasts in the livestream fell into a stunned silence. Subsequently, Jiang Qiqiang initiated 2 polls in his livestream on Douyin. The first bet was whether he could catch a fish weighing 30 pounds today, while the second wagered on the possibility of landing a 50-pound fish. The viewers couldn't help but burst into laughter at the polls. Streamer, I think you might be overreaching a bit. Fishing for a 50-pound bighead carp with just a bamboo rod? If you manage that, I'll wash my hair upside down. I see that the points I've accumulated from watching the livestream are finally coming in handy. It's almost too easy. Brothers, I've been fishing for 20 years. Trust me, just don't bet on it.
Could we tweak the polls? Let us wager on £10 instead, that would add some suspense.
Half an hour later.
The area where Jiang Qiqiang and Uncle Jiang had set their bait was sparkling under the sun. They had cast their lines several times, but each time, they came up empty, with not a single fish to show for their efforts. Ironically, during their fishing endeavors, Xiaobai had already jumped into the water and caught a 3-pound carp with its mouth. Streamer, let us just admit defeat, our skills are lacking.
Looks like my points are safe. I should have bet more. TSK, even Xiaobai is outdoing us, that carp is quite nice.
I thought the streamer was capable of everything, yet here lies his Achilles heel, fishing.
At this moment,
Jiang Qiqiang began to doubt himself. Was fishing truly this intricate? Was the bar set so high? Surely the master fishing technique he had drawn in the lottery couldn't merely be a beginner's guide. Chang, I've caught something, come over and help me. It's definitely a big fish, it must weigh at least 30 pounds, haha, once I reel it in, I'll take the fish around the village. Tell your aunt I want to be home for lunch, I'll return later, Uncle Jiang suddenly shouted with great excitement. The water around his bait was bubbling vigorously, indicating that he had indeed hooked a substantial fish. The drone zoomed in, revealing a shadow measuring 40 centimeters beneath the surface. Thrashing about with the fishing line, Jiang Qiqiang immediately set down his fishing rod and rushed over to assist. He picked up the landing net. Feeling a surge of excitement as he stood by, ready to help, the viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment. No way, can he really catch a big fish? As the old saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not underestimate the young and poor. I can't believe it, my faith in the fishing world is shattered. I spent a fortune on fishing gear and have never caught a big fish.
How can they?
Don't panic, take your time reeling in the fish. With that flimsy rod, the fish is likely to slip off the hook. I suspected the village chief was playing dumb.
It seems my intuition was spot on. Could it be that the fishing methods I learned are flawed, and the village chief's methods are the correct ones?
Uncle Jiang was fully focused. Gripping the fishing rod with both hands, his stance firm as he leaned back slightly. He skillfully maneuvered the fish, reeling it in steadily. As the line drew closer, the splashes grew more pronounced, judging by the shadow. It was certainly a large bighead carp. Uncle Jiang, grinning from ear to ear, had already mapped out his plans for the day, visiting the homes of his old friends in the village, with each stop timed perfectly. Chang, hurry and net the fish, Uncle Jiang exclaimed as he pulled the fish from the water. After he finished shouting, he gazed at the fish he had caught, falling into a pensive silence. The viewers in the live stream, upon seeing the fish, were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. This was indeed a legitimate fish, though the manner in which it was caught was rather unorthodox. To be precise, it was not so much caught as Chapter 50, the fisherman can catch anything. Uncle Jiang had hooked a small white fish, which was now entangled with a 20-kilogram silver carp. Wait, how did the little white fish end up here? Truly, the fisherman can catch anything, I am in awe. Quite the skill, a double whammy, we could make a nourishing soup with snakehead fish. Streamer, stop dawdling and quickly net the little white fish. Thank goodness it's just a little white fish today, had it been a cobra, it would have been perilous. The little white fish is throwing a match-fixing stunt. Diving in to catch fish, deliberately getting hooked, this is akin to cheating.
Upon seeing the 20-kilogram silver carp, Uncle Jiang couldn't help but grin widely regardless of how it was caught. Can we not agree that this is indeed a fish? After netting it, Jiang Qiqiang tipped the fish into Uncle Jiang's bucket. He looked at the little white fish still clinging desperately to the larger fish and remarked, still not letting go, there are rules in the fishing world. Whoever catches it owns it. If it comes to that, you would have to go with the fisherman. Upon understanding, the little white fish promptly released its grip. Jiang Qiqiang lifted it from the bucket and inquired, "What on earth were you doing, getting caught like that?" The little white fish opened its mouth and began to hiss an explanation. After diving in, it had bitten into the large fish while singing, only to suddenly find itself ensnared by the hook. After hearing the little white fish's tale, Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jiang Qiqiang gave the little white fish a light smack on the head and chided, "What are you complaining about? This was purely your misfortune." To get snagged on Uncle Jiang's hook is quite a feat. The little white fish, crestfallen, slumped against Jiang Qiqiang's shoulder, exuding a sense of lost resolve. The viewers in the livestream felt an inexplicable familiarity with this unfolding drama. Why does this scenario feel so familiar? The bandits must be eradicated, it's unavoidable. Just imagine, you're out of the city. Enjoying hot pot and singing when suddenly, sound of tremors, you're robbed by bandits.
Goodness, reality colliding with cinema, as long as he gets a show, it's fine. That snake must feel even worse than the little white fish.
I've never seen a snake so unfortunate.
We must apply for heritage status. If let the bullets fly isn't recognized, I shall not rest in peace. Uncle Jiang beamed at the silver carp in his bucket. Unable to contain his joy, his bucket was not large and one fish nearly filled it. A Chang, quickly show your audience how magnificent this fish is, Little White, the thousands of viewers in the live stream.
Does the village chief not feel a pang of conscience saying that?
Little White, look into my eyes and say that again. There is some truth to that. It is indeed the village chief who caught the fish.
Albeit with a snake included.
Incorrect, it should be that a snake was caught, with a fish as a bonus. Zhang Qichang praised the silver carp while glancing at the barrage of comments. Then smiled and explained, dear viewers, my uncle's fishing skills are commendable. Apart from fish, he has caught quite an array of other things as well. Let us not even mention it. Who among you has ever hooked a bicycle? A fish net, a bat, a computer, or even a bronze sword while fishing? Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily waved his hand, humbly stating, a Chang, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. Let us not reminisce about my former exploits. Allow me to tell you, just last year, right here in this reservoir, I even hooked a hand grenade. This incident made the news and startled the police officers who came by.
A row of question marks initially appeared above the viewers' heads, but now a new line of question marks emerged. What were the odds of hooking a grenade while fishing? Why is there water in the reservoir? Is it for baiting?
Village chief, heed my advice, that kind of thing is not meant to be fished for.
Wow, how impressive. It's just a hand grenade, it's not that extraordinary.
I've seen fishermen at the seaside catch foreign submarines, now that's impressive.
What sort of person is this fisherman that he can catch anything?
TSK, some have even caught corpses and left them aside before casting their lines again.
Enjoying themselves before calling the police.
Indeed, aside from fish, we seem capable of catching anything else. Jiang Wanchao approached, carrying a platter of sliced watermelon. From a distance, he began calling out, village chief and a Chang. Don't be disheartened if you fail to catch any fish. It's common to have a fishing drought. There is no need to pressure yourselves. Let us take a breather with some watermelon. And we can resume fishing later. I also have a flock of guinea fowls. If you truly cannot catch any fish, each of you may take one home. At this moment, Uncle Jiang, unusually assertive, ignored the watermelon and pointed at the silver carp in the bucket, saying, Mold One, whom do you look down upon? Take a good look at what I have in this bucket. Indeed, it was a substantial catch. Whoa, this fish is no small fry, weighing at least 20 kilograms. After inspecting the fish, Jiang Wanchao nodded. Looking around and noticing the absence of others, he curiously asked, village chief, did you really catch this fish? Yes, indeed. Are you certain this fish was truly caught by you? Uncle Jiang hesitated for a moment before replying, it was me, but technically, it was not just me. I caught a snake, and the snake brought this fish along. Jiang Wanchao's expression visibly relaxed as he said, now that makes sense. That is more like it. Uncle Jiang stared at him, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was an outright humiliation. After consuming a couple of pieces of watermelon, he began to shoo people away and then cast his line again. Regardless, the day is still young. Catching a few more fish should not pose a problem. Uncle Jiang muttered to himself, what's wrong with my fishing skills? What do you mean by normal performance? The times I failed to catch fish were merely due to bad luck. Today, I will show you what I'm capable of. His words instantly resonated with countless experienced anglers in the livestream. Fishing is much like how people from Yunnan eat mushrooms. Everyone doubts their own cooking skills and never questions whether the mushrooms are poisonous. How could a fisherman think poorly of their skills? We are all human. How much worse could our skills possibly be? Uncle Jiang then added, if I fail to catch any fish today, it's solely due to the weather. The temperature, or the wind direction being off. In short, any failure to catch fish has nothing to do with my skills. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qichang felt a strange sense of familiarity. He then recalled the excuses the national football team had made over the years. The redundancy of these excuses seems to be alarmingly high. If we substitute fishing for football, these excuses would work just fine, without any sense of dissonance. That is quite accurate. I feel my skills are on par with the likes of Tian Yuan and Dengang.
The village chief's professional deflection is somewhat impressive. Well said, definitely deserving of a thumbs up and a follow.
Jiang Wanchao smiled and gave Uncle Jiang a thumbs up that he did not leave but instead sat between Jiang Qichang and Uncle Jiang. Becoming a genuine bystander, Jiang Qichang returned to his fishing spot, cast his line once more, and settled in to await his catch. Chapter 51, the continuous catch after casting his line this time. Within 5 minutes, the bobber began to sway, and then the fishing rod dipped sharply. He chuckled, saying, "Patience is key, one cannot rush fishing." He then grasped the fishing rod and began to reel in. His posture was remarkably professional. The lower body must remain stable, feet parallel to the shoulders, body slightly leaning back, and grip the rod firmly while slowly reeling in. He maneuvered the line in a zigzag pattern to tire out the fish. At this point, one must not exert brute force or panic, otherwise, the fish could easily slip off the hook. The anglers in the live stream observed Jiang Qichang's posture with a sudden feeling that something was amiss. While online fishing videos teach this technique, one may not be able to achieve such steadiness without years of practice. He actually hooked a fish, the streamer isn't just playing the part of a fool. Is he? What fish is this? How could it be so foolish as to get hooked? I seriously suspect it's the little white fish again, if it's the little white fish catching it. The bet doesn't count. Everyone, don't panic, this is merely a fish biting, whether it can be reeled in is another matter. It seems like a decent-sized fish, at least 7 or 8 kilograms. I'm feeling a bit envious and want to cast a few lines myself. The drone camera zoomed in, clearly capturing a shadow beneath the water surface, being pulled back and forth by the fishing line. This shadow measured several centimeters long. While not a large fish, it certainly wasn't small either. In less than 5 minutes, a golden carp was pulled from the water, under the sunlight, its scales shimmered beautifully. The carp, having been worn out from the struggle, was hardly resisting, save for its gills continuously opening and closing. Jiang Wanchao approached, a look of astonishment on his face as he gazed at the golden carp. Exclaiming, "This golden carp is quite rare in this reservoir, it's not small at all." He retrieved a fish control device from his waist, clamped its mouth, and weighed 15.5 kilograms. This qualifies as a large catch among carp, especially a golden one, which holds significant ornamental value. While the viewers in the livestream were busy typing 666 in the comments, the other anglers collectively felt a pang of envy. I don't understand, how can such equipment catch something so valuable? The host is undoubtedly playing the role of a cunning fox, and there's no doubt about this golden carp for sale? I wish to keep it as a pet, it looks quite beautiful. The host has certainly recouped his investment. The buyback price for a kilogram of carp is 10 yuan, and he's made an additional 50. Nonsense, for wild carp, can you even get your hands on one for less than 300 yuan? The host is doing well, so I surely can too. Where is this reservoir? I'll be there in a jiffy. I must give the reservoir owner a lesson. My husband is about to go fishing, but I don't want him to. What should I do? Let him first pay 10 times the fishing fee. And I don't believe he'll still have the heart to go out afterward. That is quite a reasonable statement. 10 times is simply outrageous. After Jiang Qichang supplemented his fishing spot with some bait, he cast his line once more. This time, the fish bit even faster than before. In less than 3 minutes, a fish was already on the hook. Jiang Qichang leisurely played the fish, and moments later, he pulled up a bighead carp. Upon seeing the bighead carp, many viewers in the livestream began to worry about their guessing points. Jiang Wanchao rushed over, using a fish scale to weigh the bighead carp. 21 Jin and 7 Liang. That's quite decent. After seeing the result, many viewers slammed their tables in frustration. I've saved points for half a year, and now they're all gone. Who told me I couldn't place bets? Come out and face me, see if I don't deal with you. A continuous catch, really? There must be some foul play involved. I refuse to believe it. This world is too insane. I've never caught such a large bighead carp with my 1,000 yuan fishing rod. I am genuinely devastated. The host is definitely pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, just to deceive my points. I'm bankrupt with one bighead carp and one carp. Jiang Qichang filled his water bucket to the brim. Even the tail was sticking out. Looking at the fish, Jiang Qichang shyly asked, "Uncle Wan, I've had quite a stroke of luck today. Do you have a fish basket I could borrow?" Jiang Wanchao generously replied, "I do. Take your time fishing, no rush, I'll go get it." While Jiang Qichang was fishing, there was also some commotion from Jiang Uncle's side. However, this time he didn't catch a fish. Instead, he hooked a passing duck while casting his line and forcibly pulled it onto the shore. Jiang Uncle was quite unperturbed. He skillfully tied the duck's feet with fishing line and set it aside. Returning to fishing, the livestream viewers suddenly realized that what Jiang Qichang had just said might not have been an exaggeration after all. If one could catch a duck while fishing, then catching a hand grenade, a bronze sword, a bicycle, or even a bat wouldn't be too far-fetched. I just want to know if that duck can be taken away later? It should be able to. Right, if it can be taken away, I must come to this reservoir this weekend to check in and meet the host. That duck is truly unfortunate. It clearly didn't check the almanac before venturing out. After Jiang Wanchao brought the fish basket, Jiang Qicheng demonstrated what it means to have a continuous catch for the livestream audience. Over the next 3 hours, his fishing rod hardly stopped. Within 5 minutes of casting, there was guaranteed to be a bite. Once the fish bit, there was no chance of it coming off the hook. Even the largest catch, a bighead carp weighing 50 gene, was pulled up after a 20-minute battle. The fishing enthusiasts in the livestream were utterly in awe. Everyone has experienced continuous catches, but to maintain it for 3 hours is simply absurd. Even in a sci-fi film about fishing, it wouldn't be depicted this way. Moreover, astonishingly, the drone footage revealed that there were still fish present in Jiang Qicheng's fishing spot, with considerable splashes on the water's surface. I don't understand. Host, have you employed some high-tech methods? Is the fish density in this reservoir really that high? In my dreams, I've imagined the most outrageous scenarios, but I wouldn't dare to think of such a continuous catch. Host, do you have any secrets to fishing that you could share? I beg you, with so many fish, how do you plan to take them away? Could it be that fishing with bamboo and using rice for bait yields miraculous results, with such a record? Even on Douyin, you'd be considered a master, rivaling that old fellow Tianyuan Dengang. This is just outrageous. I've seen people be humble, but I've never seen someone be this humble, calling themselves a novice at fishing. Standing behind Jiang Qicheng, Jiang Wanchao felt his mouth grow dry out. He suddenly regretted having suggested a discount. With at least 4 hours until dusk, he was already at a loss. Would he end up losing his shorts? Jiang Qicheng turned around, looking at Jiang Wanchao, and suddenly asked, Uncle Wan, besides the guinea fowl, what else are you raising? Chapter 52, Reservoir Owner. Upon hearing Jiang Qicheng's words, the fishing enthusiasts in the livestream couldn't help but chuckle. The tone was strikingly similar to the memorable scene where Tianyuan Dengang, after finishing fishing, inquired about the reservoir owner. In summary, if the fish aren't taken away, the fishing fee is refunded. And then randomly 2 chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, or turtles are taken. As Jiang Wanchao managed the reservoir, he naturally knew Tianyuan Dengang and understood what Jiang Qicheng meant. He joked, good lad, it's been a few years since we last met. And your fishing skills have improved significantly. You're now able to make a name for yourself in the village. Indeed, I have free-range chickens, ducks, and geese, and just a few days ago, I caught some soft-shelled turtles that I haven't sold yet. Keep fishing for now. Let us see how much you can take from me. Fishing is divided into 4 realms. The first realm is Air Force, meaning one catches no fish or only a few, failing to even cover the fishing fee. The second realm is Contribution, meaning one catches fish, but even after selling them, it doesn't cover the fishing fee. The third realm is Onshore, meaning the value of the fish caught is roughly equal to the fishing fee, resulting in neither profit nor loss. The fourth realm is Reservoir Owner, meaning the fish caught can not only cover the fishing fee but also yield a profit. Most fishing enthusiasts find themselves in the first 2 realms. It is exceedingly rare to find those who can reach the shore or become reservoir owners. They are truly exceptional masters. Jiang Qicheng has actually reached the 5th realm. He doesn't lack money, and fishing is merely a hobby, so he chooses to take inventory of living creatures without overly burdening the owner. Uncle Wan, you said it yourself. Don't hold back later. Could you lend me another fish basket? I feel this one is too small and can't hold everything, Jiang Qicheng said with a smile at Jiang Wanchao, then walked back, carrying a plate meant for holding watermelons. After Jiang Qicheng rigged his bait once more, he cast his line again. While waiting for a bite, he looked at the drone and asked, Dear fishing friends, are there many enthusiasts in our livestream? Would any of you be interested in learning a few tricks from me? Regardless of the audience's interest in fishing, they became quite excited. If they couldn't learn through the livestream, perhaps they could pick up some fishing skills, even if just to 70% proficiency. Being a reservoir owner earning a few hundred yuan a day would be quite a delightful affair. As for the fishing enthusiasts in the livestream, many were practically drooling at the prospect of Jiang Qicheng willing to teach a few techniques. Host, are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? I'm definitely interested. I'd even pay to be your disciple. If not, I'll send you a gift first. I always said the host is handsome, kind-hearted, and easy to get along with. I adore you, master. Please accept my bao. Fishing God ranking sends a reward on Douyin, leaving a message. This fishing relies on our host. That old fellow Tianyuan can't compare.
Oh my, it's really a person, it's truly the real fishing god. May I ask, after learning, will we be able to catch fish? I'm curious. Zhang Qichang, holding the bamboo pole, pointed at the fishing line and said. Bighead carp are among the larger freshwater fish, therefore, when using a hand rod to fish for bighead carp, you must first choose the right fishing line. I recommend a main line of size 4 and a subline of size 3. There is also a technique to our bait. Bighead carp are classified as mid to upper water column fish and prefer sour and pungent bait, so the bait must primarily focus on its diffusion and flavor. He spoke quite professionally, and even the seasoned anglers in the livestream couldn't help but nod in agreement. Fishing has so much knowledge involved, it feels quite daunting. Indeed, there is logic behind the continuous catches. So why do you use rice for bait? I still don't understand that operation. As Zhang Qichang spoke, another fish bit the hook. While reeling in the fish, he explained to the livestream audience. In our daily lives, many foods can serve as bait. Leftover rice, corn kernels, or grain pellets, if fermented with some leavening agent, are quite suitable for catching bighead carp. If you wish to catch grass carp, you can bundle seasonal water plants, reeds, or vegetable leaves, and toss them into the water as bait. Carp are quite cunning by nature, so to bait them effectively, you must ensure that there are substantial granular materials to retain the fish while also incorporating the natural aroma of grains to entice them. Zhang Qichang briefly explained the habits of several fish species, completely captivating all the anglers in the livestream. The most crucial aspect of fishing is undoubtedly the baiting. Only by properly preparing the bait will the fish congregate, thus increasing the possibility of continuous catches. I've learned so much. I'll definitely go out tonight to try it out. There is actually so much to it. I feel like I've been fishing aimlessly before. The host is quite something. He crafts his own fishing rods and digs up his own worms, and even hesitates to spend on bait. All I ask is for 2 continuous catches, if it happens. I'll surely return to reward you for my wishes. Zhang Qichang strolled with his fishing line, unable to observe the barrage of comments in the livestream. Nevertheless, he continued his discourse. Allow me to share a cost-free homemade formula for carp bait. Boil some corn and mix it with wine yeast and honey to create fermented corn, then incorporate some chicken feed and a bit of flour, kneading it into balls. Carp have a penchant for corn kernels, and these fermented corn balls can effectively lure and retain fish. Do give it a try. If this method proves ineffective, feel free to come back and seek me out. As he tended to his fishing, a few elderly gentlemen approached, armed with their fishing gear. They were exceptionally well equipped and exuded a professional air, complete with rods, nets, tackle boxes, and protective eyewear. One gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, remarked, "Young man, your theoretical knowledge is quite commendable. You've hit the nail on the head, but your equipment leaves much to be desired. Haven't you heard the saying, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools? Take your time. Don't let the fish slip off the hook. I brought several fishing rods. Would you like to borrow one?" Zhang Qichang, with a smile, replied, "Thank you, sir. Once I reel in this fish, I'll gladly switch rods." His makeshift fishing rod was purely out of necessity. If he had professional equipment, he would certainly make the change. The camaraderie among fishermen was typically warm and supportive, as mutual assistance was commonplace, and it was rare for anyone to look down upon another due to inferior gear. The elder chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, share 2 fish with me later, so I can bring something home to my partner." After a brief pause, he added, "But if you don't catch any, that is fine too. After all, if fishing can be quite challenging, and we've all become accustomed to returning empty-handed." The audience in the livestream couldn't contain their laughter upon hearing the elder's words. Isn't that just a true reflection of my fishing experiences? Same here. I come home empty-handed, and my wife surely gives me an earful. This elder isn't belittling anyone. Even a small fish would be a welcome catch. Based on their gear, these gentlemen seem to be theoretical experts, lacking in practical experience. As Zhang Qichang drew a fish from the water, the elderly gentlemen, though somewhat prepared, were still stunned into exclamations of surprise. A green carp weighing 7 or 8 pounds emerged. "You managed to catch such a large carp with a bamboo rod? Young man, your skills are impressive." The elder promptly retrieved his net to assist in landing the fish, while the others looked on with envy. "Young man, how many years have you been fishing? This fish is remarkable. If I had caught it, it would have been even better." One elder mused, "I can't fathom how you managed to catch a fish using a bamboo rod." The audience in the livestream, witnessing the 7 or 8 pound carp, felt a tinge of disappointment. "It's small, not worth the fuss. I thought it might be a big head carp. Why is a carp intruding here? Host, your performance seems slightly off today." The elder assisting with the net weighed the fish and declared, "Do you believe it? This fish weighs 8 pounds and 6 ounces. Skeptics among them quickly produced a scale, confirming the precise weight.
Jiang Qichang, astonished, exclaimed, "Sir, your skills are remarkable. Indeed, when I was younger, I worked as a sales clerk at a supply and marketing cooperative. I honed my skills back then," the elder replied with a hint of pride. "Young man, you're in luck today. I'll lend you my spare fishing rod, just return it when you leave." The elder, about to depart, was halted by Jiang Qichang, who said, "Sir, don't be in such a hurry. Didn't we just agree that you'd lend me your rod, and I'd give you 2 fish? Young man, I was only joking. Fish are not so easily caught, keep your catch for yourself." "I am heading over there to bait," the elder waved dismissively. Jiang Qichang accepted the rod, tossed the carp into the net, and then pulled the net ashore. The elders, upon seeing the contents of the net, clutched their chests in disbelief. They were aware that large fish inhabited this reservoir and often fished here, yet none had ever managed to catch anything significant. Initially, they thought the fish were simply elusive. But it dawned on them that perhaps their skills were lacking. "Lao Chun, lend me a hand. At my age, I can't handle this excitement. Did you catch all these fish? Young man, your skill is impressive. How come I've never heard of you before? My chest aches at the sight of so many fish." Jiang Qichang selected a carp weighing over 10 pounds and a big head carp exceeding 20 pounds to gift to the elder, who lent him the rod. "Young man, are you serious? Do you have any idea how much these 2 fish are worth? This carp is $6 a pound, and the big head carp is $5 a pound. Combined, they're worth over $300. Are you really willing to part with them?" the elder, taken aback, inquired, even mentioning the prices to ensure Jiang Qichang didn't misunderstand. Jiang Qichang chuckled. "Sir, please, no need to be polite. You lent me a fishing rod worth thousands. What are a few $100s worth of fish to me? If you don't want them, I certainly can't keep the fish either." He then approached the elder's bucket and tossed the 2 fish inside. The elder did not refuse but instead smiled and praised, "You, young man, have a commendable spirit." The surrounding elders shook their heads in envy, declaring that their companion had struck a stroke of luck. They then began baiting and fishing a few dozen meters away from Jiang Qichang. The audience in the livestream remained astonished, especially those who had little experience with fishing. I asked the host, being truthful. "Are fishing rods really that expensive? Goodness, a fishing rod worth thousands is equivalent to my monthly salary. I hardly spend $2,000 a year on clothes, yet my fishing gear exceeds $20,000. Ha, the saying fishing impoverishes 3 generations is no mere jest. After my friend quit fishing, he often indulges in spa treatments. He claims it's more economical if fishing requires substantial financial backing. If you simply enjoy it, casual fishing suffices." Jiang Qichang weighed the fishing rod in his hands and gave it a few gentle swings. He marveled at its remarkable elasticity, laughing as he remarked, "Fishing impoverishes 3 generations, indulging in birdwatching can ruin a lifetime. Once you enter the realm of fishing, you sever ties with the mundane world." Fishing can indeed become addictive, particularly for those who favor night fishing, often leading to disputes with partners. Fishermen have existed throughout history. We've all learned the verse, "A lone boat and a straw raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow." The fishing aficionados in the live stream chuckled, instantly recalling numerous memorable fishing moments. What the host says certainly holds some truth. Fishermen possess a soul for fishing. It's a realm of the elite. Persistence is key. The greater the storm, the higher the price. I only fish 28 days a month. Yet I don't feel the addiction. Exactly, I don't understand either. I've fished for 10 years without feeling any compulsion. Have you all heard of the saying, "Fishing is a path to enlightenment"? While divorce is baiting? I genuinely suspect that you fishing enthusiasts, when you pass, would be unwilling to depart without casting a line. Once Jiang Qichang acquired a professional fishing rod, his fishing speed significantly improved compared to the bamboo rod. He no longer had to be cautious, fearing a careless moment might lead to losing a catch. His rapid casting drew the attention of the nearby elders, who momentarily forgot about their own fishing. After watching for a while, their spirits began to wane. As dusk approached, Jiang Qichang prepared to cast one last time before reeling in. To his astonishment, this cast produced a magnificent splash, with the fish exhibiting tremendous vigor. Could this be another big head carp weighing dozens of pounds? I wager this fish must weigh at least 30 pounds. Lao Chun, have you never caught a big fish? Look at that splash. The rod is bent like that. It must weigh at least 60 pounds. If it's not 60 pounds, I'll gouge out my eyes and use them as bait. As Jiang Qichang pulled the fish to the shore, the others gasped at its elongated body, measuring over a meter in length. This was no ordinary fish. It was a genuine black fish, resembling a snake. Black fish are known for their ferocity and are highly valued for their culinary quality. This substantial black fish, measuring half a meter in length, must weigh at least 30 pounds. It's a rarity even in the entire Sichuan region, although Jiang Qichang had been reeling it in for half an hour. The black fish remained vigorous, thrashing about fiercely. This host has some luck. such a large black fish is worth a fortune. You scared me. I thought I had hooked a snake. Why is this fish so fierce? It looks as if it's ready to devour a person. Host, do you plan to sell this fish? Name your price. I'm interested. Chapter 54. A few ordinary old men. It is well known that fish breathe through their gills, which lose buoyancy once removed from water. The gill filaments adhere together, resulting in the fish's inability to obtain oxygen, leading to suffocation and death. However, with so many species of fish, a few remarkable varieties have evolved their own unique adaptations. The blackfish is indeed one of them. It possesses a respiratory aid in its mouth, allowing it to breathe through its mouth and survive out of water for up to 3 days. The blackfish caught by Jiang Qiqiang, even when pulled onto the shore, remained vigorous and appeared remarkably fierce. Xiaobai raised its head, scrutinizing the blackfish intently. After a moment's hesitation, it decisively charged forward. The contrasting silhouettes of black and white engaged in a fierce struggle, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the livestream audience. Xiaobai tightly coiled around the blackfish, seizing the opportunity to bite several times. In pain, the blackfish thrashed about, desperately trying to return to its aquatic domain. Xiaobai exerted all its strength, tightening its grip on the blackfish and rolling it further onto the land. This struggle between the black and white figures captivated even those who were not particularly fond of fishing. What is the origin of this blackfish, which seems to be a formidable opponent for Xiaobai? Xiaobai is a cauliflower snake, renowned as the king of snakes and a nemesis to venomous serpents. Who would have thought it would encounter such a strong adversary today?
Host, why are you still standing there? Hurry and lend a hand. Xiaobai, hold your ground, I believe in your abilities.
The blackfish is fierce. The last time I caught one weighing several pounds, I nearly lost it when it got tangled in my pants.
Goodness, it's so ferocious, I feel utterly outmatched.
Jiang Qiqiang looked at the blackfish, equally astonished. He never expected to encounter such a remarkable creature in the village reservoir. Understanding Xiaobai's combat prowess, he refrained from intervening and instead explained, "Dear viewers, this blackfish is scientifically known as Wueli.it, is inherently aggressive and possesses formidable reproductive capabilities, primarily feeding on smaller fish and shrimp. Its elongated body and serpentine appearance give it a striking resemblance to a snake. In ancient times, the blackfish was referred to as filial fish because it was believed that after spawning, the mother would temporarily go blind, and the young fish would swim into her mouth, while she would circle around them in mourning for those she had consumed. However, this notion is incorrect, as blackfish exhibit protective behavior towards their young, often engulfing them in times of danger." Jiang Qiqiang continued to observe the struggle between Xiaobai and the blackfish, stating, "Though the blackfish is fierce, there is no need to worry about Xiaobai. It is the king of snakes in our village. The cauliflower snake possesses great strength and thick scales, giving it a distinct advantage in this battle. If I were to assist, it might inadvertently harm Xiaobai's pride. As even the king of snakes has its dignity." The fierce clash between Xiaobai and the blackfish was undoubtedly thrilling, with both creatures of similar weight and strength, making their combat evenly matched. The blackfish made several attempts to roll back into the reservoir but was consistently dragged back by Xiaobai. After 10 minutes, the blackfish, exhausted, lay motionless on the ground, its body marred by Xiaobai's bites, revealing several deep wounds. Were it not for the fact that its mouth still opened and closed, gasping for breath, Jiang Qiqiang would have thought it lifeless. Releasing the blackfish, Xiaobai circled around it like a victorious general. After carefully checking Xiaobai for injuries and finding none, Jiang Qiqiang sighed in relief and patted Xiaobai's head in encouragement. The onlooking elderly gentlemen expressed their amazement at the blackfish. "Young man, are you selling this blackfish? In my decades of fishing, I have never encountered one this large. It is nothing short of a miracle. The market price for blackfish starts at 30 per pound. With no upper limit, this fish must be worth at least 30,000. Old Chen, that's equivalent to your monthly pension. Would you really part with that for this fish? What else not to part with? A blackfish of this size is a treasure. Having it at home would be quite impressive." "Young man, are you selling it?" Old Chen, who had lent Jiang Qiqiang his fishing rod, inquired with a smile. The conversation among the elderly gentlemen astonished the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream, who were both shocked by the fish's value and the retirees' pensions. A monthly pension of 30,000? Isn't that just an ordinary retired elder? I can't even fathom a pension of 30,000. The fisherman noted that a single fishing rod can cost several thousand. Who would dare to buy without financial backing? This is undoubtedly a big catch. Host, if you don't seize the moment now, when will you? This is definitely a person of great stature. I suspected their demeanor was extraordinary.
It turns out I've seen them on television before. Esteemed elders, I bow to you.
Jiang Qiqiang looked at old Chen and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for lending me your fishing rod. But I think it best to forego selling the fish. I came here to fish purely for enjoyment. I've already informed Uncle Wanjiao that I won't be taking any fish home today. Just a few chickens, ducks, geese, and turtles." The expressions of the elderly gentleman shifted slightly as they regarded Jiang Qiqiang, revealing admiration, respect, and a sense of calm. Old Chen paused for a moment before waving his hand, stating, "Young man, you are a person of integrity. The fish you've caught today could easily fetch several tens of thousands. Letting it go is commendable. You seem somewhat familiar. May I know your name?" "My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Qiqiang." Jiang Qiqiang replied. One of old Chen's companions nodded and remarked, "That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." "I am surnamed Wang. I was once an educator. If you don't mind, let us become friends. If you come fishing here again, just let me know in advance. We can fish together and exchange tips." Old Chen added with a smile, "I'm surnamed Chen. I used to work in the transportation department. Young man, we seem destined to meet. Let us be friends. My surname is Wang. I used to be a grassroots civil servant. Not particularly talented, but I enjoy making friends with the youth. You all are making friends without including me. I'm surnamed Chang, a humble farmer. Let us get to know each other." The elderly gentlemen began introducing themselves enthusiastically. Jiang Qiqiang, smiling, greeted each of them and willingly accepted their friendship requests. After adding them as friends, he removed the hook from the blackfish's mouth and returned the fishing rod to old Chen. Just as they were bidding farewell, Uncle Jiang suddenly called out for assistance. "Xiao Chang, don't make friends just yet. Come help me. I've also caught a big fish, and it's quite large. I can't pull it in at all." Jiang Qiqiang glanced at Uncle Jiang and instantly realized this was undoubtedly another impressive catch. He hoped this time it wouldn't be too extraordinary. Chapter 55, Goodness, a dead fish on the line. This time, it seemed Uncle Jiang had truly hit a stroke of luck and caught a sizable fish. The bamboo rod in his hands had snapped, and the water surface remained eerily calm. Jiang Qiqiang stood on the shore, analyzing the situation before asking, "Uncle, your hook isn't caught on the bottom, is it? With all my fishing experience, how could I make such a rookie mistake?" "It's definitely not stuck. I can feel that the big fish in the water is still slightly tugging. Hurry over and help me," Uncle Jiang asserted confidently. Jiang Qiqiang approached with some skepticism, took the fishing rod, and tried pulling a few times. Indeed, there was a slight tug, but it wasn't too substantial, not resembling a hook snagged on the bottom. After another attempt, Jiang Qiqiang sensed something was off, prompting him to glance back at Xiaobai. Xiaobai instantly understood, nodded, and dove straight into the water. Moments later, a torrent of splashes erupted where the hook was located. The audience in the live stream began to grow anxious. What is happening? Is Xiaobai in danger? If anything happens to Xiaobai, I will never forgive the host. Is there a seasoned fisherman here to explain the situation? The underwater scenario is unpredictable. Who knows what lies beneath? It could be a living creature or an object. Don't ask, we're just fishermen, not fortune tellers, we don't know everything. How long has Xiaobai been underwater? Why isn't it coming up? Is it sinking? Xiaobai isn't a submarine, it won't just disappear after diving underwater. Let us wait a bit longer, don't panic. After approximately 5 minutes, Xiaobai finally resurfaced, swimming ashore, gasping for breath, and began to explain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brow and asked again, "Are you certain you've hooked a big fish? Was it tangled in the weeds?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. "That fish weighs at least 30 pounds. Do you believe me?" Jiang Qiqiang didn't doubt Xiaobai. He just found it hard to believe Uncle Jiang. Given Uncle Jiang's fishing luck, it seemed improbable for him to catch a 30-pound fish. Uncle Jiang, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Xiao Chang, can I redeem myself in the local fishing community today? Let us see if you can reel it in. I believe in you." Jiang Qiqiang looked at Uncle Jiang, then proceeded to pull the line. Increasingly sensing something was amiss, why was the fish not resisting at all? It felt as though he was merely dragging it along. Within half a minute, he managed to pull the 30-pound fish onto the shore. It was indeed 30 pounds and had taken the bait. The only minor issue was that the fish was already dead. A dead fish on the line was somewhat perplexing, however, upon seeing the dead fish. Jiang Qiqiang sighed in relief, realizing that Uncle Jiang's performance was still within normal limits. There was no significant issue. A group of fishermen nearby had gathered around the reservoir, all curious about the commotion. A crowd gathered there, eyes fixated on the phenomenon of the so-called dead fish bite, unable to suppress their hushed whispers. The angler in the livestream was equally taken aback, exclaiming his astonishment. For most, the dead fish bite was merely a tale heard in passing, seldom experienced firsthand. The dead fish bite is manageable during the day, yet at night, one must make a hasty retreat. I have encountered the dead fish bite before, but never have I seen such a large dead fish. For the dead fish bite, one must change equipment. The main line should utilize a fire line, while the leader line must be a zero line. With a strength of 380, one can haul in fish effortlessly.
Officer, have you finished your explanation? Once you are done, kindly accompany us. Anglers seeing the dead fish bite at night, are you truly not frightened?
I am afraid. Encountering a woman in red at night does not frighten me, it even excites me, but upon witnessing the dead fish bite, I would immediately retract my line and depart. A drone unintentionally captured footage of the water's surface not far from the shore, revealing a vast shadow lurking beneath, as if something was observing the crowd from below. I can't shake the feeling that this reservoir is unclean.
Even through the internet, I feel a chill as the streamer broadcasts.
There are water ghosts. Trust in science, there is no need to be afraid. With left zero and right fire, let the thunder god assist me.
I fear not even my wife. Would I fear a water ghost?
In this day and age, if one enjoys night fishing, it might be wise to learn some protective spells. Zhang Qichang observed the barrage of comments in his livestream while glancing at the ominous shadow nearby. Then surveyed the familiar faces around him. Even if the attendees could not name each other, they shared a camaraderie, all gazing at the shadow with a collective smile, urging one another to believe in science. Indeed, trusting in science, there are no supernatural entities in this world. Zhang Qichang casually picked up a brick from the ground, ready to hurl it at the shadow. Upon witnessing this, the crowd immediately pulled out their phones. Seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters, some were dealing with sons misbehaving, others with unfaithful spouses, and a few were caught at a classmate's home, stuck at the doorstep before Zhang Qichang could reach the water's edge. Several individuals behind him hurriedly grabbed their fishing rods and buckets, vacating the scene. Consequently, only Jiang Shu, Zhang Wanchao, and a few older gentlemen remained. The online viewers were left in a state of astonishment. This is merely a reflection of our workplace dynamics. All is well until trouble arises, and then no one is around.
Their excuses are rather quaint. Are they truly scattering like birds and beasts?
Streamer, do not take action, you should flee as well. We can summon a Taoist priest tomorrow. Zhang Qichang glanced at the comments on his phone, his lips twitching slightly. He flung the brick toward the shadow. Upon impact, the brick splashed into the water, causing the shadow to dissipate. Old man Chen chuckled, remarking, "This young man has some guts. Are you truly unafraid of being haunted by ghosts? Old Chen, please refrain from jesting. I consider myself somewhat educated. How could I possibly believe in such phantoms?" Zhang Qichang replied with a smile. His words prompted nods of agreement from the elder gentlemen, their gazes turning increasingly appreciative. Jiang Shu, eyeing the dead fish he had caught, furrowed his brow, stating, "While I do believe in science, some matters warrant a cautious approach. Better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss it entirely." The older generation often speaks of the dead fish bite as either a sign of water ghosts or mischievous water monkeys. The fish, in their eyes, were not truly dead. If one continued to fish, they might find themselves ensnared. Initially skeptical, Zhang Qichang's conviction waned as he observed the ominous shadow beneath the water, which seemed to have grown larger. The drone's camera focused on the water's surface, capturing the shadow that Zhang Qichang had disrupted. Now reappearing, significantly larger than before. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the shadow danced with the rippling water, evoking an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Many viewers in the livestream began to feel an unsettling chill.
Jiang Shu hesitated before stating, "This matter is quite manageable. I have a method, though I am uncertain of its efficacy." Chapter 56, What Water Monkeys? Continuing from where we left off, Jiang Shu said, "Recently, a Wudong Taoist priest has been traveling to Amei Mountain to visit old friends. His Taoist name is Kaizong. It is said that he possesses exceptional skills and is quite amiable. Perhaps we could invite him to take a look." Many anglers in the livestream readily agreed with this suggestion. It could very well be a water monkey. Hurry and invite Director Hu to come and take a look. I feel this material will likely feature in Director Hu's video. The village chief makes a valid point. Professional matters should indeed be entrusted to professionals.
Qisong, this name sounds familiar. Those who adopt such a title are likely not ordinary individuals. For the dead fish bite, one must retract the line and change the attire.
It's time to get serious.
Taoist, I use glutinous rice for bait, a peachwood rod for fishing, with chicken blood as the bait. The fishing line is made of ink line. And positioning is determined using a compass. As long as there is a black mark, I will employ thunder techniques. Water Ghost, this is indeed a high-stakes game. I recommend using a rod made of thunder strike wood. With ink line for the fishing line and hooks crafted from the remnants of Thunderfire, just don a purple robe and you'll be all set. I feel that summoning the ancestor of the 3 pure ones would suffice.
No water ghost, not even the Dragon King, would dare enter the fishing bucket.
The Taoist silently glanced at the barrage of comments and the livestream inspiration flooding in as he formulated several demon-catching strategies. Jiang Qichang observed the comments and, noticing Jiang Shu's serious expression, helplessly remarked, "Uncle, please refrain from spreading rumors. I am still live streaming. In this world, where are there truly any water ghosts, the dark mass is simply a school of fish surfacing for air in the darkness. If you don't believe me, take a look at the footage captured by my drone. The drone's camera revealed a vast school of fish beneath the surface, many of which were peering curiously at the people on the shore." Jiang Shu and the older gentleman felt utterly humiliated. After fishing for so long with little success, these fish were now gathering to gawk at them. What did these fish mean by this? Were they belittling them? Jiang Shu couldn't help but curse, picking up a stone and hurling it in frustration. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as the fish scattered momentarily only to regroup shortly after, even drawing closer to the shore. Once the livestream audience realized that it was merely a school of fish, their fear dissipated, replaced by amusement. After all, aside from Jiang Qichang, Jiang Shu and the older gentleman had not caught much today. The appearance of the fish at this moment amplified the mockery. This is absolutely hilarious. Who would have thought that fish enjoy a spectacle too? Oh dear, why are these unfortunate souls unable to catch any fish today? Whenever I encounter such a situation while fishing, I never indulge them. I always resort to the net immediately. This school of fish is more adept at taunting than my gaming teammates. The village chief, unable to sleep at midnight, rises. Is that school of fish unwell? Shouldn't we deploy some new energy fishing rods to teach them a lesson? What is a new energy fishing rod? IVE never seen one. High emotional intelligence, new energy fishing rod, low emotional intelligence, left 0 right fire, let the thunder god assist me. Jiang Qichang, observing the fish caught by Jiang Shu, explained, "Dear friends, there is no need to panic. Typically, when a dead fish bite occurs, it can be attributed to 2 primary reasons. The first scenario is that after baiting, a dense school of fish may lead to oxygen depletion. Some may perish while others remain alive, yet they will barely move or struggle upon being hooked. This is also referred to as a dead fish bite. The second scenario is purely coincidental. Perhaps one happened to hook a dead fish, like the one Jiang Shu caught, which was entangled in underwater vegetation before being snagged. I assure you, it is impossible for a dead fish to actively seek out bait. As the audience absorbed this explanation, they remained somewhat skeptical. The streamer seems to have explained it, yet not quite fully. This explanation sounds official, which I appreciate, but I still prefer to entertain rumors. The tales passed down from the older generation must have some basis. One should be cautious about dismissing such matters. I personally do not believe in the supernatural. If I encountered a dead fish bite, I would drain the water to investigate. Do not dismiss the supernatural. A friend of mine went fishing by the Yangtze River, encountered a dead fish bite, and upon returning from burying the fish, found his fishing spot had collapsed. If you don't believe, I certainly do. If I experienced a dead fish bite, I would unequivocally retract my line and leave. Jiang Qichang scratched his head and said, "The phrase dead fish bite, retract the line and leave has indeed been passed down for a reason. Otherwise, it may be that the fish are entangled in vegetation, and the underwater conditions are complicated, making it unsuitable for fishing. In such cases, one should definitely depart. Failing to do so may lead to snagged hooks. And should one enter the water, it can be perilous given the complexities beneath. Alternatively, the fish could be diseased, infected with parasites, which would contaminate the water. Entering could pose a risk of infection." Many terrifying legends, once stripped of their mystique, are fundamentally rooted in practical wisdom. There is no need for anyone to believe in water ghosts or water monkeys. After his detailed explanation, the audience's acceptance notably increased. At the very least, logically, there were no discrepancies, creating a perfect closure. The dead fish bite is also indicative of sick fish. Everyone should exercise caution when catching them. As Liu Dehua once said, "Cold, sick fish slap randomly on the face." Show off, is that you? The host's words are indeed not without merit. the truths behind certain terrifying legends are quite absurd, particularly those I encountered while watching Closer to Science in my youth.
Jia Bing's expression, that makes sense.
It seems that reading more books is somewhat beneficial, preventing one from frightening oneself unnecessarily. The elderly gentleman observed the informative Zhang Qiqiang and could not help but nod in agreement. Especially after they searched for the live stream on their phones, the admiration in their eyes grew even more pronounced. Old Master Chen inquired, "Little Jiang, have you ever considered taking the civil service exam? I have a friend who is in constant need of a secretary and has asked me to scout for one. I believe you would be quite suitable with a formal position." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qiqiang politely declined. Having navigated the financial sector for many years and interacted with a diverse array of individuals, particularly those in officialdom, he sensed that these gentlemen were not of ordinary standing. Their demeanor suggesting they held significant status. However, he felt no inclination towards the secretarial role. His current life was quite satisfactory. The elderly gentleman chuckled and subsequently agreed to go fishing together next time before departing with their hands clasped behind their backs. Jiang Shu gazed at the dead fish he had caught, sighing repeatedly, feeling a profound sense of regret. He took out his phone and snapped numerous photos of the fish for posterity before finally burying it. Zhang Wanchao, observing the fish in Zhang Qiqiang's catch, estimated it weighed at least 300 to 400 jin. With a hint of gratitude, he remarked, "Little Jiang, you saved face for your uncle today. I appreciate it and will remember it well. I have a treasure that you are sure to love. Come, let me show you." Chapter 57. Informing its mother that dinner need not be prepared, Zhang Wanchao led Zhang Qiqiang and Zhang Shu to a small house by the reservoir. In front of the house lay a dilapidated piece of wood over a meter long, covered in dust and cluttered. He began to explain, "This treasure is it. I discovered it 2 years ago by the reservoir. Take a look and see if you like it." The drone circled the piece of wood, inspecting it closely. Viewers in the livestream watched for some time but could not ascertain any connection between the wood and the term treasure. Why does this wood look so shabby? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can identify what this treasure really is? Goodness, could this possibly be trash? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, but I can't quite recall. After a mere glance, Zhang Qiqiang shook his head and declined, saying, "Uncle, this treasure is too precious. I cannot accept it. This is sinker wood, quite valuable. You should keep it safe." Zhang Wanchao waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I mentioned it felt heavy. Turns out it's sinker woody anyway. I just picked it up by the reservoir. You saved face for me today. I really like it. The fish you caught today is worth several tens of thousands. And I haven't asked for anything in return. I've heard that city folks enjoy using sinker wood for landscaping. This could come in handy when you renovate your backyard." As he spoke, he began to clear the debris from the wood surface. Then, he fetched a bucket of water and lightly wiped the wood. The livestream viewers, witnessing the now glossy and lustrous wood, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Initially, it had been indistinguishable under the layer of dust. But now, cleaned, it revealed its remarkable quality. "So this is sinker wood. I've never seen it before. What species is this, and is it expensive? I seem to recall a news story about someone finding sinker wood and selling it for several million. Wow! Heavens, I truly cannot fathom how others manage to find sinker wood. I wonder if anyone would like to form a group to explore the reservoir's edge for a bit of exercise? I volunteer. I'm ready to get rich overnight." Zhang Qiqiang initially intended to refuse, but the quality of the sinker wood was indeed remarkable, and thus he acquiesced. The market price of sinker wood has been steadily rising in recent years. This particular variety, small leaf Phoebe, is worth around 20,000 per ton. Zhang Qiqiang had previously learned about sinker wood but had never shown much interest, always regarding it as merely a piece of wood. However, now that he possessed a piece of sinker wood, he felt an undeniable distinction. It was unlike any other timber. This sentiment mirrored the difference between possessing a national jade seal and lacking one, without the seal. It is merely a broken piece of jade. With it, one feels destined by heaven's decree. Seeing Zhang Qiqiang's appreciation, Zhang Wanchao felt a sense of relief. He disliked owing favors, and the fish caught, worth at least 2 to 3 tens of thousands, would be of little use to him. He considered it a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, having watched Zhang Qiqiang grow up, he had always regarded him as a nephew. Observing Zhang Qiqiang still fiddling with the sinker wood, Zhang Wanchao teasingly suggested, "Little Chang, you can wash it properly when you get home. I have chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs here. Take a look and see if there's any you fancy to take home." Beside the reservoir, there was a small fenced yard where numerous animals roamed freely. Chickens, ducks, and geese strolled in groups. A black dog guarding the entrance had just had a litter of puppies, their eyes still closed. Yapping away, Jiang Wanchao emerged from the house, carrying a large basin containing 2 soft-shelled turtles. He inquired, "Village chief, Little Chang, I'm refunding your fishing fees. Take a look at these and take whichever you like." The viewers in the live stream were captivated, dividing into factions of pet lovers and food enthusiasts, and the comments section exploded with excitement. "That duck is so adorable, can we take 2 ducks home?" Yes, I love it too. Roasted duck is delicious, I bring half home every week." "How cruel, the duck is so cute, and you're talking about eating it." "Exactly, that's outrageous, it must be salted duck. Not roasted duck." "So many little black puppies, how adorable, can you take 2 home, host?" "What about the chickens, aren't they getting any love?" After surveying the options, Jiang Shu selected 2 soft-shelled turtles. Jiang Qiqiang hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing 2 free-range pearl chickens. This breed, originally from Africa, has a firmer texture compared to the common white-feathered chickens found in markets, and its flavor is notably sweeter. The cooking methods are quite simple: boiling, steaming, or making soup all yield excellent results. Jiang Qiqiang had tasted them several times before and had always been pleasantly surprised. Just then, Jiang Wanchao's grandson, Jiang Pingping, returned, dragging Jiang Ming along. Upon entering, he discovered that their chickens had been taken away. "Grandpa, what did our chickens do wrong? Your little uncle caught quite a number of fish today, and he's trading fish for chicken to eat." "What about the mother hen, what will happen to her?" Jiang Wanchao gently patted his grandson Jiang Ming's head and replied, "Go tell the mother hen that she need not prepare dinner for the chicks tonight." Holding the 2 small chickens, Jiang Qiqiang observed them obediently bowing their heads, appearing resigned to their fate. The live stream viewers chuckled as they saw Jiang Ming comforting the remaining pearl chickens in the yard. Indeed, the chickens are too beautiful, they suffer a cruel fate. The pearl chickens, alas, won't be returning home tonight, crying, "Nothing more to say, just be cautious in your next life." This is truly hilarious. The child isn't even throwing a tantrum. What on earth is this hellish adage, "No need to prepare dinner"? Jiang Pingping looked at Jiang Shu and said, "Grandpa, my grandma is calling you home for dinner. She says if you can't catch any fish, she's gotten used to it over the years." Jiang Shu gave his grandson a playful pat on the head and then, feeling quite pleased, opened his phone's photo gallery to boast. "Go tell your grandma that who said I can't catch fish, she just loves to make baseless accusations. Do you see how big this fish is? Have you ever seen one this size? I traded the fish for soft-shelled turtles. Are you excited to eat turtle soup?" Jiang Pingping's youthful face expressed shock as he nodded vigorously, though his eyes still reflected some confusion. The livestream viewers shook their heads at the boastful Jiang Shu. In a single day, he managed to catch 2 fish, one was dead, and the other's credit largely went to Xiaobai. No wonder he could be the village chief. His talent for self-promotion was indeed impressive. After releasing the fish back into the reservoir, Jiang Wanchao hesitated as he looked at the last remaining black fish. Chapter 58. A beautiful maiden in ancient attire holding sinker wood. Jiang Wanchao asked, "Little Chang, are you planning to create a fish pond at home?" "Yes, why, what do you think of this black fish? Would you be interested in raising it?" Jiang Wanchao inquired. In his youth, while foraging for herbs on Amei Mountain, he encountered a minor accident and was saved by a passing Taoist priest, after which he embraced Taoism. The teachings advocate against consuming certain animals, including black fish, beef, wild goose, and dogs, making them difficult to sell. However, this black fish consumes smaller fish and roe and reproduces rapidly. If returned to the reservoir, it would undoubtedly become a nuisance. "Uncle, this black fish is quite valuable. Are you truly willing to give it to me?" Jiang Qiqiang asked. Jiang Wanchao replied, "If you want it, I shall give it to you. I believe in the Tao. This black fish cannot be eaten or sold, and it is not meant to be kept. Consider it a favor from your uncle, but please do not eat it. Take good care of it." "Uncle, what favor are you speaking of?" "Then I will take both the black fish and the sinker wood with me." Jiang Qiqiang responded with a smile. He had been pondering what to stock in the fish pond he intended to build in his backyard, and now it seemed like fortune smiled upon him. Both the fish and the decorative sinker wood had been resolved in one go. At that time, by excavating some pebbles and aquatic plants, the fish pond in the backyard could be perfectly completed. The so-called submerged wood, also known as waterlogged wood, as the name suggests, does not sink when immersed in water. And it neither decays nor rots, ensuring that the water quality remains untainted while creating a splendid natural ambience. This type of wood possesses a remarkably high density, weighing significantly more than ordinary timber. Although Jiang Qiqiang's piece of submerged wood appears relatively small at just over a meter in length, it weighs at least a ton, making it impossible for one person to move alone. Without hesitation, Uncle Jiang made a couple of phone calls summoning 7 or 8 villagers along with a large truck together. They managed to load the submerged wood onto the vehicle and deliver it to Jiang Qicheng's home. By then, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. After disembarking, Jiang Qicheng first took the bucket containing the black fish and the pearl chicken back home. Once he had placed everything in order, he noticed Jiang Qilan had already returned. Trying on her newly purchased ancient-style strapless long dress, after tying her hair up and putting on the dress, a mere smile from her captivated the audience and the live stream completely.
Isn't she just stunningly beautiful?
When she turned and smiled, it made my heart flutter.
I can't help it, if others marry a streamer's sister, I genuinely feel uneasy. Wow!
I didn't expect her beauty to elevate to another level in ancient attire. Casual wear pales in comparison to Hanfu. From now on, please wear Hanfu exclusively.
Indeed, this Hanfu suits Chinese beauties even more. How delightful.
Jiang Qilan, holding a fan, gently inquired, "Brother, what do you think of my outfit? Not impressive, hurry up and move, don't block the way." Jiang Qicheng glanced at her and decisively stepped outside, entirely disregarding Jiang Qilan's pouting expression. The viewers found the interaction between the siblings amusing. The streamer is truly heartless and cold.
In the eyes of brothers, sisters, and younger siblings, beauty levels are just SOSO. I don't understand. How is this not impressive? She is a celestial level beauty. Even Bai Juyi would exclaim that the beauty of the harem pales in comparison. This is so relatable. Whenever I dress up and look good, my brother still calls me ugly. I really want to twist his head off. Everyone says my sister is pretty, but I don't feel anything because I've seen her grow up. Jiang Qilan set down her fan and stepped outside. Observing the villagers struggling to unload the submerged wood, they attempted to lift it for quite some time but couldn't manage to get it off. It was exceedingly heavy, and there were no good grips, making it difficult to exert force on the truck. Jiang Qicheng wanted to help, but Uncle Jiang pushed him away disdainfully. The ones helping were all older gentlemen. Such heavy labor was not meant for the younger generation to engage in. After watching for a while, Jiang Qilan suddenly spoke up, "Uncle, may I give it a try?" The villagers from Jiangjia village, who were busy unloading the submerged wood, took a moment to process her request. They looked at Jiang Qilan, clad in ancient attire and appearing delicate and fragile, and burst into laughter. "Xiaolan, don't cause trouble. Just hurry back, this submerged wood weighs over a ton. How could a young girl possibly lift it? Quickly return and don't wear yourself out." Jiang Qilan chuckled and replied, "Thank you all for your concern. But trying it out won't tire me out. If I truly can't lift it, you can think of another solution later." The villagers, intrigued and eager for entertainment, cleared the area. The drone focused on Jiang Qilan and the submerged wood, and over 100,000 viewers watched her, suddenly feeling their throats tighten. This weighs over a ton, she can't really lift it, can she? Is she really going to mimic Lin Daiyu pulling at the willow? Impossible, utterly impossible. Over a ton, do you know what that means? 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 pounds. Tomorrow's trending topic: shock, ancient girl lifts submerged wood, who in the world can rival her? Previously, it was just acting. If she can actually lift it, that would be a true revelation. Streamer, can you manage your sister? I just started to fancy her, and now she is doing this. Jiang Qilan rolled up her sleeves and embraced the submerged wood. As she exerted force with both arms, although the wood didn't budge, the definition of her muscles was quite evident. The audience and the livestream collectively sighed in relief, although the action was absurd and the idea far-fetched. At least she hadn't managed to lift it. That scared me. I thought she was going to defy the odds. If she can do this, I'd recommend her for weightlifting. Winning a gold medal at the Olympics would be a cinch. It's hard to tell without exerting force. I didn't realize she had muscles. I just want to know if her legs under the ancient attire are also muscular. As the viewers relaxed, the uncles and older gentlemen from Jiangjia village felt relieved as well. If a young girl could lift the submerged wood that they struggled to move together, it would be quite the embarrassment for them. "Brother, this submerged wood is indeed too heavy. I can't lift it." Jiang Qilan stuck out her tongue, speaking with a hint of shyness. She then attempted to lift the submerged wood again, saying, "Let me try once more. If I can't lift it, I'll see if I can drag it." Jiang Qicheng paused for a moment, sensing something amiss. The audience and the live stream gasped, and the uncles and older gentlemen from Jiangjia village also gasped in astonishment. The submerged wood was genuinely being dragged, albeit only a few centimeters. Jiang Qilan's eyes widened.
she had managed to pull the submerged wood out slightly, allowing her to exert more force. 321 lift, thud, the submerged wood was pulled out significantly and finally unloaded from the truck. The live stream was flooded with comments of disbelief and excitement, while the entrance to Zhang's home remained eerily quiet. I implore you, please support and donate. I just checked, and the total donations are nearing 100. I will add an extra chapter tomorrow. Let us establish a rule for updates, 2 updates daily, and for every 100 in donations, I will add an additional chapter. What do you all think? Chapter 59. The number 1 druid in the national server. After Zhang Qilan unloaded the submerged wood from the truck, she gazed at the upright timber and performed a few warm-up movements. Clad in her ancient attire, although her movements were grand and sweeping, they surprisingly exuded an ethereal quality. Sister, let me handle this, Zhang Qichong suggested. Zhang Qilan resolutely declined, then wrapped her arms around the submerged wood. Her complexion slightly flushed as she gritted her teeth and assumed a horse-riding stance. As she exerted herself, her arms swelled with muscle, and she hoisted the submerged wood onto her shoulders. The tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream watched in awe as Zhang Qilan carried the submerged wood, taking steady steps toward her home. Instantly, the audience felt as if countless grass-mud horses were galloping through their minds. This is truly like Lin Dayu pulling at the willow. I'm impressed. Novels may be fictional, but this is the real deal. Lu Zhishan, so strong, should I leave? Can a girl's body take this? She shouldn't overexert herself. My once frail Lin Dayu, who couldn't care for herself, has completely shattered that image. Other female streamers in ancient attire make my mouth water, but streamer's sister in ancient attire, I'd willingly be her devoted admirer. Wait a moment. I am getting too excited. I can't believe I'm witnessing Lin Dayu pulling at the willow. Perhaps I should take a nap instead. While the viewers in the livestream found the situation absurd, the uncles and older gentlemen from Jiangjia village were equally astonished. Having personally attempted to lift the submerged wood and being present at the scene, they could better appreciate the shock. Village chief, your niece possesses remarkable strength, they exclaimed. This young girl is truly something else. Who would dare to marry her now? Is that submerged wood really the same one we lifted? It feels different to me. Several old acquaintances remarked, perhaps you should refrain from speaking, misfortune often comes from the mouth. What do you know? This is what the scripts refer to as my family has a daughter who has just come of age. Strength surpassing mountains and a spirit that dominates the world. As they were speaking, Zhang Qilan suddenly turned her head, smiled at them, and then her figure vanished. Immediately a dull thud resonated from the front yard as Zhang Qilan finally unloaded the submerged wood from her shoulder. Although the front yard was a good 10 to 20 meters away from the entrance, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. The expressions on their faces shifted to awkward yet polite smiles, and they promptly changed their tune. Nowadays, it's quite normal for young girls to possess great strength. No, it's not that she is strong, it's that we're getting old and weak. That statement holds some truth. We need to take better care of ourselves. A few old acquaintances chimed in. I just traded 2 turtles for some big fish from Jiang Wanchao. These are highly nutritious. Let us all enjoy them together tomorrow. Great. I'll bring some medicinal wine. We can all drink together. The viewers in the live stream laughed at the sudden change in attitude of the older gentleman. However, those who recognize the times are truly wise. Admitting one's shortcomings is not shameful. Rather, it reflects a certain wisdom in life. I in the live stream, without exception, regardless of age or gender, anyone who encountered Zhang Qilan dared not utter a word about pulling at the willow. The village chief, along with his companions, declined Zhang Qicheng's invitation to stay for dinner and swiftly departed. Upon returning home, Zhang Qicheng found Zhang Qilan seated on a chair, eyes closed, and a hand resting on her forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yes, after lifting the submerged wood, I feel a bit dizzy, but it's nothing. I just need to rest for a while, Zhang Qilan replied. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and she spoke with a gentle demeanor. The viewers in the live stream began to speculate once more. The truth has emerged. Lin Dayu indeed perished from the exertion of pulling at the willow. It must be true. According to the narrative, the next chapter depicts Lu Zhishan weeping as he buries the flowers. Although she possesses an appearance of fragility, I harbor no doubts that she could effortlessly deliver a punch strong enough to fell me. I only dare to feel a twinge of sympathy during midday, for I sense that trouble is inevitable. Even this sensation seems inadequate. Do you believe that if she struck me, I would be compelled to kneel and plead for my life? I genuinely yearn for a wife like her. It evokes a profound sense of security. Brother, I must admit your audacity is remarkable. Just tell me, can you withstand a beating? A severe SM enthusiast declares, do not pity me for being a delicate flower. Feel free to ravage me, for the sake of self-preservation." After ensuring Jiang Qilan was comfortably seated in the courtyard, Jiang Qichang fetched a large basin, filled it with well water, and temporarily placed the injured blackfish within it for recovery. The fish, battered and seemingly on the brink of death, exhibited alert eyes, keenly surveying its surroundings. Observing the pitiful creature, the audience in the live stream began to implore the host, "Host, do you have any medicine at home? Perhaps sprinkle some antibacterial agent into the water. The injuries seem quite severe. I fear it may not survive the night. Is the anti-inflammatory medication suitable for aquaculture?" Xiaobai truly is unfathomable. Her verbal prowess has left the black fish in such a condition. Diagnosis complete. It appears unlikely to survive. "Host, you might as well stew it. The host has already promised others, if you don't consume this fish, what will you do? Indeed, such a fine fish is a rarity. Let us preserve it as a specimen upon its demise. Brother, I've tolerated you for long enough, whether it's stewing fish or preparing specimens. Do you have a reincarnation as the king of hell?" Jiang Qichang, observing the barrage of comments in the livestream, felt a sense of confidence in the healing properties of his well water. There was no need for antibiotics. By tomorrow morning, the blackfish's wounds should be nearly healed. He offered no explanation but instead produced 2 guinea fowls and inquired if Jiang Qilan desired some chicken soup for nourishment. "Brother, I lack an appetite. Just prepare something simple," Jiang Qilan replied weakly. Jiang Qichang examined the 2 guinea fowls, retrieved scissors from within the house, and clipped one wing from each bird. As he snipped, he explained, "These chickens have just been caught and are not yet used to their coop. By trimming their wings, we can prevent them from flying away." Once the feathers were clipped, the 2 guinea fowls, released, indeed could not take flight. They curiously surveyed the courtyard before settling atop 2 overturned bamboo baskets in the front yard. Jiang Qichang warned them, "Do not attempt to flee. If you do, I shall personally prepare you for soup." "Xiaobai, I am assigning you an additional task. Watch over them. Should they escape, I will hold you accountable." Xiaobai nodded in agreement, positioning herself a short distance from the 2 baskets. The guinea fowls obediently nodded in response, while the blackfish in the basin continued to swim restlessly. Although the audience was aware of Jiang Qichang's ability to communicate with animals, they remained astounded. "Wait, what is happening? If Xiaobai can understand, I can accept that, but how do the 2 chickens comprehend as well? I feel there is something uncanny about the host. I wonder if he can tame my husky. I strongly recommend the host establish a pet training school. I would be the first to enroll. The fact that they can comprehend and even nod is astonishing. Host, are you perhaps a druid by profession?" Chapter 60, What are you afraid of? Why do you not dare to engage Xiaobai in a spar? Jiang Qichang, witnessing his sister's lack of appetite, shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy. Truly, they were siblings, their temperaments remarkably alike, both inclined to showcase their strength. He ventured into the kitchen, scavenging through the refrigerator, ultimately retrieving a block of tofu and 2 small bok choys. Dear viewers, today we shall prepare a simple soup using tofu and bok choy. After donning an apron, Jiang Qichang commenced washing the vegetables. As the audience observed the tofu and bok choy and heard soup was on the menu, many found themselves envisioning a classic dish, pearl and jade soup. After so long watching the stream, the host finally seems to be cooking casually. "I knew it would be pearl and jade soup. TSK, this method is not authentic. The tofu must be seasoned to be true to form. Pearl and jade soup. Never mind, I want to follow the host's recipe today. I have no interest in that soup." Upon finishing washing the bok choy, Jiang Qichang glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream. Furrowing his brow, the audience was discussing something regarding pearl and jade soup. "Dear viewers, we are making bok choy and tofu soup today, not pearl and jade soup." Host, don't explain. Is there even a distinction between the 2? The name seems to lack the sophistication of pearl and jade soup. Alright, bok choy and tofu soup. Whatever the host says goes. No need for explanations. Explanations are mere facades, and facades are just the truth. Jiang Qichang, observing the comments, felt an overwhelming sense of futility in explaining. He retrieved 5 eggs from the refrigerator, heated oil in the pan, and declared, "I assure you, this is indeed bok choy and tofu soup. It is quite palatable and gentle on the stomach." Once the oil was hot, he cracked the 5 eggs into the pan, frying them until golden brown on both sides. He then added ginger strips, poured in boiling water, and proceeded to chop the eggs into pieces with a spatula. After boiling vigorously for 2 minutes, the soup turned a creamy white. Jiang Qicheng skillfully added the chopped tofu and ham, allowing them to simmer over low heat. The audience, watching the livestream, finally realized that this was indeed not pearl and jade soup. The soup looks exceptionally white. It should taste delightful.
When I make fish soup, it never turns out this white. Why is the host making a mockery of me? Because your fish was not fried until golden brown. When the oil and water emulsify through heating, it results in a white color. 5 eggs, my apologies, I am unworthy. I do not recommend the host proceed in this manner. There have been reports of individuals attempting to replicate this at home, only to be left in dire straits. Jiang Qicheng, glancing at the time, added the chopped bok choy into the pot after the tofu had boiled for 10 minutes, then seasoned it with salt and chicken essence. Just before serving, he sprinkled a handful of green onions and goji berries atop, drizzling a touch of sesame oil. The visual appeal of the bok choy and tofu soup significantly increased, and the flavor proved to be exquisite. Without calling for anyone, Jiang Qilan, who had been resting in the courtyard, approached with Xiaobai in tow. Dear viewers, it is getting late. We shall conclude today's livestream here. We are off to have dinner. Do eat early as well, and we shall reconvene tomorrow morning. Jiang Qicheng served the soup and once finished, powered down the drone. The audience, witnessing the abrupt end to the livestream, felt a deep sense of dismay. The host, on the path of neglecting his audience, truly seemed to drift further away. After tantalizing their appetites for so long, just as they were about to eat, he abruptly signed off. I can't believe this. I am starving, can't I even lick the screen?
Farewell everyone, I'm off to see if there is any bok choy and tofu soup available for takeout.
The little chef is now online.
The soup looks simple enough, I'd like to give it a try.
See you all tomorrow morning. Neglecting your audience is highly irresponsible, tantalizing us and then vanishing.
My mouth has watered for 2 miles.
And this is all you give me.
Fishing may seem like a stationary endeavor, yet it requires considerable effort and sustained focus. After a day of fishing, Jiang Qicheng felt a rare sense of mental fatigue. Following dinner, he did not check the day's catch but instead retired early to his room for rest. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Qicheng rose, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and, after completing his morning routine, commenced his live stream for the day. He arrived in the front yard, preparing to exercise when the drone circled above. The audience in the live stream immediately sensed something was amiss. The basin that had held the black fish the previous day was now empty. Where is my large black fish?
Host, this is dire. The fish you were raising has escaped. I knew something would go wrong.
A black fish that fierce could not be contained in a mere basin.
Everyone, do not panic. Is it possible the fish perished, and the host disposed of it this morning? Where could it have gone?
I'll go retrieve it. If it's just dead, it could still be edible. Jiang Qicheng, noticing the barrage of comments, realized the fish had indeed fled. Observing the damp patches near the basin, he felt a slight sense of relief. The water had not yet dried, indicating that the large black fish could not have gone far. Such audacity to attempt an escape. When I catch it again, I shall certainly teach it a lesson. Jiang Qicheng clenched his fists, his joints cracking audibly. The audience in the livestream silently mourned for the black fish for 3 seconds, following the trail left by the escaping black fish. Jiang Qicheng ventured into the backyard. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Xiaobai confronting the fleeing black fish. The two little creatures, a stark contrast of black and white, stood off against each other, their animosity palpable. Jiang Qicheng, seeing that Xiaobai was holding her own, had no intention of intervening. He even took a nearby stool and sat down. Host, isn't this rather inappropriate?
You're watching without even a snack. That's highly unprofessional. The black and white duo, round 2 has commenced. The competitors are currently locked in a standoff, engaging in a battle of wills. Hurry, initiate a betting pool. I want to wager on Xiaobai's victory. The large black fish appeared battered yesterday. How is it so lively today? After a brief standoff, the large black fish decided to retreat, turning around and glancing back at Jiang Qicheng as it passed by. Xiaobai trailed closely behind De Heyu, observing as it eagerly leapt back into the basin. Only then did it scamper up to Jiang Qicheng, proudly lifting its head. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream watched the docile black fish remaining in the water basin, many of whom began to ponder the possibility of transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, their mental fortitude suddenly wavering. This is excessive. How could it be so timid? I watched the live stream yesterday. And just as I accumulated points, I lost them all in a single gamble. An actor, this is undeniably an act. Dahayu, what are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to have a go with Xiaobai? Host, I demand an explanation. This is an outdoor livestream, and we won't tolerate any shady dealings. Bah, what a cowardly blackfish. I'm not afraid of Xiaobai. What is your excuse? Jiang Qichang gently patted Xiaobai's head in a gesture of comfort. This little one had spent the night watching the chickens and fish in the yard, a tiring endeavor indeed. Just as he was about to take Xiaobai inside for a nap, Jiang Qilan suddenly let out a gasp that he had some matters to attend to during the day, and would catch up on Chapter 3 later tonight. Brothers, don't stay up with me. Staying up is not good for you. You should get some sleep and watch in the morning. Chapter 61. Brother Chicken lays eggs to survive. Jiang Qilan approached with 2 eggs in hand. Her face alight with surprise. Brother, those 2 hens have laid eggs. The 2 pearl hens that had been nesting yesterday each produced an egg today. The eggs of pearl hens are slightly smaller than regular eggs, with a deeper color, thicker shells, and a higher nutritional value. Holding the eggs, Jiang Qilan joyfully remarked to brother, since these 2 hens have laid eggs, why don't we spare them? I feel like keeping them would be quite nice. And we could enjoy some fresh eggs. Jiang Qichang nodded in agreement, glancing at the 2 pearl hens. They had already hopped down from the bamboo basket and were pecking at the millet prepared for them yesterday. Clucking merrily as they ate. It was quite the coincidence. These 2 hens hadn't had a drop to drink or a grain to eat since yesterday, yet the moment they were spared, their appetites returned. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the 2 pearl hens. Have these hens become sentient, aware that laying eggs is their only means of survival? Cohen truly understands the stakes. He knows that 3 days without laying eggs means facing the pressure cooker. My mother gave me an old hen for the new year, and I couldn't bear to kill it. Just hoping for an egg a day. Facepalm. The capital for survival is 1 egg a day. How realistic. Survival is not easy. Brother Chicken has finally passed its most challenging hurdle. Xiaobai being sensible is one thing, but even the hostess hens seem to have some sense. It's been ages since my hens laid eggs in this heat. Jiang Qichang, in a jovial mood, hummed a tune as he handed the eggs to Jiang Qilan in the kitchen. He suddenly recalled a few years back when he and his sister had also raised chickens, only to have them met with an unfortunate fate shortly thereafter. Sister, I've noticed a change in you. A few years ago, we raised chickens together, and barely a few days in, you had them slaughtered for a stew. Why the compassion for these 2? Jiang Qichang teased. Jiang Qilan emerged from the kitchen, reminiscing about the past, unable to suppress an eye roll. Brother, do you genuinely not remember, or have you simply forgotten? The last hen we raised for half a month was pampered, but it kept sneaking off to lay eggs at other people's homes. It would have been better to stew it early on. Jiang Qichang paused for a moment, then recollected the incident and chuckled. Indeed, it was destined to meet its end. Had we kept it any longer, it would have brought back chicks from other households, and that would have been complicated to explain. Initially, the live stream viewers perceived no issue with their dialogue, considering it mere family banter, until someone posted a comment that left many viewers in disbelief. What is the big deal about laying an egg? You're a grown man, can't you be a bit magnanimous? Magnanimous? Not a chance. I can overlook many things, but not this. Letting your hen lay eggs in someone else's yard, or vice versa, is simply intolerable. I seriously suspect the host and his sister are using the chickens to convey a veiled message. Host, it seems you're hinting at something. The drunken man's intention is not in the wine. Truly deserving of your status as a top scorer in the college entrance exam, speaking with double meanings. Jiang Qichang, having just put Xiaobai to sleep, emphasized to it that the 2 hens were now part of the family and must be protected. Xiaobai, appearing utterly overwhelmed, nodded, and promptly fell asleep again. You 2, henceforth, are not allowed to relieve yourselves anywhere in the yard. Use the toilet or the vegetable patch. Afterward, remember to bury it, otherwise, your lives may be in peril. Understood. Jiang Qichang warned the 2 hens. Whether or not the pearl hens comprehended his words was uncertain, but once they had their fill, they proceeded to scratch in the vegetable patch. Jiang Qichang then glanced at the live stream comments, which had begun to spiral into absurdity. When people visit, they gossip. When hens visit, they dig in the soil. Young man, there are some things you must not speak of lightly. There are taboos, and you are still young. Unaware of the intricacies, your fortune may inexplicably change because of it. What seems like a simple statement can influence your entire life.
if you cannot grasp it, heed my advice and delete it. This hellish tale of the host is truly suitable for a narrative. It would make a fine post on 520 in the circle of friends.
Laying eggs in someone else's home is utterly ludicrous.
Come on, the Qing dynasty has fallen. There are far more absurdities in real life. Haven't you heard of triplets with different fathers? The host cannot stop talking about chickens. Every sentence revolves around them. Savor that, truly savor it. This story holds profound significance. After reading the comments, I realized the clown is myself, feeling worthy of a reading comprehension test. Zhang Qiqiang observed the comments, yearning to clarify yet feeling powerless to do so. After all, the harsh realities lay bare before them. Compared to his own narrative, real life often felt more fantastical, and the viewer's interpretations were not entirely unfounded. Once he finished breakfast, he guided the audience through some Tai Chi exercises. After completing the routine, he felt invigorated and proceeded to perform knee lifts and single-sided knee raises. Many in the livestream, having finished their Tai Chi, were already panting heavily. They watched as Zhang Qiqiang continued to exercise.
Their mental states beginning to unravel. Host, are you not tired at all? Could you take a short break? I feel like I can't catch my breath. Are these two movements also part of Tai Chi?
I'd rather die than continue. I can't possibly exercise anymore. I'm completely exhausted. Zhang Qiqiang executed a set of movements and explained, recently life at home has been rather comfortable.
And I feel as though my belly has grown a bit. This set of movements effectively targets the abdomen. Are you not interested? It's not too demanding, just 20 minutes each day, and you'll see results in 20 days. Many viewers fell into silence upon hearing Zhang Qiqiang's promise. Human nature is inherently lazy, and losing weight contradicts that nature, requiring immense willpower. However, the prospect of shedding pounds in 20 days with just 20 minutes of effort was not entirely unappealing.
Host, you better keep your word. Sigh, every time I try to lose weight, my chest is the most enthusiastic participant. It doesn't care when I gain weight but is always eager when it's time to shed pounds.
That is so relatable. Must one do it personally?
I have this cursed physique. I can eat lavishly every day without gaining weight, so I don't even need to lose weight. This child has overeaten, spouting nonsense. Someone get him out of here.
Is it really possible to only lose weight in the abdomen and not in the chest? After 20 minutes of jumping,
Zhang Qiqiang patted his stomach, feeling it had flattened considerably. With great conviction, he declared, "Dear viewers, would I deceive you? 30 underknee claps, 30 side kicks with knee lifts, 30 leg raises to knee height, and 30 jumping jacks. All in one set, to be repeated 4 times daily." After Zhang Qiqiang finished, over 100,000 viewers in the live stream displayed remarkable initiative. Exercise was something they could never seem to commit to. However, saving the routine was an immediate necessity. After promising additional content last night, he had only just completed it, feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 62, The Wish Fulfillment Brigade. Zhang Qiqiang glanced at the live stream comments.
Chuckling helplessly, I've saved it. I'll just frighten my little belly. If I had that kind of discipline, I might even have a six-pack. Come on, host, don't joke around. Saving has never ceased. Action has yet to begin.
Host, please demonstrate for us. Never mind, you're not even fat.
If you're all not jumping, then I'm at ease. I won't jump either.
Indeed, overcoming human nature proved to be quite the challenge. It was akin to when one was in school. Textbooks were distributed with the promise that diligent study would lead to admission into a prestigious university, yet studying, by its very nature, defies human instincts. Which is why life can take on various paths. Zhang Qiqiang fully understood his livestream audience. After all, there were hardly any classmates who maintained self-discipline while studying, just as he had. After completing his exercises, he went to the restroom for a quick wash and wiped the sweat from his body. In the backyard, the primary task remaining was to construct a fish pond, alongside smaller projects like an outdoor stove, grill, and flowerbed. Completing these tasks within the allotted time posed no issue whatsoever. In the front yard, Zhang Qiqiang gazed at the black fish in the basin and then at the piece of dark wood in the corner, announcing, "Dear viewers, our fish pond will officially commence construction today. I am preparing to excavate an ancient courtyard-style fish pond in my backyard. Should anyone be interested, feel free to join me in this endeavor." Upon hearing this, the viewers in the livestream were nearly overwhelmed with exasperation. Pray tell, is this merely a jest? I find it intriguing, but our yard is not nearly spacious enough. How boastful.
This is undoubtedly a display of arrogance, jealousy. What can I do? My yard is only a few dozen square meters. I, too, wish to create a fish pond. Host, can someone as clumsy as I join in the fun? An ancient courtyard-style fish pond, it sounds far too extravagant for someone of modest means. Jiang Qiqiang, however, had no time to peruse the barrage of comments, as he was primarily focused on the task at hand, which was to complete the fish pond. Yet, even this single pond would take no less than 3 or 4 days to accomplish properly. Armed with a shovel, he ventured to the northwest corner of the backyard, where a designated space had already been prepared. This area measured approximately 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Adjacent to it was a water tank, designed to store the water that would flow into the courtyard, allowing him to channel fresh water directly into the pond. The surrounding tuberose blooms, previously planted, continued to flourish beautifully. Many longtime fans in the livestream were reminded of their own long-held wishes upon seeing the tuberoses. And soon several substantial donations appeared in the chat. CC no longer enjoys milk tea, donated under the moonlit waterfall, leaving a message. A devotee arrives to fulfill a promise, having successfully lost 20 pounds. Real estate consultant contributed a donation of everlasting love, with a note: last time the tuberoses bloomed, I wished for wealth, and I won the lottery. Bai Ming Changqing donated 10 for love's journey, with a note: my home was unexpectedly demolished, and my bank account swelled by several billion. Here I come to fulfill my promise. Rabbits do not eat carrots donated a surprise confession, with the message: thank you, O host, I have finally found my boyfriend, who stands at 6 feet tall, possesses abs, loves only me, and is financially savvy. Following these generous contributions, hundreds of smaller gifts flooded in, all accompanied by messages of promise fulfillment. New viewers were left bewildered by the deluge of wish-related comments. Isn't this an outdoor livestream? How did it turn into a wishing well? Is the tuberose in the host's home truly that effective? Are you all joking? Demolition, lottery wins, wishing can't be this absurd. Bro, don't doubt it. I find it hard to believe too, but it indeed happened. Heavens, I can't bear this. Host, is it too late for me to make a wish now? I just want to say, can we keep our comments in the chat from being too outrageous? Jiang Qiqiang, observing the chat, felt equally curious. Could the tuberoses he casually dug up from the mountains truly possess such efficacy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a case of survivor bias due to the sheer number of viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Let us pause the gifting for a moment. Wishing is a matter of sincerity. Whether it comes to fruition depends on oneself. Truly, there is no need for extravagant gifts. In my childhood, I wished under the tuberoses to become the top scholar and a wealthy man, yet none of those dreams materialized. Jiang Qiqiang explained. The viewers, momentarily silent, soon saw the number of wishing comments soar exponentially. Even Choo Choo Baby from the Douyin platform's operations department was taken aback by this sudden spike in data. She hurried to the livestream, reviewing several minutes of footage. After a brief silence, she thought, this is pure vanity. Is the top scholar from Sichuan province no longer a top scholar, with the host's meteoric rise, earning over $1 million in pure revenue within a month? How is he not considered wealthy? After a moment's contemplation, Choo Choo Baby quietly contributed several comments in Jiang Qiqiang's livestream, including wishes for overnight wealth, good health, global peace, and successful weight loss. Host, I understand your point. Your tuberoses are particularly effective for wishing. Isn't that an understatement? They are remarkably effective. Well, I shall go check the global wish directory and return to comment. Let us not make the wishing comments too absurd. Wishing for overnight wealth is one thing, but global peace? Let us not get carried away. I hope the earth doesn't explode tomorrow. If it does, would that count as global peace? If my wish for wealth comes true, I will surely fulfill my promise. At that moment, Jiang Qiqiang could no longer discern the content of the comments in his livestream, as the refresh rate was so rapid that even his phone began to lag. Furthermore, the number of viewers surged, doubling in mere moments. Just 2 minutes later, the sheer volume of comments caused Jiang Qiqiang's livestream to crash entirely. Over 200,000 viewers stared at the dark screen in confusion. Many noticed that other Douyin livestreams were functioning without issue, leading to a flurry of regrets. Oh no, my excessive wishing has caused the host's livestream to crash. I blame my own greed. I wanted it all, and now I repent. I just arrived at the livestream and haven't made a wish yet. How could this happen in such a large stream? What on earth is going on? This is absurd. Couldn't the livestream have waited until I finished my wishes before crashing?
Jiang Qiqiang, observing the collapsed livestream, contacted ChuChuBaby and learned that the server had crashed and engineers were urgently repairing it. He shook his head in resignation. His viewers' fervor for wishing was truly astonishing. He picked up his shovel and began digging once more, when suddenly the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Chapter 63, Fish Pond Guidelines. Change the fish every 7 days. Livestream system reboot successful. Default livestream platform, Douyin.
Currently connected successfully.
The platform engineers were indeed quite capable, as the downtime from the livestream crash to its restoration was less than 10 minutes. Soon tens of thousands of viewers re-entered the livestream,
rapidly restoring its popularity. Finally back. I thought there would be no livestream today.
This is my first time witnessing a livestream crash and recover so swiftly.
May I still make a wish now? It's too late, the two broses are gone. How can we wish now?
What is the host doing? What is he digging? Jiang Qiqiang, glancing at the comments, stretched and casually planted his shovel in the ground, saying, "Dear viewers, I have missed you dearly. Let us not fixate on the two broses and their wishing effectiveness. They truly are not reliable. We must rely on our own efforts in all matters. I am currently excavating the fish pond, which involves much knowledge. I will elaborate on it shortly. Renovating the backyard, particularly the fish pond, is the most challenging aspect. I will get to work, and if anyone has experience with fish farming, please share in the comments." After he finished speaking, he resumed digging. To be frank, the soil in the northwest corner of the backyard had been compacted quite solidly and was rather difficult to excavate, especially with the heat of the day. Jiang Qiqiang had not dug for long before his clothes became drenched in sweat, clinging to his body. The number of viewers drawn by his appearance was notably high among his followers. I, Baiming Changqing, genuinely enjoy watching this. When I stumble upon a stream like this, I must linger for a while to prevent the system from mistakenly thinking I'm uninterested. The host is digging away in a small garden.
How amusing.
I surmise that girls are especially fond of this host. Host, please be cautious when going out at night. There are many creeps around. I lost a guy just yesterday. Stop with the nonsense.
We boys enjoy it too.
The appeal of digging soil is 0.1. The appeal of being drenched in sweat is 99.9. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Qiqiang had outlined the rough shape of the fish pond. While resting, he glanced at the comments and was momentarily silenced. What were the viewers in the livestream saying that was so outrageous? This atmosphere needed to be corrected. Jiang Qiqiang pondered briefly and stated, "Dear viewers, today we shall primarily focus on how to construct a fish pond. I do not wish to incur any fines this year. If you wish to maintain your physique, please visit the adjacent coconut tree livestream. The internet is not a lawless realm. When commenting, please exercise some restraint." The viewers chuckled at Jiang Qiqiang's words, but they continued to engage in the chat regardless. A mere fine, the host can crowdfund to pay it. I watch both streams. One is purely risku, while this one has a storyline. I prefer this one more. Dear Japanese viewer, please calm down. Turn right when you exit.
Is this even risku?
What kind of world is it where female hosts are bending over backwards? I simply wish to know how much a fine costs. Paying once is too troublesome. Can we crowdfund for 30 years? Jiang Qiqiang observed the comments and quietly returned indoors to change into a clean short-sleeved shirt, adding a sun-protective jacket. The comments in the livestream gradually returned to normalcy. The discussions among the more than 200,000 online viewers began to shift towards fish farming. Those with experience shared their accumulated knowledge over the years, while novices listened intently and occasionally posed questions. I feel that raising fish is more challenging than caring for plants, even though I managed to kill a cactus. I have a fondness for raising shrimp. Yesterday morning, I took them out to bask in the sun.by noon. I remembered that they had cooked and turned red. Throughout my life, I have had a track record of failure in nurturing various creatures. Turtles, orchids, cacti, and loquat trees have all perished under my care. The only two that have survived in my hands are my younger siblings. They express their gratitude. Thank you, dear sister, for sparing our lives all these years. Raising fish is quite simple. It hardly requires instruction, just having hands will suffice. I possess a set of secrets. Who wishes to learn? A master inquires of me. I wish to raise some small goldfish.
Are they easy to care for? I respond, what difficulty lies therein? Just remember the mantra, feed once a day, change the water every 3 days, clean the tank every 5 days, and replace the fish every week. I have managed this for 6 months, and all is well. Moreover, do not waste the discarded fish. Consider raising some turtles, which can serve as food for the turtles. The leftovers can be frozen. What brilliant minds you all possess. I am truly in awe. Jiang Qiqiang mixed lime, river sand, and stones together, beginning to shape the bottom of his fish pond. He designed a tiered bottom for the pond and above the water's surface. He constructed a 1 square meter platform for drainage. On the opposite side, he created an outlet, securing it with an iron mesh. Beyond the outlet's wall, a trench meanders, with a small river flowing gently at its base. Viewers in the live stream gazed at the rather peculiar fish pond and could not help but furrow their brows. This fish pond diverged significantly from their imaginings, lacking an aesthetic appeal. "Host, are you serious about this fish pond?" one viewer remarked. "It truly lacks beauty. This pond does not befit such a courtyard, better to dismantle it." Indeed, it occasionally reflects the host's level of craftsmanship. What is the purpose of that lower step? Is this pond meant for deep water swimming? Surely the host has a reason for this. Let us grant him some confidence. After completing his work, Jiang Qiqiang surveyed his creation, nodding in satisfaction. He envisioned adorning the pond with pebbles, planting aquatic plants, and arranging water-absorbent stones and driftwood, which would surely astonish many. Initially, he had hoped to receive compliments from the live stream audience, but upon glancing at the comments, he fell silent. Was this rough fish pond truly ugly? Admittedly, it had its flaws, but which unfinished house does not? As long as the layout is good, a fine residence can gradually be renovated. It is the ill-designed layout that spells true disaster, dear audience. Take another careful look at my fish pond. Allow me to explain its layout. This rough fish pond, like an unfinished house, is only deemed good if the layout is sound. The tiered bottom is quite practical. I need not elaborate on how sweltering summer can be. If the water in the fish pond is shallow, it becomes akin to cooking fish. With my pond's bottom design, the black fish can hide beneath the water to escape the heat. The platform above will serve its purpose well. I intend to plant some moss for decoration and lay down some filter cotton, aquatic plants, and pebbles. The bamboo water from the tank will first be filtered on this platform before flowing into the fish pond, ultimately creating a small waterfall, which will be a charming feature. Jiang Qiqiang enthusiastically presented his rough fish pond, adopting the demeanor of a real estate salesman. After finishing his description, he felt it lacked persuasiveness. So he retreated to fetch paper and pencil, sketching the envisioned finished product of the fish pond. Countless viewers in the live stream, upon seeing the sketch, were instantly reminded of their own home buying experiences, and many were brought to tears. I have been exhausted from helping my sister move these past few days, and I truly lack the energy to write. We shall resume updates tomorrow. Chapter 64. Bet on with the disparity between an unfinished house and a developer's showcase of a finely decorated home can be encapsulated in a single phrase. The images are for reference only. Please rely on the actual object. Jiang Qiqiang's artistic skills were commendable, yet the viewers in the live stream were skeptical that he could transform the fish pond into such an exquisite creation. Host, please do not feed us empty promises. I am truly full. If this fish pond can be renovated to that extent, I will run naked down the street to wash my hair. The past is painful to recall. I remember when I bought a pre-sale property based on the developer's showcase images, which looked just as good as yours. Imagining is indeed lovely, but reality is rather stark. Everyone, please do not act impulsively in raising fish. The pitfalls are numerous. Choosing the right aquatic plants and establishing a biological cycle are both intricate matters. The host is undoubtedly a theoretical type. Raising fish is not as simple as it seems. Have you considered the algae and mosquitoes that might flourish in the pond? This is not an ancient fish-raising pond. It is practically an ancient mosquito-raising pond. This open-air fish pond, believe it or not, will undoubtedly suffer from algae growth. Several of my fish tanks have failed due to this. Jiang Qiqiang was somewhat taken aback by the live stream comments. He knew that many fishing enthusiasts frequented his stream, but he had not anticipated the presence of so many fish-raising aficionados. The concerns raised in the comments were indeed quite professional. Jiang Qiqiang began to explain. Dear water friends, do not perceive fish-raising as a daunting task. The hallmark of my ancient fish-raising method lies in its aesthetics, minimal effort, and the resilience of the fish. If you wish to learn, you may join me. If you grasp it well, I assure you that the fish will thrive. Upon hearing Jiang Qiqiang's words, the fish enthusiasts in the live stream gradually became intrigued. While everyone had heard of ancient fish-raising methods, very few had actually attempted them. As he elaborated, the comments began to shift from questioning the viability of the fish tank to questioning its aesthetic appeal. After all, the current concrete pond was stark and devoid of beauty. Jiang Qiqiang, observing the comments, felt a pang of sorrow. What did unattractive truly mean? Was it not a matter of simply refining it? After all, it was still a rough shell. How could there be so many who questioned him? He resolved that in the coming days, he would ensure that the refined result would be revealed. allowing the viewers in the live stream to truly behold it. The fish pond had just been laid with cement and shaped, and it was not yet time to address waterproofing. Jiang Qiqiang carried the driftwood from the front yard. Intending to place it in the pond as decoration, due to its carbonized nature, the driftwood was highly suitable for water immersion, providing hiding and resting places for the fish without compromising water quality. However, it required thorough cleaning beforehand. He retrieved a high-pressure water gun, adjusting it to the appropriate strength, and began to wash away the silt from the driftwood. As the sludge was washed away, the dark, lustrous surface of the driftwood glimmered under the sunlight, revealing countless golden threads that seemed to shimmer enticingly. These golden glimmers naturally captivated the attention of many viewers in the live stream. Among them was Lingnan Herbalist, a devoted fan of the stream. Influenced by a friend who was an actor, he occasionally dabbled in exotic woods such as rosewood and wanwali. However, this was his first encounter with driftwood, and he instantly found himself enamored. Driftwood differs from other types of wood. It resembles a gamble with stone, long buried underground. Its exterior is generally black, but once cut open, it reveals unique knots. The patterns formed by these knots vary significantly, leading to value discrepancies that can reach hundreds of times. As he examined the clean driftwood, he immediately thought of his friend Lao Chi, who had a penchant for rosewood. He took a screenshot of the driftwood and sent it to him via WeChat.
Lao Chi, take a look at this driftwood. What do you think? Is it worth acquiring? Lao Chi was no ordinary person. In his youth, he was an actor who later married a wealthy woman. In recent years, he had taken a liking to rosewood and even established a rosewood museum. With ample financial resources, he had a discerning eye and was not easily impressed by ordinary wood. Lao Xie, do not attempt to deceive me with some worthless wood. Lao Chi, enjoying tea in his rosewood museum, casually replied upon seeing the message. Lingnan Herbalist, whose real name was Xie Yun, was among the top figures in the southern Chinese herbal medicine circle. However, since the herbal medicine community lacked the visibility of the internet sphere, his renown was not as significant as that of several internet moguls. Xie Yun replied earnestly, Lao Chi, how can you say such things? I have been in this field for several years, and I have invested a considerable amount in tuition. I consider myself a professional player. Can someone who studies would truly be outsmarted by you? Lao Chi scrutinized Xie Yun's response and began to carefully examine the photo. The more he looked, the more he sensed something amiss. He set down his teacup and picked up a magnifying glass, studying the image for several minutes before gradually becoming intrigued. Driftwood is unlike other types of wood. It is a scarce resource that cannot be regenerated. If this cypress driftwood were to be cut open and exhibited beautifully, it would be an invaluable treasure. Jiang Qiqiang's piece of driftwood bore several knots, and if it revealed a stunning pattern upon cutting, its value could easily multiply by tenfold. After putting down the magnifying glass, Lao Chi hesitated before advising Lao Xie, the depths of water within that driftwood are unfathomable. You may not be able to handle it. Heed my advice, do not entertain such thoughts. My resources are abundant, allow me to take this driftwood. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun rolled his eyes and replied, Lao Chi, have you not always favored rosewood? Why are you trying to snatch this driftwood from me? Who says I cannot handle it? Today, I simply wish to test how deep the waters truly are. Very well, if you believe you can manage it, then tell me where this driftwood is, and I will come take a look. Xie Yun ignored his shameless old friend's comments. After a moment of hesitation, he casually sent 1,000 yuan to his own Douyin account. Lingnan Herbalist rewarded the stream with a note. Host, this driftwood is quite impressive. Do you have any plans to part with it? Over the past couple of days, I have developed a fondness for this ancient wood. It possesses an exquisite appearance. Please propose a price. He is a frequent benefactor in the livestream, captivating attention whether through his comments or generous gifts. The online viewers, upon seeing his messages, are left quite perplexed. Why do wealthy individuals have such a penchant for this ancient wood? I have some of this wood at home as well. My friend, would you be interested in taking a look? It does have a fine appearance. What is its true value? The eminent monk of the Tang dynasty donated 10 Douyin gifts, accompanied by a message. Dear host, could we become friends? Might you set this piece of ancient wood aside for me? Be wary of being deceived by certain individuals. This piece of ancient wood is indeed of good quality, featuring several beautiful knots. If it reveals a splendid grain, it could easily be worth 10 times its current value. Xie Yun, upon seeing this familiar ID, paused momentarily as he gathered traditional Chinese medicine in Lingnan. He had been cautious not to disclose the livestream ID, yet this person found him so swiftly. Glancing at the screenshot he had just sent, he resignedly covered his forehead. How careless, in my haste.
I included the livestream ID in the screenshot. Lingnan Herbalist, Old Chi, I was clearly the first to arrive. Do you not understand the order of arrival? Since you have already mentioned it, I shall offer 11. Zhang Qiqiang, having finished his thoughts on the ancient wood, fell silent once more as he observed the barrage of comments in the livestream. Chapter 65. Oh dear, the Saint Monk connects. Zhang Qiqiang understood that the world of antiques is fraught with complexities. What was once invaluable a few years ago might now be worth a mere 100 or 80. Conversely, items currently valued at 180 may appreciate into tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in the coming years. Is it possible that this ancient wood is on the verge of a price surge? Director Qi of the Zieten Museum, noticing Zhang Qiqiang's indifference, smiled and casually scrolled through his douyin, sending a few gifts. The eminent monk of the Tang dynasty donated another douyin gift, leaving a message. Could we become friends, dear host? Is it possible for a video call? A continuous stream of 20 douyin gifts flooded the live stream. Astonishing the over 200,000 viewers, most had merely heard of wealthy patrons giving gifts, but witnessing it firsthand was a first for them. The boss is muddled. I do not understand. What type of consumer mentality prompts the wealthy to give such extravagant gifts? I hope the host does not receive any refund requests from minors tomorrow, huh? That person's avatar seems oddly familiar. Is the top donor merely enamored by the hostess' charm? My 2 months' salary vanished in an instant. I'm astounded. Zhang Qiqiang furrowed his brow as he observed the gift effects. He recognized Lingnan Herbalist as a significant figure. As for the Tang Dynasty Saint Monk, their exchange indicated they were no ordinary individuals. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed to the video call. This individual had just sent 20 douyin gifts. Securing the top position in the livestream, requesting a video call was indeed reasonable. Had it been a female host, it would have been a different matter entirely. The livestream screen split in two. One side showcased the ancient wood, while the other displayed a middle-aged man with a benevolent visage and resolute gaze. He was bald and held a string of Zieten prayer beads, his face strikingly familiar. Greetings to all in the livestream. I sincerely apologize for intruding into the host's broadcast. My surname is Qi, and I am the director of the Zieten Museum behind me. I have a great fondness for that piece of ancient wood. Young friend, might you allow me to observe it more closely on camera? Zhang Qiqiang, controlling a drone, began to focus on different parts of the ancient wood as per Director Qi's request. The viewers were left in awe, realizing this was no ordinary individual. He had once portrayed the Tang monk in The Journey to the West, achieving global fame. To their astonishment, he was now appearing in the livestream. As the viewers recovered from their shock, they erupted in excitement, greeting the Saint Monk enthusiastically. I knew this kind uncle had a kind face. It turns out he is the Saint Monk. Amit Ba. Saint Monk, why have you shifted your focus from Zieten to ancient wood? My dear brother seems to have put on some weight. Covering face, I just read a version of The Journey to the West where the Saint Monk wields an AK. It had me in stitches. With a square face, thick brows, large eyes, and a straight nose, his expression radiates kindness. I must take a screenshot to send to my parents. Dare I ask the Saint Monk? Is your daughter beautiful? Did you not feel moved during your time in the kingdom of women? Director Qi, observing the barrage of comments, was initially taken aback but soon smiled knowingly, bringing his hands together in prayer. Amitba, this humble monk comes from the Eastern Tang, journeying to the West in search of the true scriptures. I extend my greetings to all the benefactors present. The viewers were utterly astonished to find themselves conversing with the protagonist of their childhood television series. The interactive effect of the livestream was exceptional, with comment numbers skyrocketing. Almost all the audience engaged with the Tang Dynasty's Saint Monk. I am so thrilled, Uncle Yudi actually greeted me. Master, I am your grand disciple. Trapped beneath Five-Finger Mountain 5 centuries ago. Monkey King, I am Zhu Beiji, may I join you on the call? I still cannot forget Teacher Qi riding a motorcycle, covering face. Master. Do you still possess your cassock? I am the Black Bear Spirit, seeking to steal your cassock? I never expected the Saint Monk to be so wealthy, living extravagantly. The number of gifts in the livestream surged. With various gifts pouring in, Zhang Qiqiang clasped his hands together, stating, Dear viewers, today's video call was entirely serendipitous. Please remain calm while sending gifts. Master, please say a few words. Upon uttering this, he was stunned by the gift effects displayed on the screen. Lingnan Herbalist also sent another 20 douyin gifts, reclaiming his position at the top of the leaderboard. He subsequently sent a request for a video call to Zhang Qiqiang.
the screen was then divided into 3 segments. When the audience recognized that Lingnan Herbalist was the regular top donor, they began greeting him. The Lingnan Herbalist and the Tang Dynasty Saint Monk began to banter across the screen upon realizing their familiarity. The viewers were left speechless. No wonder they did not recognize the wealthy. It turned out that all of the wealthy were friends with other wealthy individuals. Director Chi, observing the 3 on the call, inquired, "Old Xie, you seem to be having a good time chatting with the young friend. Why are you butting in?" Lingnan Herbalist, Xie Yun chuckled in response, "I'm merely curious about your discussion and contemplating whether I should place a bid for that piece of ancient wood. By the way, you, a renowned actor, philanthropist, and collector, would not attempt to deceive us 2 laymen, would you?" Director Chi raised an eyebrow slightly. This ancient wood could hardly exceed several $100,000 in value, given his status and financial capability. He would not stoop to such unscrupulous behavior. Clearing his throat, he began to elaborate on the market conditions surrounding ancient wood. Dear viewers, this is a small leaf phoebe, not to be confused with golden thread phoebe. While it is precious, it is not excessively so. In terms of material, the golden threads in small leaf phoebe are scarce, and its transparency is low. The patterns differ. Small leaf phoebe exhibits rippling patterns, while golden thread phoebe has lightning-like patterns. If this small leaf phoebe ancient wood is of good quality, with abundant golden threads and attractive patterns, there is room for appreciation, but not significantly. It may fetch just over 200,000, however, should it be golden thread or Zitan ancient wood, the situation would be entirely different. Thus, we must gamble on whether this piece of ancient wood harbors voids and how its quality stands. I currently estimate its value at no more than 120,000. Young friend, consider whether you wish to proceed with the purchase, Director Chi inquired with a smile. Before Jiang Qichang could contemplate the matter further, Lingnan Herbalist, Xie Yun interjected, "I offer 121,000. Director Chi retorted angrily, "Old Xie, are you intentionally causing trouble? 1,000 yuan is a reasonable price. You won't lose or be deceived. It is quite a bargain. Regardless of your bid today, I will only outbid you by 1. Xie Yun replied with a smirk. Jiang Qichang ignored their bickering, scratching the back of his head as he recalled something. It seemed there was a stash of this ancient wood in his woodshed, which had previously been used as firewood. Chapter 66. The Zitan Museum. Jiang Qichang's memory began to blur. Having not returned home for a long time, he wondered whether the ancient wood in the woodshed still remained or had been burned. This question had become a riddle akin to Schrodinger's cat. Only upon finding it could he ascertain the truth. The viewers observed the exchange between the two, marveling at the similarities in how wealthy individuals argue with their friends akin to themselves. In Beijing, at the Zitan Museum, Director Chi winced slightly at Xie Yun's offer of 121,000. He was typically amiable, conflict-averse, and enjoyed collecting Zitan furniture and artifacts. Encountering such a shameless person was a first. Though Buddhist scriptures suggest that non-contention is compassion, non-disputation is wisdom, and silence is tranquility, even a clay Buddha has its limits. Director Chi maintained his composure. When it came to financial strength, he was not intimidated. He calmly stated, "Young friend, with that said, I will offer 130,000. Xie Yun quickly followed suit. 131,000. Young friend, 150,000, 151,000. Old Xie, one must know when to advance and retreat. I bid 180,000. Xie Yun, 181,000. Lao Chi, please don't be upset. This 1,000 yuan is not a loss nor a trick. Besides, Haven T, you already appraised it for me. The world of antique collectibles is indeed fraught with peril, and our acquaintance stems from my purchase of counterfeit Zitan, which led me to seek your expertise. Regardless, this piece of sunk wood is at least genuine, and today, I am merely offering you a fixed price that is slightly higher." Director Chi, upon hearing his old friend's words, nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Internally, he lamented the folly of poor friendships but couldn't help feeling sympathy for this unfortunate acquaintance. The antique trade is indeed treacherous. Since he began, he has squandered no less than 100,000 yuan on worthless fakes. Old Xie, step aside. I am making my final offer. 200,000, 201,000. Director Chi's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone crisp and decisive as he declared, "Very well. Young friend, remember this price. 200,000, 1,000. I shall concede it to him." His blunt manner momentarily stunned the viewers in the livestream. Xie Yun took a while to process this. Subsequently doubting if he had been duped, the 200,000 viewers had also grasped the situation. Realizing this had reached the apex of pricing, immediately, they flooded the comments with heartfelt pleas for Jiang Qichang to agree. The holy monk truly lives up to his title, ever so helpful.
This is the first time I've witnessed such a price increase, nearly doubling. Impressive. If this were anyone else, I would suspect it was a setup.
Indeed, the antique market is perilously deep, and prices can plummet in mere years. Once this village passes, there won't be another store. Hurry and sell. Streamer. Wow, a piece of wood worth 200,000. Absurd.
Who says otherwise? My annual salary doesn't even reach that.
Director Chi observed the viewer's comments, shaking his head without offering an explanation. Regardless of the type of nanmu, its growth is exceedingly slow, making it a scarce resource. Moreover, this particular nanmu is a protected species, thus prohibiting logging. Hence, the supply is limited, and significant price reductions are implausible, especially since this is sunk wood. Its quantity is even scarcer. And while its investment value may not be high at present, in a decade or two, its worth will undoubtedly rise. Spending 200,000 is indeed not a loss or a deception. Old CIS expenditure is actually quite reasonable. Director Chi turned to Jiang Qichang, smiling as he inquired, "Young friend, what are your thoughts? This price is quite favorable." Jiang Qichang shook his head, stating, "I want to sell. No matter the price, that piece of sunk wood is essential for my fish pond as landscaping." The viewers in the livestream felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. What fish pond requires 200,000 yuan worth of sunk wood?
Streamer, are you out of your mind? Jiang Qichang continued. May I ask, what are the characteristics of Zeton? I think I might have a few pieces at home, but I'm unsure of the variety. Upon finishing his statement, both individuals on the video call were momentarily taken aback. The viewers' comments erupted with a flurry of question marks. A few pieces? Streamer, please tell me you're joking. To be honest, I just want to ask, where do you live? In Yunnan, picking mushrooms. In Tibet, digging for cordyceps. Here I am, picking sunk wood, while I have nothing, crying. Who says otherwise? I can empathize deeply. Brothers, is this even a human conversation? I seriously suspect the streamer is broadcasting just to flaunt wealth. This is utterly ridiculous. Once Director Chi regained his composure, he chuckled, dismissing Jiang Qichang's words as a jest. What a farce. Zeton sunk wood. After decades of collecting Zeton, he had encountered numerous finished products, but genuine Zeton sunk wood was a rarity. If it truly existed, it would have been discovered long ago throughout the 5,000 years of Chinese history. He chuckled again and explained to Jiang Qichang, Zeton is a type of rosewood, the most precious among all rosewood species. Its texture is fine, dense, and possesses excellent stability and toughness, with an exceptionally beautiful grain. Furniture and collectibles crafted from Zeton have long been regarded as the pinnacle of luxury. After delivering his explanation, perhaps feeling it lacked vividness, he took out his phone and exited his office. He flipped the camera to introduce the viewers to the treasures housed in the Zeton Museum. The first image captured was a city constructed from intricately joined and carved Zeton wood. Measuring over 20 meters in both length and width, prominently displayed in a grand living room, every detail of the Zeton city was meticulously carved, reflecting a unique luster under the light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Compared to this, any market toy would seem like mere child's play. The audience, including Jiang Qichang, was left in awe. Indeed, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, truly magnificent. Both exquisite and grand, exuding the profound richness of Chinese culture. What have I done to deserve the privilege of witnessing such a national treasure? Facepalm. Incredible. As a Zeton enthusiast, I am utterly enamored, though I cannot afford it. Look at this Zeton city. And then at the tractor I built with blocks, it's simply incomparable. I can't help but wonder if ancient emperors had ever seen such a thing. It feels somewhat surreal. Subsequently, Director Chi guided everyone through giant Zeton carvings, a Wangwali wood bed, exquisite Zeton prayer beads, and a Zeton longevity pavilion. It could be said that every artifact in this museum was priceless and irreplaceable. While Director Chi conducted the museum tour, Jiang Qichang was at home, utilizing a drone to search for something. Eventually, he arrived at the door of an uninhabited room and halted. This room was quiet. Chapter 67, You dear friend have crossed the line. Jiang Qichang opened the door to the firewood room, and the drone began capturing footage from all angles. The room housed simple items, a stack of over 30 pieces of wood, each as thick as a person, and opposite, a wall stacked high with chopped firewood. Yet, without exception, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. The viewers in the livestream followed the drone's perspective, scrutinizing the room. Streamer, why is this room so dusty? How long has it been since anyone came here? At least a decade, I reckon. Oh wow, look closely, some of those pieces of wood look familiar. No way, could they all be sunk wood?
The live stream exploded with comments, and countless viewers rushed into Director Chia's stream. Absurd, the streamer has a whole room full of sunk wood.
Holy monk, you must check this out.
Master, I don't feel much about your Zeton museum, but the streamer has collected a room full of sunk wood, which brings me to tears.
It seems Holy Monk is about to face financial ruin today.
Director Chi examined the viewers' comments, confusion evident on his face, then switched the live stream's large screen to Jiang Qichang's channel. Looking at the room on camera, he inquired, "Where is this?"
Jiang Qichang smiled and explained, "This is my firewood room."
Firewood room? Director Chi was momentarily stunned, his mind racing to catch up. He gazed at the room, and an absurd idea struck him. "Young friend, please don't tell me all of that is sunk wood?"
Jiang Qichang shook his head, sincerely stating, "Not quite. There should only be around 7 or 8 pieces. When I was young, there was a flood on the mountain behind my house, washing out quite a few of these large logs. My father found it a pity and had someone drag them back. At that time, we used them for firewood, but later the village prohibited burning, so these logs have been here ever since." He paused here, lamenting, "What a pity. What is left to burn is just these." Upon hearing this, the viewers and Director Chi were left utterly bewildered, especially for Director Chi. Every word from Jiang Qichang seemed to challenge the limits of his understanding. "Picked up, and so many, and you've burned quite a few. Is this even a reasonable statement? Using sunk wood as firewood, is this even human behavior?" Director Chi pressed his hand to his chest. Sitting down on a Zeton chair, contemplating life, the viewers from both live streams became collectively ecstatic, their comments skyrocketing. "Streamer, quickly share your address. How can the disparity between people be so vast? It's one thing to be academically gifted. But how did your parents get so lucky? Invisible Billionaire Season 3, an invitation to you. While I'm envious of mushrooms, those mushrooms are nothing compared to sunk wood, which is the true treasure. The firewood gathering team is now recruiting." Jiang Qichang glanced at the comments, chuckled, and said, "Dear viewers, you needn't think about it. Our mountain is all privately contracted, and outsiders aren't allowed in. Let alone to pick sunk wood." After hearing Jiang Qichang's response, the viewers were left in tears, feeling they had missed a golden opportunity, crying, "Is it too late to contract a mountain now? Most people gather what? Winter worms and summer grasses, yet you all are picking sunk wood. How is that fair? This outrageous wealth, why can't I have a bit of it? I wish to become wealthy overnight. I am tired of working." "You're overthinking it. Do you think you're the real Xiao Cheng?" The viewers began to bicker amongst themselves, and Jiang Qichang, observing the comments, smiled and chose to ignore them. He fetched a bucket of water from outside, took a cloth, and approached the pile of over 30 logs, each as thick as a man's arm, and began to wipe them down. As the dust was removed, the true color of the dark wood was instantly revealed. It had transformed into a deep, glossy dark red, the intricate grain still clearly visible, and after drying, the color remained unchanged, even though the viewers in the livestream might not recognize rosewood or dark wood. They could sense that these items held extraordinary value. Director Chi's gaze shifted dramatically. Xia Yun from Lingnan Baichao noticed the change in his old friend's expression and urged Old Chi, "You're the expert. Is this dark wood?" After a moment's hesitation, Director Chi replied, "Indeed, it is dark wood, an exceptionally rare dark rosewood. That rosewood is priced at 300,000 per ton. If it's dark wood, its value could easily double. The main issue is that this item is completely unavailable on the market. It holds value but lacks buyers. If it were placed in an auction house, just this one piece would fetch over $1 million. The viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. They had come to understand the pricing of dark wood and had heard of rosewood. The combination suggested that the host was on the verge of striking it rich. "Seriously, I'm so envious I could crush my back teeth. Just this one piece, and it's dark rosewood. How much is this entire room worth?" "Host, I'll repeat my earlier offer. Are you in need of a brother-in-law? Just say the word, and I'm ready to marry in. Who among us has kidney disease and yellow urine? Step forward, let us wake up the folks upstairs. There are so many wealthy people in the world. What is one more? A jealousy has transformed my visage." At that moment, Jiang Qichang had already polished the second log. Under Xia Yun's urging, Director Chi began to inspect closely. Even the number of comments in the livestream suddenly decreased. Thankfully, this was not dark rosewood, it was dark ebony. Upon hearing this, the viewers breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought the host was about to get rich again. Good fortune can't always revolve around the host. Finally, my heart can rest easy. What a pity. If only there were more dark rosewood, the host would surely trend tomorrow." Director Chi glanced at the comments in his livestream, momentarily taken aback.
then spoke with a bewildered expression. Dear viewers, these two pieces are priced similarly. Instantly, the viewers from all three live streams felt as if they might burst. Is there any justice left in this world, if this young host truly profits from this? I want to accept it. I feel like this one piece could cover the down payment for a house. I'm so envious. Where are you from, brother? Heilongjiang Hagang. Retract that statement. This one piece could pay for 3 or 4 houses in full. Jiang Qiqiang quickly finished polishing the third log. The viewers in the live stream cooperatively quieted down, waiting patiently for Director Chi's answer. This was red birch, which holds little value, about 80,000 per ton. It appeared to weigh roughly half a ton, likely fetching around 50,000. Upon hearing this, the viewer's mental state balanced considerably. Finally, something of little worth, I said. Good fortune can't always befall the host. The live stream is still filled with wealthy individuals. May I ask how many of you have saved up 50,000 this year? Chapter 68, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The dark wood in the shed had undergone a simple cleaning. And under Director Chi's guidance, Jiang Qiqiang learned about the various types of darkwood. There were about 6 pieces of purple ebony valued around 200,000, 12 pieces of yellow willow fir priced at approximately 100,000. While the remaining were red birch and flax valued at 50 to 60,000 each. Adding in the darkwood that had been split in the corner, the total value approached 5 million. This was already a significant portion of Jiang Qiqiang's hard-earned wealth accumulated over many years. After Director Chi completed his estimation, the live stream accountant immediately provided the approximate total value of the dark wood. How much? Host, you're deceiving me. Are you sure your family was not well off when you were young? This isn't a leisurely live stream. It's clearly the host broadcasting his family's immense wealth. Jealousy has rendered me unrecognizable. I feel as if I've taken 1,000 hits. Director Chi gazed at the darkwood, already feeling a surge of desire. Xiaoyan looked at his friend and said, Old Chi, since we're all friends, let us split the darkwood here in 2 portions. I'll take the lesser share, and you can have the greater one. Alright. Director Chi looked at Xiaoyan. A smile creeping onto his face, then clenched his fist and declared, Volt Xie, I want it all. His gesture sent the viewers in all 3 live streams into fits of laughter. It's just too much like him. He is the very embodiment of the leopard head. What kind of nonsense is this? I have a filter for Tang Sang. Exactly, only children make choices. I want them all. I used to have no choice. But now I want everything. Damn it, when will I be able to confidently say such things? In your dreams, everything is there. Even if you want 20, it's no problem, and your kidneys can keep up. Stop joking. The last time I dreamed, my kidneys couldn't keep up. It turned into a nightmare, and I woke up in a cold sweat. Director Chi paused at the barrage of comments. He had only intended to make a joke. Were the viewers really this cooperative? Regardless, several million in assets was no small matter. The antique trade is a deep water. If one truly desires something, they must go see it in person. After adding Jiang Qiqiang as a friend on WeChat, Director Chi advised him, Young friend, you must ensure the safety of this darkwood at home. These are items worth millions. Don't let any ill-intentioned individuals take notice. Jiang Qiqiang nodded in agreement. When he turned to leave, he specifically sought out a new lock to secure the shed. The viewers in the live stream shook their heads at this move. Your heart is too big. You're relocking away several million worth of items with just a lock. As the crowd commented, Jiang Qiqiang did a few warm-up exercises, then lifted the darkwood from the backyard, leaning it against the wall. After finishing, he remained unperturbed, casually clapped his hands and smiled, saying, Dear viewers, there is no need to worry. Our village has a good atmosphere. No one will steal anything. Besides, with Xiaobai keeping watch, I think we'll be just fine. If we really encounter a little thief who doesn't know better, I also know a thing or two about self-defense. After explaining, Jiang Qiqiang lifted the darkwood and demonstrated a few moves. Through the drone's camera, the viewers in the live stream swallowed hard at the sight of the darkwood. It seemed that ordinary people indeed needed to pay attention to safety. But the hostess' strange strength, let alone his sister, who could also uproot willows, was another matter entirely. Forget what I just said. I hope the thieves keep safe. Host, you're still young. When dealing with thieves, make sure to show mercy. Don't go overboard with your self-defense. Exactly. If all else fails, let your sister handle it. She is studying medicine and knows how to inflict just enough harm without causing death. Wow, this brother and sister duo seem like living embodiments of death. Jiang Qiqiang chuckled at the comments, swept the ground clean, and tidied up the yard. Rolling up his sleeves, he smiled and said, The walls we plastered a couple of days ago are nearly dry. Since I have some free time today, I'll add a simple relief mural to the wall. Relief murals have become quite popular in the past 2 years. Once completed, the effect is stunning. Though there is a small issue. I've never learned it. I've only watched some tutorials online, but it shouldn't be a problem. What is a relief mural? It's probably just applying putty. I've seen it on Douyin. What a lovely yard. Host, please don't mess it up. I truly can't comprehend the life of the wealthy. What are you trying to do? I feel like this task can be handled by my partner. She is a professional at applying putty and has over a decade of rich experience. Jiang Qichang returned inside, retrieving the putty and gypsum powder customized from Boss Wang in town, along with various tools. He lined up the tools and explained this relief mural has a stronger three-dimensional effect and is more beautiful than a regular mural. I've liked it for a long time, and now I finally have the chance to try it. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Don't be fooled. Relief murals are not as simple as they seem. After saying this, Jiang Qichang laid out the necessary tools. He picked up a brush, opened the ink bottle, dipped it in paint, and remarked, "This is similar to making a grape trellis. First, I need to draw a rough sketch. In truth, I don't need to sketch, but for everyone's understanding, it is better to illustrate. There are many themes to choose from for a relief mural. Today, we'll choose the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains." After stating this, Jiang Qichang picked up the brush and began to compose. Having studied the Book of Lu Ban, he was well versed in the art of composition. As he sketched, the outline of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains emerged, the undulating mountains and magnificent scenery unfolded before him. Following this, the high cliffs and cascading waterfalls, winding paths leading to secluded spots, and houses nestled amidst the peaks all contributed to a heightened sense of artistic conception for this mural. Absolutely incredible. This is truly astounding. This picturesque landscape is undoubtedly on par with the masterpieces of esteemed artists. Having studied painting for 7 years and graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts, I must candidly confess that I cannot replicate such artistry. Indeed, it is primarily the essence of the piece that eludes many. I believe there are no more than a few hundred individuals in our country capable of achieving this level of skill. Dear host, please be forthright with me. What was your profession prior to this? With such prowess, your artwork should command a minimum of 50,000, placing you firmly in the realm of masters. Truly, you are a polymath, excelling at everything, which is quite enviable of friends. Do not stand idly by, hasten to take screenshots. Ignoring the barrage of comments from the viewers, Jiang Qichang stepped back a few paces to scrutinize his mural sketch. He shook his head, stating, "This painting ultimately lacks a certain depth and spirit. It will not suffice. It must be refined." Witnessing Jiang Qichang pick up his brush once more, the art students in the live stream closed their eyes in despair, clutching their hearts. What a travesty. Host, your landscape painting is already quite perfect. Further alterations would be superfluous. Director Chi, observing Jiang Qichang's renewed effort, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Marvelous. Friends, take a look here." Chapter 69, More Money Required. Director Chi began to elucidate. This mural appears to emulate Wang Ximing's 1,000 Li of Rivers and Mountains.
It possesses a grand ambition,
being one of China's top 10 classic paintings, showcasing the magnificent beauty of natural landscapes. While mountains have already been portrayed, what is missing is the vast rivers and lakes. Young friend, are you intending to supplement the rivers? Alas, the composition has taken shape. Altering it now would detract from its intended essence. The viewers nodded in agreement, acknowledging, the sage truly is wise, possessing profound knowledge. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. I previously thought the host was eccentric, knowing everything, but now I realize the sage is equally impressive. While others come to relish life, we shall simply act as NPCs. Spamming 666, Director Chi, amused by the comments in his livestream, remarked, having spent considerable time in the realm of cultural artifacts, I have gained a smattering of understanding regarding various aspects of traditional culture. It is merely a superficial comprehension. The sage is genuinely humble. I am moved to tears. If this is merely a smattering, then I must be entirely illiterate. I merely watch a live stream, and knowledge infiltrates my mind in a rather insidious manner. Jiang Qichang, employing a sidestroke with his brush, commenced the transformation of his 1,000 Li of rivers and mountains. The brushstrokes connected the mountains, morphing them into rippling waters, while the blank spaces transformed into splashing waves, gradually forming a grand river. He even depicted a riverbank adorned with willow trees. Indeed, Director Chi was correct. The most challenging aspect of landscape painting lies in the application of brush and ink. Especially to be avoided is the repetitive application of the brush, which necessitates a single stroke to define a form. Otherwise, the ink may bleed, ruining the entire piece. This has become a well-established tenet, one rarely breached. However, for Jiang Qichang, reworking the lines and reconfiguring the composition was second nature. Transforming mountains into water posed no challenge for him. After completing his strokes, he stepped back to admire his 1,000 Li of rivers and mountains, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, the painting featured a continuous range of mountains and a vast river. Throughout the hills, banks, and waterside, numerous pavilions, bridges, fishing boats, and thatched cottages adorned the scene. Director Chi, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Perfect, truly perfect, what a magnificent 1,000 li of rivers and mountains."
Yang Jiang.
With such talent, it would be a pity not to teach at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. With the addition of these strokes, the elements of landscape were seamlessly connected, revealing intricate textures and variations of light and shadow that surpassed common expectations. Indeed, this is remarkable. It appears deceptively simple, not difficult at all. Quick, take a screenshot. I want to carry this mural across Douyin. This landscape painting truly demands innate talent. It seems effortless when I observe, but in reality, my mind and hands refused to cooperate. I never anticipated it could be this engaging. For the first time I find landscape painting quite intriguing. Zhang Qichang gazed at the landscape painting, setting down his brush to prepare the plaster for the relief sculpting. He retrieved an empty bucket, poured several bowls of clean water into it, added the sculpting powder, and began mixing with a stick. Dear viewers, mixing the sculpting powder is akin to kneading dough, whether too dry or too watery. Both hinder the forming process. Too dry will not adhere to the wall and may clump, while too watery will stick to the knife, making shaping impossible. The solution lies in the flexible addition of water and sculpting powder. As Zhang Qichang stirred, he explained, "I understand. If there's too much water, add flour. If there's too much flour, add water." My mother intended to roll out some noodles but ended up steaming 3 batches of buns that day. As a national first-class fishing master has stated, the same principle applies to baiting fish. Useless knowledge once again infiltrates my mind in a rather insidious manner. No wonder the host works so swiftly. It turns out they possess practical experience. After mixing for a while, Zhang Qichang took out an electric mixer for further blending. The sculpting powder must be whipped into a paste before it can be shaped. This process, if done manually, truly demands speed and endurance. I forgot to mention the water-to-powder ratio, which is approximately 1:4. If one were to whip it into a paste manually, it would take at least half an hour. Technology has transformed the world. With the mixer, this task takes merely 5 minutes. Zhang Qichang scarcely spoke to the viewers as the sculpting powder was transformed into a paste. The freshly whipped paste resembled dense shaving foam. That was incredibly fast. It only took a few minutes. Indeed, technology has revolutionized the world. As a 30-year-old single person, I cannot match such speed. When my grandfather was young, he could split 5 bricks at once. Now he can only manage 1, and he always thought he was aging, only to discover the brick factory had changed its formula. As a post-90s individual, upon learning that carbon dioxide can be directly synthesized into starch, I realized my mind could no longer comprehend the current world. This actually looks quite fun. After preparing the plaster, Zhang Qichang picked up a trowel, ready to shape his 1,000 li of rivers and mountains. Standing still, he began to conceptualize. Director Chi, equally observing the painting, felt an inexplicable pang of heartache and advised, "Young Jiang, your mural is already quite perfect. Let us refrain from the relief work. It would truly spoil the piece. How about this? I will offer 50,000 for your wall, and you need not alter the mural. My Rosewood Museum indeed lacks such a landscape painting, and I would cut and take it after packaging." Simultaneously, herbal medicine magnate Xia Yun, who was also on the stream, brightened at this suggestion. The landscape mural was indeed well crafted and possessed a profound essence. It seemed his company headquarters could benefit from such a piece. Besides, spending several tens of thousands would not be a loss. I find this mural quite appealing. I will offer 51,000. Director Chi paused, rolling his eyes, and replied, 60,000. 61,000, 100,000. 101,000. All right, old Xia, you have guts. This painting belongs to you. Should young Zhang decide to sell, wait, old Chi, are you trying to trick me? The viewers in the live stream listened to the exchange between the two, envious and drooling. Good heavens, I truly cannot comprehend the world of the affluent. If a painting is worth 100,000, and one creates one daily, that amounts to 3.65 million annually. Host, I wish to cling to your coattails. While others' paintings are worth billions, the man I admire only fetches 10,000. Is that not a bargain? If only my salary could increase at such a rate. Brother, promise me that when seeking a partner, you will prioritize me. Zhang Qichang paid no heed to the spectacle unfolding in the livestream. After all, it was not merely a matter of money. That he could not sell the wall of his home for financial gain. He was not that kind of person. At the very least, 100,000 was insufficient, unless, of course, they were willing to raise the offer. Chapter 70. Today's youth are quite audacious with his thoughts in order. Jiang Qiqiang grasped a number 3 trowel and began to apply the putty. Although the term relief mural sounds artistic, at its core, it is simply a matter of applying putty, albeit with a touch more finesse. Ordinary craftsmen merely smooth the wall, while this endeavor requires crafting 1,000 li of rivers and mountains. He took a fist-sized clump of putty, using a smaller trowel to shape it with precision. Applying and tapping as needed. Before long, the ink-washed 1,000 li of rivers and mountains was completely concealed, and a three-dimensional representation began to take form. As Jiang Qiqiang applied the putty, he explained, in truth, being a relief muralist is not as difficult as you might imagine. For instance, when sculpting this lotus leaf, one uses a small trowel to shape it according to the leaf's contours, gradually carving it out. Finally, excess material is removed, and the surface is smoothed to reveal the leaf's veins. The viewers in the livestream began to question their life choices as they observed the lotus leaf taking shape. Indeed, the relief lotus leaf appeared quite impressive and seemed manageable, belonging to the category of as long as you have hands. You can do it, at least far simpler than painting 1,000 li of rivers and mountains. This does seem to be more visually appealing than the landscape painting, having scraped putty for 10 years. I feel as though I have found a new direction in life. I might actually give this a try. Women in this field possess a natural advantage, entering the profession with several years of experience. The host's adept hand at applying putty is worth no less than 15,000 a month at our construction site. While amateurs may watch in amusement, the seasoned professionals discern the subtleties. Although Director Chi is not a sculptor or muralist, he possesses a modicum of understanding in the realm of relief work. Jiang Qiqiang, with each stroke of his scraper, deftly balances both force and angle, achieving a remarkably precise application of putty, ensuring not a single excess remains. This alone eludes the grasp of 90% of the viewers in the livestream. The account of the Dunhuang Museum rewarded a Douyin airship, accompanied by a comment, "This relief painting is quite splendid." As the effects of the Douyin airship flooded the screen, the audience suddenly realized that the benefactor was seemingly an official account. Igniting a flurry of comments, "Goodness, an official account has joined, even the Dunhuang Museum is joining in the fun. The host truly has a prestigious presence. Is this for real? Don't get too excited, it could be a counterfeit account." "I've seen it. It has the official Blue V verification. It can't be wrong." "Host, stop applying putty and interact with us. It will definitely boost your following." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiqiang remained engrossed in his meticulous work with the putty. The Dunhuang Museum account sent a message in the chat, "Old Chi, how come you're here too?" Director Chi was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of questions, as his livestream chat was inundated with similar queries. Shortly thereafter, his WeChat video call rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, sporting black-rimmed glasses and a square face, which made him chuckle. This individual was Professor Chen Xiangsheng, a former professor at Peking University and now the director of the Dunhuang Museum, a longtime friend of Chi's spanning over a decade. Of Professor Chen, having resigned from his prestigious position to safeguard the relics of the Mogao caves, had immersed himself in the remote northwest for decades. After introducing Professor Chen to the audience, a sense of reverence settled over the viewers. "Old Chi, who is this muralist?" Professor Chen inquired excitedly. "He is a young friend with the surname Jiang. Probably just in his 20s. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After knowing each other for over a decade, would I deceive you?" At that moment, the drone finally shifted its focus from the mural to Jiang Qiqiang, who was mixing the putty. Having nearly exhausted the bucket of putty he had just mixed, he had barely covered 1/5 of the wall. Completing the entire wall today would be a formidable task. Professor Chen, observing Jiang Qiqiang's youthful visage, widened his eyes in astonishment and gasped, "Wow, how can he be so young?" "Old Chi, are you sure this relief mural is truly his work?" Crafting such relief murals is heavily reliant on experience and innate talent. Even with natural aptitude, one must practice for several years to attain mastery. Young people entering this field are scarce, and in a few decades, these skills may well fade into obscurity. Watching Jiang Qiqiang diligently apply the putty to complete the relief mural, Professor Chen nodded approvingly. "Old Chi, after this young friend finishes the mural, could you provide me with his contact information? His skills are remarkable. It would be a real shame if he doesn't come to our Dunhuang Museum to restore murals and statues." Director Chi shook his head, replying, "Hold on, don't misunderstand. I came to admire his craftsmanship. He is working on a relief mural for his own purposes. I also wish to invite him to the Zieten Museum to create a mural for me." "Old Chen, this is a master craftsman. If you wish to hire him, you must not offer a meager salary. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our museum is a state-owned entity. We offer benefits, housing, and a salary of at least $350,000 a year. If this young man agrees to come, I'll ensure his lifelong affairs are taken care of for the audience in the live stream. Hearing about the salary was envious, their mouths watering at the prospect. Such compensation is top tier, even in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. In no time, countless viewers began to recommend themselves a professor. This relief mural isn't difficult. Do you think I could manage? I feel I could do it. If not, I can learn. Had I known that the Dunhuang Museum's positions were so accessible, I would have pursued relief mural artistry. This kind of benefit package, I wouldn't even dare to dream about at night. Professor Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by the barrage of comments. Scratching his head, he quipped, "Old Chi, today's youth are incredibly bold. Crafting relief murals is no simple task unless one possesses exceptional talent. An ordinary person cannot even begin without decades of dedication." The livestream audience was momentarily stunned, struggling to process this. They watched as Jiang Qiqiang's scraper danced gracefully, gradually perfecting the relief of the vast landscape, while a row of question marks appeared overhead. "Is this really that difficult?" Director Chi interjected. "Dear viewers, heed my advice. Jiang, the young friend, possesses remarkable talent in the realm of relief work. When he claims it is simple, do not be deceived." Nevertheless, the overwhelming majority of viewers remained skeptical. After all, they all bore two shoulders atop one head. Even if one were slightly less skilled, how could it be that far off? Hard work can bridge gaps. With enough effort, anyone can catch up. Jiang Qiqiang invested over 2 hours to approach completion of the vast landscape mural, yet the number of viewers in his livestream continued to rise, consistently exceeding 300,000. After all, witnessing a master at work is a pleasure in itself, not to mention the unique angles offered by the drone's camera. Upon finishing, Jiang Qiqiang admired his masterpiece when a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 71, Taihu Stone. Marvelous. Jiang Qilan returned home from work, drawn to the noise in the backyard. Upon seeing the vast landscape mural, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Overflowing with confidence, she tied on an apron and exclaimed, "Brother, let me give it a try." Jiang Qiqiang turned to his sister with a smile, handing her the scraper and putty knife. He picked up the mixer to begin preparing the putty anew. Don't rush. Start by shaping the lotus leaf with the small scraper, then gradually refine the form, smooth it out and draw the veins of the lotus leaf. Yes, that is right, take your time. Jiang Qiqiang guided her patiently. The drone captured Jiang Qilan's steady hands, yet the scraper seemed to have a mind of its own. Even with reference materials nearby and her brother's guidance, she ended up shaping the lotus leaf into something resembling a fried egg. Indeed, a fried egg that had burst out. In that moment, the livestream audience was left aghast. What a pity, such a splendid vast landscape mural. Good heavens, the host deceived me. This is anything but simple. The little sister is quite charming, but the lotus leaf she painted is truly dreadful. Everyone, please refrain from speaking too candidly. The hosts can perform wonders. Don't let them find you offline. Host, you certainly indulged your sister. Let us see how you fix this. After completing her first lotus leaf, Jiang Qilan stepped back several paces to admire her handiwork. The vast landscape mural was indeed beautiful, save for that one lotus leaf, which was rather unsightly. Brother, you need to take over. I can't manage this. I'll go inside to brew you some tea. I'll be off now. Bye. Jiang Qilan stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Jiang Qiqiang watched his sister's retreating figure, chuckling, not taking it to heart. Meanwhile, Director Chi lamented, "Jiang, you truly spoil your sister. This beautiful vast landscape mural, originally valued in 6 figures, now has its worth halved." Many viewers in the livestream began counting on their fingers. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Once they calculated the loss, they slapped the table in dismay. Just that stroke, 5,000 gone, 10,000. That's my entire annual salary. Those earning 2,800 a month quietly passed by, too afraid to speak. This is truly excessive. All of this is my money. Jiang Qiqiang paid no heed to the comments. He stroked his chin, frowning at the lotus leaf that bore a striking resemblance to a fried egg. Initially thinking a simple adjustment would suffice, it now appeared to be a more complex task. Director Chi, it's no big deal. A little modification will do. Jiang Qiqiang reassured him with a smile. It is not that simple, young friend. You are a master in your own right. A relief mural, once marred, will never revert to its original state, even with timely repairs, just like a flower that blooms again. It is no longer the same blossom. When people meet again, they are not the same individuals. Director Chi shook his head, while Xia Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, well said. If it were to be perfectly repaired, as you youngsters say, I would stream myself washing my hair upside down. Old Chi, bear witness today, along with the thousands of viewers in the live stream. Jiang Qiqiang regarded the two men without explanation. Instead, he used the small scraper to remove the flawed lotus leaf. Once the leaf was scraped off, that small section of the relief mural appeared discordant, even if the viewers in the livestream were not particularly discerning in art. They could not help but notice the discrepancy. Director Chi is indeed a connoisseur. His appreciation for murals is spot on. It truly looks unsightly, akin to a dish of my girlfriend's culinary disasters amidst a grand banquet. What a strange analogy. It seems oddly fitting. After scraping away the lotus leaf, Jiang Qichang did not replace it with another leaf. Instead, he crafted a stone. He meticulously sculpted the stone, gradually excavating several holes upon its surface. Not only here, but he also randomly chiseled out 2 or 3 dozen blank sections along the entire relief mural by the river, restoring them to match this type of stone. Upon completion of the restoration, the entire relief mural emanated a fresh and rejuvenated aura. Professor Chen clapped repeatedly, exclaiming in admiration, "Marvelous! Coupled with Taihu stone, it indeed surpasses merely painting a few lotus leaves." The esteemed qualities of Taihu stone, its slenderness, translucence, wrinkles, and perforations, were all present, greatly enhancing this masterpiece of the vast rivers and mountains. Director Chi nodded in agreement, stating, "It is indeed beautiful, Professor Chen. Great minds think alike. I take back what I previously said. This relief mural is now worth at least 130,000. Meanwhile, Xia Yun, who was also on the call, felt his expression stiffen as he listened to the two men singing each other's praises. He harbored grave suspicions that they were attempting to deceive him. Yet he had no evidence to substantiate his doubts. After the addition of Taihu stone, he could not deny that it did indeed look more appealing than just a few lotus leaves. He glanced at the barrage of comments in his livestream, and suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him. "Anchor, don't forget to wash your hair upside down." The slap to the face comes as swiftly as a whirlwind. A man spitting out a mouthful of saliva is like a nail. "Don't forget to wash your hair." Hey, boss Xia, you wouldn't want your employees to find out about your upside-down hair washing, would you? Xia Yun glanced at the barrage again, feeling a sense of dread. How could there still be viewers in his livestream who had just returned from studying in Japan and South Korea? He silently set down his phone and went to fetch a basin of water. After completing the Taihu stone painting, Jiang Qichang began to explain, "This is Taihu stone. In water margin, the green-faced beast Yangji first lost the Huasher gang and then the Shengchen gang, ultimately becoming an outlaw. The Huasher gang he escorted refers to Taihu stone. Gang denotes a transportation team, comprised of 10 boats. This stone is formed from natural limestone that has been eroded by water. Premium Taihu stone is characterized by its slenderness, wrinkles, perforations, and translucence. Slenderness refers to the stone's upright, peculiar, slender form. During the Song dynasty, slenderness was considered beautiful, hence the emergence of the slender gold script by Emperor Huizong of Song. Wrinkles denote the winding and twisting surface of the stone, a testament to the passage of time. Ancient scholars often appreciated stones as a reflection of themselves, contemplating the vicissitudes of life for inspiration. Perforations evoke a sense of mystery as the holes interconnect, giving the stone a delicate and spirited appearance. Translucence generally refers to holes that penetrate the stone from front to back, symbolizing clarity and integrity. And perhaps even the notion of blessed realms. Upon finishing his explanation, Director Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Professor Chen, however, was suddenly enlightened, internally praising Jiang Qichang as an expert. If Jiang had previously impressed him with his craftsmanship, he now saw him as a scholar of considerable depth. A skilled artisan with profound knowledge. Such a person would be a great loss to not pursue archaeology. Seizing the opportunity in Director Chi's livestream, he called out, "Young friend, please stay." Chapter 72, The Royal Courts Bureau of Craftsmanship. The viewers in the livestream were taken aback by Professor Chen's words. "Professor, you must be cautious, saying such things could be taboo." "Anchor, we dare not look back. If we do, we'll surely end up on the divine list." Shin Gongbao believes that feudal superstitions are unacceptable. One must trust in science. I always said there are many talented individuals in this livestream. It's hilarious. Jiang Qichang turned around and politely inquired, "Professor Chen, is there something you wish to discuss?" Professor Chen, noticing the barrage of comments, realized his faux pas and offered an awkward smile. He said, "Young friend Jiang, I am the curator of the Dunhuang Museum. My surname is Chen, and my full name is Chen Changxing. I was previously a professor at Peking University. Our museum has long been in need of a master in relief mural restoration. And I wonder if you might be interested," he continued. "Our museum is well established. Unlike the Zieten Museum, we offer 5 insurances and a housing fund, along with a minimum annual salary of at least 350
000. If you choose to join us, I can also help you find a partner. What do you think?
Upon hearing Professor Chen's words, Jiang Qichang was momentarily taken aback.
Such compensation was nearly on par with the guaranteed annual salary he received when he first graduated and entered the finance industry. Moreover, in the realm of archaeology and museums, this was undeniably a top-notch offer. Director Qi, however, expressed his dissatisfaction with a cough, saying, "Old Chen, you can boast about yourself all you want, but why compare with us? Although we are a private museum, our benefits are certainly not inferior. If young friend Jiang were to come here, I would offer him an annual salary of 500,000. But do you have a formal position? We offer 500,000 annually. Money is no object. But do you have a formal position? We offer excellent benefits, with 8 insurances and 2 funds. But do you have a formal position? Old Chen, are we running out of topics to discuss? Can we change the subject?" The banter between the two directors amused the live stream audience. I feel like if the anchor were from Qilu, he would have been swayed several times by now. Qilu people say, "Here, we might not have much, but we must have a formal position. Without it, people think you're a failure. 5 insurances and a housing fund is already absurd enough.
I just want to know what 8 insurances and 2 funds entail." "It's just an additional corporate pension, supplementary personal medical insurance, supplementary only child insurance, and supplementary personal retirement insurance." Envy makes me grind my teeth. Who said studying hard has no use? I'm just watching a live stream, and I can see the jealousy disease coming out of me.
Jiang Qichang smiled and said, "Professor Chen. Director Qi, thank you both for your kind offers. I find myself lacking in the necessary qualifications for such a position, and I resign precisely to lead a leisurely life." At that moment, Jiang Qichang's sister emerged with a cup of tea. Gritting her teeth as she said, "Yes, my brother was adamant about not working. He claimed he would never work a day in his life. He just wants to enjoy a leisurely lifestyle, even when his boss offered him a salary of 2 million. He still wouldn't stay, that is 2 million. Jiang Qichang chuckled at his sister's interruption and replied, "As long as I have enough money, that's what matters. In comparison to making money, I believe we must utilize this life to the fullest. Living it in a manner that reflects our desires. And no matter how much money one earns, it is merely a number." His words were spoken with remarkable composure, yet the live stream audience was preoccupied with thoughts of 2 million in annual salary. The anchor speaks with such reason. I truly hope that one day I can confidently say that money is just a number. Ha ha ha, with an annual salary of 2 million, the anchor is truly impressive. This is getting increasingly absurd. Anchor, what else are you hiding from us? No wonder he yearns for a leisurely life. It turns out he is not short on cash. Although the audience did not fully grasp Jiang Qichang's sentiments, Professors Chen and Qi paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Both understood that money, when it reaches a certain threshold, indeed becomes merely a number. In contrast to the pursuit of wealth, the question of how to make the most of life is evidently far more significant. Thus, one pursued the Dunhuang Museum, while the other aspired to establish the largest Zitan museum in China. Young friend Jiang is indeed remarkable. Such open-mindedness is rare among the youth. When you have the opportunity to travel to Dunhuang, please do visit me. I feel a strong connection with you, and I would love to chat. I will personally guide you through the Dunhuang Museum, Professor Chen said with a relieved smile. Jiang Qichang nodded. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. I will certainly make the trip. During his working hours, he had always longed to travel across the country, and Dunhuang was undoubtedly one of the places he wished to visit. With the curator of the museum personally inviting him, how could he possibly refuse? Professor Chen chuckled, observing the mural behind Jiang Qichang, and said, "Since you are here, I have one humble request. Would you be willing to create a similar relief mural for our museum? Rest assured, you are a master, and of course, it won't be without compensation. We will prepare a red envelope with a fee of 100,000 for you." Upon hearing this, Director Qi immediately expressed his displeasure. "Old Chen, with your imposing stature and righteous demeanor, why would you try to scheme?" Young friend Jiang, discussing such fees with a master of his caliber is rather crass. Professor Chen offered an awkward smile. It is only natural that after denying someone once, one would find it difficult to refuse a second time. But he genuinely admired Jiang Qichang's relief mural, which is why he employed such a little ruse. Just as Jiang Qichang was about to speak to alleviate Professor Chen's predicament, Director Qi's words nearly caused him to twist his back. In terms of fate, young friend Jiang, I was clearly the first to arrive. and we share a deeper connection. When you come to my Zeton Museum, you must also create a relief mural for us, Professor Chen interjected. Old Chi, you are far wealthier than I am. What kind of fee do you plan to offer? Crass, I consider myself half a disciple of Buddhism. Monks do not discuss money but only fate. Our relationship is one of gentlemen. I plan to gift young friend Zhang a piece of Zeton as a token of gratitude. Old Chen, why don't you offer something as well? Director Chi asked with a smile. Professor Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although he was the curator of the Dunhuang Museum, the museum's collections were all official treasures, not personal possessions, so how could he give them away? If this were to be given as a gift, one would at least have to endure a decade of servitude to the sewing machine. Zhang Qichong quickly intervened, stating, "Esteemed seniors, merely having the opportunity to visit is already a great fortune. There is no need for remuneration or gifts. I truly cannot bear such burdens." Young friend Zhang, you are indeed too modest. Your craftsmanship, were it set in ancient times, would undoubtedly be deemed masterful. You would certainly be respectfully invited into the Royal Palace's Bureau of Craftsmanship. It is our honor to have you, remarked Professor Chen. Gazing at the exquisite relief mural, his words received enthusiastic agreement from Director Chi, who nodded approvingly. Listening to the praises from Professor Chen and Director Chi, Xia Yun felt a surge of warmth within. Having been deceived in his antique purchases before, he was confident in the expertise of these two specialists. Young friend, if you venture to the Qinling Mountains, you must seek me out. I will personally accompany you. Director Chi jested, to which Xia Yun responded, "Oh old Xia, I have no desire to expose you. You are merely inviting young friend Zhang to the Qinling for his skills, hoping to commission a relief mural for yourself." Old Chi, as the saying goes, seeing through it but not saying it, we remain good friends. The Qinling has long been known for its exceptional talents and is a premier tourist destination. Besides, would I dare to let young friend Zhang come to harm? Xia Yun chuckled, readily admitting to his intentions. Zhang Qichang, observing the playful banter among the three seniors, quickly sought to mediate. Esteemed seniors, once I complete the renovations in my courtyard and find some leisure time, I will certainly visit. The three, hearing this assurance, finally relented, exchanging contact information before concluding their livestream. After a few viewers calculated the potential profits from a single relief mural, they were left in awe. A relief mural earning 100,000 a day? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such. Streamer, please take me under your wing. The importance of mastering a craft for wealth is simply profound. Earning 100,000 or even 3 million a month, an annual total of 36 million. No wonder the streamer seems indifferent to money. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I am genuinely interested in relief murals. Zhang Qichang, seeing the lively comments in the chat, scratched his head and explained, "Dear viewers, I only possess a rudimentary understanding of relief murals. However, I am currently not in a position to take on disciples. If anyone truly wishes to learn about relief murals, I suggest starting with online tutorials." After a long day, he concluded, "It's getting late, so let us wrap up here. We'll meet again tomorrow morning to gather some creek stones for the fish pond." With that, he decisively ended the broadcast. Viewers watching the sudden shutdown of the stream couldn't help but smirk. Did the streamer learn the art of ending broadcasts quickly from tilapia? I envy him. He doesn't need to buy anything in the mountains. When I raised fish, I even had to purchase tilapia. The streamer is at least better than the tilapia. He managed to stream the entire day, which is commendable. Exactly, such a prominent streamer, consistently sharing his life with us. What more could we ask for? Alright, I'm off. See you all tomorrow morning. After ending the stream, Zhang Qichang stretched and playfully prodded the still sleepy Xiaobai before preparing for his morning routine. Brother, when did you acquire such skills? Your relief murals are truly impressive. When are we heading to Dunhuang, to the Zeton Museum, and to Qinling? You're not just being polite, are you? Zhang Qilan, pouring warm water, asked curiously. Of course not. Once I finish my tasks and there is nothing else at home, we will definitely go. Reading a myriad of books and traveling vast distances broadens one's horizons. Zhang Qichang replied with a smile. After freshening up, applying some skincare oil, and soaking his feet, he took a moment to relax in the courtyard's lounge chair before heading to bed. Xiaobai, the vigilant guardian, dutifully patrolled the yard throughout the night. The next morning, after preparing breakfast and sending his sister off to work, Zhang Qichang quickly packed his belongings and headed into the mountains with a bamboo backpack. He started the livestream as he entered, and soon thousands of viewers flooded in. Good morning, streamer. The mountain air is truly refreshing. It looks invigorating. What are creek stones? What do they look like? I've never seen one. Where is Xiaobai? Why isn't he with you this time? At this moment, there were already a number of loyal fans in the chat. Zhang Qichang, noticing their comments, chuckled and said, I've been renovating my courtyard these past few days.
And Xiao Bai has been worried, so he has been patrolling the yard every night. He is likely catching up on sleep right now. Our backyard employs ancient methods of fish farming, which are quite simple. We typically start with a base of red bricks, then layer it with volcanic stones, and finally cover it with aquatic plant mud. On top, we place creek stones and plant water plants to mimic a natural habitat. You can see that small stream behind our house. It contains many creek stones, and the shapes and textures of the stones are quite nice. As he pointed, the drone ascended to capture the view. In the dense woods of the back mountain, a small stream meandered down from the hills. Though the stream was not wide, about a meter across, it had exceptionally clear water, teeming with small fish. How enviable! The streamer has everything at home. I'm so jealous, so many little fish. Unfortunately, I don't recognize them and can't tell if they're edible. I imagine they would taste delightful in a pot. Wait, is that a ame fish? Is that even plausible? This pristine stream is truly a gem. I'm envious beyond measure. Streamer, can you sell your creek stones on the platform? The quality at your place is truly remarkable. Don T, tell me the stones at the bottom of the creek are creek stones. Selling those would be like picking up money. Zhang Qichang, while heading towards the creek, explained, for fish enthusiasts, creek stones are indeed valuable. Natural creek stones, shaped by the long-term erosion of river water, have smooth surfaces that do not harden the water quality or raise the pH levels in tanks. However, over-harvesting stones can harm the ecological balance. Therefore, we do not sell them, and if you collect creek stones in the wild, please do so responsibly and in moderation. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the chat began to understand the reasoning. After all, picking a few is one thing, but if done excessively, it could attract unwanted attention from authorities, potentially leading to accusations of illegal mining, which would be counterproductive and could result in years of laborious servitude. The small stream at the back mountain was conveniently close to Zhang Qichang's home. Since creek stones are heavy, ease of transport was a significant factor in his decision to choose the back mountain. Just as he arrived at the stream and began selecting stones, he spotted Zhang Pingping, the village's little leader, bounding toward him with 7 or 8 other children aged 6 or 7 in the village. At that age are often a handful wandering about the village with little supervision apart from school hours. Zhang Qichang observed the little rascals and couldn't help but smile slightly before adopting a stern expression as he scolded. Zhang Pingping, come here. Haven T, the adults warned you not to approach the water. You are all only children. What if you accidentally fall in? Zhang Pingping, seeing Zhang Qichang's serious demeanor, shrank back in fear. The smile on his face vanishing instantly. Uncle, please don't treat us like babies. We're scared too, so we never go to deep waters. This place is shallow, so we came here to catch fish. Can you please not tell our parents about this? Zhang Pingping mumbled, nervously tugging at his shirt. Compared to children in the city who are burdened with various tutoring classes, the village children have plenty of fun catching fish, climbing trees, and gathering eggs, allowing them to roam freely throughout the day. Uncle, this stream is shallow. It only reaches our calves. There is no danger, so please let us be. Zhang Qichang, hearing this, replied with a hint of annoyance. The weather in the mountains can be unpredictable in summer. If a sudden rainstorm hits, the small stream could quickly swell. If you're not fast enough, you could be swept away. Do you understand? Uncle, please stop. I get it. I'm the leader of the kids here. Please give me some face. We want to come back again, I promise. Zhang Pingping earnestly pleaded, hands clasped together. Zhang Qichang sighed in resignation. Dealing with children requires a certain finesse. One cannot simply impose strict rules but must also attempt to befriend them. If he were to drive them away now, they would likely rebel and find another stream to fish from. It would be better to keep them within his sight for their safety, just this once. It won't happen again, understood? Zhang Qichang maintained a stern demeanor, extending his left hand. Zhang Pingping grinned and extended his own left hand in return. Uncle, I understand. Let us seal it with a high five. Whoever breaks the promise will be the little dog. The two exchanged a playful high five, sealing their pact. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel moved by the interaction. The streamer's way of dealing with kids is commendable. He should befriend them. Today's children grow up too fast. They hit their rebellious phase earlier. My 8-year-old is already defiant. Indeed, these are other people's children. Best not to mention my own rebellious kid. What a heartwarming scene this is. I must share it in our loving family group. Zhang Qichang observed the barrage of comments in the livestream. And as discussions on parenting experiences began to unfold, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. I am not in a father-son relationship with Pingping, hence we can be friends. However, adopting a friendship-based approach to parenting is misguided. This educational method is flawed. The growth trajectory of a child is an upward curve, while that of a parent tends to flatten out. Thus, there are moments of intersection between these two lines. When children are young, they look up to their parents, perceiving them as omnipotent. During this phase, one cannot simply befriend them, it is essential to instill in them a sense of rules and understanding. Friends are peers, and if the authority of elders is not established during childhood, how will they cope with their rebellious phase later on? Can persuasion be effective then? Spare the rod and spoil the child when it's time to impart wisdom. One must not be soft-hearted or think of befriending them. During childhood, it is crucial for them to respect you, and once they mature into their rebellious years, open-hearted communication can flourish. This is the true path of effective parenting. His words resonated with many in these times of immense pressure, where most families have only one child, perhaps two at most, unless they are affluent parents or understandably invested in their children. Zhang Qiqiang's remarks struck a chord with a wide audience. If we do not educate them when they are young, teaching them right from wrong and establishing their worldview, when will we do so? Master, I have come to understand, I cannot befriend my child. I am who I am, and my son is my son. There must be rules in how we conduct ourselves. All right, I admit I have become somewhat antiquated. The wisdom of our ancestors still holds some truth. Being friends is nice, but my son finds it challenging to open up to me. He hardly acknowledges me unless he needs money, covers face. Before they turn 18, we must guide them. After that, we can loosen the reins, shifting from a commanding tone to one of negotiation. I believe this is the correct way to interact with children. Each individual has their unique approach to parenting. Yet Zhang Qiqiang genuinely despises the notion of befriending children. Many children grow up to be willful and headstrong, largely due to being pampered in their formative years, a responsibility neglected by their parents. The phrase "learn to befriend your child" has indeed harmed many. Speaking and acting with precision has always been Zhang Qiqiang's principle. He did not dwell on the topic of parenting further but instead led Zhang Pingping and the others in search of stream stones. Uncle, why are you looking for stones if you're not catching fish? I am searching for stream stones to use for fish breeding. Once I finish, I will take you all fishing. All right, Zhang Qiqiang replied with a smile. Any natural stone from the river can be termed a stream stone. There are no two identical leaves in the world, just as there are no identical stream stones. Finding a satisfactory stream stone is no simple task. The stones in this small stream are seldom collected, thus many with pleasing forms are readily visible. Zhang Qiqiang led the children upstream for 7 or 8 meters, and the stream stones that appeared on the live stream prompted many fish enthusiasts to tear up with longing. One stone creates a scene. The large stone looks splendid, reminiscent of layered hills. I adore it. Fish enthusiasts truly cannot contain themselves. The quality of stones in this small stream is exceptional. I am tempted to buy some. On the online marketplace, a stone of such shape would easily fetch 200 yuan. I never expected to see them everywhere here. Any stone is picturesque, and any digging yields substrate. I paid a high price, only to find them here for the taking. Streamer, send me your location. I'll take a leave of absence for 100 kilometers, resign for 800 kilometers, and even divorce for 1,500 kilometers. Ever since I started raising fish, seeing a beautifully shaped stream stone makes my heart race, and I feel like splurging. At the flower and bird market, such stones are sold by weight. About 15 yuan per gene, covers face. Many viewers in the live stream began to take screenshots and subsequently selected the stones they favored, posting photos in the comments section of Zhang Qiqiang's Douyin video to request purchases. Streamer, I posted a picture of the stone I like in your comments section. Please take a look. It's Meet Sai. Is there a location? I want to see the stones. I won't collect them. Wow, that stone has a pattern resembling a dinosaur footprint. It's quite unique. Streamer, are you selling? I want to import some in bulk. Zhang Qiqiang glanced at the barrage of comments and opened the comments section of his Douyin video. Feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his fans seemed to have mistaken his comments section for a customer service desk for stream stones. Everyone could see that such stones were abundant in the mountains. I believe keeping fish doesn't require spending. Whatever you can forage is sufficient. Spending money is a loss. Foraging is the essence of fish keeping. I am not selling my stones, not even for extra cash. After Zhang Qiqiang finished speaking, he halted his steps. His gaze was firmly captured by a stream stone. Chapter 75, a good item for kidney health, 9 steams and 9 sons of Huang Jing. Zhang Qiqiang had taken a liking to a piece of natural shale, which is plentiful in the stream, appearing unremarkable compared to other shales. However, its size and shape were perfectly suited for his fish pond at home. Uncle, are you selecting such stream stones? Jiang Pingping inquired curiously. Yes, I plan to use these stream stones to create a landscape. How many more do you need? Jiang Qicheng contemplated the size of his fish pond and calculated his landscaping plans before responding. Not many, about 20 more will suffice, Uncle. Let us help you find them, and afterward, will you take us fishing? Jiang Pingping asked, blinking her eyes. Jiang Qicheng's fishing skills had gained widespread recognition in Jiangjia village. Although these children had never witnessed it firsthand, they had heard about it from their elders. They were eager to see Jiang Qicheng's fishing prowess for themselves. Alright, no problem. What kind of fish do you all want to catch? As soon as the children heard Jiang Qicheng's agreement, they sprang into excitement. Uncle, I want to raise a blue-striped loach. I know where to find eels. Uncle, shall we go catch some eels? I want to catch a turtle. The book says turtles are good for replenishing energy and blood, and I want to give my dad a good boosty. Jiang Qicheng was somewhat taken aback and asked, Xiao, didn't your dad just return a few days ago? He looks fine. What does he need to replenish? After my dad returned, he looked pale and exhausted, not even having time to take me out to play. When I asked others, the village uncles told me he needed to replenish his health. So I thought I should catch a turtle. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Qicheng coughed several times and said, Xiao, you don't need to be so detailed. Dear viewers in the livestream, please do not take the innocent words of children too seriously. Turtles are good for replenishing energy, but that is not applicable to your dad. I have some huangjing growing in the back mountain. I'll dig some for you to take home later. Although children often speak freely, the viewers in the livestream truly did not expect to be playfully teased by a child. There is an area in the back mountain where huangjing has been cultivated. This patch of huangjing has been growing freely for several years, having expanded significantly. Although it is cultivated, its medicinal efficacy is almost comparable to that of wild huangjing. To Jiang Qicheng, this was merely a trivial matter. He had no need for it, and selling it wouldn't yield much profit, but giving it as a favor was just right. Indeed, a father's love is profound. This child is quite likable. If he keeps this up, he should soon have a little brother or sister. What exactly is huangjing? Is it useful? Alright, I now have another reason to go treasure hunting in the streamer's back mountain. To be honest, I have a friend who has always had a craving. How is huangjing consumed? Is it tasty? As Jiang Qicheng led the children in searching for shale stream stones in the small stream, he kept an eye on the comments. Huangjing has been renowned since ancient times, referred to as a nourishing food for the immortals. Let's test our viewers' knowledge. Does anyone know about this medicinal herb? Xinling herbalist, huangjing is a plant of the lily family. The dried rhizomes of Daiwangjing or multiflora huangjing are medicinally and culinary valuable. Ancient people believed that consuming huangjing could strengthen the body, prevent diseases, and prolong life, thus it was called the herb of longevity. Consequently, huangjing is highly revered in Taoist texts, with references found in works by notable figures such as Guhong and Baobuzi and Shenxian Jichaojing. Where it is regarded as a superior medicinal herb, huangjing is indeed beneficial, typically used to treat dizziness, lower back pain, and weakness due to kidney deficiency. It is highly effective, but wild huangjing has become scarce in recent years. Xia Yun, as the top supporter in the livestream and a prominent figure in the herbal medicine community of Qinling, promptly stepped forward to share his expertise, enlightening everyone in the livestream. Enough said. I have a friend who would like to buy 2 gene. Where can I find some? I knew watching live streams would provide valuable knowledge. Just hearing the name, I can tell it's a good thing. Understood, I'll place an order. Jiang Qicheng smiled slightly at Xia Yun's explanation and said, Mr. Xia's explanation is indeed spot on. Huangjing is truly a wonderful herb. It can be consumed directly, brewed as tea, or cooked in porridge, but the best way to process it is through 9 steams and 9 suns before consumption. The process known as 9 steams and 9 sun dries is a method for preparing huangjing, which is a medicinal herb. Given that all medicines possess a degree of toxicity, this technique effectively reduces the toxic components of huangjing, thereby enhancing its therapeutic properties. Should one require it, keeping some on hand at home can indeed be beneficial. However, it is crucial to exercise discernment when purchasing huangjing from the market, as the quality can vary significantly. The huangjing that has undergone the 9 steams and 9 sun dries process has a texture akin to that of dried sweet potatoes when consumed raw, soft, chewy, and subtly sweet, becoming increasingly fragrant with each bite. This makes it an excellent choice for a snack, although the process itself is rather cumbersome. As for the question regarding whether young women with kidney deficiency can consume it, I would suggest caution. In this era, with technology and harsh realities abounding, I feel it may be simpler to just steep some goji berries instead. The goji berries, often treated with sulfur, also come with their share of technological advancements and harsh methods. Thus, it's essential to find a reliable source and learn to discern quality for oneself. This indeed presents a promising avenue for prosperity for our fellow villagers. Have you considered cultivating huangjing? I have a friend who is in dire need of it. Soon, Zhang Qichang led a group of children to gather an ample supply of shale stream stones. In addition to these stones, he also excavated some riverbed sand and collected several handfuls of small stream stones. This left the fish enthusiasts in the live stream envious, as they could simply dig directly from the riverbed without incurring any expenses. The stream flows down from the mountains, although there has been no significant rainfall. The local fish population is abundant in both quantity and variety. Common species such as grasscarp, goldfish, and loach can be found here, alongside rarer varieties like the amaybarb, the kissing gurami, and the blunt-snout pipefish. This area can be considered a natural paradise for fishing, where even novice anglers can easily achieve continuous catches without the need for bait. Zhang Pingping, let me show you a thing or two today. You all come here to catch fish, and hand over your fishing rods to me, Zhang Qichang said with a smile. Each of these little ones was carrying a small backpack, indicating that they had come well prepared. Zhang Pingping paused for a moment and replied, Uncle, what fishing rods? We don't have any. Then why does everyone have a small backpack? What do you have in there? We're here to catch fish. Of course we need something to carry them in. The small backpack is for holding the fish, Zhang Pingping asserted confidently. His reasoning was sound, yet Zhang Qichang couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Please don't tell me that you little rascals intend to catch fish with your bare hands. That's right, Uncle. Is there something wrong with that? Zhang Qichang's expression darkened at the thought. Today's children are indeed precocious. And he felt as though these youngsters were trying to provoke him. Chapter 76. Homemade fishing trap. A skilled woman is often at a loss without rice. Attempting to catch fish with bare hands seems quite a challenge. Even Bear Grylls and other survival experts never considered hand fishing in a stream. Hand fishing is impossible and unattainable feat in this lifetime. However, today I can teach everyone how to catch fish without any tools. Just because I didn't bring a fishing rod, does that daunt me? Zhang Qichang declared with confidence. He retrieved a hatchet from his bamboo basket. The stream was flanked by abundant bamboo groves. As the old saying goes, as long as one maintains a positive mindset, solutions will outnumber difficulties. Today, I will teach you how to weave a fishing trap using bamboo. Zhang Qichang chopped some bamboo and skillfully sliced it into strips. These bamboo pieces were sturdy and ideal for crafting fishing traps. Zhang Pingping, take the others and dig for worms nearby. Once the fishing trap is ready, I will take you all to catch fish. Stay close. Understood. While he spoke, he had already prepared the necessary bamboo strips for weaving the trap. Of this bamboo fishing trap, also known as a or shrimp trap, goes by various names in different locales. Anyone raised in a southern village would surely have encountered one. Such traps are incredibly practical. Should you find yourself outdoors, mastering this skill could prove invaluable for survival. He lined up several bamboo strips and threaded 3 together, then lifted them to form the trap's frame. Next came the weaving. Zhang Qichang worked swiftly and efficiently, and soon the entrance of the trap was completed. He then bent the bamboo strips to form the body of the trap. In no time, a fishing trap measuring over a meter in length and 30 centimeters in width was constructed. The tail end was securely tied with hemp rope, and the entire process took no more than 30 minutes. As the finished product emerged, many viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned. Most could comprehend with their eyes, yet their hands lagged behind, their minds momentarily blank. This is a fishing trap. Can you teach us again? Streamer, your craftsmanship as a bamboo weaver is impressive. Who taught you? We call this a eel trap. It only allows fish to enter, and nowadays, it's been replaced by beverage bottles. If only Deer would have had this skill during his wilderness survival, he wouldn't have gone hungry for days. It looks quite decorative. I think it would make a lovely vase, very artistic. This contraption is not only for catching fish but also for shrimp and eels, extremely useful. After Zhang Qichang completed the fishing trap, he turned to Zhang Pingping and the others, who were busy digging for loaches, and asked, Have you little ones found any worms yet? Uncle, no, there are no worms by the riverbank. We couldn't find any. How about we forego the worms? I have some Wangwang snow cakes. Do you think fish would eat those? Zhang Pingping inquired, pulling out a snack pack from his pocket. Uncle, I also have Oreo cookies. Would those work? If not, I have some Wangwang mini cakes. Do fish eat chocolate? Zhang Qichang's expression darkened as he watched the children lay their snacks before him. He sighed in resignation. You should keep these snacks for yourselves. Let me tell you, digging for worms involves some skill. You need to search in damp areas rich with fallen leaves and wild grass that if you simply dig aimlessly, it would be nothing more than a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. It's purely a matter of luck. Alright, the bait can be unconventional, but let's not get too bizarre. I've seen someone use Wong Wang snow cakes for bait, but the effectiveness was rather poor. Let's skip the chocolate and mini cakes. I think Wangzai steamed buns could work. I used to use buns for bait when I was young. Has anyone tried using colorful jelly beans for bait? I saw someone online mention it, but I wonder if it works. Zhang Qichang took matters into his own hands, digging up a few worms and placing them into the fishing trap. He led the group of children to a narrower section of the stream and built a V-shaped stone barrier from the riverbank. The entrance of the fishing trap was positioned at the V's point and secured with stones. Alright, our fishing task is complete. The rest is up to time. I wager there will be plenty of fish inside shortly. To the audience in the livestream, would any of you dare to take a bet with me? This stream is teeming with little fish, and as they drift downstream, they will inevitably swim into the trap. With no means of escape, those who have used fishing traps before know they will yield a catch, but there are even more who have yet to see such a trap in action. Is it really this simple to catch fish? Streamer, don't fool me. I'll bet you 2 hearts. I refuse to believe this will catch fish. If it does, I'll stand on my head while washing my hair. A V-shaped stone barrier directing all upstream fish into the trap. If we don't catch anything, I'll eat my hat. Those with strong hands-on skills 1t starve in the wilderness. With just a hatchet, one can achieve the freedom to eat fish. Streamer, do you sell this fishing trap? Zhang Qichang walked over, chopped another batch of bamboo, and began crafting a fish basket. The method of making a fish basket is different from that of a fishing trap, but the principle remains the same. One is for catching fish, the other for holding them. Since he was already here, he might as well catch some small fish to take home and raise. Providing extra feed for the catfish, with the fishing trap set to do its work, Zhang Qichang finished the fish basket and joined Zhang Pingping and the other children by the stream, where they began to catch fish. They welcomed all opportunities, seizing whatever they encountered in the water, be it small fish, shrimp, or even frogs and snails. Nothing was left behind. The joyous exclamations of the children upon catching fish filled the livestream chat with envy. This is what childhood is all about. Indeed, this is far better than huddling at home playing on our phones. Children should be carefree, not burdened with backpacks at such a young age, learning a plethora of useless things. Streamer, this village seems perfect for developing a rural tourism project, with mushroom picking, fish catching, and fishing all in abundance. I should take my rebellious child to experience my childhood all day long. It's just king of glory. It's giving me a headache. Here we are at catching fish. If there are no fish, we catch shrimp, and if there are no shrimp, we catch frogs. If we can't catch frogs, we'll catch snails. Zhang Qichang estimated it was time to retrieve the fishing trap, so he led the children back to haul it in. The 1-meter-long fishing trap was heavy and filled to the brim, making it impossible for the little ones to lift alone. They had to work together to roll it onto the shore. Uncle, there are really fish, so many fish. Zhang Qichang effortlessly lifted the fishing cage with one hand, untied the hempline at the rear, and its contents cascaded out in a tumultuous flood. The anglers in the livestream, upon witnessing the bounty of fish, were left utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 77. What intimidation! This is outright armed robbery. The viewers in the livestream gazed at the heap of fish with mouths agape, salivating in sheer amazement. You can't deny it, this fishing cage is quite effective. Goodness, it's just a bunch of small fish, but this massive haul should fetch quite a sum, right? Why are there so many small crayfish? I'm absolutely craving them. On a hot summer day, there's nothing better than a feast of garlic crayfish paired with chilled beer. I genuinely wish I had a mountain behind my house too, so I could catch fish whenever I wanted. Zhang Pingping and a few other children were momentarily entranced. On ordinary days, even with 7 or 8 people combined, they could only manage to catch 2 or 3 fish each over an entire day. Yet, here was their uncle, having crafted a mere fishing cage, and within no time, he had captured so many. Their uncle was truly remarkable. Wow, uncle, could you take me on as your apprentice? I'd love to learn how to weave a fishing cage. I don't want small fish anymore, I want crayfish. When we return home today, I want my mom to prepare some for me. With so many fish, how long would it take us to catch that many ourselves? The fishing cage was filled predominantly with common small fish from Sichuan: wheatfish, horsemouth fish, loach carp, and even some mudfish, small crayfish, and eels, all jumbled together. Zhang Qichang, grinning at the children's astonished cheers, was still pouring out the fish when he noticed a figure staggering toward him. The individual was Jiang Mingji, a notorious good-for-nothing in Jiangjia village and a former classmate of Jiang Qichang. After failing his college entrance exams, he opted to drop out instead of attending a vocational school and went to work instead. It was said that he later took out loans from numerous platforms, amassing millions before returning to the village as a defaulter. Jiang Mingji had no legitimate job and merely wandered around the village, collecting mountain goods to sell to nearby restaurants and agritourism establishments for profit. He was known to intimidate external vendors trying to purchase mountain goods in Jiangjia village, using a knife to threaten them if they offered low prices.
"Hey, Qichang, you've managed to catch quite a few small fish," he called out. "These small fish are quite popular in local restaurants. I reckon you've got over 100 kilograms here. Why not sell them to me? I can help you sell them to the restaurants. We're old classmates. How about 5 yuan a pound?" Jiang Mingji squatted across the river, a smile plastered on his face. Jiang Qichang glanced at him, responding coolly, "No need, these fish are for these little ones. They decide what to do with them." Jiang Pingping and the others, feeling intimidated by the grinning Jiang Mingji, instinctively huddled behind Jiang Qichang. Jiang Pingping tugged at Jiang Qichang's shirt, saying, "Uncle, he's not a good person. He tries to lowball us. These are all wild small fish. They sell for 20 or 30 yuan a pound at nearby restaurants, but he offers us just 5. If anyone else dares to buy our fish, he threatens them with a knife. He is a bad person." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qichang's expression darkened, his gaze turning sternly toward Jiang Mingji across the river. Jiang Mingji seemed indifferent, immediately redirecting his attention to Jiang Pingping and the others, saying, "Pingping, since it was your brother Qichang who helped you catch these fish, why not sell them to me? We're all familiar with each other. How about 5 yuan a pound? The mountain roads are treacherous, and I can give you cash right here, saving you a trip, and those mountain paths aren't safe, aren't they?" But Jiang Qichang, perceiving the veiled threat in his words, glanced back at the pale-faced Jiang Pingping and her companion. Said he spoke, "Jiang Mingji, you're an adult now. It's rather unbecoming to bully a group of children." "Damaged Jiang Qichang, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. I am showing you respect by calling you brother Qichang, otherwise, you wouldn't be worth my time. So what if you were the top scorer in the college entrance exam, haven't you just returned to the village after a few years outside? The money you earned out there, I've made my fair share too. I've borrowed from loan sharks and made millions. Do you have that kind of money? Don't act high and mighty just because you were the top scorer. Today, those fish will be sold one way or another." Jiang Mingji exploded, hurling insults from across the river. The viewers in the livestream were equally infuriated by his demeanor, silently lamenting his audacity, of all people to provoke. He chose to mess with brother Qichang? He is proud of being a defaulter after borrowing from loan sharks. What a despicable character. This kind of person is genuinely revolting. Using coercion to buy fish. That is quite audacious. Host, how about I send you a tip to deal with him? Guys, we can't resort to violence. How would we continue the livestream? If we must fight, it should be after we log off. Jiang Qichang contemplated whether to make a call and leverage some connections to have this scoundrel dealt with. Such a person had no place in Jiangjia village. He could easily corrupt the village's atmosphere. He had encountered many like Jiang Mingji outside, those who, through shady means, earned a little money only to become arrogant and unmanageable. If someone were to report him, it would be a breeze to investigate and have him locked up. Pingping, don't be afraid. With your uncle here, it's a society governed by law. He won't dare to act recklessly. Jiang Mingji, for the sake of our past as classmates, I'm giving you one last chance. Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Jiang Qichang reassured the frightened children behind him before coldly addressing Jiang Mingji. Your brother Qichang, we've grown up together in the village. I was just joking. I wouldn't really resort to armed robbery. You have a big heart. Don't take it to heart. I'm just a good-for-nothing. Jiang Mingji's demeanor shifted. Sensing something amiss, his tone softened, leaving the live stream audience and Jiang Pingping perplexed. I thought he might actually confront the host. What a waste. Given the chance, he still couldn't stand up for himself. Pathetic. You're both just two shoulders carrying a single head. What is there to fear? Just close your eyes and confront the host. It's comforting to know I'm not the only one wanting the host to teach this guy a lesson. You had a golden opportunity to spar with the host. And you squandered it. After speaking, Jiang Mingji waded through the water toward them, extending his hand behind him. Uncle, let us just sell the fish. He has a machete behind him, and he often brandishes it to intimidate. Jiang Pingping said pitifully, looking at Jiang Mingji. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qichang's expression shifted dramatically. You say he has a knife? He has threatened you with it before? Absolutely, uncle. He has used a knife to intimidate us.
Jiang Qichang declared threatening with a knife could lead to imprisonment of up to 5 years. Remember, that's armed robbery, which carries a penalty of at least 3 years and up to 10. Ping. We must understand the law and utilize legal means to protect ourselves.
He gently ruffled Jiang Ping's hair. Jiang Mingji, who was waiting toward them, visibly paled at these words. He quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from behind him, stammering, "Brother Qichang, don't listen to these kids' nonsense. Here, have a cigarette. Am I really the type to commit armed robbery?" Chapter 78, Punishment. I find it quite amusing. Jiang Qichang regarded Jiang Mingji before him, stating, "Whether it seems like it or not, that's not for me to decide. If you don't understand the law, I can certainly impart some knowledge about martial arts." During his university years, he had taken law courses and had a fair grasp of it. During his graduate studies, he had almost applied to a law school. Later, he joined Xiangxing Group, rising to the position of partner and major shareholder, establishing connections with legal experts like the renowned lawyer Luo, although Jiang Qichang couldn't wield the same influence as Luo. Sending Jiang Mingji to prison would be a simple task. Jiang Mingji chuckled upon hearing this. Having mingled with the underworld during his years after dropping out of high school, he had a few years of experience as a thug. Though not a martial artist, intimidating ordinary folks was well within his capabilities. He dismissed Jiang Qichang, the bookish type, as inconsequential. Back in school, he had been a model student, and after graduation, he had ventured into finance. Such a person could hardly comprehend the phrase, "a knife enters red while leaving white." "Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? I'm just joking around. We're from the same village. If I really committed armed robbery, I would have long ago faced dire consequences from my ancestors." Jiang Qichang regarded this individual, glancing back at the timid children behind him without uttering a word. If one were to ask the villagers, they would quickly discover the truth. "Brother Jiang, if you don't smoke, I'll put these away, but I have to ask, can you let me have these fish? I have a deal with a restaurant down the hill. They need these wild delicacies for an important guest in a couple of days. How about this? I won't let you suffer a loss. Let us agree on 20 yuan a pound. What do you think?" Jiang Mingji said, feigning pain at the thought of the price. Jiang Qichang looked at him, surprised. While 20 yuan per pound was still a low offer, it was within an acceptable range. What prompted such a sudden increase? Did he suspect something was amiss with the fish? He lowered his gaze to the fish he had just spilled, and in an instant darkness enveloped his vision. Amidst a throng of small fish, there lay a significant catch. Upon his arrival, he had overlooked it, a hefty salamander weighing over 10 pounds, which had now wriggled free from its confinement beneath the others. If memory served him correctly, this creature was undoubtedly a nationally protected species, classified as a second-level endangered animal. Although this salamander had been captured, it appeared quite lively, voraciously devouring a mouthful of wheat ears and another of small crucian carp with unabashed delight. "Did you suddenly raise the price because you spotted this salamander?" Jiang Qichang inquired, his brow furrowed. Jiang Mingji, brimming with excitement, nodded affirmatively and pointed at the salamander, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, a wild salamander in a restaurant is a rarity indeed. It is truly hard to come by one of this size. Many wealthy outsiders venture into the mountains solely to savor this delicacy, and they are indifferent to the cost. If you let me keep this salamander, I promise to present you with an extravagant red envelope of 500 yuan later. Everyone who witnesses this will share in the secret, and I can also offer these little ones a 50 yuan envelope as a hush money. How does that sound?" Jiang Ping and the others, upon hearing that they too would receive a 50 yuan envelope, gasped in astonishment. It wasn't the amount that shocked them, but rather the realization that the notoriously frugal Jiang was actually parting with his money. "Uncle, this is a second-level protected species. We cannot sell it. Selling it would be illegal." Jiang Ping tugged at Jiang Qichang's sleeve. Jiang Qichang maintained a stoic expression, gently patting Jiang Ping's head, and curiously asked, "Is this wild salamander really worth that much?" "Brother Jiang, I knew you would understand. What does it matter if it's a second-level protected animal, as long as we keep quiet? Who would know? I have a partnership with Jiangxing Farmhouse down the mountain. This salamander could fetch at least 3,000 yuan there." Upon hearing the name, Jiang Qichang's expression darkened immediately. What kind of establishment would dare to share a name with Xiangxing Group and engage in illegal activities? "Punishment, certainly punishment. I see no issue with that," Jiang Qichang stated, looking at Jiang Mingji. The audience in the livestream erupted with laughter at his words. What a fool, walking straight into his own trap. The boss must be dying inside after hearing that. "It's a buy one get one free deal. Punishment, I foresee a hefty sentence of at least 3 years. 3,000 yuan is a meager sum. It's not even close to the market valued. I believe it should be at least 30,000.
While this may be the price for consumption, if someone wishes to keep it as a pet, the price would rise considerably. By the sound of it, he is a seasoned offender. The host should pry for more information. Who knows what other protected species he has captured? Jiang Qiqiang, somewhat incredulous, asked Mingji, aside from this salamander, haven't you caught other wild delicacies in the village over the years? Surely you haven't captured a giant panda? Jiang Mingji sighed, replying, I wish I could catch a giant panda. But they are formidable. Those creatures are bears, not cats. I would avoid them at all costs. I usually just catch some mountain chickens like the red-bellied pheasant, white-bellied golden pheasant, and wild rabbits. Jiang Qiqiang nodded in response to his words. 2 second-level protected species and 1 third-level protected species. This was undeniably poaching. Given the circumstances, it was evident this was not a one-time offense. The situation was particularly grave, warranting at least 10 years of imprisonment along with fines and forfeiture of personal assets. Brother Jiang, from now on you should stick with me. I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. I'll contact Xiangxing Farmhouse to see how much they're willing to offer me this time. Jiang Mingji gazed at the salamander on the ground, growing increasingly fond of it. Jiang Qiqiang nodded, saying, all right, go ahead and make the call. I need to make one as well. Brother Jiang, rest assured, we are both elementary school classmates. I wouldn't dare deceive you. The price is fair, and it's bound to be high. After saying this, Jiang Mingji recorded a video of the salamander and stepped aside, excitedly making his phone call. Jiang Qiqiang also took out his phone and dialed the police. Hello 110, I'd like to report an incident. I've unexpectedly caught a wild salamander in Jiangjia village on Amei Mountain. And someone is offering a high price to buy it from me. Yes, the suspect is right here with me. He is a habitual offender who has long supplied wild game to Xiangxing Farmhouse, selling both red-bellied pheasants and white-bellied golden pheasants, both of which are also second-level protected species. Yes, we will ensure our safety. Please hurry. We are about 500 meters from the small stream behind the mountain. In the past, many had engaged in poaching in the mountains, but due to years of advocacy, the number had significantly decreased. This time, Jiang Mingji had merely stumbled into a trap. A typical person would not have provoked a confrontation with such an individual, especially since they were from the same village. This fellow was a loner with nothing to lose. If he sought revenge, no one would dare to risk it. Chapter 79, Striking Pebbles. Jiang Qiqiang. What call are you making? Jiang Mingji asked curiously after finishing his call. To the police station, of course. Jiang Mingji sighed, quietly drawing a 1-foot-long watermelon knife from his waist and said, some people just don't know when to back down. I am giving you face by calling you Brother Jiang, so don't push your luck. Have you ever seen a knife this long for chopping? Jiang Qiqiang frowned, glancing around before bending down to pick up a pebble, placing it on a slab of stone, and then striking it forcefully. A pebble the size of a bowl instantly shattered into countless pieces, splintering beyond recognition. There's an old saying, within 7 paces. The gun is swift. Beyond 7 paces, it's both accurate and swift. This saying applies equally to darts. If I were to use this shattered stone as a dart, could you defend against it? Jiang Qiqiang selected a piece from the debris and asked. The viewers in the livestream were left in awe at the sight of the shattered pebble. At that moment, Jiang Mingji was equally astonished. Goodness, if the host struck someone with that force, wouldn't they be bruised all over? No need for darts. A single slap would guarantee silence. With such strength, if he were to compete in a slapping contest, he would be invincible. This is impossible. It must be a trick. No human hand could shatter a pebble like that. There is definitely something wrong with that stone. Hello, host. That comment was made by my wife. She believes your strength is merely for show, not genuine skill. She wants to challenge you to a duel sometime to settle the score and prove superiority. This is my girlfriend, Mum. Anyone who thinks it's a special effect, I can reimburse your travel expenses. Feel free to come to Amei Mountain Jiangjia village for a showdown. Jiang Qiqiang looked at Jiang Mingji across from him and said, I've already emphasized this to you. Armed robbery is punishable by 3 to 10 years. If you lay down the knife now, this would only be attempted robbery. I believe you understand the difference between the two, don't you? Attempted armed robbery with a good attitude can lead to a suspended sentence. You won't have to spend time in prison. This much Jiang Mingji was acutely aware of. Holding the knife, he threatened. Brother Jiang, today you have a weapon, so I won't strike you, but don't think I'm oblivious. I know where the Jiang family's ancestral grave is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiqiang's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the fragment of stone flying like a dart. Whoosh! Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, followed by the sound of metal striking stone. The watermelon knife in Jiang Mingji's hand clattered to the ground. and his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, the blade of the knife had been chipped by the fragment of stone. Uncle, you're incredible. Are you the legendary master? I've only seen such flying daggers in cartoons.
Have you heard of the Tang sect in Shushan? They specialize in poison and hidden weapons. That no wonder Uncle is so formidable. He has been the envy of others' children. Turns out he is a disciple of the Tang sect. With such skills, he must be a senior disciple. Zhang Qichang listened to the wild speculations of the children, his expression darkening. When it came to imagination, these kids were quite adept, crafting a narrative that he was the elder disciple of the Tang sect in the blink of an eye. Stop spreading rumors. What Tang sect disciple are you talking about? Have you all just met me for the first time? Jiang Pingping rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Jiang Mingji, glancing at the knife on the ground, instinctively took several steps back and said, Brother Jiang, you're still young, don't tread down the path of crime. I am now unarmed. If you strike me again, even if I'm guilty of attempted armed robbery, you could still be charged with excessive self-defense. If I wish to flee before you could throw that stone, you might not even be able to catch me. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? As a notorious street hustler in Jiangjia village, Jiang Mingji had mingled with the underworld for years and understood well that a true gentleman knows when to yield. His combination of legal knowledge and intimidation left the livestream audience in awe. Host, just let it go. This kind of scoundrel is the hardest to deal with. Let us not stoop to his level. This slippery character is indeed a tough nut to crack. He has already drawn the watermelon knife. What are you afraid of? Just ask the host if the watermelon is ripe, though there is footage of the livestream as evidence. It can easily be deemed excessive self-defense in this situation. Unfazed by rogues, one may possess martial prowess, yet it is the cultured rogue, well-versed in law, that truly incites disgust. Zhang Qichang weighed the rubble in his hand and declared, Should you dare to flee, I shall not hesitate to strike. The police will be here shortly. If you dare to strike, then I shall dare to flee. Zhang Qichang crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, Then run. Then hit me, you flee, and I will strike, you strike, and I will flee. Zhang Qichang was genuinely incensed by the fellow, casually producing a stone, exclaiming, You TMD, Brother Jiang, please, do not resort to violence. We were classmates in elementary school. Jiang Mingji, without a moment's hesitation, crumpled to the ground, kneeling. His capitulation astonished the viewers in the livestream. Why do you say this guy is cowardly? Why doesn't he dare to confront the host? Indeed. What is there to fear? We all have two shoulders and one head. What is the worst that could happen? At worst, 18 years later, he could emerge a hero once more. All are veterans of the underworld. Stay sharp, do not lose face if you please. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. This fellow is likely to become a traitor, so let us take note. Such shamelessness is no wonder he could borrow a few million in unsecured loans. I am truly impressed. Zhang Qichang observed Jiang Mingji, still kneeling, and patted Jiang Pingping on the head, saying, Pingping, aside from that mudfish, you little ones should divide the rest of the fish and head home. I have some matters to settle with him. The little ones, not overthinking, cheerfully began to divide the small fish scattered on the ground. This time, they not only filled their small backpacks but also their pockets. Some even went so far as to remove their clothing to use as nets for the fish. As the leader, Jiang Pingping managed to secure a hefty carp weighing over 10 pounds, a fish nearly as large as his own head. As he hoisted the carp, its tail slapped him several times. Uncle, we shall take our leave now. We will see you later. Goodbye, Uncle. The teacher told us to be good children, so please do not fight. Thank you, Uncle, for helping us catch so many fish. Zhang Qichang felt a wave of pride and joy as he watched the polite farewells of the little ones. He chuckled, with so many fish to take home. I fear these little ones will not escape a beating. If one is punished, the whole family feasts on fish. I wonder if these little ones will dare to play by the water again. Chapter 80. While munching on small fish and singing, he was suddenly caught in a fishing basket. Zhang Qichang's words left the viewers in the livestream momentarily stunned. Brother Jiang, is this how we conduct ourselves? This seems rather unscrupulous, does it not? One should not, at the very least, treat children as if they were foes. When I was young, I once caught a snake, only to endure a joint reprimand from my parents. Without such experiences, how can one claim to have a complete childhood? Evil grin. Father, who told you to go catch fish? Child, I was coerced by my strong uncle. It is time for the children to learn about the treachery of human nature. Zhang Qichang smiled as he watched the children depart, but upon turning back, he noticed Jiang Mingji had already taken it upon himself to rise and flee a few meters in the opposite direction. Their eyes met, and a moment of awkwardness ensued. Zhang Qichang, grasping the stone in his hand with an unfriendly expression, weighed his options. Brother Jiang, do not worry. I shall not flee. I merely knelt until my legs grew numb and thought to stretch a bit. I understand the rules of the road. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance invites severity. One can escape the monk but not the temple. If you are concerned, I shall kneel again. Jiang Mingji raised his hands, retracting his neck in submission. After speaking, he hesitantly shuffled back, kneeling once more, albeit begrudgingly. Jiang Qicheng regarded the man with a glance but chose to ignore him, instead examining the mudfish at his feet. The creature, adorned in grayish-brown hues and mottled patterns, with its limbs truncated and a slender form, had small eyes that lent it a somewhat naive appearance. Little one, cease your eating, look up at me. How old are you? Jiang Qicheng prodded the mudfish with his finger. The mudfish paused, gazing back at him. 8 years old, you have only grown this much at 8. Jiang Qicheng frowned, glaring at Jiang Mingji. Voicing his ire, it is still but a child, how could you lay a hand on it? But how can it be only 8 years old and so small? Jiang Qicheng stroked the mudfish's head. Explaining, the mudfish raised its head, seemingly defending itself, and called out once more. The viewers in the livestream, taken aback by the sound, expressed their astonishment. The mudfish's call was not what they had expected. It did not resemble the cries of a child at all. Is someone calling out nearby? This does not align with my impression of a mudfish's call, though this mudfish may be ugly. It is classified as a second-level protected species, making it oddly endearing. I want to keep one. This one is still so small. How large can a mudfish actually grow? Those wishing to keep a mudfish, I sense your intentions are dubious, not just dubious, but downright criminal. Cyberpolice, please take note. Someone wishes to keep a national second-level protected species. Do not frighten me. I shall not keep it, I assure you. Jiang Qicheng shook the mudfish lightly, observing the comments in the livestream, and said with a smile, allow me to enlighten you. The mudfish, scientifically known as the giant salamander, does not emit sounds in the traditional sense. The misconception that it cries like a child is simply a case of misinformation. This creature lacks vocal cords and sound-producing organs. What you hear is merely resonance from its oral cavity. The mudfish, seemingly reacting to Jiang Qicheng's assertion that it could not vocalize, lifted its head defiantly and called out again. Such a sentient mudfish is indeed rare. This species is notoriously timid and typically only ventures out at night. Jiang Qicheng fed its small fish while reflecting, the mudfish is the largest amphibian in the world, with weights reaching up to 100 pounds and lengths exceeding a meter. If one wishes to keep a mudfish, it is not impossible. The wild mudfish is a national second-level protected species. But those raised in captivity are not. Not only can they be kept, but they can also be consumed, much like farmed crocodiles. Jiang Mingji seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope, his eyes lighting up as he focused on the mudfish voraciously devouring small fish. Brother Jiang, I recall someone in our village raised mudfish. I suspect this one is not wild but rather farm-raised. Wild ones are typically skittish and would not be so carefree, especially in broad daylight. Jiang Qicheng chuckled at this remark and clarified, wild mudfish are indeed longer and darker than their farm counterparts due to their need to hunt. Their claws are sharper. This little fellow, besides being unafraid of humans, hardly resembles a farm-raised mudfish. Now, stop eating for a moment. Tell me, why did you venture out during the day? The mudfish, prodded again, raised its head in complaint, calling out, After its response, it resumed its meal with fervor. Jiang Qicheng, hearing the reply, wore a bemused expression. You claim you slept for half a month, awoke to find your belly full, and were caught while singing by a stream. How did I end up here? The viewers in the livestream erupted in laughter at Jiang Qicheng's perplexed state. Well, host, it appears you found yourself in quite the predicament. Capturing a national second-level protected species could lead to a minimum 3-year sentence. Munching on small fish while singing, only to be caught in a fishing basket. Master Tang would surely recognize this scenario. Truly a glutton, even when ensnared, he does not forget to eat. Thankfully, he encountered the host. Had it been a nefarious individual, his life would be in jeopardy. I seriously suspect this little one knows it is a protected species. Why else would it be so unperturbed? Jiang Mingji stood up, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he looked at Jiang Qicheng with a sinister grin, saying, Hee, Brother Jiang, I trust you do not wish for the police to discover your illicit capture of a national second-level protected mudfish? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qicheng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Why did that statement sound so familiar? Goodness, this lad has seen far too many films. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Madam, I am certain you would not want your husband to lose his job. Would you, humorous? Madam, surely you would not want your secrets to be revealed to your husband? Indeed, this feels like a plot from a Japanese drama come to life. Jiang Qicheng, his face darkened, barked, Who told you to stand? Get back down and behave. Fear not, everyone. Allow me to share a legal tidbit.
If one accidentally captures a wild animal, as long as it is released promptly, there are no legal repercussions. We must be informed and aware of the law. Lest we allow wrongdoers to exploit our ignorance. Jiang Mingji paused, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he crouched back down, retracting his neck and explaining, "Brother Jiang, you know me, how could I ever threaten you? I merely aim to enhance the live stream experience. I will behave, please do not be angry." As two individuals engaged in conversation, a siren echoed from afar, gradually drawing nearer. Moments later, 3 police officers emerged from the thicket beside the brook. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mingji immediately stood up, limping towards the officers while exclaiming, "Uncle Police, you must take my side. I wish to report someone for the illegal hunting of a nationally protected second-class animal. And for restricting my personal freedom, please apprehend him quickly." Chapter 81. Confession brings leniency, resistance invites severity. Jiang Qichang observed the wailing Jiang Mingji with a furrowed brow. The viewers in the livestream were equally bewildered. "Goodness, I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. This is akin to a thief crying stop thief. The audacity of this scoundrel is reminiscent of potential traitors during the war. Is this even permissible, were it not for the live broadcast? I would have been utterly deceived. Fear not, dear host, we have a multitude of witnesses in this livestream." The leading officer Zhang Difu looked at the tear-streaked Jiang Mingji and swiftly retrieved handcuffs from his belt. Promptly securing the miscreant Jiang Mingji, confession brings leniency, while resistance invites severity. I expect you to adopt a serious attitude. Are you aware that crying stop thief could lead to even harsher penalties? The officer leading the operation, named Zhang Difu, in his 40s, served as an officer at the nearby Ma Mountain Nature Reserve Patrol Station. Being a native of Jiangjia village, he was well acquainted with the local circumstances. In terms of family hierarchy, they would both refer to each other as uncle. Once handcuffed, Jiang Mingji instantly became compliant. Seeing this, Jiang Qichang approached with a smile, carrying an axolotl. "This is the top scholar I often speak of, a phoenix rising from our mountains. Little Jiang, when did you return to the village?" Jiang Qichang set down the axolotl and scratched his head, stating, "I just returned a few days ago, Uncle Defu. As for this individual and the axolotl, I entrust them both to you. During my studies, I dabbled in law and took elective courses under teacher Luo Xiang in criminal law. According to Article 341 of our Criminal Code, illegal hunting and selling of nationally protected rare wildlife can incur a prison sentence of up to 5 years. Along with fines. Given the severity of his actions, he could face a sentence of at least 5 years but no more than 10, accompanied by fines." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingji's eyes widened in disbelief. He slid to his knees, clutching Jiang Difu's legs, sobbing as he pleaded, "Uncle, I only dealt with some wild pheasants and rabbits, and I swear I did not consume a single bite. As for this axolotl, it was my first encounter, and I was caught red-handed. I cooperated fully and displayed a good attitude. Surely leniency should be afforded to me. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am willing to be a whistleblower and testify against the Qiangqing Farm Restaurant. They frequently purchase wild game, catering to many outsiders who crave such delicacies." Upon hearing this, Jiang Difu's expression softened considerably. Although this young man was disappointing, he had watched him grow up. If he cooperated well, Jiang Difu could indeed advocate for leniency. "Mingji, your attitude of confession is commendable, yet I disapprove of your actions. That if you cooperate sincerely, I will do my utmost to seek leniency on your behalf." Jiang Difu mused, subtly pushing Jiang Mingji away. He glanced at the snot and tears smeared across his police trousers, grimacing in disgust. Wild rabbits fall under the category of 3 protected animals, while the wild pheasants here are red-bellied pheasants and white-bellied golden pheasants. Both are second-class protected animals, on par with the axolotl. Even if he were to become a whistleblower seeking leniency, the circumstances were particularly grave, warranting a minimum of 5 years to a maximum of 10, Jiang Qichang interjected. "If you say 5 years, then so be it. If you say 10, then 10 it is." Brother Jiang, do you possess a legal qualification certificate? Have you attended a few law classes and truly consider yourself an attorney? Who did you study law under? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qichang crossed his arms and chuckled. "Apologies, but I actually do possess a legal qualification certificate, which can be verified on the Lawyer Association's official website. My criminal law knowledge comes from studying under teacher Luo Xiang. If you have any issues regarding your case, I wouldn't mind having teacher Luo personally represent you." This declaration caused not only the viewers in the livestream to gasp in shock but also made Jiang Difu widen his eyes in surprise. In the civil service exam for police officers, a foundational knowledge of law is a requisite. Jiang Difu had certainly studied materials prepared by teacher Luo during his examination. "Brother Jiang, you keep mentioning teacher Luo. Who does he think he is? Did he write the law? Jiang Mingji scoffed. Jiang Qiqiang shrugged, refraining from responding to that query. Jiang Difu, however, grew agitated, quickly interjecting, "Don't speak so carelessly. Teacher Luo is a significant figure in the legal field and has indeed participated in the legislative process. Frankly, if he wished, he could not only imprison you but also have the presiding judge incarcerated." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingji was rendered speechless. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Oh, you dare provoke Zhang San? You truly have a death wish." Honestly, if Teacher Luo wanted to, he could imprison everyone in this live stream. I ask, who hasn't watched a few illicit films? Truly audacious, this young man had certainly encountered a formidable opponent. Provoking Teacher Luo was amusing, but the police officer's intervention was 1,000 times more entertaining. Regaining his composure, Jiang Mingji immediately slid and crawled to Jiang Qiqiang's feet, weeping as he attempted to plead for his case. "Brother Jiang, you know my situation. I am barely literate and have never received an education. I genuinely do not recognize any nationally protected animals. Please help me. I do not wish to spend such a lengthy prison term. Could you assist me in seeking leniency? Rest assured, I will reform myself while incarcerated." Striving for leniency and a fresh start, Jiang Qiqiang took a step back, evading the young man's desperate grasp. Jiang Difu, observing this exchange from a distance, looked down at the snot and tears on his trousers, regretting his earlier carelessness. "How thoughtless of me. Why didn't I think to avoid this, Brother Jiang, considering our shared experience as classmates? Please lend a hand." Seeing the young man about to crawl and cling to him, Jiang Qiqiang felt overwhelmed. He frowned and admonished, "Stop, don't attempt this with me. Answer my questions directly. Not only are you involved in the illegal wildlife trade, but you also carry a charge of armed robbery. Combined, these two offenses could lead to a death sentence. Do you believe that?" "Brother Jiang, ask your questions, and I will cooperate fully." Striving for leniency. At this moment, Jiang Mingji was thoroughly terrified. How had he ended up in such a precarious situation? "I recall you were working away. What brought you back to the village?" Jiang Qiqiang inquired curiously. "Residing in the village is pleasant. Provided one has wealth. Young people typically venture out for work and seldom return." Jiang Mingji scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Jiang Difu before cautiously asking, "Brother Jiang, should I be candid? Do you believe a death sentence is possible? Or at the very least a life sentence?" "I will speak the truth. I borrowed a substantial amount of money from loan sharks, several million, and then fled back to the village." "Why would you borrow from loan sharks?" "I was working away but fell into gambling, accumulating a considerable debt, which led me to contemplate desperate measures." "You gambled? How much did you lose, and why gamble at all?" "Not much, just around 100,000. The pressure was overwhelming. I struggled to make money through scams and sought relaxation in the gambling den. Actually, I didn't swindle much, only 50 or 60,000, far less than what I gained through robbery." Chapter 82, The Death Penalty Awaits. Mind your steps in your next life. As Jiang Mingji continued to speak, his frustration intensified. He felt his life had been riddled with misfortunes, filled with a sense of unrecognized talent and helplessness. "You also committed robbery. Be honest, how much did you steal?" Jiang Difu and the three police officers eagerly pressed. "Not much, merely around 100,000. And where is the money now?" "I used it all for purchasing goods." "Purchasing what?" Jiang Mingji hesitated, scratching his head before finally admitting, "Cocaine." "You fool, you dared to deal drugs. Confess where you sourced your supply and who your connections are." Upon hearing the mention of cocaine, the expressions of Jiang Difu and the other officers shifted dramatically. Truthfully, engaging in loan sharking, gambling, scamming, and robbery still left room for redemption. Confessing brings leniency, resisting invites severity. If one cooperates and chooses a path of integrity, they could still lead a fulfilling life. However, once entangled with cocaine, the situation becomes entirely different. "Uncle, you are my blood relative. I have been completely honest per your requests. You can't execute me, can you?" Jiang Mingji now genuinely feared for his life. "I did not instruct you to disclose anything else. Honestly reveal where you obtained the supplies and identify your connections." A junior officer behind Jiang Difu spoke sharply, even drawing his baton from his belt. "My supplier has since retired from the trade. That individual lacks honor and attempted to double-cross me during a transaction. We clashed, and I ended up killing him." "Uncle, I have been forthright. Can the authorities still afford me leniency?" Jiang Qiqiang, upon hearing this response, helplessly covered his forehead with his hand. Initially, he had contemplated employing certain tactics to ensure this individual received a longer sentence, but it now appeared unnecessary. With charges of usury, gambling, fraud, robbery, drug trafficking, and murder, the cumulative offenses warranted nothing less than the death penalty. To be executed immediately, the two junior officers behind Jiang Difu could hardly conceal their excitement, inquiring, "Chief, does this count as a meritorious contribution for me?" indeed, will I have a chance for promotion, Zhang Defu? Filled with emotion replied, if you handle this case well, both of you will surely be promoted, and I might ascend several ranks. Jiang Mingji, utterly bewildered, incredulously asked, Uncle, what are you talking about? Isn't our policy one of leniency for those who confess? Why does it sound like you're planning to execute me? I have confessed honestly, can't I be spared? At this moment, the audience in the livestream could no longer contain their amusement. Goodness, after this case is resolved, I fear the assistant officer might as well become a department head, truly ruthless, even burying himself without hesitation. It's genuinely lenient for those who confess, yet so punitive for others. The three officers exchanged glances. Performance metrics of 201,000, third-class merit, second-class merit, first-class merit. This is a living bodhisattva. He seems quite honest, yet it turns out he has done it all. If he is not honest, he'll admit to everything. Goodness, if teacher Luo were here, he'd probably be dumbfounded. He's a real wolf, even more ruthless than the rest. Zhang Defu patted Jiang Mingji's shoulder, offering consolation. Mingji, do not fear. It's not necessarily the case that you will be executed. Jiang Mingji visibly sighed in relief. For someone like him, as long as he could stay alive, the specifics of where or how didn't matter much. In our country, methods of execution aren't limited to firing squads. Lethal injection is also a possibility. Take my advice, you know the policy well. Confess honestly for leniency, resist for severity. Once in court, you must be forthright in your admissions and strive for a commuted sentence. Zhang Defu spoke earnestly. At this point, Jiang Mingji still hadn't fully grasped the situation, instinctively responding, if I'm already sentenced to death, can I still confess honestly? Brother Jiang, please save me, for the sake of our elementary school friendship. Lend me a hand. You just said you'd consider 5 years to 10. I accept that charge. No matter the fine, I accept it. I ask you to be my lawyer, as long as it's not the death penalty or a commuted sentence. I'll take it. 20 years is acceptable. You have a lawyer's qualification, so why not represent me? Hearing this, Zhang Qicheng sighed and replied candidly, a commuted sentence is utterly impossible. The minimum is the death penalty. You correct. We are childhood friends from the same village, and it wouldn't be right not to help out. Rest assured, when the time comes, I'll make sure to bury you a bit farther away. Jiang Mingji was instantly petrified by this statement. He looked incredulously at Zhang Qicheng, then back at Zhang Defu, loudly demanding, I understand now. This is a trap you've set for me, isn't it? You colluding together to deceive me. I will see you both, one for trafficking wildlife, the other for violent enforcement and harboring crime. Everything I just said was false. You induced me to speak. I do not acknowledge any of the charges. Until my lawyer arrives, I shall not utter a word. The livestream audience, hearing this, began to express their concerns. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. The officers have recording devices, and we're live streaming. How can he still speak so freely? Will this case even be retried, or will it end in acquittal? Do not worry, officers are least afraid of lawyers. It indicates no backing. What they fear most is a phone call. The three officers, having broken the camaraderie, knew that once the memory restoration technique was employed, this individual would have no choice but to confess. Zhang Qicheng smiled slightly, saying, whether you plead guilty or not is not for you to decide. In our country, as long as there is testimony and physical evidence, along with a motive, a complete chain of evidence can lead to a conviction. Your case is relatively straightforward, especially in this era of the internet where social surveillance is highly developed. Any use of your phone will leave a trace of the transaction. Zhang Defu nodded in admiration. Acknowledging, indeed, this case is not difficult to solve. We merely need to examine his bank transaction records. You're caught in the net of the law. This time, make sure to reform and strive to be a good person in your next life. As Jiang Mingji listened to their banter, his emotions began to unravel. Uncle, Brother Jiang, we're from the same village. Can't you give me a hand? I'll confess honestly and strive for merit. Can't you really secure me a commuted sentence? Zhang Qicheng shook his head, stating, a commuted sentence is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. As your uncle said, be mindful in your next life. Chapter 83, The Giant Salamander. I also want free food and accommodation. Jiang Mingji felt a wave of darkness wash over him. How could this turn so dire, leading to a death sentence? With so many living in the world, what harm would another person bring? He looked up at Zhang Defu and then at Zhang Qicheng, weakly pleading, Brother Chang, I believe I can still be saved. Please help me. Zhang Qicheng resolutely shook his head, declaring, there is no saving you. Prepare for death. We'll meet in our next life. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Mingji collapsed onto the ground. Gambling, loans, fraud, robbery, drug trafficking, and murder, each crime more severe than the last. If teacher Luo were to handle this case, even he would find it challenging to resolve. Mingji, you truly are in deep trouble, Zhang Defu lamented. though the smile at the corner of his mouth was almost impossible to suppress. "Chief, what shall we do with him now?" "Well, he is both punishable and cuffable. Let us take him back to the police car." As Jiang Mingji was taken away, he continued to struggle. "Officer, I'm innocent. Uncle, please help me. Brother, save me." The viewers in the livestream found themselves bemused by his cries. Everyone who operates a sewing machine claims to be wronged. The host is like Hua Tuo, unable to save him. "Prepare for death, goodbye." I've noticed that in our country, regardless of age, people love to call police officers uncle, even if they are decades younger. Had I known today, I wouldn't have acted so recklessly. It's time to give up on treatment. Once they had dealt with Jiang Mingji, personnel from the Wildlife Rescue Center arrived, after examining the giant salamander. They couldn't help but marvel. "Comrades, I shall leave this giant salamander in your care. Please take it away," Jiang Qicheng stated. The workers from the rescue center waved their hands, explaining, "There is absolutely no need. This creature is in excellent condition and requires no rescue. We'll merely register it, and it can be released back into the wild shortly." Its health status among wild giant salamanders is rather commendable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qicheng furrowed his brow. Observing the unperturbed giant salamander, he expressed concern. "While giant salamanders are rare, if it's out during the day, that is quite unusual. I believe you should take it back for a thorough examination." "There is no need. Mr. Qian is an expert on amphibious wildlife, and if he says it's fine, then it surely is. Our wildlife rescue center is quite small, and we're currently at full capacity. There is truly no need to take it back. This creature has grown to such a size, indicating it has thrived in the wild. In fact, the wild is more suitable for its existence." The rescue center staff explained. The giant salamander, upon hearing this, raised its head in displeasure and uttered, Jiang Qicheng, feeling helpless, gently patted the giant salamander's head, advising, "You're 8 years old now. It's time to live independently. Life in the wild is quite good, don't you think?" The giant salamander replied. Jiang Qicheng rubbed his forehead, wearing a bitter smile. One of the older gentlemen in the Wildlife Rescue Center suddenly perked up, saying, "Young comrade, you must be one of us in this field. There are few researchers on amphibians in our country. You can tell the age of this giant salamander at a glance. Your skills are impressive. Who is your teacher?" The other staff members at the Wildlife Rescue Center were equally astonished. Zhang Difu and the others were even more taken aback, asking incredulously, "Xiao Chang, you're the top scorer in our province's college entrance examination. I remember you. You majored in finance in college, and you only minored in law. Did you later switch majors and enroll in biology to study amphibians?" Jiang Qicheng smiled slightly and clarified, "I studied a bit during university and perused a few books in the library. I have a rudimentary understanding, just a basic grasp." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left speechless. The audience in the livestream couldn't help but clench their fists, feeling an urge to strike him. The host is truly putting on a show. I give him full marks. Originally, this is what distinguishes a top student. Merely having read a few books elevates one to the level of an expert. I feel that the host never intended to put on airs, but simply stumbled upon the opportunity. I would dub the host as the supreme master of pretense, every day during the livestream. Apart from showing off, he continues to showcase his pretense. The invincible life of a top student seems somewhat solitary. This is precisely how I envision myself in moments of bravado. Qian Shuequan, the expert in the rescue of amphibious wildlife, exclaimed in astonishment, "Young comrade, you truly are modest. By your appearance, you seem to possess considerable knowledge about amphibians of prey. Enlighten me, what did this giant salamander convey to you?" Jiang Qicheng, feeling rather helpless, gazed at the giant salamander lying on the ground and replied, "This fellow claims to have a headache and wishes for you to take it back for an examination. It mentioned that if you do not take it away today, it will remain here indefinitely. This is, after all, a nationally protected species. Please do not be so irresponsible. Perhaps it would be best to take it away." The members of the Wildlife Rescue Center were left dumbfounded. They had encountered cases of wildlife stubbornly seeking assistance at the rescue center before, but this was the first time they had seen a giant salamander so brazenly seeking to benefit from the state's protection. Qian Shuequan, with a stern countenance, meticulously examined the salamander several times and declared, "I pledge my integrity that this creature is completely fine. It is merely feigning a headache. We need not concern ourselves with it. Let it lie here alone. It will leave when it becomes hungry. Where did it learn such bad habits? This is nothing short of extortion." Old Qian's conclusion left the viewers in the livestream in utter disbelief. This giant salamander wishes to enter the system and dine off the state's resources. It truly surpasses me in ambition. The dream of comprehensive sustenance has ultimately been shattered. Dear family, who understands my plight, is it true that even national treasures now yearn for state provisions? Indeed, I believe this yearning is hardly inferior to the dedication of Shandong people towards securing a stable position. Who could argue otherwise? The end of the universe is indeed a stable position. I too wish to take the examination for such a position, but alas, my abilities fall short. It is not difficult to secure state provisions. I shall teach everyone a method. Simply travel to Amei Mountain and capture this giant salamander. Jiang Qiqiang crouched down and poked the giant salamander, curious to inquire, "Do you truly have a headache?" The salamander lifted its head and, with unwavering conviction, responded, Old Qian, filled with curiosity, asked, "Young comrade, what did this giant salamander say? Could you translate for us?" Chapter 84, Alack, off to the police station for tea. Jiang Qiqiang, looking at Old Qian, shook his head in resignation and said, "It claims it no longer wishes to exert itself." The viewers in the live stream chuckled at the sight of the assertive, proud giant salamander. Goodness, even a nationally protected species has given up on effort. Quite normal. If an ant were to support me, I too would lose the desire to strive. Working is far too arduous. Young people must strive. If you do not strive and I do not strive, how will the boss achieve the life they desire? I abhor those without principles, just like the other day in Guangzhou. I encountered an ant who asked me to find her in Hunan, offering me 100,000 monthly. Without a second thought, I came here. To be honest, I too wish to cease striving. I seek an ant to support me. Let us avoid the hardship of scrubbing pots. Old Qian, visibly annoyed, remarked, "It is not that we refuse to foster, it is simply that there are policies in our area, and conditions do not permit. Let us disregard it. We shall leave it here, and it will depart on its own shortly." After making a simple record of the salamander, he punctured a small hole in its tail to install a pit identification chip. This serves as an electronic identity card for nationally protected wildlife, capable of recording their identity and updating their location in real time. Once Old Qian finished his tasks, he led the team from the Wildlife Rescue Center away without a backward glance. The giant salamander, watching them leave, remained frozen in place, momentarily dazed. "Sir, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" Jiang Qiqiang, observing the bewildered salamander, interjected, "And now is the time to escape, if he lingered too long." What if the salamander clung to him? It is well known that the giant salamander's eyesight is severely degraded, rendering it nearly incapable of seeing objects, yet its sense of smell has been greatly enhanced, rivaling that of a dog. Zhang Difu chuckled, blocking the path and waving his hand. "Qisheng, do not be in such a hurry to leave. You must accompany us back to the police station to assist in the investigation and conveniently provide a statement. By the way, have you practiced martial arts outside? I see you can now split river stones with your hands. You possess considerable strength." "Well, it's just average," Jiang Qiqiang replied. "Once we return to the station, we can also file a record." With a resigned gesture, Jiang Qiqiang covered his forehead. "Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law to uphold? I merely stepped out to gather a few stones from the stream, and now I am being summoned to the police station." The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Jiang Qiqiang's exasperation, erupted in laughter. Has the host gotten himself into trouble? I can understand the statement, but what does filing a record mean? Is he now a suspect? It's merely a formality. Of course, it's not the kind of T1 associates with legal matters, but rather a proper T. You know, I have never reported a crime in my life. The only time I went to the police station was at 16 to obtain an ID. I'm doomed. I just want to know if the host will still be able to take the examination for a stable position. I hope this doesn't affect him. Zhang Difu reassured him. "It's just a record. It's standard procedure. Your martial arts training qualifies as a special skill, just like locksmithing. It requires documentation at the station to avoid any potential issues in the future." "Uncle, you need not explain this to me. I hold a legal qualification certificate and understand everything. Rest assured, we are all one family. I will cooperate fully." Having tidied up briefly, they prepared to leave the stream's edge. The giant salamander, seeing everyone ready to depart, paused momentarily before rushing to Jiang Qiqiang's side, flipping over to lie on the ground. It was not enough to merely flip. It stretched its limbs and looked up with its bewildered eyes at the group, reassured that Jiang Qiqiang had not left, before finally lying back down and closing its eyes. This moment, Jiang Qiqiang felt utterly exasperated. "Really? The police are still here, and you're already playing the victim? Even if you are a national treasure, such behavior is unacceptable. Did you perhaps engage in extortion in your past life, and now you've reincarnated as a giant salamander, forgetting your craft? There is something awry with the elixir of forgetfulness." The viewers in the live stream, reveling in the spectacle, began to jest in the comments section. "Is it not possible to rise without at least 5000? Is it truly suffering from a headache?" Quickly call 120 and summon the wildlife rescue team back. Should we take it to the hospital? I witnessed the host capturing it today. There is no escaping responsibility. Do we have a family contact?
I am also studying law. I could represent it in court.
Oh, come on. You dare to provoke someone from Teacher Luo's circle. Do you still wish to graduate if it cannot even utter a single word?
Its injuries must be severe.
I doubt the giant salamander can rise without at least 5 kilograms of small fish. Zhang Qichang looked at Zhang Difu with a pleading expression, while Zhang Difu felt overwhelmed. In his years of service, he had never encountered such a situation. This was no ordinary giant salamander, it seemed almost sentient. Qishan, this giant salamander is beyond our capability to handle. Perhaps we should just avoid it.
What the expert said makes sense. Let us leave it here. No one will take notice, and it will eventually depart.
They cautiously maneuvered around the giant salamander and hastily exited. As Zhang Qichang entered the police vehicle,
he felt a twinge of unease and glanced back. He discovered the giant salamander had risen, peering around with its nearly blind eyes. Upon realizing that everyone had indeed left, it let out a deep sigh and, after taking a determined sniff, turned its gaze toward the northeast. Sitting in the police car, Zhang Qichang also looked northeast and felt a chill run down his spine. The stream was not far from his home, which lay to the northeast. Oh no, does this little creature intend to come to my house to extort me? You little rascal, do not even think about heading to my house, do you hear me? The giant salamander lifted its head and responded affirmatively, then turned its head away, exhibiting a distinct air of pride. Oh no, I suddenly recalled that the host's home is indeed to the northeast. This giant salamander must be planning to invade. It surely intends to take over the host's territory, if it does not capture the giant salamander, but it continues to linger at my home. Would that be illegal? Not illegal. At most, the police would be called to take it away. If it keeps returning, there is little the police can do. It would ultimately end in a stalemate, having a full meal every day.
Who wouldn't be confused in such a situation? If it refuses to leave, I suggest the host fatten it up and prepare a braised dish, perhaps even share a recipe.
I would love to learn.
Who would dare braise a nationally protected species that would surely earn a decade behind bars? One might even end up serving a life sentence. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Qichang was treated well.
The officer taking down his statement and filing the record even brewed him a cup of tea. At mealtime, the local police station provided a meal, with the main dish being dumplings. Kaizei had 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, sweet and sour pork,
oil-braised prawns, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a trio of earth flavors accompanied by meatball soup and seasonal fruit, specifically hami melon. The flavors of the dishes were delightful, on par with street-side eateries. Zhang Qichang chatted with netizens while he ate.
No wonder they all want to take the civil service exam. The food here is indeed excellent.
Are they still hiring? I want to join, not for anything else, but just for this meal.
May I ask, if I were to sneak into the police station and steal 100 dumplings, would I be detained on the spot?
I'm curious, adding a premise of being on the verge of starvation and not having eaten yet, what would happen if I were to perish at the entrance?
Chapter 85. The streamer was right,
one must learn the ways of human relationships. At this moment, Zhang Difu finished his meal and came over with a tray. With a cheerful smile, he asked,
Qichang, why are you still streaming? What are you discussing with the netizens? Let me see. What, if one were to starve to death at the police station's entrance? How could a person utter such words with a mouth of 36 degrees?
Zhang Difu immediately felt a shiver down his spine, and cold sweat soaked his back. Qishan, please explain to the viewers that if you're in trouble, you should seek the police, especially when you're hungry.
We provide meals here. You can eat as much as you want. Such jokes should not be taken lightly. Truly, if such an incident were to occur, how many lives would be ruined? Do you believe it? The police officers sitting nearby felt uneasy upon hearing their conversation. Soon, the police chief arrived in person. He sat in front of Zhang Qichang's livestream, addressing the tens of thousands of viewers with a serious tone, reiterating the importance of seeking help from the police when in need, emphasizing that one must not faint from hunger at the police station's entrance. While other matters may be uncertain, food will certainly be provided. After the chief left, the viewers in the livestream burst into laughter. Goodness, if this were to actually happen, I bet the chief would let out a sharp outburst. If you see someone begging,
don't give them money, but ensure they get enough food. Honestly, in our country, one can beg for food instead of money and travel all the way from Shanhaiguan to Lhasa.
Streamer,
let me give you a piece of advice. Let us not eat dumplings in the precinct. I saw someone eating dumplings in a show, and they ended up being shot.
You're all just talking nonsense.
A few years ago, when I lost my wallet and reported it to the police station, the officer immediately made me a bowl of instant noodles, facepalm.
In this day and age,
if you ask for money and get nothing, you might starve from asking for food, let alone at the police station.
Jiang Qichang, enjoying his dumplings while reading the comments, found himself both amused and exasperated.
Who hasn't watched Quangbiao? Who would have thought it was such a coincidence that the protagonist in it is also named Qichang? Clearing his throat, he spoke. If you're on the verge of starvation, sneaking into the police station for dumplings is nothing to fear. It's not a crime, it falls under emergency self-defense. Don't worry, even if you sneak in for a bite, it's perfectly fine. Let us not be afraid, even if we encounter pandas or Siberian tigers, it's all permissible, of course, that's provided you can hold your own, otherwise you might just end up as their meal. The police officer dining across from Jiang Qichang listened intently while eating, initially planning to intervene if anything seemed amiss, but as he listened, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had noodles,
and they almost came out of his nose. Excuse me, please continue. I couldn't hold it in, I need to go to the restroom. Truly, he was a top scorer in the college entrance examination. No wonder he could become so popular that he was naturally suited for this line of work. If my teacher had half of his talent, I wouldn't have had to take the exam multiple times. Although Jiang Difu managed to suppress his laughter, his face twitched occasionally, and he remarked, Qichang, you're truly a talent. I never imagined you could explain emergency self-defense from this angle. Streamer, you really hold me in high regard. I remember pandas eat not only bamboo but also meat, right?
Being in northeast China, I feel incredibly strong now. I'm ready to spend a day searching for a Siberian tiger to challenge.
Siberian tiger, don't come, I'm really stuffed.
Why fear the Siberian tiger? Just go up and sly tackle it. If I were on the verge of starvation, I wouldn't just be afraid of giant pandas or Siberian tigers.
I feel that even a golden snub-nosed monkey could easily defeat me.
The golden snub-nosed monkey isn't like the mischievous monkeys in Ma Mountain. It seems quite polite, and I think it would find you a couple of wild fruits. After the meal, Jiang Qichang returned to the police station's lobby. He looked at the wall adorned with banners and felt inspired. To all the viewers in our livestream, I want to emphasize that while it's said to seek help from the police in times of trouble, understanding human relationships is universally applicable. If a problem is resolved, it's appropriate to spend a little money to present a banner to the police officers. Hearing this, Jiang Difu finally broke into a smile after maintaining a serious face. He waved his hand and replied, Qichang, there is no need to mention that there is no requirement to present banners, it's the thought that counts. If you genuinely wish to give something, I believe snacks or treats would be much better than a banner. Uncle, what if the banner is first sent to the provincial office, then forwarded to the municipal bureau, and finally arrives at your police station, accompanied by a thank you letter? Jiang Qichang asked with a grin. Jiang Difu paused for a moment, gasping in surprise. He had indeed received banners before, and quite a few, but the process and manner of delivery he had never encountered. Goodness, if this were to truly happen, at least the distinguished individuals from the past wouldn't escape. Future promotions would also hold significant advantages. Who could resist that? Qichang, heed my words, there is really no need for that. However, if you genuinely wish to send something, receiving one would be acceptable. Jiang Difu's tone shifted from resolute to hesitant and ambiguous. The viewers in the livestream instantly grasped the situation. Wow, no wonder he is a top scorer. I never imagined there could be such intricacies in presenting a banner. This has always been the case. What you give isn't important. What matters is how you give it. Facepalm. Honestly, if someone presented me with something like that, I'd probably be so happy I wouldn't sleep for days. Everyone should learn from this. This is the true way to present a banner. Streamer, I'm curious, how should one go about giving gifts to leaders? It's hard to say, but at least it could make the police officers blush.
Of course, doctors and state-owned enterprises could follow this process as well.
This isn't merely presenting a banner, it's about expanding one's network. Who wouldn't want to interact with someone who understands human relationships? After completing his statement, Jiang Difu personally drove Jiang Qichang home. In the car, Jiang Difu cheerfully remarked, Qichang, I just applied for you. Once this case is closed, there will be a monetary reward. I'll bring it to you when the time comes. By the way, aside from the reward, I also applied for recognition as a model citizen. I can't guarantee whether it will be awarded though. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the livestream were moved to tears.
You're absolutely right, streamer. I do need to learn about human relationships.
When I was in college, why didn't they teach this? This is what one should learn in school.
Teacher Wang. I presented a calendar back then.
Don't worry, the teacher doesn't hold grudges. Bro, if only you had taught me this earlier, I wouldn't still be stuck at the grassroots level. The two returned to the creek and retrieved the bamboo basket Zhang Qichang had left there, taking a special detour. Professor Chen was right, the giant salamander had indeed departed upon arriving home. The two got out of the car, ready to retrieve the bamboo basket from the trunk, when a strange noise emanated from within, and upon hearing the sound, Zhang Qichang's heart sank. Chapter 86, Who wants to report to the police? The two opened the trunk, only to find the giant salamander had wriggled out of the basket and was now frolicking in the police car's trunk, quite lively upon the trunk being opened. The salamander, feeling the bright light, visibly startled and lay still. Oh no, Streamer, you're in trouble. Trafficking in national second-class cultural relics could lead to a minimum of 3 years in prison.
This salamander really has no shame. Does it truly think it holds that much influence, being provided for and taken care of? It's in a police car. I wonder if the police officers count as accomplices? This national treasure has some serious tricks up its sleeve. I suspect it knows its identity and that others wouldn't dare touch it, or else it wouldn't be so audacious. Oh no, how did it end up here? The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. Once the giant salamander regained its composure, it leapt from the police car, stumbled a bit, and then positioned itself at Zhang Qichang's feet. Uncle, you have to be my witness. It approached me voluntarily. I am not selling national second-class cultural relics. Zhang Difu, helpless, covered his forehead with his hand and said with a wry smile, This really isn't your fault. I can vouch for you that if this were considered trafficking in national second-class relics, I'd also be an accomplice. This giant salamander was truly friendly. After rubbing against Zhang Qichang's feet, it quickly acclimated to the Zhang household. It raised its head, following the scent, and headed straight for the backyard. Upon reaching the backyard, it seemed unable to move its feet, its gaze fixated on the fish pond, and it began to make sounds of excitement. The corners of its mouth were adorned with a glistening droplet of saliva. The black fish residing in the pond sensed a threat, cautiously peering out with half its head above the water, equally vigilant as it regarded the axolotl. Observing this, Zhang Qichang immediately grasped the situation. It appeared that the axolotl's original intent was indeed to secure a comfortable abode, not at a wildlife rescue center, but rather in his very own home. It had quite the discerning eye. Having immediately zeroed in on the pond nurtured by pure water gems, he crouched down, gently caressing the axolotl's head, and asked, Have you set your sights on this pond as well? Even if you have? It's of no use. Keeping a nationally protected animal is illegal. Besides, there is already a black fish residing here. It has an owner. Would you consider finding another place instead? The axolotl let out a sigh of resignation and turned away. Crawling back a few steps, the black fish cast a mournful glance at Zhang Qichang, its little eyes amusing the viewers in the livestream. Why does it feel like both the axolotl and the black fish have become sentient? If only the black fish could come ashore, it would certainly confront the host, questioning, Doesn't a home flower pale in comparison to a wild blossom? Covering my face, from the black fish's perspective, Changgu does seem a bit unfaithful. Blackfish, shocked, are people really bringing their mistresses home nowadays? I was at a cat caf petting cats, only to return home and be snubbed by my own cat. Its little gaze was just like that of the black fish. Truly a lifesaver. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. A fish and a national treasure are competing and getting jealous of each other. After a few steps, the axolotl suddenly remembered something and decisively turned back, heading straight for the pond. Their sizes were comparable, and their combat prowess similar, resulting in an exceptionally fierce skirmish within the pond. An amphibious overlord faced off against a freshwater fish ruler. Neither was to be trifled with, and they fought to a standstill. Axolotl, cast aside personal integrity, embrace a life of mischief, and vanquish the black fish in the pond. Then the pond shall belong to me. Truly, the more one endures, the angrier one becomes. Taking a step back only feels like a loss. This axolotl is certainly not one to be trifled with. I have a question. If something happens to the axolotl, will the host face consequences? Should there be legal ramifications? Wow, this is the first time I've witnessed an axolotl and a blackfish engage in battle. This scene is unparalleled in the realm of man and nature. What makes the host's fish pond so appealing that even the axolotl seeks to claim territory? Curious. Zhang Qichang and Zhang Difu stood by.
Both utterly astonished. Qichang, you've studied law. I have a question. If anything happens to the axolotl, are we liable? Absolutely not. That is a personal vendetta of theirs. What does it have to do with us? If one of them dies, I suffer no loss. If two perish, I profit handsomely. Perfect for raising something else. Jiang Qichang shrugged. As soon as he spoke, the two little creatures in the pond instantly calmed down. If you two continue to fight, I'll turn one into sour fish and the other will be tossed into a deep ravine. Do you believe that? Hearing this, the two little creatures turned away. Unable to meet Jiang Qichang's gaze, these two truly have become sentient, understanding him? It was said that after the establishment of the nation no one was allowed to become sentient. What is wrong with you two? Given their intelligence, they should possess the cognitive level of a 7 or 8-year-old child. I can attest, when I was in kindergarten, they were my classmates, sitting at the desks in front and behind me. They fought even back then. Indeed, during my high school entrance exam, I copied their homework and got into a prestigious school. After the two little creatures were subdued, Jiang Qichang sighed, gazing at the pond. Momentarily troubled. It seemed the axolotl intended to make itself at home, yet these two were at odds. Surely he couldn't actually turn the black fish into sour fish. Qichang, didn't you collect many streamstones? Why not divide this pond with them, creating a boundary for the two? Jiang Difu suggested, recalling something. Jiang Qichang sighed. It was a makeshift solution. He took the streamstones to the backyard and partitioned the pond, issuing a stern warning to the two little creatures. No fighting, or they would face the consequences. No way. Did they really understand? The blackfish protested. Why should I be made into sour fish while the axolotl is sent to the mountains? Alas, who can argue? It is a national treasure. I wonder if a panda visits this little courtyard, what if it desires to eat the axolotl? You know, this could genuinely happen, as the saying goes. One creature subdues another. Curiously, let me ask you, can the host truly raise an axolotl? Isn't that illegal? I want to report this. Is the host about to end up in trouble? Jiang Difu glanced at the barrage of comments and said, there is no need for such drastic measures. If you call the authorities, it's likely I'll be the one answering the phone. We are situated in the mountains, and wildlife wandering into villagers' homes is quite common. As long as there is no intentional harm, it doesn't constitute a crime. If you don't wish to keep it, you can call, and we will relocate the wildlife. But if you wish to keep it, we won't obstruct you. However, if the wildlife refuses to leave, we truly have little recourse. Most of the wildlife here is either first or second class protected. At the very least, they are classified as 3 have. They are quite significant. Chapter 87. I will contend with you kitchenware enthusiasts. After Jiang Difu departed, Jiang Qichang began arranging the streamstones and creating an aesthetic for the pond. Although designing the pond may seem straightforward, it encompasses considerable knowledge. If managed well, it can become a scenic spot in the yard. If not, it devolves into a stinky cesspool, merely breeding mosquitoes. Changgu, please release a tutorial. I wish to replicate this. Why does it feel like creating a fish pond is harder than attending a math class? I couldn't recognize the pond after just one live stream absence. I wish to ask, without a courtyard, how can one build a fish pond? I genuinely long to raise fish. I've been busy these past few days. How did the host's fish pond change so drastically? What is that wooden post, and has another axolotl joined? Chang Good, don't just busy yourself, please guide us as well. After arranging the stream stones for the pond, Jiang Qichang glanced at the live stream comments. Feeling a bit bewildered, he had streamed the entire process of fixing the pond, so those in the chat could replicate it one without difficulty. However, he was known for being a devoted fan service provider. Since his followers had questions, he might as well explain everything from the beginning. If everyone genuinely wants to raise fish, I can share my insights on fish care. My approach is rooted in ancient methods, characterized by minimal intervention. If anyone wishes to learn, I can share my accumulated experiences. The most crucial aspect of maintaining a fish pond is waterproofing. Landscaping is secondary. If waterproofing fails, all efforts are in vain. If you intend to raise fish in an apartment, simply purchase a pond tank, preferably one made of rubber material to avoid damage, as it is lighter in weight. In the gazebo of the backyard, Jiang Qichang brewed himself a pot of tea while preparing to impart a comprehensive tutorial to the viewers. He had previously kept fish, but due to work and studies, he had been trapped in a cycle of changing water in fish. Over the years, he had encountered numerous pitfalls and gathered a wealth of experience. In today's society, many are avid fishermen, and the number of fish keepers is also substantial. The Chinese have a natural yearning for a leisurely life of gardening and fish keeping upon returning to the countryside. As this topic unfolded, the live stream maintained a steady viewership of over 100,000, gradually increasing. Zhang Qiqiang was taken aback, surprised that viewers were so intrigued by this subject. A seasoned fish keeper shares insights.
The host is correct, waterproofing is indeed paramount.
I dug a fish pond in my backyard, but by morning, all the water had leaked out and the fish perished. It took me 3 attempts at waterproofing before I succeeded.
And I truly cried.
While I may lack the conditions for a fish pond, I can afford a pond tank. What then?
I have a discarded wash basin. Can it be utilized for traditional fish keeping? Changgu, can a wash basin be used for fish keeping?
Zhang Qiqiang raised an eyebrow at the barrage of kitchenware enthusiasts. I have only repurposed pots and pans for audio equipment.
And the results were decent, just slightly inferior to Harman Kardon quality. However, I have never used them for fish keeping. Theoretically, it should be feasible. It's merely a matter of size. What it really can. Students express, I have the capability to DIY. And I have a wash basin. Let's get a tutorial out there.
I'm not interested in fish keeping, but I am intrigued by Harman Kardon speakers. How can I achieve that?
Please, host, release a tutorial.
I cannot afford Harman Kardon speakers, but I do have pots and pans.
You kitchenware enthusiasts could save even more, couldn't you?
Zhang Qiqiang chuckled heartily and replied, everyone should not hold a bias against large brand speakers.
The principle is quite simple. It's about creating a space that generates echoes, and the sound quality will instantly elevate to another level. If there is sufficient interest, I shall prepare a tutorial at that time.
Encouraging everyone to experiment with whatever pots, bowls, and containers they may have at their disposal, the diverse array of utensils will yield a variety of acoustic echoes. Upon concluding his statement, the official account of Harman Kardon in the livestream could no longer contain itself. Harman Kardon official store, rewarded with a Douyin number 1, accompanied by the message, I have been honest, Changji, please show mercy, following the emergence of the Harman Kardon official flagship store account. Numerous domestic and international audio official flagship store accounts rushed in to shower gifts for attention. The traffic in Zhang Qiqiang's livestream has consistently ranked among the top in Douyin. By merely sharing a fraction of his traffic, he could cause a significant surge in popularity for many flagship stores. Wow, they are indeed all official flagship stores. This world is utterly insane. It is not your peers that will eliminate you, but those from other industries. I have come to understand this.
Is it truly possible to create a sound system that rivals Harman Kardon using mere pots and bowls?
Zhang Qiqiang glanced at the barrage of comments and cleared his throat, asserting, who do you look down upon? The professional audio quality of Harman Kardon is indeed on par with that of pots and bowls. However, one must avoid distraction. Let us first focus on constructing the ancient method fish pond. Once I have some leisure time, I shall teach you about sound systems. We must return to the main topic. If the fish pond does not leak, the most crucial aspect is the landscaping. The hallmark of the ancient method of fish farming is the principle of ample water with fewer fish, thereby facilitating a positive ecological cycle within the pond. When landscaping for ancient method fish farming, it is vital to distinguish between the water surface and the land. For the terrestrial portion, I recommend selecting sunken wood, akin to what I have placed in my fish pond. Of course, this type can be rather expensive. One may opt for more affordable sunken wood available in the aquatic market. It is imperative not to simply pick up any ordinary wood from downstairs, as common wood, when soaked for an extended period, can develop an unpleasant odor. After making this point, he proceeded to the backyard to gather several examples of unsuitable wood stumps. There is a great deal of knowledge involved in selecting sunken wood for landscaping. It is advisable to choose larger pieces, as they are more effective in retaining soil, and it is preferable to select those with many grooves on the surface to facilitate the planting of aquatic plants. Continue speaking, host, I am taking notes. I look at the sunken wood in my aquarium and then at the sunken wood in the host's fish pond, and I genuinely feel like crying. Damn, I seriously suspect the host is merely showing off, but I have no evidence. Zhang Qiqiang continued, once the sunken wood is placed in the tank or fish pond, if it is relatively small, it must be secured with stones. If it still feels somewhat empty after securing it, you can use whatever is available, such as unused kitchen scouring pads or face towels used by women. To fill the gaps for those who prefer a more refined approach, a specialized biological filter sponge for aquariums can also be used. My sunken wood is quite large, so it remains stable without the need for securing. Many owners of aquatic market stores wept upon hearing Jiang Qiqiang's words. Brother Chang recommending pots and bowls for fish farming is one thing, but how can you be so frugal with everything else? What you say makes perfect sense, and you're not misleading anyone. Good grief, we must compete with you pot and bowl enthusiasts. Will this leave us any room to profit? Chapter 88. Why spend money on what can be obtained for free? Jiang Qiqiang chuckled upon reading the barrage of comments and said, once you enter the fish farming pit, it is as deep as the sea. Thereafter, your wallet becomes a passerby to end this endeavor. One cannot avoid spending money. Some expenses are inevitable, but unnecessary expenditures should be avoided. To enhance the aesthetic appeal of fish farming, it is essential to plant some aquatic vegetation, and I recommend using aquatic soil for this purpose. Brother Chang, shall we promote products? Can I recommend my family's aquatic soil? Brother, our aquatic soil is a major brand, purely domestic, a national brand. We do not seek profit, merely to make friends. Host, our boss is your fan. A die-hard fan, we offer a high rebate and we can negotiate the price for product promotion. The traffic in Jiang Qiqiang's livestream was substantial. As soon as he spoke, many flagship stores selling aquatic products began bombarding the comments with promotions. The astute individuals had already commenced sending private messages in the background, directly laying out their conditions. Many business owners were left with a singular thought: this extraordinary wealth has finally come my way. Jiang Qiqiang glanced at the private messages received in the background, and he fell silent. Is this truly reasonable? Live streaming for product promotion indeed proves lucrative. Selling aquatic soil could yield a commission of 50 to 60%. No wonder even a small streamer can effortlessly earn hundreds of thousands in a single evening. What kind of money is this? According to this commission structure, it is understandable that sweet potato vermicelli contains no actual sweet potato. Are we starting to promote products already? That aquatic soil doesn't really need to cost anything. Sand can suffice just as well. Brother Chang, can anything else replace aquatic soil? I truly do not wish to spend money. Why aquatic soil? Is mud dug from the pond acceptable? Jiang Qiqiang looked at the barrage of comments and said, some people do use sand, however, I do not advocate it. Sand lacks sufficient fertility. And many aquatic plants require nutrients to thrive. River silt has an odor and can easily become foul. Aquatic soil, being rich in organic matter and possessing a granular structure, promotes healthy plant growth. Moreover, this product is not expensive, about 10 yuan per kilogram at most. Anything pricier would simply be a tax on intelligence. Just pass on that. There is no need for concern. Our live stream is an informative one. I do not promote products but rather wish to share some insights from daily life. Beyond aquatic soil, the most vital aspect of ancient method fish farming is selecting the appropriate filter material. This is quite simple. It merely needs to be hard and porous, as it must cultivate nitrifying bacteria within its cavities. Nitrifying bacteria maintain the ecological balance in the water, ensuring its clarity. There are numerous options for filter materials, including volcanic rock, breathing rings, coral bones, hollow balls, and zeolite. One can search online and purchase whichever is cheapest. Naturally, red bricks can also serve as a substitute. Just remember to crush them before use, as the effect will be quite similar. Depending on individual needs, however, since volcanic rock is only a few dimes per kilogram, and the newly upgraded red bricks are quite difficult to crush, I recommend that everyone opt for filter materials for greater convenience. Jiang Qiqiang said with a smile. If other knowledge is acquired through reading, then the choice of filter material is something one has learned through practical experience. During university, several of us in the dormitory kept fish together. Our intention was to spend as little as possible, even catching small goldfish from the school pond. What left the deepest impression on Jiang Qiqiang was the difficulty of crushing red bricks, which were notoriously hard. I've started keeping fish, surely I can spare this little bit, right? Previously, red bricks were made from clay. Over time, the outer layer would powder, but now they are made from slag, significantly increasing hardness. In the past, my grandfather could split 3 bricks with his bare hands. Now he can only split 1, thinking he is aged, only to later realize the manufacturing process has improved. Never mind, I'll just buy volcanic rock. There aren't so many bricks around the city for me to smash, and I might not even be able to break them. Crying. I'm curious, why cultivate nitrifying bacteria, and how can it purify water quality?
I've been keeping fish for 10 years, yet I truly do not know the answer to this question. Zhang Qichang looked at the barrage of comments, astonished. It is the 21st century, and yet there are still so many people unaware of the role of nitrifying bacteria. Let me enlighten you all. Nitrifying bacteria do not directly decompose fish waste. That task falls to saprophytic bacteria, also known as heterotrophic bacteria. Saprophytic bacteria break down fish waste into harmful substances like ammonia nitrogen, while nitrifying bacteria convert ammonia nitrogen into less toxic nitrites. Subsequently, nitrites are further decomposed by nitrifying bacteria into nitrates, which are almost non-toxic. Therefore, even in ancient method fish farming, regular water changes are a necessity. For a novice fish keeper, managing fish waste is undoubtedly a significant hurdle. Searching online for tutorials often leads to recommendations to purchase volcanic rock for cultivating nitrifying bacteria, with few delving into the underlying principles. The ultimate goal for the vast majority of fish keepers is to establish a complete ecological chain, allowing the fish and aquatic plants within to thrive, ultimately achieving a balanced state that requires no further concern. On top of the volcanic rock, some river stones and river sand can be added to create a more natural appearance. Zhang Qichang returned to his room to retrieve some aquatic plants he had ordered online. After a brief arrangement, he took out one variety and tucked it into the crevices of the sunken wood, stating, "This aquatic plant is called air pineapple. It is the only plant in the world that can grow in air without any need for soil, originating from Latin America and the southern United States. It absorbs moisture and nutrients from the air through the unique structure of its leaves. When you change the water in the fish tank, you can simply pour it over the air pineapple." Pairing air pineapple with sunken wood yields an excellent effect, infusing the otherwise rustic wood with a sense of vibrant life. Additionally, we can place some water-absorbing stones in the pond, where we can also plant some maidenhair ferns on top. On the banks, we can plant some calamus, which is known for its hardiness and resistance to dying. Zhang Qichang, while arranging, simultaneously elucidated his thoughts. Generally speaking, outdoor fish ponds are typically adorned with plants that possess strong linear characteristics along the banks. Such flora, within the realm of horticulture, serve to soften the contours of the shore, blurring the stark delineation between land and water, thus creating a more natural ambience. He then proceeded to plant some crown grass, red flowers, double-petal water caltrop, and feathered water fern before scattering some duckweed collected from the river and introducing a few small fish and shrimp. The ecological system of the backyard fish pond was thus in its nascent stages of establishment. Viewers in the live broadcast were astonished by the completed traditional ecological fish pond. After work, Zhang Qilan gazed at the pond, her emotional satisfaction reaching its zenith, almost ready to extol her brother to the heavens. In due time, as the aquatic plants grew and blossomed, the pond's appearance would become even more splendid and natural. The only discordant element was the presence of two uninvited guests within the pond. Zhang Qichang squinted at the inside, observing the giant salamander and the black fish, and sighed, saying, "Sister, I feel like having some fish." Chapter 89, Different Paths. I oppose this union. Zhang Qichang's melancholic remark instantly invigorated the two little creatures in the pond. Both glanced at each other instinctively. The salamander even climbed out, pointing its short limbs at the black fish, its eyes filled with sycophancy, reminiscent of a guide. The black fish, agitated, swam in circles before making a bold leap onto the bank, delivering a sharp slap to the salamander's face with its tail. After this, it wriggled back into the pond. The salamander, stunned, took a moment to comprehend what had just happened before letting out a loud cry and tumbling back into the water. Witnessing their scuffle, Zhang Qichang helplessly covered his forehead with his hand. "Brother, I don't understand at all. How did that black fish manage to get on land and slap the salamander so hard? Are they truly evolving into something extraordinary? Is this even reasonable?" Zhang Qilan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She had always considered the antics of cartoons like Tom and Jerry to be exaggerated. But now, observing these two fish, it seemed the cartoons had been rather conservative. The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded, many with their eyes wide open, had it not been for the excellent education system. One might have believed that these two had indeed transformed into sentient beings in ancient times. The black fish, known for its vitality, possessed not only gills for breathing underwater but also a well-developed trachea, allowing it to inhale air through its mouth and skin. It was entirely normal for this creature to venture onto land. During dry seasons, they could even traverse hundreds of meters to migrate to another body of water. Furthermore, the black fish could breathe through its skin and exhibited the fascinating ability to change gender. Under certain environmental conditions, it could secrete or reduce estrogen, promoting the development of either ovaries or testes.
thus affecting a change in sex. This transformation could occur multiple times throughout the black fish's lifespan. Zhang Qiqiang, observing the lively black fish, began to explain. His words rendered the audience in the live stream utterly speechless. What on earth? The black fish can actually change sex? I haven't read much since childhood, Brother Chang. Please don't deceive me. I'm a simpleton, and it's not amusing to trick a fool. This is quite a twist. The LGBT community in Eagle Country must be envious. What does the LGBT community mean? Can someone explain? Thanks. It stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, an absurd phenomenon abroad, where there are hundreds of genders. The LGBT community has certainly caused quite a stir. The eldest son has been corrupted. Now it's all about producing sons and daughters, and the youngest won't let go. Thank goodness those people don't know about the black fish. Otherwise, they'd surely adopt it as their mascot. How politically correct. Zhang Qiqiang, intrigued by the live stream comments, noted that the absurdity surrounding foreign transgender individuals was indeed striking. Many males could simply declare themselves female and gain access to women's restrooms, often taking advantage of the situation. Even more outrageous were the laws that protected such individuals. However, as far as mascots go, the black fish hardly fit the bill. Everyone ought to reconsider, in my opinion. The Monkey King would serve as a far more suitable LGBT mascot emerging from the rocky crevices. Its gender, whether granite or basalt, remains a mystery, and it is an endangered species with its own religious beliefs and a vegetarian diet. Not to mention being an environmentalist, I now seek a pastoral existence, desiring only a leisurely life. Otherwise, I might just test the waters to see if I could elevate the Monkey King as a representative of political correctness in America. Zhang Qiqiang lamented. His statement sent the viewers' minds into a frenzy. Brother Chang, how is the Monkey King an environmentalist? Your words have truly enlightened me. Is my monkey brother a vegetarian? The monkey brother is the victorious fighting Buddha, indeed a vegetarian. Consuming meat would be a form of pica, which could stack additional buffs. Humorous. Don't say that. If stacking buffs were possible, the monkey brother would still be an animal rights activist, having once freed the horses raised by the heavenly court. Zhang Qiqiang chuckled, asserting, how can we not consider the Monkey King an environmentalist? This is well-documented history. The Monkey King single-handedly opposed 100,000 heavenly soldiers, who were notorious for their insatiable appetite for incense, contributing significantly to carbon emissions. What a tremendous environmental feat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qilan felt her mind nearly stall. However, upon reflection, she couldn't help but find a semblance of truth in his words. The divine must perish, but when it comes to others, divine beings, they deserve protection. In any case, Zhang Qiqiang displayed considerable support for the foreign LGBT community. As the saying goes, a fellow Taoist may perish, but I shall not. The salamander and blackfish in the backyard pond were akin to huskies possessed. The topic in the live stream transitioned from the LGBT community to the remarkable reversal of fortunes. While the two creatures in the pond continued their playful chase, just then, the recently awakened Xiaobai emerged. Its crawling path somewhat disoriented, exuding an aura of sleepiness. Upon spotting Xiaobai, Zhang Qilan's face lit up with delight as she scooped it up and placed it on her shoulder. Having been drinking the spring water daily and enjoying a sumptuous diet, Xiaobai had grown tremendously. Once no thicker than a rolling pin, it was now as robust as Zhang Qiqiang's arm. Only the viewers in the live stream, accustomed to its presence, failed to notice the transformation. After a while of carrying Xiaobai, Zhang Qilan felt her shoulder becoming uncomfortable under the weight. Brother, has this fellow gained weight? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai raised its head in discontent and stuck out its tongue. Momentarily doubting itself, even turning to inspect its own tail, Zhang Qiqiang comforted Xiaobai, patting its head. Don't listen to her, you're not fat, just growing taller. Xiaobai nestled against Zhang Qiqiang's neck, exuding an air of pride. Casting a challenging glance at Zhang Qilan, upon seeing that look, Zhang Qilan exploded. Brother, why do I feel like it's a bit clingy to you? What a good tea. This remark elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream. This is undoubtedly the reincarnation of Bai Nyangzi. Snakes typically don't act this adorably. Damn streamer, put that snake down and come hug me instead. Xiaobai, sister, how can you blame me for this? It's actually your fault. Whose delicate little wife is this, so weak she can't even fend for herself? I'm smitten. Seriously, with Xiaobai's adorableness, which man could resist? Zhang Qiqiang, feeling helpless, remarked, it was you who wanted to raise it. Now why are you two fighting over it? It's showing affection to me. Why are you jealous? I'm your brother, your real brother, Jiang Qilan pouted, dissatisfied. So what if you're my brother? Even if you are, you two shouldn't flaunt your affection in front of me. Besides, a human and a snake are different species. This union is unacceptable. Chapter 90. One thing subdues another. What is all this nonsense? Jiang Qilan, what are you thinking about all day? Jiang Qichang remarked with a frown. Lamenting the current open-mindedness prevalent in universities, it was truly difficult to fathom what his sister had absorbed during her years at school beyond academics. Alas, she had once been such an innocent girl. Now she seemed rather tainted and somewhat perverse. It was truly unexpected that she would ship a relationship between herself and Xiaobai. The thought of a human-snake romance, what could possibly come of that? Jiang Qilan's face flushed, as if realizing her folly. She turned and stomped her foot lightly, bashfully retreating to the front yard and scampering back to her room. The viewers in the livestream, witnessing her gentle stomp that shattered the floor tiles, were plunged into chaos. Streamer, I have to ask, is your flooring genuine? I seriously suspect Brother Qian's ancestors were either Guan Yu or Zhang Fei. Or perhaps Lu Zhishan. This hereditary trait is rather formidable. I believe these siblings are descendants of Lin Daiyu, Dai for waiting and Yu for growth, and they have indeed emerged from the mountains now. It's evident that this young lady is quite shy. Brothers, may I inquire what one should pay attention to when proposing to the streamer? Bring your ID in your mouth. Proactively seek a shady spot and don't cause trouble for the police or forensic experts. From the trace analysis, the cracks in the tiles radiate outward in a spiderweb pattern. This has undoubtedly sustained an impact of extraordinary intensity. Jiang Qichang sighed, looking at the cracked tile. Thankfully, he had purchased a few extra tiles when laying the flooring, so replacing it would be a simple task. In my household, there is a girl who has just blossomed into maturity, possessing strength that could rival mountains and a spirit that commands respect. As for her younger sister, who is involved in various endeavors, what can one do but indulge her? After meticulously relaying the floor tiles, he noticed that Xiaobai was gazing at him with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Hiss, let me clarify, this is not a matter of seeking another companion, but rather, it is she who has stubbornly sought me out. And I am left with no choice, Jiang Qichang explained with a sense of resignation. I cannot afford to offend a nationally protected species. Should anything happen to her, no amount of explanation would suffice. Xiaobai looked at the two little creatures, quietly gazing at the moon before making her way over. With an elegant flick of her tail, she imparted a sharp reprimand to both the axolotl and the black fish. The two lively creatures were momentarily taken aback, and once they regained their wits, they stared at Xiaobai, utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Qichang observed the axolotl and black fish retreating to his side, unable to suppress a chuckle. As the saying goes, every creature has its nemesis, and for these two, that nemesis is Xiaobai. While striking the axolotl would constitute a crime, Xiaobai doing so incurs no consequence whatsoever. One can only conclude that the axolotl is simply inept and in need of training. Xiaobai's assertiveness is rather formidable. Wow, suddenly it feels like Xiaobai's size is somewhat intimidating. What has she been consuming to grow so rapidly? It seems there is something extraordinary in the host's household. It's one thing for the siblings to be formidable, but why is Xiaobai also undergoing a transformation? Xiaobai, are you two having vegetable balls for dinner tonight? Axolotl and black fish, what do you mean? Xiaobai, you two are both clumsy and playful, behave yourselves. Jiang Qichang, observing Xiaobai's stature, explained, our home is situated in a place of auspicious feng shui, akin to a paradise in Taoism. Living here sharpens the senses, promotes longevity, and enhances health, so it is only reasonable that Xiaobai is growing swiftly and gaining strength. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the livestream were left speechless. However, some were genuinely intrigued and began discreetly investigating Jiang Qichang's background, inquiring about the location of Jiangjia village. Jiang Qichang affectionately patted Xiaobai's head and said, Xiaobai, you have now matured and should contribute to the family. From this day forth, you shall be the third member of the household. The two of them are under your supervision, and if they disobey, feel free to discipline them. Xiaobai paused, tilting her head towards the fish pond. Seemingly in contemplation, the axolotl and black fish visibly shrank back, one diving into a crevice while the other sank to the bottom of the pond, employing a tactic of invisibility. Is this appropriate? Changgu? But Xiaobai is still a child, not yet an adult. This could be considered employing child labor, or rather, child snake labor. Looking at Xiaobai, I can't help but feel it's akin to observing my sister. A swift and decisive reprimand for disobedience. Alright, I foresee that in due time, Changgu will undoubtedly arrange cultural lessons for the three of them to study diligently.
Can we sell this snake?
My child is also quite unruly and mischievous. A snake like Xiaobai would be perfect for discipline. Once the backyard settled down, Jiang Qichang moved a lounge chair to the rear garden.
Reclining comfortably to admire the night sky, the starlit expanse in the mountainous region was breathtaking, with countless stars twinkling and the Milky Way shining resplendently. The backyard was now nearly tidy, with the walls erected and the fish pond restored. Tomorrow, he planned to construct a bread oven, cultivate a garden, and establish a small vegetable patch, achieving perfection. The pursuit of pastoral life among the people of Huaxia is indeed remarkable. Xiaobai, the backyard is now in order. And I shall build a bread oven tomorrow to bake some bread. You can invite your friends over. It has been a while since you last met, hasn't it? Jiang Qichang said while stroking Xiaobai in his arms. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's expression brightened. She lifted her head to gaze at Jiang Qichang, inquiring, "Hiss, hiss, hiss, rest assured, I am quite the hospitable individual. Regardless of how many friends you have, simply call them into the house." Jiang Qichang replied with a smile. The viewers in the livestream, recalling the monkey brother, chimed in. "I haven't seen monkey brother in a while, I miss him." "Zhang Gu, can we have monkey brother promote our goods? He has a knack for selecting lychees. If he picks more for us, I'll definitely place an order." "What gift will monkey brother bring this time? How does Xiaobai have so many friends? Besides monkey brother, could there be a giant panda as well?" "Impossible. In the wild, giant pandas do not solely consume bamboo. They eat both meat and vegetables. Any panda encountered by Xiaobai would likely end up as a spicy snack." That night, after Jiang Qichang finished his livestream, he set up a bamboo bed and fell asleep in the backyard. Once he had drifted off, Xiaobai stealthily slipped out, returning only as dawn began to break. The mountains were serene, with only the occasional rustle of wind and the chirping of insects breaking the silence. In the morning, after preparing breakfast, Jiang Qichang began searching for tutorials on constructing a bread oven using his laptop. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Jiang Qichang's younger sister, Jiang Qicheng, inquired curiously, toothbrush in mouth, as she woke up. "Nothing much, just researching a tutorial. I plan to build a bread oven in the backyard to bake some fresh bread." "You enjoy freshly baked bread, don't you? I'll prepare some for you tonight," Jiang Qichang said indulgently. Upon hearing this, he turned to find Jiang Qicheng's expression not one of delight or happiness, but rather one of astonishment. "Oh my goodness, brother, I never imagined there would be something in this world that you do not know how to do." Jiang Qichang, what are you saying? I'm not a deity. How could I possibly know everything? Chapter 91, Cat Litter Antidiarrheal Medication. In the early morning, as Jiang Qichang commenced his livestream, viewers were astonished to see him researching information. Wow, it's a ghost sighting this early in the morning. The host is actually researching. It's hard to fathom that there exists something in this world that Changgu does not know. I must still be half asleep. Please let me rest for a while longer. Shock and awe as the top-tier multi-talented streamer encounters a challenge. The reason is, after Jiang Qichang concluded his research, he glanced at the barrage of comments, feeling utterly speechless. "Dear friends, please do not view me through rose-colored glasses. I am but a human, not a deity. How could I possibly know everything? The construction of a bread oven indeed touches upon my areas of ignorance, but learning it is not difficult, and I have now fully grasped it." Upon finishing his statement, he retrieved a drawing board and began sketching a draft for the bread oven. The materials he gathered early in the morning were merely theoretical foundations. He lacked a practical design plan. The crux of the matter is that each person's needs vary, and the size of the site differs, so naturally the drafts will reflect those differences. What, you learned it that quickly? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? I just want to know what else exists in this world that Changgu does not know. Indeed, for a scholar, there are no challenges in this world, everything is in easy mode. Changgu, grant me a bit of confidence. Tell me, what do you not know? What window has the divine closed on you? After finishing the design draft, Jiang Qichang stroked his chin thoughtfully and earnestly responded, "As for things I do not know, I truly need to ponder that. However, one thing is certain, I will never be troublesome, nor will I be pretentious, nor will I whine without reason. By the way, it is highly unlikely that I will become your husband." Upon uttering this, many hearts shattered into pieces. "Host, please be more confident, just remove the approximately. The reality of life is harsh. I do not agree. At the very least, give me a glimmer of hope. It's better to be cautious than to regret." "No worries, I am an optimistic person. Not getting a certificate is fine. The title isn't important."
Chang Gu, don't say that. You must give us some hope. Look at those male celebrities.
Don T. They often conceal their romantic situations?
In Zhang Qichang's livestream, the emphasis is on authenticity. Not only is the content genuine, but so is the person himself. He is well aware that relying on looks to earn a living and engaging in idol culture could yield effortless profits. And if he wished, he could even indulge in a harem. However, if he truly set aside his conscience, Zhang Qichang would have achieved financial freedom long ago, with a fortune exceeding billions. After completing the draft, he carefully reviewed it once more, ensuring there were no flaws, before rolling it up and placing it in a drawer. He then headed to a side room, retrieving a bamboo backpack, a shovel, and a hoe before setting out to the mountain. In the fresh morning air of the mountains, Zhang Qichang began digging at the base of a slope. After excavating a bit of soil, he scooped a handful and poured it into a water bottle he had brought along, shaking it vigorously before placing it into the bamboo backpack. Before long, the morning had passed, and Zhang Qichang managed to gather 7 or 8 bottles filled with muddy water, which had begun to settle.
Host, we're constructing a bread oven. What are you doing? At this age, why are you still playing with mud? Ha ha. Don't say that. When I was little, I also played in the mud and built quite a few things. Isn't it all dirt? Why gather so much? What is the difference?
Zhang Qichang explained. To construct a bread oven, one must begin with the preparation of raw materials. Bread ovens can generally be categorized into brick ovens and earthen ovens. The materials for earthen ovens are simple and possess excellent insulation, so I am designing an earthen bread oven. Since it is an earthen oven, the first step is naturally to select the right clay. He is quite familiar with the terrain of his hometown, yet he has never given much thought to the soil composition. While any type of soil may suffice for constructing a bread oven, clay is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. The primary components of clay are silica and alumina, containing minimal sand particles, which hinders the passage of water molecules and endows it with excellent plasticity. Look at the samples I have selected this morning. This one is particularly fitting. It is essentially pure clay, devoid of impurities, and its color is a pristine white, is it not? Zhang Qichang explained while showcasing the sample in his hand. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream nodded thoughtfully. What Brother Chang said makes perfect sense. This soil looks somewhat familiar. It resembles the cat litter I use for my cat. You can't deny it. Intellectuals do speak with reason. Their logic is as intricate as the layers of a pig's bra. Isn't the soil we use in Shanxi for fried chi made from this type of clay? I see, Brother Chang, but what if I can't find this clay near my home? Zhang Qichang acted swiftly, selecting the clay before he began digging, managing to fill a bamboo basket. This amount was still insufficient. He would need to make at least 2 or 3 more trips. Fortunately, the digging site was not far from home, requiring only a 5-minute walk. As he returned, he chuckled at the comments streaming in. The viewers truly have an eye for soil. The clay I selected is indeed the primary raw material for making cat litter. Moreover, it is not only used for cat litter but also serves as the main ingredient for montmorillonite powder, which was once known by another name, guanine soil. Although these names differ, they essentially refer to the same substance. As our dedicated cat owners in the livestream recall, cat litter clumps when wet, and montmorillonite powder performs similarly in the digestive tract, thus aiding in alleviating diarrhea. This revelation left the viewers in shock. Brother Chang, I haven't read much, don't deceive me. The montmorillonite powder I take for diarrhea is actually cat litter? So does this mean that the principle behind taking montmorillonite powder for diarrhea is akin to thickening the stool? No wonder when I drink montmorillonite powder, it feels like I'm consuming wall dust scraped off the wall. It turns out it truly is soil. Understood. Next time I have diarrhea, I won't buy medicine, I'll just munch on cat litter instead. The cat, taken aback, thought, how come my owner can't even afford a proper meal and is resorting to stealing my cat litter? Ha ha ha. Friend having diarrhea, how about a scoop of cat litter? After all, one raises a cat for 1,000 days, only to use it for a moment. Does this imply that, after rounding up, everyone has actually consumed cat litter? Zhang Qichang, upon reading the comments, found himself utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that his astute audience would connect the dots between having diarrhea and munching on cat litter. What an extraordinary bunch of individuals. Chapter 92, A Guide to Treating Diarrhea. Let us not be hasty. Although the primary component of cat litter is montmorillonite, it contains impurities that differ from the medicinal montmorillonite powder even if we experience diarrhea and cannot procure medicine. We should not resort to eating cat litter directly, and not all types of diarrhea can be treated with montmorillonite. Do you know the primary causes of diarrhea? Jiang Qichang inquired. Jiang Qichang, a medical student, often enjoys sharing everyday medical knowledge with those around him during his leisure time. Moreover, Jiang Qichang himself is versed in traditional Chinese medicine, which makes him quite adept at these medical concepts. Modern medicine has evolved from the interplay between traditional Chinese and Western medicine, and many people like to compare the two. However, according to their comparative theories, the true counterpart to traditional Chinese medicine should be the ancient Western medicine that regarded bloodletting as gospel. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the livestream were momentarily puzzled. Brother Chang, your question is akin to asking a child how many ways there are to write fennel beans. This question is beyond the scope. Shocked, I never knew there were so many causes of diarrhea. It isn't just a matter of taking montmorillonite powder. I don't know how many causes there are, all I know is that I am lactose intolerant. And when I drink milk, it sends me running to the bathroom. Who understands? I've had to go more than 10 times in a day, still going at 4 in the morning. Nearly soiling the bed, and even medication doesn't help. True diarrhea feels uncontrollable, like a faucet running, with a burning sensation in the rear. Brother Chang, help me. I have diarrhea and hemorrhoids. I've gone 8 times today. And montmorillonite powder isn't working. It feels like I might just burst. In life, who hasn't experienced a bout of diarrhea? As this topic unfolded, the comments section was filled with sympathetic souls. Jiang Qichang, upon reading the comments, felt a surge of compassion. He got straight to the point. Diarrhea can primarily be classified into 4 causes: viral diarrhea, bacterial diarrhea, lactose intolerance, and cold-induced diarrhea. Viral diarrhea typically presents as yellow, watery stools, for which montmorillonite powder is appropriate. Bacterial diarrhea, however, is different. It generally manifests as yellow-green stools. In such cases, montmorillonite powder is ineffective, and one should instead take norfloxacin capsules, also known as fluoroquinolone, a term familiar to many from older generations. Many viewers, upon hearing this medical terminology, were bewildered. However, as soon as fluoroquinolone was mentioned, a wave of recognition washed over many viewers born in the 80s and 90s. Who among us hasn't had an upset stomach from unclean food during childhood? Only to be urged by our parents to take fluoroquinolone. I used to take it often. I'm nearly forgetting it now.
Isn't fluoroquinolone known for its side effects, and doesn't long-term use affect height?
Not necessarily. I've taken it plenty, and it hasn't affected my height of 1.85 meters.
Southern small potatoes express envy. If I hadn't taken it as a child, wouldn't I have grown to 2 meters?
Jiang Qichang chuckled as he clarified, fluoroquinolone is a third-generation quinolone antibiotic, and the incidence of cartilage damage as a side effect is now exceedingly low. As for the remaining 2 types of diarrhea, those with lactose intolerance should simply avoid milk, while typhoid-like diarrhea, often described as a cold stomach, typically accompanies abdominal pain and vomiting. In this case, one should rest and may take either of the medications. Norfloxacin or montmorillonite powder. Diarrhea is not a disease, but it can be life-threatening. If you experience diarrhea, be vigilant. If medication shows no effect after a day, consider whether the underlying cause has been misidentified and whether you've taken the wrong medication. Do not stubbornly persist. Many viewers, upon hearing this, instinctively wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. As a college student, I thought I could just tough it out during diarrhea without medication. It turns out I was taking the wrong medicine.
Contemporary delicate college students are indeed easily harmed but hard to kill.
Honestly, when I have diarrhea, I genuinely wish for a purification, a one-click removal of all my debuffs.
Wow, it turns out I merely took the wrong medicine. I thought the medication was ineffective.
I see now. Next time I have diarrhea, I'll observe and try a few different medications. Jiang Qichang shook his head at the comments. As a top student, he harbored some grievances regarding the current education system, particularly the university education system. Much of what is learned becomes outdated once one enters society. It would be far more beneficial to teach practical knowledge in the first year of university, such as common illnesses, healthcare, employment guidance, and legal knowledge. Many who reach university truly owe their survival to sheer luck. After bringing the clay home, he went to Uncle Zhang's house to borrow an electric tricycle. Beginning his quest to collect unused glass bottles throughout the village. Xiaojing, I recall you don't drink. What do you need these glass bottles for? Uncle Jiang inquired. Let me tell you, drinking is not good. We are of an age where quitting is difficult. Don't follow our example. Jiang Qiqiang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Uncle, I don't drink, even if I were to. It would only be a small sip. I need these beer bottles to construct a bread oven. By the way, does anyone in our village still have straw? Could I buy some? Uncle Jiang furrowed his brow at this remark. A bread oven is indeed a rare treasure to him. He understood the need for straw but questioned the use of beer bottles. In the past, the older generation built houses using straw and mud, resulting in earthen homes, many of which still exist in the countryside today, though most are uninhabited. We're all from the same village. What is the issue with buying? How much do you need? I have plenty here. Would a cart be enough? If so, I'll bring it over to you and check with other families in the village. By the way, have you gathered enough beer bottles? Do you need me to find more? Jiang Qiqiang quickly waved his hands in refusal. I truly need too many materials for just a bread oven. These items are quite common in the village. With regular collection, one doesn't need to ask for help when the need arises. I've just been away for too long, and many things are lacking at home. Uncle, a bundle of straw will suffice. And I've already gathered enough beer bottles, just one bundle will do. By the way, once the oven is finished, I'll bake some bread and bring you a portion. What flavor do you prefer? Uncle Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoqiang, you can handle it yourself. We're not accustomed to that foreign bread. Uncle, let us give it a try. Moreover, with Ping Ping around, he will undoubtedly relish it. I can prepare baguettes, croissants, bagels, donuts, big rye bread, European bread, and farmer-s bread, all of which I am skilled at making. Jiang Qiqiang said with a cheerful smile. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Pingping dashed out of the room and, without hesitation, clung to his thigh. Chapter 93, The 9 White Bone Claw. Do you want to learn it, little uncle? Adults make choices, but I want them all, Jiang Pingping declared, his fists clenched with determination. Resembling the character from the classic tale The Officials of the Nine Ranks, upon hearing this, Jiang Qiqiang could not help but chuckle. He affectionately ruffled Jiang Pingping's hair and lifted him onto the electric tricycle. Uncle, I'm taking Ping Ping with me, and I promise to bring him back tonight. Oh, understood. You two be sure to stay safe, Zhang Yaodong said, watching them depart with his hands behind his back, a contented sigh escaping his lips. His little grandson might not be cut out for academics, yet he certainly knew how to ingratiate himself with the right people. At such a tender age, he had already made a wise choice in following his little uncle. He would surely fare well. Upon arriving home, Jiang Qiqiang began to mix bricks and cement, while Jiang Pingping assisted him eagerly. In less than half an hour, the foundation was laid, with stone slabs placed atop, and a framework built from red bricks, preparing it for the gravel. Pingping, could you fetch the beer bottles for me? Jiang Qiqiang inquired, stretching his back after pouring out a basket of gravel. Little uncle. Of course, I'll go right now. The beer bottles were arranged in a circle atop the gravel, covered with fine sand, and a layer of red bricks was meticulously laid down. Thus, the base of the bread oven was completed. Wow, could someone explain what this operation is? It should be for insulation. Will the beer bottles withstand high temperatures? What if they expand or explode? Others need dough first to bake bread. Why does the host begin with cement? As a top student, Brother Chang's hands-on skills are truly impressive. Jiang Qiqiang opened the comments section, chuckling as he explained, indeed, the placement of beer bottles is for insulation purposes. Air effectively reduces heat loss, and using stones as a base is also beneficial due to the air trapped between them. For the next layer, we will use straw. It not only enhances the tensile strength of the oven, making it more stable, but the hollow nature of straw also aids in insulation. Once the base platform was completed, he began to shape the interior space required for the bread oven using sandy soil. He then added water, adhered newspapers on top, and inserted 2 wooden sticks. Looking at his creation, Jiang Qiqiang smiled and asked, here's a little trivia for you all. Do you know what the ideal height ratio is between the oven opening and the inner chamber? This involves mathematics and physics, so I encourage everyone to look it up and provide me with an answer in the comments. The viewers in the live stream displayed remarkable initiative. Many immediately began searching for the answer online. Although most of the audience were not top students, everyone knew how to find answers online during an open book exam. After several minutes, viewers returned to the live stream one after another. I feel my intelligence has been insulted. I couldn't find the correct answer. Darn, if this were an open book exam, I would only be able to write one solution. This question is flawed, there is no complete answer online. Brother Chang, you've set me up. Bro, just tell me the answer already. At that moment, Jiang Qiqiang was busy sifting through the clay to remove impurities. Once he finished, he cheerfully remarked, this question is indeed somewhat beyond the syllabus. So I 1T keep you all in suspense. The height of the oven opening should be 63 of the inner chamber height, as this allows for excellent air circulation and a more complete combustion of the fire. And when you're copying notes, be sure to remember that damp newspapers are essential, or else the clay will mix with the sand. Now let me ask you, do you know why I inserted these 2 sticks? Brother Chang, please don't make it difficult for us, just tell us the correct answer.
It's another open book exam, can I even find the right answer?
This is too much, let us just play the story of the boy who cried wolf once. Seeing the barrage of comments, Zhang Qichang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He explained, these are reserved for the chimney. Zhang Qilan loves cats, so I designed the chimney to resemble cat ears.
If you want to make your own bread, you can experiment with different animal shapes if you prefer. After sifting the clay, it was time to mix it with mud, similar to the base. The main body of the bread oven was also divided into 3 layers. The first layer consisted of pure clay, which was molded into strips and layered in a circular fashion to shape the oven. Zhang Pingping, who relished playing with mud, enthusiastically engaged in this task, showing remarkable execution skills. After teaching this little fellow, Zhang Qichang let him handle the clay work alone. I will impart to you a long-lost secret technique from the martial arts world, the 9-in white bone claw, which can enhance the baking efficiency of the oven by at least 10%. Zhang Qichang proclaimed, his fingers curling slightly to mimic claws. The male viewers in the livestream were instantly intrigued, imitating his posture as they prepared to practice. Brother Chang, I truly didn't expect you to have this skill. I'm not very interested in the 9-in white bone claw. Can you teach me the 18 dragon subduing palms instead? Hold on, let me record this for future reference. Is this truly a secret technique or a ruse? Don't deceive me, I might take you seriously. Zhang Qichang began poking the freshly molded body of the oven with his fingers, creating small holes throughout. Those who were eager to learn the 9-in white bone claw now felt disheartened. Is this even appropriate? Oh, Brother Chang, we've come prepared. Is this really the best you can show us? Satisfied, Zhang Qichang clapped his hands and laughed. We've all gone through 9 years of compulsory education. So trust in science, there is no such thing as a 9-in white bone claw. It's merely a fabrication by old authors to entertain children. If you truly wish to learn martial arts, it is simple. I plan to visit the Qingcheng MMA sects soon to spar with them. This statement was not mere banter. He genuinely intended to do so. As the saying goes, of the 10 paths, 9 are medicine. When he was young, Zhang Qichang had studied medicine for 3 years with an old Taoist, also picking up some martial arts along the way. However, he had only practiced for health and fitness and had never engaged in combat. Wait, aren't there mostly female Taoists in the MMA sect? Now you mention Qingcheng MMA, how can you claim there is no 9-in white bone claw? Suddenly, I'm losing interest in the bread oven. Brother Chang, can we first visit the MMA and Qingcheng sects? Qingcheng has 4 beasts, the buttocks facing backwards in the Ping Sha Luo Yen stance. Their reputation in the martial world isn't too stellar. Zhang Qichang sighed, covering his forehead with his hand, a bitter smile escaping him. The Qingcheng sect in reality was a prestigious establishment. Its poor online reputation was merely a result of literary exaggerations. Chapter 94, Iron Pot Stewed Goose. After establishing the ventilation holes in the bread oven using the 9-in white bone claw, the second layer was similarly covered with beer bottles. The purpose was the same as for the base, to provide insulation and minimize heat loss within the oven. Only the final step remained, shaping the bread oven. While maintaining the integrity of the main framework, everyone could mold the oven into any shape they desired. As Zhang Qichang worked, he explained the process. Quickly shaping the oven into a cat's head, the 2 reserved chimneys transformed into pointed cat ears, while the oven opening became the cat's mouth. He then crafted a nose, ears, and even whiskers out of mud. By this time, it was just past noon. The viewers in the live stream gazed in awe at the completed oven, which bore a striking resemblance to a cat's head. They were filled with admiration. So adorable. That is truly impressive. I just stepped out for a moment, and you finished the oven already? Host, possessing wealth is less valuable than having a skill. If we find ourselves down and out one day, we could simply make bread ovens. It's practically a work of art. Look at the relief murals on the wall. Even if Brother Chang were to fall on hard times, he could always find a meal. What astonishing execution skills. The gap between me and the top students seems insurmountable. While I may not be able to build an oven, I certainly know how to eat bread. When do we start baking? Zhang Qichang chuckled as he observed Zhang Pingping still engrossed in playing with mud. The little fellow was intently crafting a doll.
though it was difficult to discern what he was attempting to create. Ping Ping, what is this you're making, Ultraman? Jiang Qichang, who was drinking water, couldn't hold back his laughter, nearly choking that he examined the figure closely, but no matter how he looked at it, it resembled more of a monster than Ultraman. Little uncle, don't laugh at me, look at the light on Ultraman's chest. This is Giga Ultraman, Jiang Ping asserted defiantly, and now that was truly remarkable. Had it not been for that light, it would have undoubtedly been a modern-day case of calling a deer a horse. Jiang Qichang, observing the remarkably skilled Jiang Ping, asked, Ping, do you like Ultraman? No, uncle, I do not have an affinity for Ultraman, rather, I find joy in playing with mud and crafting figurines, I merely use him as a means to practice. Yet, no matter how I mold it, I can never seem to get it right. The woes of childhood are beyond the comprehension of adults. Jiang Ping sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. His response took the viewers in the livestream by surprise. It is quite typical for children of his age to be enamored with Ultraman, but a fondness for mud is truly rare. Jiang Qichang lifted the little one with a sense of pride and said, Very well, you have potential. Mud sculpture is a part of our intangible cultural heritage. If you genuinely wish to pursue it, your uncle can teach you. Would you like to learn? The current educational environment is intensely competitive. As a champion of this competition, Jiang Qichang resonated with a statement made by the viewers: wealth is not as valuable as possessing a skill. If a child is not suited for academia but shows interest in a particular craft, it is indeed worthwhile to nurture that passion. If Jiang Ping truly enjoys mud sculpture, becoming a custodian of intangible cultural heritage would be quite commendable. Uncle, do you know how to sculpt with mud? Of course not, but I can learn on the spot, Jiang Qichang replied with a cheerful grin. After he finished speaking, he glanced back at the bread oven and remarked, It's already completed. It needs to dry in the shade for at least 6 hours before we can fire it to set the shape. Let us wash our hands, and I shall prepare dinner. Afterward, I will teach you mud sculpture. Does that sound good? After they washed their hands, just as Jiang Qichang was about to begin cooking, he received a call from Uncle Jiang. Qichang, you're busy with that oven today. You probably won't have time to cook. Your aunt has prepared a delicious iron pot braised goose that is already ready. Hurry over. Xiaolan is with me now. I am at the supermarket picking up some loose beer for us to enjoy later. Listening to Uncle Jiang's jovial words, Jiang Qichang felt no disappointment and readily agreed. The iron pot braised goose prepared by Aunt Jiang is renowned in the village. And besides, since Jiang Qilan was already there, it would be impolite to decline. Before even reaching the doorstep, the rich aroma wafting from the yard enveloped him. At that moment, Jiang Qilan was tending to the fire. While Uncle Jiang had yet to return, or upon arriving home, Jiang Ping excitedly declared his intention to create a treasure for Jiang Qichang using a secret technique. Meanwhile, the goose in the pot had been simmering for several hours and was now tender and falling apart. The viewers in the livestream were left drooling. Brother Chang, every mealtime, are you merely teasing us? Host, you don't understand the wonders of this iron pot braised goose. Quickly serve it over here. And bring me 2,000 as well. Honestly, this is too much. The meal I was enjoying suddenly lost its flavor. Brother, I implore you, let Auntie provide a tutorial. The child is about to cry from hunger. The host is such a witty one. Jiang Qichang glanced at the barrage of comments from the viewers, his expression darkening. What does witty one even mean? After reading through the comments again, he finally realized they were mocking him. To the viewer who called me a witty one, I've sent you a private message. I have something delicious prepared for you at Ma Mountain. Come by at noon, and I'll make you some iron pot braised goose on the spot, Jiang Qichang declared through gritted teeth. The viewer who had called him a witty one was momentarily stunned. Amidst the countless comments in the livestream, how did his get noticed? He hesitated, contemplating whether to take a day off to visit Ma Mountain. However, upon glancing at the comments, he promptly dismissed the idea. This kid is truly cashing in. He'll get to savor freshly cooked iron pot braised goose. Do you understand why he wants you to come at noon? Because something is bound to happen? Brother, why not give it a try? We're in a society governed by law. There's no need to be fearful. Which brother is channeling the spirit of a daring one? Let us keep our spirits high and not lose points. Jiang Qichang chuckled at the viewer who quickly replied to his private message. Brother Chang, please don't take it to heart. I was just joking. Now I truly can't make it to Ma Mountain. My apologies. He was never one to hold grudges, settling matters as they arose. Since the viewer had apologized, he chose to be magnanimous and let it go. Auntie, your iron pot braised goose is so fragrant. How come I've never been able to replicate this flavor when I cook outside? Jiang Qiqiang curiously inquired. He was keen to learn Aunt Jiang's secret recipe and saw this as a perfect opportunity to ask.
Aunt Jiang chuckled, saying, I just throw things together. There is really no secret recipe. However, if I had to mention something, it would be Chapter 95. I share no affiliation with gambling and drugs, Auntie.
Please don't keep us in suspense. What do you put in this iron pot braised goose? Jiang Qiqiang asked, looking into the pot. The spices visible were quite common: star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and white atractalodes. Nothing particularly special stood out. Aunt Jiang laughed, saying, the secret may very well lie in the free-range goose itself. For over 3 years, I have fed it grains, which surely makes a difference compared to the ones you buy. The disparity between free-range and caged poultry is exceedingly significant. Caged geese and chickens are priced at just a few dollars per pound, while free-range varieties can soar to several dozen dollars. The texture and flavor of the meat are entirely different. Free-range birds are more active, resulting in firmer, more tender meat, which is always in high demand in the market. Jiang Qiqiang nodded, reflecting, indeed, caged birds are ready for market after just a few weeks.
The taste is indeed incomparable, however. Auntie, your culinary skills are remarkable. This goose is spicy and flavorful, with a firm texture that grows more delightful with each bite. I could eat it endlessly. By the way,
where is Ping Ping? Where has he gone? The moment this was mentioned, everyone sensed something amiss. Typically, when the iron pot braised goose is ready, Jiang Ping would arrive punctually, but now he was nowhere to be found.
Indicating he was likely up to no good, they began to search the house thoroughly. Eventually, they discovered Jiang Ping in a corner of the backyard. There, he was using a small pot fashioned from a soda can, with a candle flickering beside it. Jiang Qiqiang, upon seeing him, noticed the little one was pouring a white powder into the can while stirring and occasionally sniffing, and the sight left everyone dumbfounded. Aunt Jiang turned pale and quickly leaned against the wall for support. After a moment's pause, she decisively turned and fetched a feather duster from the house. You little rascal, where on earth did you get this? Do you have any idea what you're playing with?
I am calling the police. I'll teach you a lesson for being such a wasteful child. Jiang Ping squealed as he was chased around by the feather duster, darting about the yard in panic. Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brows, quickly pulling out his phone to call the police. What a misfortunate child, where did he get this? That white powder seems to be what they often refer to in legal education.
I must report this. I understand today's children are quite precocious, but this is an entirely different level of precocity. It's infuriating. Where did this come from? A thorough investigation is necessary. We must protect the nation's flower and impose severe penalties.
Wife, what on earth are you doing? He is our only grandchild. What will we do if you injure him? Xiaoqiang, what trouble has Ping gotten into this time?
Uncle Jiang, returning with beer, inquired with a chuckle upon witnessing the scene. Jiang Qiqiang's face was grim as he pointed at Jiang Ping's so-called creation. Uncle Jiang's smile instantly faded. His self-proclaimed maturity and steadiness crumbling as cold sweat trickled down his back. This little rascal, what is he up to? Wife, bring him over to me. I'll break his legs. Now tell me honestly. How long have you been doing this? Your nose is running and your eyes are watering. Are you already addicted? Uncle Jiang's fury erupted, his eyes turning red with rage. Jiang Ping, gasping for breath, cried out, Uncle, save me. What have I done? Call the police quickly. My grandparents are abusing minors. I'm still young. I am a flower of the nation. Even if I've made a mistake, it's not as if I've committed a capital offense. Must you react so dramatically? Jiang Qiqiang stared at the child, his face ashen, scolding. You seem to understand the law quite well. If you do, why engage in such behavior? I'll tell you this. Those who confess will receive leniency, while those who resist will face severity. And now, honestly explain to me, where did you get that white powder? Jiang Ping was taken aback by the question. He glanced at his makeshift tools and suddenly realized, which only made him cry harder, I'm being wronged. This is truly unjust. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, you're all being too unfair. Though I am young, do you not know my character? I, Jiang Ping, share no affiliation with gambling and drugs. Even if I were to be hit by a car outside, I would never touch such things. Jiang Ping's face flushed as he defended himself. The others were left in a state of shock upon hearing this. Jiang Qiqiang furrowed his brow and picked up the bag of white powder, scrutinizing it closely for a while. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked, This is baking soda, and what in the soda can is sugar? Then what is this bag of white powder? Ping, tell me the truth. What are you trying to do? Jiang Ping, sniffling, replied with a pitiful expression, I was trying to make a smoke bomb. The bag contains potassium nitrate powder.
You adults are utterly unreasonable. You come in swinging fists and refuse to allow anyone to speak. Is there no law to uphold? Is there no justice? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room fell into a profound silence. This unfortunate child has indeed suffered an unfair beating. Shocking, the versatile host has collapsed. He actually failed to recognize the white powder.
Cough, cough, what is the difference between this and openly snorting sugar on the high-speed train? What a pitiful child. It's my first time witnessing a host scowling and looking to strike someone.
Uncle Jiang, observing the tear-streaked face of Jiang Pingping, was instantly flustered. He hurriedly picked up his beloved grandson. Fumbling to provide comfort, Jiang Chang wore an embarrassed expression, covering his forehead with his hand, and protested, "This is not my fault. I've never seen that kind of white powder before, so it's only natural I wouldn't recognize it." Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang's reaction was indeed normal. Should we encounter such a situation, we must not shield anyone, and we must uphold righteousness even against our kin. Aunt Jiang, holding a feather duster, awkwardly inquired, "Xiao Chang, you understand the law. Please tell me, if I strike a child over this matter, does it count as domestic violence? That shouldn't be illegal, right?" Jiang Pingping, still filled with rage, retorted, "Why shouldn't it be considered illegal? I want to report this. I demand justice for myself. Uncle, you are my witness. You must stand up for me. It hurts so much." Jiang Chang, looking at the sobbing Jiang Pingping, couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, hitting a child is indeed domestic violence and illegal. However, if it's a misunderstanding, then it surely cannot be counted as such, at most resulting in a few verbal reprimands. At that moment, a siren echoed, growing louder as it approached. Zhang Difu quickly led a dozen special police officers into the scene with haste. He could hardly conceal his excitement and asked, "Everyone, stay still. Where is that white powder? Who called the police?" Chapter 96. When the police didn't arrive, I was beaten. When the police arrived, I was still beaten. The first lesson in life begins with calling the police. Jiang Pingping, observing his grandparents and Zhang Difu laughing and chatting, felt an icy chill within. Though this was a misunderstanding, Zhang Difu still greatly appreciated the audience's heightened awareness of drug prevention. Uncle Jiang crouched down, studying Jiang Pingping's half-finished smoke bomb, then furrowed his brow. "Pingping, where did you get that bottle you used for the sugar?" "I found it in the village. Thriftiness is a traditional virtue of our Chinese nation. It would be a pity to throw it away. So I kept it to Grandpa." "You don't have to praise me." Jiang Pingping looked up, his expression one of eager anticipation for compliments. Before he could finish, Uncle Jiang swiftly slapped him. Afterward, he seized his ear and sternly questioned, "You little rascal, do you even know what was in that bottle?" "Sugar, sugar, sugar, Grandpa. It's sugar. It hurts, and it should. Today, I'm going to make sure you remember this lesson. Now confess, have you ever tasted what's in this bottle?" Jiang Chang exerted considerable effort to calm Uncle Jiang, shielding Jiang Pingping behind him, and asked, "Uncle, what's going on with you?" Uncle Jiang, now pale with anger, was speechless. Jiang Pingping, slipping to his knees, rushed to Jiang Difu and clung to his leg, tearfully exclaiming, "Officer, I want to report this. I want to report this. The earlier incident was a misunderstanding, I accept that, but now they're still hitting me. That's outrageous. Abusing minors is domestic violence." "Grandpa, you've broken the law." Jiang Difu, feeling embarrassed, looked at Uncle Jiang and helplessly asked, "Uncle, what has this little rascal done now?" "Officer, don't listen to my grandfather's explanations. I want to listen. When the police didn't come, Grandpa hit me. Now that the police are here, Grandpa still hits me. Doesn't that mean the police came for nothing?" Upon hearing this, the live audience could hardly contain their laughter. This boy is truly talented. It's a shame he is not participating in a stand-up comedy act.
That's a good point. Why does it sound so familiar?
That's a well-reasoned argument. It's true that without working,
there's no money, and after working, if there's still no money, then what's the point of working? Nonsense. How would you know working doesn't pay if you haven't worked? That hits hard. After a year of working, with the new year approaching, I still haven't saved any money. How much have you saved? Bro, we're just online friends. That question is a bit presumptuous. Don't ask. Asking is just setting a small target. Uncle Jiang opened his mouth wide but couldn't utter a word. Instead, he turned and silently walked into the adjacent storage room. Moments later, he emerged holding a medicine bottle. Jiang Chang took the medication, glanced at it, and gasped. This bottle was identical to the one Jiang Pingping used for sugar. It was named Barali, a type of pesticide. It is also commonly known as paraquat. "You little rascal, tell me the truth. Have you ever eaten the sugar from this bottle?" Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Jiang Pingping resolutely shook his head. "No, I swear, I absolutely didn't eat it." I truly didn't know it was a pesticide bottle. I don't recognize barley, but I know about paraquat. I'm young, not foolish. I wouldn't dare put that bottle in my mouth.
Jiang Qilan quietly added, Uncle, paraquat can rapidly absorb through skin and mucous membranes, causing severe internal organ damage including but not limited to respiratory difficulties, coughing, chest pain, pulmonary edema, and renal failure. That day Jiang Pingping received a thorough beating.
Leaving his bottom sorry, Jiang Defu stood nearby, unable to contain his laughter, reflecting, though this was a misunderstanding, it wasn't in vain. Today was not in vain. This little fellow certainly learned that no beating is without purpose.
A childhood without discipline is incomplete. However, children have poor memories, forgetting the reasons for their punishments but vividly recalling the pain of being punished, and so they remember it for a lifetime, feeling aggrieved whenever they think of it.
As an 80s child, I once poked a pin into a socket, thinking I could extract the yellow copper piece inside. The next thing I knew, there was a puff of smoke, followed by a thorough beating.
When I was young, I heard someone say that jumping from the second floor with an umbrella would allow one to float down like a fairy. I gathered a group of kids, and we each took an umbrella, ready to jump from the second floor. Fortunately, my grandfather followed us and gave me a good thrashing.
What is that?
When I was young, I saw my little cousin playing with firecrackers in front of the ancestral altar.
The altar caught fire, and after extinguishing it, I was hung from the beam and beaten. My little cousin was beaten by 9 relatives in turns for 3 days. Even at 32, he still doesn't dare return to his hometown. When I was little, I sneaked into my great-grandmother's coffin during her funeral and slept there. The next day, when they couldn't find me, my grandfather discovered me just before the cremation, nearly leading to my incineration. Jiang Chang and Jiang Qilan continued to enjoy the iron pot stewed goose while watching Jiang Pingping being punished, their smiles never fading. He glanced at the live chat.
Even more amused, brother, I wasn't this mischievous as a child, was I? Jiang Qilan inquired with a laugh. Jiang Chang, with a knowing smile, replied, of course you were. When you were little, you followed sheep around and collected a bag of sheep dung. When I asked you what you were doing, you said it was chocolate beans and nearly tried to eat it. That truly frightened me. Jiang Qilan's face turned crimson at the memory. Gripping her chopsticks, she incredulously asked, brother, you can't be serious. I couldn't have been that foolish, could I? It's normal for children to forget things, but rest assured, I caught on early. You probably didn't eat any. Jiang Chang said with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qilan lost her appetite for the iron pot stewed goose. She dropped her chopsticks and quickly stood up, blushing, brother, I have some matters to attend to at my clinic.
I must be going. Today, this matter is between us. No one else should know. I didn't eat it. I absolutely didn't eat it. You cannot slander me. This is terrible. How will I date in the future? The blush on her face was more beautiful than the loveliest of flowers, and her shy demeanor left the live audience utterly captivated. Brother-in-law, this isn't right. My wife certainly didn't eat anything.
Don't slander her.
Wife, don't be angry. I believe you didn't eat anything. If anyone claims you did, I'll be furious with them. Does this count as my goddess's dark history? What a beautiful girl. I'm truly smitten. Jiang Chang, observing the live chat, picked up Jiang Qilan's chopsticks and examined them closely. Uncle Jiang's household used standard 304 stainless steel chopsticks, notable for their durability and hygiene. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 2 chopsticks had been bent at least 30 degrees. Chapter 97. Female viewers, is this my fault? Stainless steel chopsticks are predominantly hollow in design, meaning their strength is not as high as commonly perceived, Jiang Chang explained to the audience. While Uncle Jiang, exhausted from punishing the child, passed the task to Aunt Jiang, he casually washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and approached with a cheerful smile, saying, the stainless steel chopsticks from other households might be hollow, however ours are certainly not. These are solid chopsticks that I had specially made. They may be a bit heavy, but they are truly durable. By the way, whose strength is so great that they managed to bend these solid stainless steel chopsticks? Uncle Jiang stared at the 2 bent chopsticks, his eyes nearly popping out. He believed himself to be aging yet refused to succumb to it, still possessing the strength of his youth. When Uncle Jiang first received the chopsticks, he had tested them. Not to mention a pair, even a single one could not be bent. Jiang Qicheng scratched his nose, maintaining a composed expression, and with a slight exertion, straightened the chopsticks once more. He chuckled, saying, Uncle, our chopsticks are of excellent quality. Who did you have make them? I'd like to have a few sets made as well. Well done, young man. Your strength is certainly on par with what I had in my youth. Uncle Jiang exclaimed, patting Jiang Qicheng on the shoulder, his lips twitching slightly as he sighed. He had indeed slapped the young man with some force, only to feel a sharp pain in his hand.
Akin to hitting a stone, he had always thought this lad was a prodigy, but it turned out he was equally skilled in both literature and martial arts. Perhaps he was a reincarnation of a celestial warrior. Children easily forget their punishments. After finishing the iron pot stewed goose, Jiang Pingping followed Jiang Qichang back to bake bread, having completely forgotten the reason for his earlier scolding. He tugged at Jiang Qichang's hand, expressing earnestly, "Little uncle, do you know the profound harm that one's family of origin can inflict on a person? You ought to be quiet. Do you have any idea of the damage you've brought upon your own family of origin?" Jiang Qichang retorted with a grin. "You're simply suffering from selective amnesia and are quite resilient. Once you grow up, I'll keep this live stream recording for you to watch. You'll see." Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingping immediately stopped in his tracks. Realizing something, he timidly asked, "Little uncle, you didn't keep any photos of me in my open crotch pants, did you?" "Photos? Of course, I didn't keep any." Jiang Qichang shook his head with utmost certainty. Observing Jiang Pingping visibly relax, he added, "However, I did record some videos, quite a few, in fact, all in high definition. Would you like to see them? I must say, you had quite a round bottom when you were little." Jiang Pingping was merely young and forgetful, but certainly not foolish. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. "Little uncle, don't do this, you're infringing on my privacy. Let us negotiate. Can you please delete those videos? How am I supposed to date anyone like this?" Jiang Qichang, hearing this, let a smirk creep onto his face as he patted Jiang Pingping's head, chuckling, "Pingping, today your little uncle will teach you something. As the saying goes, city roads are deep, but I must return to the countryside. The roads there are slippery, and human hearts are even more complex. Your little videos can sustain me for a lifetime. Little uncle, please stop. If you keep this up, I'll have to report you for infringing on the privacy of a minor." Jiang Qichang clapped his hands, unafraid, and said, "Go ahead and report me. You know Officer Jiang Defu, right? I'm sure he has some of your high-definition videos on his phone. You are quite the charming young lad, famous throughout the region. Many people adore you." The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Jiang Pingping's despondent expression, erupted in laughter. Goodness, this little secret will undoubtedly be held over him for a lifetime. "I'm begging for Jiang Pingping's childhood high-definition video. Could a kind soul send it to me? This kid may be a bit mischievous, but it's clear he has the makings of a handsome lad with potential to become a child star. Youth is indeed a blessing, even his dark history is in high definition. Pingping, we must look ahead. Take Wu Lei for instance, he has had no shortage of films featuring his bare bottom. Just look at that scene from Neza. Wu Lei, first of all, I haven't provoked any of you. Secondly, I haven't provoked any of you. Lastly, I haven't provoked any of you. Please let it go, don't bring it up again." Ultimately, Jiang Pingping resigned himself to his fate, or perhaps he simply experienced another bout of selective amnesia. The bread oven had dried sufficiently, and Jiang Qichang began clearing out the sand inside, preparing to chop wood for the oven. The first time baking in the bread oven requires a strong fire for at least 2 hours. Allowing the structure to harden completely and naturally, ample wood must be prepared, so Jiang Qichang and Jiang Pingping rummaged through the old wood accumulated over the years. He removed his outer jacket, revealing a short-sleeved shirt and overalls, and began chopping wood with a heavy axe specially crafted for him, weighing over 10 kilograms, quite challenging for an average person to wield. Jiang Qichang swung the axe with precision, bringing it down heavily, splitting a log as thick as a person in half with ease. As he chopped, he explained, "Don't be fooled into thinking chopping wood is simple. It's actually not difficult at all. When chopping wood, safety is paramount. Always wear gloves to prevent slipping. Whether or not you can split the wood is secondary. Just don't injure yourself." He demonstrated the proper stance, placing a piece of wood beneath the log, spreading his legs slightly and squatting down. Thus, even if he missed, he wouldn't hurt himself. Jiang Qichang's chopping technique was swift, precise, and powerful, flowing seamlessly together, exuding a sense of relaxation and charm, radiating the unique allure of masculinity. Chopping wood is labor-intensive, and many logs have knots that can be quite challenging to split, requiring considerable strength. As he worked halfway through, he began to breathe heavily. His panting sounds left the female viewers in the livestream feeling bashful and blushing. "You can't deny it, Chang'a is not wrong. I am at fault. This wood chopping is indeed quite appealing. With a boyfriend like this, if we argue, I'd willingly run to the mortuary." "I am not joking. How is it that both are wearing overalls, yet the difference is so stark? My brother definitely cannot pull off such a stance. I'm reluctant to break the bubble. Is it really that you enjoy watching wood chopping?" This wood chopping is quite easy, just follow the grain. I have a challenging bedboard, host, why don't you come help me chop it? Alright, I won T-move for the first time, please be gentle, host, I'm afraid it'll hurt. The boys are glued to the screen, while the girls are listening with their eyes closed. Wood, come on oh baby, biting lip, go for it. After finishing the wood chopping, Zhang Qiqiang stretched, wiping sweat from his brow as he took a sip of water and glancing at his phone. He noticed a flurry of question marks in the comments. Chapter 98, Sugar-free Chinese small breads. The female viewers in the livestream had grown accustomed to it, but there were quite a few older ladies now. Zhang Qiqiang initially wanted to say something but then reconsidered. This was Tianfu, after all, and there wasn't too much to say. He suspected there was something wrong with the older generation in Tianfu. Especially after recent archaeological discoveries, which unearthed a couple less grave for same-sex partners. Once Zhang Qiqiang finished chopping the wood, he and Zhang Pingping washed their hands and faces briefly before starting to gather their ingredients for baking bread. Bread, while consumed less frequently, is quite similar to steamed buns in that both use yeast for fermentation. One is baked, while the other is steamed. Have you ever heard of the sugar-free Chinese small bun? This type of bread has achieved daily sales exceeding 100 million, a record that can be verified, making it arguably the most popular bread globally. Many viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned upon hearing that sugar-free Chinese small buns sold over 100 million daily. In a place like China, what kind of bread could possibly achieve such sales? If it truly did, surely they would have heard of it. Soon, they realized he was actually referring to steamed buns. Bro, can we count steamed buns as bread? While dieting, when you mentioned sugar-free bread, I was thinking of getting a few for my diet, only for you to mention steamed buns? If you want to lose weight, steamed buns with water will slim you down. We Northerners know it's an effective and economical combination, though it feels quite pitiful while eating. Humorous. Indeed, steamed buns are just bread. Do foreigners recognize that? Steamed buns cost 1 yuan for 2, while alkaline water bread costs 18 yuan each. I truly can't afford it. Zhang Qiqiang, while kneading the dough, chuckled as he addressed the comments. Why can't our steamed buns be considered bread? When I was on a business trip to France, I saw sugar-free Chinese small buns at the local bread festival, and I even took many photos for keepsakes. Ping, please help me grab the photo album from under the coffee table in the living room. I want to show everyone the pictures I took. Zhang Pingping sprinted off and quickly returned with an enormous album. This album contained daily photos that Zhang Qiqiang had taken during his business trips, all collected by his sister. The viewers in the livestream were astonished to see that steamed buns had indeed participated in the French bread festival. And they were even more shocked to discover that steamed buns had won a gold medal at the event. This gold medal recognized global sales, with the sugar-free Chinese small buns conservatively estimated to sell over 100 million daily. Far surpassing the second-place contender. Remarkably, they were priced at less than 0.1 euros, leaving the foreigners present utterly bewildered, especially the older German friends, who thought the price was a mistake. Zhang Qiqiang shared the amusing anecdotes from that time with a smile. Germany, unlike other countries, has a strong sensitivity to the pricing of bread. After all, decades ago, they indeed purchased bread for 500,000 marks each at a time when the gun barrels were nearly smoking. And yet all that remained was a half-finished project. In terms of global sales, our steamed buns are undoubtedly unmatched. German netizens reflect a stark reality. If anyone dares to sell steamed buns for 50,000 each, I believe the entire nation should mobilize. Fried dough sticks, from now on please refer to me as Chinese baguette when outside, preferably paired with spicy soup. Is this real? It feels as if my best friend is secretly participating in a Victoria's Secret fashion show. So out of place. Flour rolls, oh, isn't this our unsweetened Chinese bun? It's back, in a sarcastic tone. It's genuinely amusing. Steamed bun. At home, you can call me Momo. But outside, you must refer to me as unsweetened Chinese bun. Oh dear little steamed bun, you wouldn't want your family to find out you're selling outside, would you? Hey. Damn it, property management. Get that little rascal upstairs out of here. Baking bread is quite simple. One merely needs to mix low-gluten flour, salt, and fine sugar evenly, creating a small well in the center to pour in milk and eggs. Then knead all the ingredients into a smooth dough. The next step involves adding unsalted butter and continuing to knead until the dough becomes soft and elastic. Then it's time for fermentation. Place the kneaded dough in a large bowl in a warm location until its volume doubles. Jiang Pingping fetched a small stool, seated himself beside the dough, curiously watching it gradually expand, occasionally patting his own belly. As the dough swelled, his expression of concern grew increasingly intense, eventually leading him to burst into tears. Jiang Qichun looked on, bewildered, as Jiang Pingping approached him, sobbing, and instinctively wrapped his arms around his thigh. Kneeling down with a thud, "Uncle, help me. This unfortunate child, just moments ago, was watching the dough rise, and now this." "No kneeling, stand up and speak. What trouble have you caused now?" Jiang Qicheng asked with a smile. "Uncle, you must take responsibility for me. My belly is going to get big." Smack. Jiang Qicheng, frowning, playfully struck Jiang Pingping on the head. "You can eat freely, but you mustn't speak foolishly. Children may not lie, but they certainly have a knack for nonsense. What does your belly getting bigger have to do with me? Besides, you're still a boy. How could your belly possibly expand if you were a girl?" Today's events would be quite challenging to explain, even with 8 mouths. "Speak properly. What do you mean by taking responsibility? What is wrong with your belly?" Jiang Pingping, clutching his head and wearing a distressed expression, timidly replied, "Uncle, please don't be so fierce. I'm scared. The bread is getting so much bigger. Will it burst my belly?" "You little worrywart. The bread expands because of the yeast inside. You haven't eaten any yeast. So what are you afraid of?" Jiang Qicheng replied, exasperated. At that moment, Jiang Pingping burst into tears, holding up the yeast powder packaging, gasping, "Uncle, is this yeast?" "Indeed, that is yeast. What of it? I like sneaking sips of Jojo cold medicine behind Grandpa and Grandma's backs. It is sweet and quite tasty. Yesterday, they went out, and I rummaged through the house, only to find this it looks similar, so I mixed it with water and took a sip, but when I found the taste off, I poured it out. My belly 1 burst. Will it?" Jiang Pingping lamented, feeling quite wronged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qicheng was taken aback, a row of question marks appearing above his head. He had considered various reasons for the child's tears, yet never anticipated this one. Drinking yeast powder, is that something a person would do? While viewers in the live stream, watching Jiang Pingping clutch his belly, were in stitches. This unfortunate child always finds a way to bring forth new antics. Chapter 99. Can one drink yeast while having a fever? Besides farming, the common pastime among our people is to enjoy a spectacle. Observing Jiang Pingping sobbing uncontrollably, everyone laughed heartily. Who could resist teasing a child at such a moment? "Hurry and eat some flour, sleep under the electric blanket, and tomorrow morning, you can steam your buns. Do not fear, tomorrow you will be plump and rosy. Trust your uncle, he doesn't deceive. Soon your buns will swell, becoming large and soft. Nod for yes, shake your head for no. Feces fermentation. Go. Yeast, what the hell? What is this for? Where is the dough? Ha. Youth has no price. Feces fermentation increases." Jiang Qicheng looked at the tearful Jiang Pingping, feeling a mix of amusement and annoyance. He scooped the little one up and comforted him. "Don't worry. Drinking yeast powder won't harm you. At most, it will just promote some gastrointestinal movement." "Uncle, I haven't read much. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? When have I ever lied to you? After drinking the yeast, haven't you just experienced more gas and burping, along with more frequent trips to the bathroom? Aside from that, there are no side effects." Jiang Pingping looked astonished, as if witnessing a miracle. "Incredible, truly incredible. This little change, not even Grandpa and Grandma know, yet Uncle can tell right away." The live stream audience was equally astonished. An increase in bathroom visits? Could it be that the feces truly fermented in the belly? No way. Changgu, can drinking yeast really cure constipation? Just a friendly reminder, if you want to drink yeast for constipation, please head to a public restroom to avoid clogging your home toilet. Will the feces really expand fivefold? If so, will I not just wither away in the restroom? The thought of you all eating yeast and then needing the bathroom makes me want to laugh. Ha. Yeast, why does this batch of flour smell so foul and look so yellow? The feces in the belly, fantastic. Yeast has come to our rescue. Jiang Qicheng, believing himself to be professionally trained, typically wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. He glanced at the live stream comments and finally broke into laughter. This was truly irresistible. Pingping, listen carefully, Uncle will explain, and everyone in the live stream, gather around for some knowledge. Don't underestimate yeast. It's the nuclear bomb of the microbial world, with truly formidable disinfection and sterilization abilities. No matter the virus, bacteria, or microbe, they are mere children before yeast. Do you believe that? Jiang Qicheng chuckled. Don't trick me, can yeast really be that powerful? Have you heard of super viruses? Yeast is a lower fungus. Under aerobic conditions, it shouldn't compete with higher fungi.
Right? If yeast is truly that impressive, why is it only used for fermentation? Jiang Qiqiang surveyed the livestream comments, then looked at the equally curious Jiang Pingping, sighing deeply. It seemed most of the audience had never attempted dough rising. Those who had typically knew that over-fermentation leads to sourness and a distinct yeasty odor. Yeast can perform anaerobic respiration, releasing alcohol during this process. Anyone familiar with biology knows that viruses, bacteria, and microbes are all composed of proteins. Alcohol denatures proteins. Alcohol poses a genuine threat to the microbial world, and yeast itself fears alcohol. At high concentrations, it can even harm itself. However, in nature, yeast can withstand up to 20 alcohol, and the maximum alcohol concentration it produces is 15. So they can't kill themselves, yet humans are a bug. They can purify alcohol to lethal concentrations for any virus, bacteria, or microbe. If it doesn't die, it's merely due to insufficient concentration. Jiang Qiqiang elucidated. Jiang Pingping listened, half understanding, nodding repeatedly. The viewers in the livestream were similarly engaged. The vast majority grasped the concept, and even those who didn't still felt it was impressive, with so many words from Chang Gu. Surely there was some truth to it. Chang Gu, if I catch a cold, can I drink yeast powder too? What if I cultivate alcohol-resistant bacteria? I am yeast, the destined destroyer of worlds. The terminator of bacteria, unstoppable and unyielding. I am the great cataclysm. How could such a magnificent bacteria have such a name? It is difficult to fathom how such an extraordinary substance could be employed for the purposes of dough fermentation and brewing. Does this not seem like a case of underutilization? As for my athlete's foot, could it perhaps be treated with yeast? Given its remarkable properties, why not utilize yeast to combat cancer cells? Jiang Qiqiang gently patted Jiang Pingping's head, offering reassurance. Do not be afraid, Pingping. A small amount of yeast powder will not rupture your stomach. At worst, it will merely induce some flatulence and burping. That is the extent of it. All in the livestream. I hereby announce a bounty. I am offering 500,000 for the alcohol produced from cultured yeast. Those who possess it may contact me directly, and let us not entertain the notion of using yeast to treat cancer. Humans are made of cells, and the objective of cancer treatment is to ensure survival. Employing yeast instead would be akin to opting for cremation, as both humans and cancer cells would inevitably perish. Cremation would simply be the more straightforward choice. By the way, for treating athlete's foot, there is no need for yeast. Simply walking barefoot in the soil will suffice. The myriad bacteria and fungi present in the earth can easily subdue the fungi responsible for athlete's foot. Observing Jiang Pingping's transition from tears to laughter, Jiang Qiqiang felt a sense of relief and resumed his preparations for baking bread. That evening, as the first batch of bread was emerging from the oven, a polite knocking resonated at the Jiang family's door. The village's nightlife is considerably more subdued than that of the city. The siblings seldom interacted with the elders in the village, resulting in a scarcity of evening visitors. Who could it be at this late hour? Upon opening the door, Jiang Qiqiang found the entrance eerily vacant. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if he had misheard the knock and was about to close the door when the drone's camera shifted, causing the livestream's comments section to erupt. A fleeting white shadow darted through the nearby woods, moving with astonishing speed. Did you all see that white shadow? You saw it too. I thought I was mistaken. What on earth was that? In the deep mountains, it's easy to encounter ghosts. Brother Chang, perhaps we should return to live streaming. I am frightened. I have watched too many horror films. Upon returning, will a ghostly woman emerge from the rear courtyard wall? What, a ghostly woman? Why am I not fortunate enough to encounter such a thing? That would be a delightful gift from nature. Jiang Qiqiang, observing the comments in the livestream, could not help but chuckle. What era are we in, and yet some still believe in spirits and apparitions? Madame is a sacred Taoist site, one of the 36 small celestial caves, and the abode of the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Ghosts could not possibly haunt this place. Since the founding of the nation, spirits have been prohibited. There is no need for fear. Today, I shall take you on a ghost hunting expedition. I am eager to uncover what is masquerading as the supernatural. Having said this, Jiang Qiqiang ventured into the small woods nearby. The grove was not expansive, and after wandering for a while without any discoveries, he finally stumbled upon a white plastic bag caught in the branches. The wind in the mountains was strong, causing the plastic bag to flutter and dance, under the cover of darkness. Amidst the eerie atmosphere of the mysterious mountain village, the truth behind the white shadow remained elusive. Was it a manifestation of human depravity or a distortion of morality? Today's exploration into science concludes here.
The white shadow was merely a plastic bag. There is no need for alarm, Jiang Qichang exclaimed as he tugged the plastic bag free with a grin. The audience in the livestream was momentarily speechless, though some sensed that something was amiss. Brother, what are you doing in the woods? Wasn't there someone knocking at the door? Jiang Qilan, wielding a flashlight, stepped outside to inquire curiously. Having noticed Jiang Qichang's prolonged absence, she had come to search for him. At that moment, the drone's camera pivoted to focus on Jiang Qilan. The viewers in the livestream collectively gasped. At that very instant, the white shadow trailed closely behind her. It moved silently, with remarkable agility, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Oh my brother Chang, is your scientific exploration truly scientific? That is no plastic bag. It is evidently a living creature. Dear, trust me, do not turn around, run quickly. Spirits and demons, begone. Spirits and demons, began. Jiang Qichang, now aware of the so-called white shadow following Jiang Qilan, immediately discerned that it was no human. This was the mountains. What spirits or demons could exist here? Most likely it was some wild animal. However, given the atmosphere in the livestream, remaining silent would seem inappropriate. Allow me to share a tale. Do not be afraid. In my days stationed with the military, we had our own ghostly encounters. Each night, the sentinels would spot a white figure near the cemetery, but upon investigation, nothing could be found. Ultimately, they appealed to higher authorities for live ammunition drills, deploying 155mm howitzers, and after firing dozens of rounds, that white figure never reappeared. Thus, it is clear that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. If fear persists, double the firepower and fire away. This incident was a true story, and many in the livestream had heard of it. That makes sense. The certain commander who bombarded the Dragon King gives this a thumbs up. Namo Amitba, the Gatling Bodhisattva, I trust in this one at 3,600 rounds per minute, undoubtedly effective. Ghost, I merely poked my head out, and you bombard me with 155mm howitzers. Am I violating some celestial law, Brother Chang? While your reasoning is sound, do you possess a 155mm howitzer? If a ghost were to descend to the underworld, it would likely be unable to rest in peace, wouldn't it? Jiang Qichang instructed his younger sister to remain still while he cautiously approached. The white shadow seemed to shrink in fear, curling into a ball, motionless. Only when he grasped it by the scruff of its neck did the audience realize it was a white fox. This little creature, with its alluring eyes and charming countenance, though captured, showed no signs of fear. Its eyes squinted into crescent shapes, and it emitted a delightful, melodious sound. Its bushy tail swayed continuously, presenting a stark contrast to the aloof, malevolent fairy tale figures typically depicted in media. Wow, what a surprise, it's just a fox. Truly adorable. No wonder King Joe couldn't resist. If I told my wife, she wouldn't believe me. I too have a fondness for foxes, especially those that are ethereal. I've always wished to provide them with a home, but alas, my wife forbids it. Fox. Spirit, you, my dear fellow, are truly asking for it. A white fox? Do we have white foxes in our country? Such a charming fox spirit. Distinctly different from the hidden foxes of Teacher Xiaoliang. I adore it. I long to take it home and care for it. Teacher Xiaoliang, you'd best not sleep too soundly at night. I might send water monkeys to find you. Jiang Qichang gazed at the white fox in astonishment. He had never encountered such a friendly fox before. He cradled the white fox in his arms, stroking it affectionately as it emitted soft whimpers, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. Let me clarify, this is an albino red fox, not the kind of white fox you might be imagining. In our country, there are two types of white foxes, the imported Arctic fox and this albino red fox. Wild red foxes are classified as a nationally protected species. If you wish to keep one, be forewarned, it could lead to several years in prison. Jiang Qichang chuckled as he explained while petting the white fox. Most people in the country are fond of white-furred creatures. When encountering a cute white animal, they often cannot resist the urge to touch it. This little one was remarkably clean, with hardly any odor, and its fur was exceptionally fluffy. Generally, red foxes avoid human activity, so I suspect this little creature descended from the mountains out of hunger. Jiang Qichang returned home with the white fox, and upon arrival, Xiaobai hurried over to greet him. The two little ones seemed to share an instant bond, showing no signs of shyness. Xiaobai eagerly began to show the fox around. Jiang Qichang retrieved some meat from the refrigerator, chopped it up, cooked it, and served it to the two little creatures. After finishing its meal, the white fox sat on the ground emitting soft whines while wagging its fluffy tail. Xiaobai, meanwhile, circled around, excitedly explaining, "She is your best friend. I invited her here, so I must take care of her. What do you want to say? You don't mean to suggest I should keep her?"